You don't want to? If you join, you could choose any woman in the sect. I can vouch for you, Iris tempted. Before meeting him, Iris had thoroughly investigated Maximus's background. Knowing he had over a dozen wives, Iris attempted to entice Maximus with women. No, I'm not particularly interested. Maximus replied quietly. But in his mind, he was complaining. How dare this sect master try to seduce him? If not for the difference in strength, Maximus would have pointed at Iris and said he wanted her to her face. Unaware of the thoughts passing through Maximus's mind, Iris sighed in pity. She wanted to recruit Maximus for her sect, adding strength and potentially helping it advance to the overlord rank. Thinking of this, Iris took out a jade card. This is the special elder identity of the Immortal Palace sect. Having this, you will have an equivalent status to a sect elder. And this is for? Maximus asked, puzzled. Using the identity pass given by the Dimensional Alliance is too conspicuous. If you don't want your identity to be known, it's better to use this, Iris explained calmly. If Maximus were seen using the Immortal Palace Special Elder Identity card, he would be invisibly bound to the sect. Even if Maximus didn't take it seriously, other sects would have no chance to recruit him. Pleased with her clever idea, Iris couldn't help but smile. Seeing such a dazzling smile, Maximus was dazed as he mechanically reached for the card. In doing so, Maximus accidentally touched Iris's hand, causing a physiological tingle in his body. With a frozen expression, Maximus saw that Iris didn't mind and continued to smile. Heaving a sigh of relief, Maximus quickly hypnotized himself. He nearly made a fool of himself because of a woman. Reflecting on his weak will, he couldn't help but criticize himself. After thanking Iris for the token and discussing some of his vision for the sect, Iris let him go. Finally, out of the temptress's sight, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. Returning to back, Maximus was given a residence in the core of the Immortal Palace realm. Looking at the teeming quality of power in the place, Maximus decided to stay and train for a while. He was curious how fast his progress would be taking on the quality of power instead of origin fragments. Seeing his daughter reach the peak of the Tier 9 realm while he was still at the bottom, Maximus realized he was becoming complacent. Saving every bit of quality of power he converted from the amalgamation of will to one day perfect the foundation of his wives and children, Maximus had forgotten the most fundamental element. His strength was the foundation of everything, whether helping or protecting his family. If he were weaker than them, all his preparations would be meaningless. Starting a concentrated cultivation, the time passed in the blink of an eye. 5 years later. This is too fast. Maximus muttered in shock, feeling the progress he made. In over 1,000 years, he had only progressed to 1% of Tier 9 realm, but now, in just a few years, he had reached 3%. Unfortunately, the cost was also immense. The residence given to him by Iris could provide 1,000,000 strands of quality of power every year. Absorbing all he can and storing the rest in his system, Maximus consumed a total of 3-4 million strands of quality of power. Spending millions of strands of quality of power, if not for this environment, Maximus couldn't have been so extravagant. If Maximus had enough quality power, he calculated that it would take him less than 1,000 years to reach the peak of the Tier 9 realm. However, another problem came to mind: he still hadn't created the Tier 10 chapter of the Origin Manual. Even the Tier 9 chapter of the Origin Manual wasn't perfected yet, and would take Maximus a few thousand years before he was done. I need to work harder. Maximus sighed. Even with all the available resources, everything still required time. Standing up, he prepared to leave. He had been staying in the Immortal Palace domain for 5 years. With only 15 years left to visit the rest of his children and grandchildren, Maximus had to hurry. Visiting his daughters and granddaughters, Maximus bid them goodbye. The girls could already access the virtual realm and were able to talk to their mother. With Iris serving as their backing, Maximus didn't worry about their safety. Although they hadn't seen each other again after their first meeting, Maximus felt the care and attention he received. From the place to live to the regular supply of quality power, Maximus's treatment was even better than some elders. Taking one last look at the Immortal Palace realm, Maximus let Jixi open a void portal to the Ashura realm. Leaving already? Iris frowned, feeling a little lost. Not being able to recruit Maximus to the sect, Iris was still mulling over what she could offer him. That brat didn't even say goodbye to me? What an uncivilized man. Iris thought with a bit of irritation. Men are really insolent creatures. Despite providing them with everything, they merely treat it as it should be, not even bothering to say thank you. Humphrey. Whatever. Iris thought, deciding to forget about the matter. Ashura realm, we're here. Maximus thought, looking at the Ashura realm. If the Immortal Palace realm was divided into multiple floors like a palace, the Ashura realm was divided into 3-dimensional sections: heaven, hell, and mortal domain. According to Jixi, each of the 3 domains had unique features and rules. Heaven Domain was a paradise where no battle was allowed, making it a safe place to train, comprehend, and do everything peacefully. Hell Domain, on the other hand, was a chaotic place where one would either kill or be killed. Every enemy killed was an experience point, a massive amount of energy one could absorb to advance. It was similar to the winner-take-all rule in Dimensional Wars. But instead of gaining talent, comprehension, and physique, the winner only gained the pure energy of the loser. In this place, one could reach the peak of the Tier 10 realm in a day but then die the next. After death, they would not fall into nothingness but be resurrected in the mortal domain. Rebuilding their foundation, they would stay in the mortal domain until they reached the Tier 3 realm. Unfortunately, it was a mortal domain for a reason. With minimal energy and aura, they only had a few hundred years to reach the Tier 3 realm. If they couldn't, their lifespan would be exhausted, dying in a real sense without any respite. Studying the mechanisms of the Ashura realm, Maximus couldn't help but be amazed and worried at the same time. Amazed at the Ashura sect's simple and straightforward method of sifting out the strongest and most talented individuals in the realm. Born in the mortal domain, fighting to the death in the hell domain, and pursuing the peak in the heaven domain, a complete cycle was formed. The Ashura realm was essentially a crucible to create the strongest of the strong. If Maximus could incorporate similar concepts into the Etherium realm, he could create the ultimate army for future dimensional wars. Unfortunately, Maximus didn't have the time or mood to study the operating principles of the Ashura realm. Max, Ella, Nathan, Zoe, Sylvan, and Martin were still in a dangerous situation. Not contacting them for over 100 years only meant they had likely died in the hell domain and were spending their time in the barren mortal domain. With barely any extraordinary energy, even a talented individual would have difficulty regaining their strength. I hope they are safe, Maximus thought. Chapter 469, Ashura Realm 2. After a series of processes, with the help of Jixi, Maximus managed to sneak into the mortal domain of the Ashura sect. The Ashura sect didn't have many rules regarding their sect. Aside from the heaven domain, anyone could enter the hell and mortal domain. Landing on the ground, Maximus nearly knelt from the pressure. Even when he propped up the dimensional barrier of the world tree, it didn't have much effect. Host, converge your energy to Tier 3 realm, Jixi hurriedly reminded. Not thinking much, he quickly suppressed his realm until it fell to Tier 3. What is this suppression? Maximus asked, heaving a sigh of relief. He felt he would have been flattened like a pancake if it had continued longer. This must be the famous suppressing Tier 12 dimensional treasure of the Ashura sect. Anyone who breaks its rules will be suppressed until they die, Jixi guessed. Is that so? Maximus nodded in understanding. This must be why the Ashura sect has lackluster management. Everyone, regardless of status, has to follow its rules once they enter. Suddenly, Maximus noticed Jixi frowning. What's wrong? I can't connect to the virtual realm. The signals here are blocked, Jixi frowned. No signal? Maximus finally understood why his children couldn't contact them in the virtual realm. In the mortal domain, even Jixi, a Nexus fairy, couldn't connect to the virtual world, much less mortals at Tier 03 realm. Thinking about the rules, Maximus quickly understood its purpose. Those resurrected in the mortal domain are losers who need to rebuild themselves. If they could access the virtual realm all the same, their punishment would be meaningless. From entertainment, resources, training facilities, to business, one could do everything in the virtual realm. What would they learn in the mortal domain if they could access the virtual realm? It's like one was grounded for playing too much games, yet could still access the internet all the same. Not wanting to waste any time, Maximus began to find Max and the others using the Seal of Truth. If in the Immortal Palace, everything foreign and dangerous is suppressed to the limit, in the Ashura realm, there were no restrictions. Aside from his tier being limited to Tier 3, Maximus could use every treasure at his disposal. Under the deduction of the Seal of Truth, Maximus flew and passed various teleportation points around the mortal domain for a few months, finally arriving at the massive fort before him. A teleportation array from this barren world could only cover so much distance. Maximus had to take multiple teleportation arrays before he could reach his destination. The mortal domain was too big beyond his cognition. If measured, the Ashura realm's mortal domain should be billions or even trillions of times the size of the Etherium realm. With such a vast place, Maximus couldn't help but marvel at the foundation of the top powers of the Aeon Plane. As Maximus approached the stronghold, it suddenly transformed as mechanical cannons and formation arrays lit up. These kids are quite alert, Maximus nodded in satisfaction. Let's see how prepared you are. Maximus faced the stronghold's defense, not revealing his identity, using only his Tier 3 strength. Blocking a few easy waves of attack, Maximus smiled. This is not enough. Show me more. Seeing the enemy easily survive the few waves of their defense, Max and the others frowned. This is bad. Take the Tier 12 treasure given by the sect. I'll see if he still dares to invade our stronghold, Zoe muttered in dissatisfaction. No. We are here to train. Using the treasure to fight the enemy would make us dependent on it, Nathan said solemnly. Then what do? We fight, of course. The stronghold's defense is only for warning. Now that the invader insists on going forward, he must be strong, Max licked his lips. That's more like it. Come on. Ella smiled, loving the idea. Deciding on the matter, Max, Ella, Nathan, Zoe, Martin, and Sylvan quickly formed a human formation and attacked the invader. Seeing them finally come, Maximus smiled. Let's see how much you've improved over these years. Soon, a despairing battle ensued. Max thought that with the 7 of them cooperating in a tight formation, they could easily defeat the enemy. He didn't expect they would face despair. The enemy's moves flowed perfectly, dodging as if he saw the future, with attacks they couldn't block. Max and the others felt they were facing their ultimate enemy. If not for the different face and aura, they would have thought they were facing their father. Finally, after a few hours of exchange, Max and the others knew they couldn't win and began to use their treasures one after another. Seeing this, Maximus just smiled and propped up the dimensional barrier of the world tree, blocking their attacks. That's enough. It's me, Maximus said, removing his disguise. Father. Grandfather. Father-in-law. They shouted one after another, looking at him with surprise. I knew it. How could there be someone so monstrously strong beside father? Max smiled helplessly. Grandfather is invincible. Martin muttered, wanting to fight again. Father, what are you doing here? Nathan asked. I'm here to check on your safety. Your mothers were already getting worried. How dare you not send any news? Maximus scolded, thinking of the worried faces of his wives. But I already know you couldn't access the virtual realm, but how could you stay in this place for over 100 years? You should have long returned to the Hell Domain with your talent. Unlike the Immortal Palace sect, the Ashura sect didn't have disciple ranks, there were only elders and sect leaders. All disciples from Tier 0 to Tier 10 had the same status, a seedling that needed to grow in the harsh environment of the Ashura sect. There were no missions, tasks, responsibilities, or contribution systems. The only thing they needed to do was fight. However, to distinguish the disciples of the Ashura sect from ordinary individuals, they were provided with conveniences. From Tier 0 to Tier 10, they could have as many resources as they wanted. From magic crystals, origin fragments, potions, weapons, and materials, as long as it's for personal use, they could ask and take them unlimitedly. Besides that, they also had unrestricted access to all knowledge stored in the Ashura sect. They could pick top-tier dimensional techniques as they wished, as long as they could comprehend them. Finally, the disciples of the Ashura sect could also receive personal guidance from a Tier 11 powerhouse of the sect. If they had questions about something they didn't understand, they could contact the sect for answers. Such a sect, which put everything aside except fighting and killing, was a perfect battleground to cultivate the strongest fighters. Because of this, knowing they were getting such benefits in the Ashura sect, Maximus doubted why they were still in the mortal domain. We are still building our foundation, father. The people in the Hell Domain are not something we can compete with. Max sighed. Being killed in the Hell Domain as they forged the path of invincibility, they were a little traumatized. The old fighters staying in the Hell Domain for thousands or millions of epochs were monsters. Usually, if they could survive after fighting for hundreds or thousands of years, one could advance to the peak of the Tier 10 realm and begin advancing to Tier 11 in the Heaven Domain. However, these monsters were a bunch of cheaters, bullying newcomers like themselves. So, you encountered the gatekeepers of the sect? Maximus laughed a little at their experience. These gatekeepers stayed in the Hell Domain to prevent disciples from growing arrogant and advancing with unstable foundations. Then what are you doing here? How can you train without fighting? Maximus said angrily. We're trying to comprehend the top-dimensional fighting techniques of the Ashura sect. There's also the Foundation Manual with 161,800 elements and laws. It's too hard, so we unknowingly stayed here for over 100 years, Max said in embarrassment. You really are stupid, Maximus sighed, feeling worried for them. Alright, I will stay here for a few years with you. I'll teach you what you don't understand, Maximus decided. He was also a little greedy for the book collection of the Ashura sect. Although Max and the others could only access up to Tier 10 books, it was enough for him. More importantly, the Foundation Manual containing 161,800 elements and laws. Maximus had already copied the Foundational Manual Lily and the others had in the Immortal Palace sect. If he could copy the one they had, he would have 2 almost perfect manuals as a base to create his own. Studying knowledge one by one to create the perfect Tier 9 and Tier 10 origin manual would take too long. By estimate, it would take Maximus hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of years. But if he had a manual to copy, it might shorten the time to just a few thousand years. Thinking of this, he felt excited. Chapter 470, Eternal Sect. Maximus stayed in the Ashura sect for 10 years, teaching Max and the others in his spare time. He also copied the Ashura sect's foundational manual for later study. All of the foundational manuals of these top sects had a top-level inscription, and even with Maximus's Tier 10 inscription proficiency, he couldn't crack them. Although he could read the words, they became garbled as soon as he looked away. Even the system, a Tier 12 treasure that could directly scan knowledge, didn't fully work. When it scanned the words, they also turned garbled in the system's data storage. He also tried using the Seal of Truth to decode the words, but unfortunately, it was too inefficient. Maximus estimated it would take a few epochs to completely deduce the foundational manual. Maximus considered using Lilith's eyes to decode these foundational manuals. The primordial origin eyes could see the essence of things, so the words should automatically arrange themselves in Lilith's eyes. During the rest of his time, Maximus was scanning Tier 10 knowledge stored in the Ashura sect. He already had free access to all knowledge in the Dimensional Alliance from Tier 09. For Tier 10, seeing the unique fighting skills of the Ashura sect, Maximus went on a copying spree. Unfortunately, even after 10 years of non-stop work, Maximus barely copied 10% of the Ashura sect's reserves. Since he didn't have direct access to the Ashura sect library, he had to copy it through Max and the others, which led to inefficiency. Saying goodbye to the kids and telling them to hurry to the Hell Realm to contact their mothers, Maximus let Jixi open a void portal to the Eternal Sect. Eternal Realm, what a huge mountain. Maximus commented. The Eternal Realm was like a massive mountain floating in the void. Due to its vastness, even in the unobstructed void, Maximus could barely make out its complete form. Maximus was sure of one thing, the Eternal Realm was the largest dimension he had ever seen. Entering the Eternal Realm, Maximus didn't encounter any problems. The Eternal Realm was a famous destination spot and a renowned competition ground for a variety of professions, from alchemy, forging, array formation, music, puzzles, building, race, etc. Looking at the magnificent place, Maximus felt his eyes open up. Having visited the Immortal Palace Realm, the Ashura Realm, and now the Eternal Real, Maximus realized the Etherium Realm was truly lacking. He would have wanted to explore the place more if he hadn't been in a hurry to find Neo and Arya to check on their safety. Soon, under the guidance of the Seal of Truth, Maximus quickly found their exact location. Unfortunately, when he was about to take a teleportation array directly to Neo's residence, he was stopped. The place you're heading to is the Disciples' ground. Unless you're a sect member or a relative, you can't go. Relative? I am a relative, but how do you verify it? You say you're connected to Neo Shadow Crest, the one living on Swan Peak? I just need a drop of blood to confirm, the guard said straightforwardly. Blood contains physique signatures, energy signatures, and spirit signatures. With more advanced sensing devices, one can also determine one's origin with just a drop of blood. Knowing this, Maximus readily gave them a drop of his blood. It's positive. You are connected to Neo Shadow Crest within 1 generation. Here's your guest pass. You can stay on Swan Peak for a maximum of 100 years. If you want to stay longer, you'll need to renew the pass, the guard explained. Thank you. Taking the teleportation array, Maximus arrived at Swan Peak in just a moment. This teleportation array is superb, Maximus muttered in admiration. A void teleportation and a typical teleportation array are different. A void teleportation wouldn't encounter any barriers in the void and could travel as far as possible, needing only extra energy. However, a typical teleportation array within a dimension encounters various barriers, from the environment, energy atmosphere, various fluctuations, and the density of dimensional space. To travel anywhere in such a vast dimension with just a single teleportation array, Maximus felt nothing but admiration. The one he took was probably a modified Tier 12 array that only the Eternal Sect possessed. Looking at the barrier array on the peak before him, Maximus tried to knock by sending his spiritual signature. A Tier 12 formation? It's quite solid, Maximus commented on the extravagance of the sect. Even his castle in the Moonlight Empire only had a peak Tier 11 array barrier. Soon after Maximus sent his spiritual signature, a swan flew out and landed before him. Who are you? The swan asked. I am Maximus Shadowcrest, Neo Shadowcrest's father. I am here to visit him, Maximus said, showing the identity pass given to him by the guard earlier. Father? Neo and the miss are still in deep sleep. Please pardon me, the swan said, bowing respectfully. It doesn't matter, I just want to check their condition. That's fine, I'll take you to their chamber. Confirming that Maximus was his master's father, the swan didn't have any guard up. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Eternal Sect. If a Tier 9 individual could run rampant and even harm their disciples, then the Eternal Sect would be willing to quit and be hailed as a failure. Soon, Maximus arrived at the fairy-like residence. Looking inside, he saw Neo and Arya deeply asleep on a cloud-like mattress. Cultivating? Maximus muttered, seeing the vast energy flowing to the two of them. Although it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, the two were like black holes, sucking in the energy around them. Is this the unique foundational manual of the Eternal Sect? Maximus guessed. Curious about how it worked, he slowly investigated Neo and Arya. A few days later, not finding anything substantial, Maximus sighed. The foundational manual of a top sect is really not something I can easily decipher, Maximus thought. Mobilizing some energy, he fired it at the two of them. After studying for a few days, he knew a protective film was guarding Neo and Arya. According to the Seal of Truth's deductions, depending on their mastery, this film could even block a Tier 12 attack. Unfortunately, no matter the intensity, it would shatter after blocking a single attack. Disturbed in their state, Neo and Arya hurriedly woke up. Is it morning already? I still want to sleep a little longer, Neo muttered unconsciously. Meanwhile, Arya had already woken up. Seeing her father-in-law watching them, she felt embarrassed. Husband, your father is here, wake up. Father? How could my father be here? Don't joke around just to wake me up, Neo muttered with his eyes closed. Husband. Husband. Wake up. Arya quickly shook Neo, seeing her father-in-law's stern face. Alright, I'll wake up. Geez, is there something we need to do today? Neo said in dissatisfaction as he rubbed his eyes. Huh? Am I hallucinating? Why is my father here? Not awake yet? Maximus muttered coldly, finally having enough. He had traveled all the way here from the other side of the Eon plane only to find his son peacefully sleeping, not even bothering to wake up. Father. What are you doing here? Neo asked nervously. Do you know how long you've slept? A few years? Neo said, unsure of the time. You've slept for over 100 years. What? 100 years? Neo and Arya muttered in shock. They thought they had only slept for a few years at most, they didn't expect it had been over 100 years. No wonder their father came all the way here. It must be because we broke through the mastery of the foundational manual the Eternal Sect gave us, Neo reasoned, feeling the massive amount of energy in his body. Neo felt that with just a little push, he could advance to the Tier 10 realm if he wanted. You're quite careless. You didn't even remind your servant to wake you up if you slept too much? This. Neo was a little embarrassed. In the beginning, Neo was still regularly woken up by his servants. But as time passed, Neo felt it was a bother and instructed them to only take care of the Swan Peak. Sleeping using the foundational manual was not only a blissful experience, once you woke up, you would also be stronger, which Neo found a bit addictive. Humphrey, don't you know how worried your mother and I were? Do you want to sleep until the end of the world? How did you become this lazy? Should I make you work for 100 years to make up for the time you wasted? After scolding Neo for a whole hour, Maximus finally vented his anger. I'm sorry, father. I'll wake up every month or so from now on, Neo promised. Every few months? No. Then how about every week? Do you want to suffer some punishment? From now on, you will sleep only 8 hours a day and be awake for the rest of the day. Maximus said. Although sleeping is indeed conducive to fast training, it could also cause a lack of foundation. If Neo and Arya didn't study the laws of the world, then what were they training for? I understand. Neo sighed, thinking of his bleak future. You watch him for me, Arya. If he sleeps more than 8 hours a day, I'll punish him. I promise to supervise Neo. Arya quickly said. That's good. Chapter 471, Mechanical Alliance. 3 years later, after copying the Eternal Sect's unique foundational manual and traveling all over the realm, Maximus bid farewell to Neo and Arya. He gasped at the passage of time, realizing there were only a few years left before the second phase of the dimensional war. Maximus knew he had to hurry with his journey, or something might happen to the Etherium realm while he was away. Opening the void portal, Maximus quickly arrived at the Mechanical Alliance's dimensional base. Am I in a spaceship? Maximus wondered as he looked around at the environment. We are in one of the void ships of the Mechanical Alliance, Jixi responded. Looking outside, Maximus was stunned. Is the Mechanical Alliance's base dimension a ship? Yes, to be precise, it's a void fleet made from the cores of a Tier 12 dimension. Besides lacking some functions of a real dimension, the Mechanical Alliance's base dimension has all the functions of space, land, ocean, law, mana, energy, etc., Jixi explained. The Mechanical Alliance has always been roaming the Eon plane in search of new materials, so they couldn't stay in one place like a normal dimension. How awesome! Maximus sighed. After some investigation, Maximus discovered that the Mechanical Alliance Void Fleet was composed of 161,800 three-dimensional void ships, each producing a law of the Eon plane. Each void ship is a dimension of its own, the size of a normal Tier 12 dimension. Although the overall volume of the Mechanical Alliance Void Fleet wasn't bigger than the Eternal Sect, it had merits of its own. Without the limitations of a dimensional barrier, the Void Fleet could expand indefinitely. With more and more void ships over time, the Mechanical Alliance might even reach the top ranks in the Dimensional Alliance. Enjoying the sight of the Void Fleet moving around like planets and stars in the galaxy, Maximus rented a ship to look for Sam and Luke. After deducing their location using the Seal of Truth, he found them beside one of the dimensional void ships. Controlling the ship, he requested permission to land on Sam and Luke's gigantic void ship. "The masters are in the lab and are not permitting visitors to enter," the spirit butler said, denying his request for entry. "Tell your masters that it is their father, Maximus Shadowcrest, who wishes to visit them." Maximus Shadowcrest is confirmed in the database and has a father-son relationship with Captain Sam and Captain Luke. Overriding commands and reporting to the captains. The spirit butler paused, issuing and overriding commands. "Father. Why are you here?" Sam's voice shouted over the intercom. "Don't you want to give me permission to land first?" Maximus couldn't directly land on the spaceship before him. Even with his limited knowledge, he could confirm that this was a bona fide Tier 12 void sailing ship. He didn't expect the Mechanical Alliance to be so generous as to give its disciples such a precious treasure. "Oh, right, Spirit Butler, give permission to land." After landing, Maximus finally entered the ship and saw Sam and Luke. "What happened to you two?" Maximus asked, noticing they were in a mechanical body. "Our real bodies are in the training chamber. We're sorry we couldn't meet you in person, Father," Luke said apologetically. "Training chamber? Let me see," Maximus asked, curious about what unique foundational manual the Mechanical Alliance possessed. The Immortal Palace Sect's foundational manual was focused on pure training, the Ashura sect was about killing, and the Eternal sect involved sleeping. He wondered what the Mechanical Alliance had. Taking their father to their training chamber, Maximus was speechless. A liquid solution made of origin of law and quality of power? Maximus analyzed, amazed as he saw Sam and Luke in a medical chamber, immersed in a special liquid. Feeling the efficiency of their training, Maximus couldn't help but want to create his medical training solution. That's right. This solution was made of 161,800 materials containing the power of each origin of laws and strands of quality of power as a catalyst. Luke nodded, also amazed by the ingenuity of the Mechanical Alliance. Unlike other forces in the Dimensional Alliance, the Mechanical Alliance didn't have a unique foundational manual. Instead, the sect had a special formula to create a solution that could achieve the same effect as a foundational manual but more efficiently. "Do you have the formula for this?" "Unfortunately not. This is an exclusive resource of the sect. We can only obtain this solution by exchanging contribution points," they sighed. The Mechanical Alliance was truly a paradise for nerds like them. All known and unknown materials could be exchanged in the Alliance. They only needed to produce results and earn a ton of wealth. Because of the abundance of materials and complete mechanical knowledge foundation in the Mechanical Alliance, the two had progressed at lightning speed. By now, they could stably create Tier 10 mechanical equipment and weapons. If they wished, they could even form an army of Tier 10 mechanical swarms to fight any enemy. Hearing their tale, Maximus sighed. Among the brothers and sisters, these two had probably progressed the most. Although their raw power was almost the same as the rest, with their ability to create a Tier 10 army with their own hands, the two were nearly invincible. "By the way, why haven't you contacted us for these hundreds of years? What happened?" Maximus finally remembered what he was after. The Mechanical Alliance fleet was passing through a chaotic void zone. "Unless we had special equipment, we couldn't connect to the virtual realm," Luke explained, understanding his father's concern. "Chaotic void zone? Can you connect with the virtual realm, Jixie?" "Yes, host, although the signal here is chaotic, it's no problem for me." "Is that so?" Maximus nodded, confirming that his two sons didn't mean to cut off their connection. After confirming his son's safety, Maximus decided to stay in the Mechanical Alliance for the rest of the time before the second phase of the Dimensional War. The medical training solution that Sam and Luke had was already used up. Maximus wanted to bring a freshly made one for Lilith to analyze to increase their chances of success. To speed up the process, Maximus helped Sam and Luke earn contribution points. From time to time, Maximus was also exploring the Mechanical Alliance Void Fleet, wanting to steal some of its concepts. A moving dimension was up to his taste. Not being restricted by regional void resources and power, the Ethereum realm would have more freedom. However, a few months later, while exploring one of the Mechanical Alliance void ships, he noticed a familiar name in the news. Wanderer? Could it be? Remembering the first mechanical creation he put his heart and soul into, Maximus couldn't help but reminisce. Wanderer was like a child, created by his own hands. Over the thousands of years, since Maximus got exposed to the Dimensional Alliance, he had been looking for Wanderer. However, time and time again, it proved futile, as not a trace of Wanderer was ever found. Could it be you? Maximus thought as he read the news. He noticed the news about an upcoming void fight among mechanical creatures. Apparently, Wanderer was an ownerless, intelligent mechanical creature that was a rising star in the mechanic ship void competition. Having innate combat ability and no owner, Wanderer became popular, as many individuals vied to become his master. It's really you. Maximus thought excitedly as he read the history track of Wanderer. Wasting no time, Maximus hurriedly deduced Wanderer's position, wanting to meet him instantly. The seventh dimensional void ship, Maximus frowned. The lower the number of a dimensional void ship, the stricter its security. Sam and Luke were only orbiting on the side of the 150,000th dimensional void ship, so Maximus was able to reach them easily. However, the seventh dimensional void ship was a place where Maximus' normal identity couldn't gain entry. It seems I need to use the special Elder Pass Iris gave me. Maximus thought. With his experience with Iris, Maximus no longer wanted to use the dimensional pass he won from the virtual tower. Who knew if the one he would meet would be as easy to talk to as Iris? Shaking off his thoughts, he took out the special Elder Pass and requested permission to visit the seventh dimensional void ship. Immortal Palace Special Elder? Seeing his identity, the operator behind was dumbfounded. A special elder of the Immortal Palace was at least a master of the River of Law. Given the standing of the Immortal Palace sect within the forces in the Dimensional Alliance, the operator hurriedly reported to the higher-ups, issuing maximum attention. Why is it taking so long? Maximus frowned, noticing it had been a few hours since he requested permission to visit. Finally, just as Maximus was about to lose patience, he was granted entry to the seventh dimensional ship. Passing through multiple wormholes, Maximus successfully landed on the seventh dimensional ship. Wanderer, I wonder if you still remember me. Chapter 472, Wanderer's Return. Landing on the seventh dimensional void ship, Maximus didn't have time to admire the Colossus ship. He immediately used the Seal of Truth, deducing Wanderer's position non-stop. With the special elder token given by Iris, Maximus was unhindered in his search. A few hours later, Maximus arrived at a large workshop with mechanical bots moving around fixing a giant ship. The ship had the shape and the theme of the final design iteration he created for Wanderer. Trespassing is not allowed. First warning. The alarm blared, warning him. It seems you've forgotten me. Wanderer, Maximus said emotionally. Wanderer had been in a lower dimension when he created him. Tier 9 dimensions and above shared the same time axis as the void. However, in lower dimensions with incomplete laws, time was inconsistent, either too fast or too slow. Recouping the database. A familiar entity was found. Passing the information to the main server. Hearing its voice and seeing his matching face, the entire workshop began to heat up as enormous amounts of data were being processed. Identity image passed, monofrequency passed, spirit frequency passed, emotional frequency passed, origin frequency passed. With a loud sound, the workshop suddenly transformed as a humanoid machine slowly walked toward him. Thud. I finally found you, Master. Kneeling before him, the humanoid figure said seriously, with a touch of emotion. Wanderer, welcome back. Maximus muttered with a smile. Wanderer successfully completed your last order. Please proceed to give me the next task. Maximus's last mission for Wanderer was to survive and, if possible, reunite with him. Your next mission? Ha ha ha. It's time to go home with me. There's a lot you need to do. Maximus laughed happily, patting Wanderer's current form. Go back? Hey. Mechanical creatures can only stay in the Mechanical Alliance. A voice suddenly interrupted their reunion. Tigil. I, Wanderer, am a free mechanical creature, not bound by the Mechanical Alliance's rules, and I am free to go wherever I wish. Wanderer stood up, protecting Maximus. Through years of wandering in the void and staying with the Mechanical Alliance, Wanderer had already reached the Tier 11 realm. Facing an elder of the Alliance, who was also Tier 11, Wanderer was not afraid. Wanderer. You should know you would fare better following me, Tigil said with a dark expression. My mission is to serve my master and nothing else, Wanderer said. When Maximus created Wanderer, he installed the most crucial modules, Growth and Origin. Wanderer had a growth module that allowed it to study and improve itself. Wanderer also shared an origin generated from Maximus's own, which is why, despite all the years, Wanderer would always remain loyal to Maximus. That means if you can't protect your master, you will be mine. Tigil muttered, suddenly attacking Maximus. Not on my watch. Wanderer said as his eyes turned red, blocking Higgle's attack. "You're just a mechanical creature. You can't block me," Higgle smiled mockingly. If not for his interest in Wanderer's miraculous creation, he wouldn't have bothered wasting his time talking to him. Finally losing patience with such an uncompromising and unintelligent mechanical creature, Higgle decided to just disassemble Wanderer after taking him down. As for Maximus's special elder token from the Immortal Palace sect, Higgle didn't give it a second thought. Believing that Maximus, who was barely in the Tier 9 realm, could not possibly possess a real token. Meanwhile, feeling the pressure, Maximus wanted to quickly escape. However, thinking of his sons and Wanderer still depending on him, Maximus gritted his teeth and prepared to mobilize the Shadow Elder. As Higgle's attack was about to land on him, the Shadow Elder, hidden in Maximus's shadow, appeared, launching a surprise attack on Higgle. A shadow creature? Higgle frowned, stopping his attack to block the Shadow Elder. "Give him a pincer attack," Maximus ordered coldly. Since he couldn't escape, they would just have to kill the enemy. Higgle was just a Tier 11 individual who hadn't mastered the River of Law. With two Tier 11 individuals on his side, Maximus believed killing Higgle should be possible. Humphrey. Frowning, Higgle began to fight back, mobilizing the armaments of the Dimensional Void Ship. As the commotion grew, the 70H Dimensional Void Ship issued blaring alarms as the Mechanical Alliance fleet came to a halt. They were in the chaotic void zone, where even the slightest disturbance could cause dangerous turbulence. Alerted by the commotion, one of the Supreme Commanders, Levon, living on the 3RD Dimensional Void Ship, appeared. "Stop," he said, freezing time and space. Feeling his body freeze, Maximus grew nervous. "What happened here?" Levon asked coldly. "Supreme Commander, we have a trespasser pretending to be an elder of the Immortal Palace sect. I thought I could easily take him on, but I didn't expect a shadow creature guardian and a traitor was on his side," Higgle hurriedly accused. Hearing this, Levon looked at Maximus's special elder token. Feeling the aura of Iris, his frown deepened. There was no way to fake the aura of a Tier 11 individual who had mastered the River of Law, much less someone who had mastered the Ocean of Law. "How do you know Iris? What is her relationship to you?" Levon asked seriously. Hearing this, before Maximus could answer, Higgle was already sweating profusely. He knew Iris was one of the supreme leaders of the Immortal Palace sect. Hearing the Supreme Commander ask such a question meant Maximus's past was real, and he was doomed. I'm her friend," Maximus said uncertainly. He didn't know what his relationship with Iris was. A potential talent? A friend? Maybe Iris just had a good impression of him? A friend? "Are you kidding me?" Levant said, thinking he had heard the most absurd thing. Iris was the coldest woman he knew. Even among female friends, she had few, much less a man with such weak strength. If Maximus could be a friend of Iris, could it be that he had a chance to make her his partner? The Supreme Commander thought absurdly. Just as he was about to interrogate Maximus further, a heavenly aura suddenly descended before them. Iris?" Levon muttered in a daze. What are you doing here?" "I'm just here to protect my friend," Iris said, placing her hand on Maximus's shoulder and releasing her pressure. Feeling challenged, Levon unconsciously increased his pressure, clashing with Iris. As space trembled, the laws surged, and the chaotic void began to stir. Maximus was still in a daze, feeling Iris's touch. Feeling the softness and smelling her fragrance, Maximus's heart surged with the void. With his impulse about to take over, Maximus's self-defense mechanism kicked in as various words and images flashed in his mind, calming him down. Maximus had already learned his lesson with Iris and didn't want to experience it a second time. Not wanting to cause a scene, he had set up a defense mechanism for the moment he was about to fall. Maximus guessed that Iris must have mastered a special ocean of law about enchanting or something along those lines. Otherwise, he didn't believe he would be charmed and act like a lovesick boy just because of her beauty. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, Levon finally realized something was wrong and hurriedly withdrew his pressure. If their clash continued, the Dimensional Void Fleet would fall into disarray, causing immeasurable losses. "I'm just asking this friend of yours some questions. I mean no harm," Levon apologized. Besides the potential chaos their battle would cause, Levon had no confidence in fighting Iris. Although they were both Tier 11 and had mastered the Ocean of Law, their strengths were vastly different. A force is considered top-ranked not because of its wealth, massiveness, accumulation, resources, etc., but because of its power. The Immortal Palace sect, second only to the Azura sect, wielded enormous power. The Mechanical Alliance had only risen in the last few trillion epochs. Although they had a heaven-defying liquid solution that could quickly train up large numbers of Tier 11 individuals, it was inferior to the Immortal Palace's foundational manual. With their power difference, Levon had no confidence in winning, even if he called the other Supreme Commanders. "Oh, you're just asking questions? Is that true?" Iris asked, turning to Maximus. It's true. Maximus nodded, not wanting to offend a Supreme Commander. Then what are you doing here? Iris asked with a hint of complaint. Maximus hadn't gone to the Immortal Palace realm for over a decade, which Iris found a little irritating. Feeling the special elder token she had given Maximus issuing a distress signal, she hurriedly teleported to this place. I wanted to retrieve my mechanical companion, Maximus said, pointing at Wanderer. Is that all? Levon commented, glaring hatefully at Hegel. Just for a tier 11 mechanical creature, he had offended the Switch. How much chaos did he want to cause? So, Levon, do you have any opinion? Iris asked superficially. It's not up to me to decide. Although I'm the Supreme Commander, I can't give my people to whomever I want. Levon said hard-headedly. Rolling her eyes, Iris patted Maximus to finish his business quickly. Wanderer, it's time to go home. As you wish, Master. Chapter 473, The Key to Tier 12 Realm. After taking Wanderer, Iris waved his hand, taking them to the Immortal Palace realm. Thank you for your help, Sect Master. You have my utmost gratitude. Maximus bowed. I just don't want a genius to fall in an unknown land, Iris said nonchalantly. Looking at the familiar place, Maximus glanced at Iris with puzzlement. You should stay here, you're still too weak to roam the Aeon Plane, Iris said with a frown, noticing Maximus's questioning eyes. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse the Sect Master's suggestion. I still want to get my hands on the Mechanical Alliance's special liquid solution, Maximus said, thinking he still hadn't obtained the Mechanical Alliance's unique formula. What do you need it for? That solution only works with the Mechanical Alliance's special foundational manual. I want to study it. Study? What you need now is to train and become stronger, not waste your time on meaningless research. Hearing this, Maximus fell silent. The special liquid solution was crucial for his cultivation. It might reduce his need for the casualty of power and make his progress more efficient. Fine, I have some of the Mechanical Alliance's special liquid solution here. It's yours. Iris said, throwing him a capsule. As the supreme leader of the Immortal Palace sect, she had resources and unique knowledge from various sects and families. She even had their foundational manuals to study. Unfortunately, if she dared to use them for her sect's disciples, it would cause war. Thinking of this, Iris thought of Maximus sneakily copying the sect's foundation manual. Have you been collecting foundational manuals from others, X? Lilith asked. Why yes, Maximus nodded, unable to lie. Why do you need them? If you want, I could give you the undecrypted manual of the Immortal Palace sect, Iris frowned. I have created an ultimate grade manual. I want to continue deducing it, Maximus said truthfully. Oh? I see, Iris nodded, not surprised. Since Maximus could pass the impossible virtual trial, an ultimate manual was not unexpected. Each ultimate manual is unique, and only its creator can use it. As for its derivatives, unless one wants to be bound by its creator, no one would practice them. Here, you can also take this. I'm sure you could decode it with your ability, Iris said, handing him the foundational manuals of the other 8 sects and alliances. As for the foundational manuals of the top families, they were inferior. Thank you. Maximus sighed, feeling indebted. If he had to collect these himself, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. Now that he had all the manuals of the 9 sects, he was confident he could create the Tier 9 Perfect Origin manual in just a few hundred years. Now that you have everything, are you going to stay here? Iris asked with a hint of hope. No, I can't. I'm the Dimensional Master of Etherium Realm. I still have responsibilities. Although Maximus wanted to stay here, practice with unlimited casualty of power, and occasionally admire the beauty of Iris, Maximus still had a lot of obligations. Are you playing with me? Iris asked with a bit of irritation. Despite giving this bastard all he needed, he still wanted to leave? Are men such ungrateful creatures? And no, I really can't stay here, Maximus sighed, trying to reason with her. Iris was acting too strangely, insisting he stay in the Immortal Palace realm. If not for their different statuses and strengths, he would think Iris wanted to keep him locked beside her. Fine, I'm being presumptuous, Iris said, feeling a little conflicted. When she was with Maximus, she felt unprecedented calm and a bit emotional. Even the unmoving ocean of immortality couldn't help but stir when she was with this man. The ocean of immortality possesses infinite, exalted, and unkillable powers. Possessing the ocean of immortality, Iris could never be killed, even by a Tier 12 overlord. Unless they destroyed the ocean of immortality, Iris would be an unkillable immortal. However, destroying the ocean of immortality is equivalent to killing off everything and everyone in the Aeon Plane. The ocean of immortality is what grants everything eternal life. Without it, even the strongest overlords would have only a finite lifespan. Wanting to experience more of these new emotions and movements, She couldn't help but want to keep Maximus by her side. Wondering what caused these emotions, she couldn't help but stare deeply into Maximus. What she didn't know was that she was attracted by Maximus's physique, the dimensional source. The dimensional source is the source of all energy and laws in the Aeon plane. Although it couldn't produce the casualty of power, Maximus's infinite energy was key to advancing to the Tier 12 Overlord realm. From Tier 11 to Tier 12, one must create a world, a realm where they are absolute, where the mana, laws, and origin of laws are under their command. They needed to turn the ocean of law they mastered into absolute authority, separate from the Aeon plane. However, doing so required immense, almost infinite energy. This is why, throughout the Aeon plane's history, only 5 Tier 12 Overlords have roamed the void: the Virtual Lord, the Interdimensional Master, the Time-Space Lord, the Zerg Mother, and the Void Emperor. As for the Abyss Will, it was an anomaly, a peak Tier 11 dimensional will on the verge of breaking free from the Aeon plane's rules. With 5 Overlords in the Aeon plane, advancing to the peak was almost impossible. The Void can only accommodate so much. No one could advance further unless they mastered the infinitum origin energy of the Aeon plane. The appearance of the dimensional source physique was the key to breaking the game, a key that could infinitely manufacture an overlord. Knowing this, the last possessor of the dimensional source physique caused an unprecedented war. The Dimensional Alliance, the Void Beasts, the Abyss, and the Zerg all wanted a piece of it. In the final battle, the Abyss won the war and captured the last possessor of the dimensional source physique. Unfortunately, not wanting the balance of the Aeon plane to be broken, the Dimensional Alliance, the Void Beasts, and the Zerg besieged the Abyss, finally killing the last possessor of the dimensional source physique. Such an unprecedented war that set back the progress of the Aeon plane by trillions of epochs has long been erased from history. Only the overlords and ancient beings who lived through it remember the tale. Soon, under Iris' complicated emotions, Maximus was finally able to leave. "Don't forget to visit me," Iris thought reluctantly, watching Maximus leave. Ethereum realm, returning to his dimension, Maximus greedily took a breath, seeing and feeling the familiar environment of his home. "We've returned home, Wanderer," Maximus said, looking at the little robot on his shoulder. "I will do everything to protect our home, Master," Wanderer promised. "That's good. Let's go meet your fiancé," Maximus said, taking Wanderer to the Ethereum Academy. "Fiancé? I only need to serve you, Master, not anyone else." "Haha, no need to be nervous," Maximus laughed, seeing Wanderer's puzzlement. "Eternal Voyager, let's meet your fiancé here." "Welcome back, host," a spirit appeared before him, looking at Maximus seriously. As for Maximus's incredulous words, they didn't register in her mind. A ship's spirit didn't need any companion, they roam alone in the void, exploring its wonders. "Eternal Voyager, this is Wanderer, the first mechanical companion I created." "Wanderer, this is Eternal Voyager, the most talented ship spirit I found in my early days." Maximus introduced the two. "You don't need to take care of Master anymore. That will be my duty," Wanderer said coldly. "I don't need to. The host is the strongest in existence. I just need to manage his home," Eternal Voyager retorted coldly. "Alright, you two must take care of the Ethereum realm. I will be in seclusion in the coming years. Don't worry, leave everything to me, Master. I can take care of the Ethereum realm just fine. The host doesn't need to add this rusty iron here." "What rusty iron? You low-level spirit," Wanderer muttered, noting that Eternal Voyager was only at Tier 10. "I'm a noble spirit, you lucky maverick." Rusty iron that appeared out of nowhere. Seeing they were getting along just fine, Maximus smiled. A few years later, after arranging everything before his seclusion, the second phase of the dimensional war began. 1%. Maximus estimated, watching the land being sucked into the void battlefield. Seeing trillions and billions of cities disappear in the Ethereum realm, Maximus couldn't help but frown. "I've already prepared everything. I don't need to help this time," Maximus decided, hardening his heart. All resources, power, and strategy were already laid out and distributed equally within each city. Wanderer also replicated and created a mechanical army from Tier 5 to 7, filling the gap. Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius were also ready for more fight, wanting to accumulate more foundation for themselves, and break through the limitations of their physique. With the preparations and high morale of the Ethereum realm, Maximus felt it was enough. Looking at the 9 foundational manuals before him, Maximus decided to formally enter seclusion. Let's start. Chapter 474, Perfect Tier 9 Origin Manual. 300 years later. Tier 9 Perfect Foundational Manual complete. Maximus thought, opening his eyes. After hundreds of years and countless epoch of simulations and deductions in his mind, he finally created the complete Tier 9 chapter of Origin. "I didn't expect I would create it this fast." His initial estimate was that it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to complete the complete Tier 9 chapter of Origin. However, thanks to the foundational manual of the top sect and alliance, it only took him a mere 300 years. After Lilith successfully decoded the 9 foundational manuals, Maximus immediately started learning and mastering them. Maximus didn't waste time mastering each and every essence of law, and went straight to copying the complete tested formula. After mastering each Tier 9 chapter of the foundational manual, Maximus began to pry away each essence of law from the 9 foundational manuals and merge them into his original manual. Unsure about what was what because of not studying each essence of law, he used his omniscient treasure, the seal of truth, to deduce if each word he added or removed was right. This process took him billions of epochs of deduction. Just thinking of all the simulations he went through gave him a headache. However, feeling the condensed power he now had, everything was worth it. His control over each essence of law increased as if it were another part of his body. What was impossible in the past was now possible. He could also interchange all the types of law he absorbed into the one he needed. Even if only the fire law existed in the world, Maximus could subdivide and convert it into all the other 161,802 essences of law. He also felt his origin become more condensed, meaning he could amplify his origin explosion to a higher degree without dying. Opening his panel, he looked through the progress he had made. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, power, Tier 9, 3.334%, physique, dimensional source, origin grade, 0 out of unknown, rank 11, 0 out of 100, magnitude of power, 5 billion, family, time points, potential points, Calamity points, 32,527,124, 5 billion? There's almost no change. Maximus frowned, seeing that he was still in the billions. From over 4 billion to 5 billion magnitude of power, there was almost no change. This must be because my realm is empty. Maximus concluded. He was only at over 3% progress, so the change from the Tier 9 Origin manual didn't amount to much. Maximus could only be thankful that his realm didn't regress. Formulating questions, he began to deduce how many Calamity points he needed to advance using the seal of truth. Over 10 million Calamity points to advance every percentage? Maximus muttered in shock. Although the complete Origin manual gave him a massive boost of control and power, it also gave him a headache. In the past, when he trained in the Immortal Palace realm, he only needed over 1 million strands of Calamity of power to advance each percentage. Needing 10 times as much energy, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. Diluting his happiness from completing the Tier 9 manual, he used his dimensional authority to review what happened in the past 100 years. 3 waves of war? Instead of 1 wave every 10 years, the void battlefield now absorbed 1% of Ethereum Realm's landmass every 100 years. This is also good. Maximus couldn't take a wave of war every 10 years, by then, it would only take a few hundred years before the war ended. Although it was faster, the casualties would also be much higher. Now, at a slower pace, the people of Ethereum Realm could learn and prepare more from the dimensional war. Seeing the 2 massive land masses scattered in the chaotic sea, Maximus couldn't help but smile. We won the first 2 waves of the second phase of the dimensional war? It seems they're doing fine without me. If this continued, it would only take 5,000 years before they could swallow 50% of the land in the Blood Ragnarok realm and form a void gate to officially invade them. Investigating further, he read the stored data in the Ethereum Alliance database. So it's these 3 and Wanderer, Maximus nodded, understanding the cause of their consecutive victories. Advancing to the Tier 10 realm, Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius became stronger, able to fight head-to-head with the Ragnarok. With more clones, even with just the 3 of them, they could fight head-to-head with the top powers of the Blood Ragnarok realm. After reaching a stalemate, Wanderer came onto the scene. With the frantic production of the mechanical swarm, they began to massacre the enemy on a wide scale without fearing any casualties. Wanderer didn't need to control each mechanical swarm. Giving control to the weaker individuals of the Ethereum realm, they demolished the Blood Ragnarok realm. However, feeling the origin fragments he stored in the core of Ethereum realm, his expression darkened. From 10 billion origin fragments, only hundreds of millions were left. Are these people insane? Wasting over 10 billion origin fragments in just 300 years? Maximus was even reluctant to spend a few billion origin coins himself, yet these people wasted 10 billion in just the blink of an eye. So this is why they won. Maximus muttered, gritting his teeth. Throwing their lives away without fear, how could they not win? No, this can't continue. I can't waste more money. Instead of spending billions of origin coins to win the war, it was better to buy a few more dimensional treasures or some dimensional resources. Thinking of this, he immediately revised the conditions for individuals who died in the void battlefield to be resurrected. Instead of just resurrecting anyone, Maximus set that each person must first have a minimum contribution on the battlefield. As for the rest, they would be stored in a special environment, waiting for others to redeem and pay for their resurrection or for when Maximus was stronger. After he reached tier 10 or his physique reached tier 12, he could resurrect all these people without much cost. At tier 10, he would have more control of the origin of law and thus lower the costs of reconstructing the body and spirit of the dead. On the other hand, if his physique reached tier 12, he could just condense origin fragments how much he wanted. With unlimited origin energy, origin fragments or origin coins would just be numbers in his hands. By then, depending on how fast he could condense origin fragments, it would only be a matter of time before he became the richest individual besides the overlords. Without reaching the tier 12 realm, no matter how powerful one is, they could only harvest origin fragments from dimensions or from special places in the Eon plane. Reaching tier 12 physique is equivalent to an infinite load of origin fragment appearing in his backyard. Soon after Maximus completed the change in rules, all the beings in the Ethereum realm felt a message in their minds. Knowing they would no longer be resurrected unconditionally, they began to mourn as if it were the end of the world. Fortunately, there was still some respite. If they won in the dimensional war, the fallen heroes could still be resurrected. Feeling renewed vigor, they began to train desperately, preparing for war. Looking at the positive attitude of the people of Ethereum realm, Maximus couldn't help but smile. It seems the education in Ethereum realm is not bad. Having taken care of Ethereum realm, Maximus returned to his wives for a quick vacation. Although he would take time to bond with his wives, most of the days, he was deducing the perfect tier 9 chapter of Origin. Completing his goal, Maximus decided to indulge for a longer time. A few years later, Maximus returned to seclusion. This time, instead of deducing the tier 10 chapter of Origin, Maximus wanted to deduce a special solution based on the one the Mechanical Alliance had. If he only relied on Calamity of Power, it would take billions of strands of Calamity of Power to advance. Although there is no direct exchange between the two, a strand of Calamity of Power should be worth about 1,000,000 origin fragments. Even with a shameless face, Maximus couldn't ask Iris for quintillions worth of Calamity of Power. That was already digging into the foundation of the sect. Even the overlord forces might not have that much to spare. His only hope now was to minimize his consumption by making a special formula of his own. This special liquid was the masterpiece of the Mechanical Alliance, derived from the Alchemy Alliance's cultivation potion but much cheaper. Having Lilith deduce the formula, Maximus's admiration for the Mechanical Alliance's ingenuity and intelligence grew. This special liquid solution combines essences from all 161,803 tier 10 materials containing different types of origin of law, with a strand of Calamity of Power as a primer. Taking it was equivalent to taking a concentrated origin of law equivalent to 100 strands of Calamity of Power. This means that if he created a formula matching the origin manual, he would only need about 10 million strands of Calamity of Power. Thinking of such a heaven-defying solution, Maximus couldn't wait to start his deduction. Chapter 475, Tier 9 Liquid Solution 1,000 years later. In the Shadowcrest Castle laboratory, Maximus and his wives were busy tinkering with various materials. Each had their own roles, from extracting, condensing, heating, and fusion. Standing in front of a giant transparent glass, Maximus carefully poured the materials according to the deductions made by the Seal of Truth. As soon as the liquid changed colors, Maximus' body tensed, expecting a successful result. Once the liquid turned transparent, he hurriedly used the Seal of Truth to confirm if the liquid solution was a success. Upon receiving a positive answer, Maximus' eyes lit up, and he laughed out loud. Complete. The Tier 9 liquid solution is finally complete. Maximus' excitement caused a commotion as his wives gathered around him. Is this the finished product? It doesn't seem like much. Hazel remarked. No, it's not that simple. I can see that this liquid contains immense essence of law, Lilith murmured, her eyes gleaming. That's right. If you feel it carefully, there's a pressure, like a condensed bomb waiting to explode, Sky muttered, sensing danger. No need to investigate further. I've already confirmed it. We've successfully created a Tier 9 liquid solution. Maximus declared, hugging his wives in celebration. Hundreds of years ago, while he was deep in research, his wives had barged into his laboratory. Bored at the Ethereum Academy, they decided to help him with his work. Although most lacked specialized knowledge in the field, they were still powerful apex sovereigns. With the help of his wives, Maximus had successfully created a tiered-down potion in just 1,000 years. Should we sell this? If it's truly successful, we'd be rich. Denise muttered excitedly. Such a concentrated essence of law could mass-produce Tier 9 powerhouses. Even if one didn't master the essence of law, the energy alone would be enough to turn anyone into an immortal. No, we can't sell it yet. It's too conspicuous. Maximus thought for a moment and decided. He was merely a Tier 9 powerhouse, and selling such heaven-defying resources would only invite trouble. Furthermore, just collecting 161,803 different Tier 9 materials was hassle enough, let alone obtaining a strand of Calamity of power. He didn't even have enough for himself, let alone others. Moreover, the Dimensional Origin Library was already earning enough Origin coins. Every year, it brought in over 100 million, making his net worth surpass 100 billion Origin coins in 1,000 years. After explaining his reasoning, his wives nodded in understanding. Then this will be the exclusive resource of the Shadow Crest household, Erica said happily. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Such a heaven-defying resource should be theirs to enjoy alone. Enough chit-chat. Let's try it. Maximus exclaimed, diving into the solution. A single dose of the Tier 9 solution was as large as a pool. Swimming inside, Maximus felt his body greedily devour the essence of law. Watching his progress on the system panel, he calculated the efficiency of the liquid solution. 1 to 100, the liquid solution didn't deteriorate despite being tiered down. The Tier 10 liquid solution he had obtained from the Mechanical Alliance was made from Tier 10 treasures, with the effectiveness of converting one strand of Calamity of power into 100 strands. The Tier 9 liquid solution they created, on the other hand, despite being at a lower tier, has the same efficiency. It should be because I'm only a Tier 9 realm, Maximus concluded. After 1,000 years of research, he noticed that the most important part of the liquid solution is the Calamity of power. The other materials were just a base to multiply the effectiveness of the Calamity of power. Seeing how fast the solution diminished, he calculated that he should be able to absorb 10 portions of the Tier 9 liquid solution. If one Tier 9 liquid potion was worth 100 strands of Calamity of power, and he needed over a billion to reach the peak, it would take him just under 3,000 years to reach the peak of the Tier 9 realm. Though it wasn't as efficient as directly consuming strands of Calamity of power, it was still 100 times better. Thinking about possessing such an amazing treasure, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Don't hog it all to yourself, we worked onto it too, his wives said, diving into the pool with him. Fortunately, the container was large enough for them to fit inside. Seeing their antics, Maximus just smiled and welcomed them with open arms. There was nothing better than bathing with your wives and growing stronger at the same time. Unfortunately, due to their large number, the potion's effectiveness expired after just a few minutes. Seeing this, Maximus got up and decided to build a large lake for them to swim. Hearing his idea, his wives immediately began extracting the essence from various Tier 9 materials. After a few years of work, they managed to create over 5 million portions of the Tier 9 liquid solution, depleting Maximus' reserve of Calamity points. Looking at the enormous lake that wrapped around the floating castle, they couldn't help but smile. Excited to try their creation, they hurriedly dove into the pool, swimming in reverie. This is awesome. I feel like I could reach the peak of Tier 9 realm in just a few hundred years. Maybe we'll even catch up to those kids and reach Tier 10 realm before them. It should be possible. With our husband by our side, how could we be worse than those snotty brats? Despite 1,000 years passing, Lily and the others still hadn't advanced to the Tier 10 realm. After Maximus created the perfect Tier 9 origin manual, he gave each of them a copy, which slowed their progress significantly. They still needed thousands of years to reconsolidate their foundation and advance to Tier 10 realm. As for the gap in magnitude of power, Erica and the others also began training in all 161,803 essences of law. Although the Ethereum realm could simulate only 10,000 essences of law, Maximus already transferred their origin to the world tree. With more money than he could spend, Maximus started nurturing a world tree on a large scale. Nurturing a Tier 11 world tree containing all 161,803 essences of law only required a few billion origin fragments. With over 100 billion origin coins earned by the Dimensional Origin Library, Maximus nurtured a few dozen world trees for each of his wives and family. Not only did a world tree with a complete essence of law help them practice all the laws in advance and offer protection, but it could also be used to condense Tier 9 ultimate treasures. If there were only one world tree, with each Tier 9 ultimate treasure taking 100 years to condense, collecting the treasure needed for his Tier 9 foundation would take millions of years. But now, with a few dozen trees, this number has decreased to just a few 100,000 years. With more money, he could nurture even more world trees. The only problem with their origin bound to the world tree is that they couldn't advance to Tier 10 realm without the world tree becoming a Tier 12 treasure containing all origins of law. Using the seal of truth, Maximus deduced that it would cost him trillions of origin fragments to nurture a single Tier 12 world tree. As for nurturing a world tree to the ultimate level, where it could condense its own Calamity of power, the seal of truth couldn't answer. It was beyond the Eon Plane's capabilities. Using the Seal of Truth, Maximus realized that the existence of a Tier 12 ultimate level world tree was merely a legend, a creation of people's imagination. Perhaps only when Maximus reached the peak of the Eon Plane could he realize this legend and make it into reality. Still, a Tier 12 world tree was enough. With all the origins of law, one could advance all the way to the Tier 12 realm. The limitation of origin only applied to the Foundation realms from Tier 1 to Tier 10. Tier 11 realm was about studying the river of law or combining 161,803 origins of law to form a phenomenon. Tier 12 realm, on the other hand, involved forming a world where one was absolute. A Tier 12 world tree was already heaven-defying, capable of purifying and converting origin fragments into strands of Calamity of power. Such an ability could only belong to a Tier 12 ultimate treasure. Once Maximus had enough world trees and his physique reached Tier 12, allowing him to produce unlimited origin energy, he could artificially generate as many strands of Calamity of power as he wanted. Thinking of such a future, Maximus couldn't help but feel excited. Looking at his wives enjoying their swim, Maximus couldn't resist joining them, washing away the fatigue from his 1,000 years of research. I wondered what is the current situation of Ethereum Realm. Chapter 476, Dimensional War Progress Not Bad. Maximus thought, seeing the Ethereum Realm won another wave of war. It had been 1,300 years since the second phase of the Dimensional War began. During those 1,300 years, there had been 13 waves of war, of which the Ethereum Realm had won 10. Hundreds of years ago, while Maximus was in semi-seclusion, the Ethereum Realm lost 3 consecutive times. It was the darkest period for the Ethereum Realm. Losing 3 times in a row meant that the Blood Ragnarok Realm had already gained the upper hand and was capable of beating them to pieces. The Blood Ragnarok Realm was not a central dimension, it was a former Tier 11 dimension that had fallen from a previous dimensional war. Although weakened, the Blood Ragnarok Realm was still a formidable force, not something even a peak Tier 9 dimension could hope to defeat. If not for Maximus' help, the Ethereum Realm would have been devastated in the first phase of the dimensional war. With its ancient legacies, the longer the war continued, the stronger the Blood Ragnarok Realm became. This was evident from their 3 consecutive victories hundreds of years ago. If not for his timely intervention, the Ethereum Realm may have already fallen to despair. Seeing the Ethereum Realm's decline, Maximus exited his seclusion, hoping to find a solution and stop their loss. Coincidentally, the Void Auction took place just as the Ethereum Realm was losing another round of war. During the auction, Maximus purchased 2 Tier 10 dimensional treasures, significantly strengthening the Ethereum Realm's foundation. The first was the Virtual Core Server, a dimensional treasure capable of connecting to the virtual realm and forming a virtual domain territory. Within this territory, Maximus' control was akin to an omnipotent god, able to transform anything and create something from nothing, with authority second only to the virtual overlord. Typically, one needed to be at least at Tier 9 realm to access the virtual realm. However, in his virtual domain territory, Maximus was the rule maker, allowing everyone from the Ethereum realm to enter. This made it much more convenient to train the people of the Ethereum realm. By simulating the rules of the Void battlefield and the power of the Blood Ragnarok realm, they could better prepare for battle. This was far more efficient than the virtual realm he had previously created. Not only were the rules flawless, but Maximus also didn't need to program anything as everything was already modularized. Every civilization, organization, species, materials, treasure, power, rules, as long as it's registered in the Dimensional Alliance, it could be perfectly simulated. As long as one had enough money, they could even simulate the power of a Tier 11 peak powerhouse. With 1-to-1 ratio to the Void battlefield, various strategies, fighting techniques, and plans could be formulated before each battle. It could be said that spending over 10 billion origin coins on the Virtual Core server was worthwhile, significantly reducing Ethereum Realm's casualties. Maximus had grown tired of the Ethereum Realm's people's wastefulness. Despite limiting the resurrection quota, they had still managed to drain over 10 billion origin fragments in just 1,000 years. Besides the Virtual Core server, the other treasure he bought was the Underworld origin space. The Ethereum Realm had no underworld for the dead, only a reincarnation cycle. A reincarnation cycle takes the fallen origin and recycles it to form another entity. One's memory, experience, physical appearance, talent, soul, etc., would be different from the past. Although it would be the same origin, they would be a completely new entity. However, with the Underworld origin space, these fallen origins he couldn't resurrect had a place to go. Not only could their originality be preserved, even as time passed, could regain their consciousness and live normally in a soul-like state. Fighting for the Ethereum Realm's survival, Maximus, though reluctant to spend more, couldn't let them die out of existence. Though it didn't directly enhance combat ability, The underworld origin space gave the people hope and the will to fight to the very end. Knowing death wouldn't be the end, and they could one day enjoy the glory they helped forge, they trained and fought even more fiercely. Alongside the two-dimensional treasures, Maximus also bought Wanderer a complete Tier 11 mechanical workshop. With the Tier 11 workshop, Wanderer could produce more mechanical swarms in a shorter period of time, helping to balance the numbers with their opposing enemy. Although resource-intensive, the scrap materials from the mechanical swarms could be recycled, minimizing losses. With these three treasures costing tens of billions of origin coins, Ethereum Realm's losing streak was reversed. Seeing another victory, Maximus smiled, feeling his investments had been worth it. Gazing at the 10 scattered land masses in the chaotic ocean, Maximus held his chin in thought. The land won in the dimensional war was rich in resources, ranging from Tier 0 to Tier 10. There were even some Tier 11 resources to be found. However, it only floated in the chaotic sea and wasn't generating any value. He had invested too much money in the war, but so far, he had only been spending and spending. Should I start constructing the king's battlefield? Maximus mused. Maximus had promised to share this land with the people of the Ethereum realm, turning it into a lawless zone where they could thrive and strengthen their will. He also planned to incorporate rules inspired by the Ashura realm, creating the perfect battlefield. Unfortunately, the Ethereum realm was still a Tier 9 dimension. Even though the Tier 10 Void Core could simulate a Tier 10 environment, his dimensional authority remained limited. With such weak dimensional authority, Maximus couldn't do as he pleased. Thinking of this, he glanced at Etheria's progress in devouring the abyss. Another 1,000 years. Maximus calculated. Once Etheria fully devoured the abyss, the Ethereum realm would ascend to a Tier 10 dimension. At that point, Maximus would gain stronger dimensional authority and more leverage for the things he wanted to accomplish. Excitement surged within him at the thought of the Ethereum realm's upcoming advancement. However, 1,000 years is too long. Maximus thought impatiently. Deducing methods to accelerate the Ethereum realm's progress, Maximus closed his eyes. Soon, a glint of realization flashed in his eyes as he smiled with interest. Etheria, he called. What do you need, host? Etheria asked, bowing as she floated in the pool. Is this Etheria, husband? She's so beautiful. Rose muttered, seeing a woman appear before them. What a stunning woman. Is she really a dimensional will? Irene murmured. Sister Etheria, why don't you join us in the pool? It's so comfortable here, Erica said, pulling Etheria closer. But the host still has something to say, Etheria questioned blankly. Ha ha ha, just come here with us. He can talk while we relax, Erica said, winking at Maximus. You all. Maximus smiled helplessly. Etheria was indeed beautiful, perhaps even rivaling his wives. If she weren't a dimensional will. Though not as beautiful as Iris, his wives possessed otherworldly beauty unmatched by most. Nurtured by him and a derivative of the origin manual he had created, they would only grow more beautiful as time passed. Their beauty wasn't merely physical but extended to their aura, temperament, and presence. Like Iris, many would be entranced just by looking at his wives. Looking at Etheria, who had been evolving at an impressive pace, Maximus couldn't help but be puzzled. In just a few encounters, her temperament had almost caught up with that of his wives. Looking at her beside him, Maximus couldn't help but pinch her cheek. How have you changed so much? It's according to your will, host. As a dimensional will, I become what you desire, Etheria said seriously. Oh? Maximus murmured, pinching her face a little longer. Suppressing his urges, Maximus brought out a copy of the origin manual. Can you train using this? Etheria was a dimensional will. According to the deductions from the Seal of Truth, they should be capable of training like other beings in the Eon plane. I'll try, host, Etheria nodded, reading the manual. As she did, the Ethereum realm trembled, and a lake made of Tier 9 liquid solution rippled as Etheria's aura began to change. Tier 1. Tier 2. Tier 3. Tier 4. Tier 5. Tier 6. Tier 7. Tier 8. Tier 9. Stop. Maximus commanded urgently, feeling the lake rapidly losing its potency. Fortunately, Etheria stopped in time, only consuming a few 100,000 portions of Tier 9 liquid solution. So fast. They all murmured, astonished by her advancement. Breathing a sigh of relief, Maximus inspected Etheria's current state. Although nothing had changed outwardly, he sensed that she had grown stronger. If before, Etheria had been like a solidified spirit, now she felt more like flesh and blood, an actual being. How do you feel? Maximus asked. The origin manual he had given Etheria was tailored specifically for a dimensional will. Although it was only a derivative of his manual, it was still stronger than the ones his wives used, owing to Etheria's immense potential. Chapter 477, Tier 10 Ethereum realm I feel powerful. Etheria muttered, unsure of what to say. As a dimensional origin restricted by rules, without the Ethereum realm, her power was insignificant. She couldn't even harm the people in her world. Using the manual given by her dimensional master, Etheria felt alive as the restrictions of the dimensional rules began to weaken. Etheria realized she could now leave her world and travel to others. Seeing Etheria in a daze, marveling at her newfound power, Maximus used his dimensional authority to observe her transformation. His dimensional authority allowed him to have the same ability as Etheria. Feeling her changes, Maximus couldn't help but smile. First, Etheria was no longer just a dimensional villain entity that merely managed worlds with little to no consciousness, worse than even wandering spirits and souls. This was why Maximus had been somewhat uninterested in her. She had been like a robot, following orders and bound by rules. Now, with her will and consciousness starting to form, Maximus couldn't help but feel pleased. The second change was her power. As a Tier 9 dimensional will, even without the Ethereum realm's enhancements, Etheria now possessed an immense power of tens of millions of magnitudes. If she gathered the full power of the Ethereum realm, perhaps she could even crush a Tier 11 powerhouse instead of merely repelling one. Moreover, Etheria's control over the Ethereum realm had improved. Not only could she independently use the world's power to create rare materials, treasure, small worlds, etc., she could also summon an entire army on her own. At the Ethereum realm's current standing, Etheria could create pseudo-Tier 9 powerhouses at the cost of just a few origin fragments. With such power, Etheria was practically a military breeding ground. As for treasure, beside ultimate treasures that require all laws and even conceptual power, she could copy all Tier 09 treasure residing in her world. Thinking about it, Etheria was beginning to resemble the Abyss Will, the strongest Tier 11 entity in the Eon Plane. Despite the Abyss Will not being a Tier 12 overlord, it could still lead its dimension to become one of the three main enemies of the Dimensional Alliance. With infinite dimensional expansion, infinite soldier creation, devouring power, and an unkillable nature, the Abyss Will was unrivaled. If not for the presence of three overlords in the Dimensional Alliance, the Abyss Will might have already ruled the Eon Plane, even as only a Tier 11 dimensional will. Dimensional wills were considered a scourge within the plane, anomalies that shouldn't exist. With the power to cause destruction and imbalance, the Eon Plane heavily suppressed the appearance and development of dimensional wills, chaining them with rules and restrictions, locking away their consciousness, and making them puppets to the plane's whims. The Abyss Will was the first to break free from these restrictions, developing its consciousness and raising its world single-handedly until it reached the top. Unfortunately, the rules of the Eon Plane were still unbreakable. No matter how powerful or influential the Abyss Will became, it remained locked at the Tier 11 level. Yet, seeing Etheria, Maximus's eyes twinkled with curiosity, wondering just how high she could rise. Not only did the Origin Manual make her stronger, but it also unlocked her limiters. From now on, as long as she continued to live and grow, Etheria could surpass any limits and advance beyond the rules that once restricted her. This was the true power of the Origin Manual, an ultimate technique that separated one's origin from the rules, restrictions, and limitations imposed by the world. Watching Etheria as she began to sow seeds of emotions, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. "Don't you still have work to do?" Maximus asked. He had given Etheria the Origin Manual mainly to help her devour the Abyss more quickly. The other effects were just a happy accident for now. "I can now absorb the Abyss remotely," Etheria muttered, still somewhat robotic. "I can stay by the host side from now on." Seeing the developing emotions in her eyes, Maximus couldn't bring himself to send her away. Turning to his wives, he asked if it was okay for Etheria to stay with them. "Don't worry, it's fine to have Etheria with us. It'll be more fun," they replied, looking at him mischievously. "What fun?" Etheria asked, sensing their emotions differed from her understanding of fun. "Hee, with more girls, we can explore more activities," Luna teased, gliding her fingers across Etheria's skin, testing its smoothness. "Such supple skin," Livia muttered, comparing it with her own. "Don't be naughty." "Etheria is different," Maximus muttered, knowing what was on their minds. "What's the matter? Can you bear to send away such a beautiful woman right into your arms?" Freya chided, seeing Maximus act as if he were innocent. He dared to take her and her little sister, Lilith. How could she bear for Etheria, the uncrowned queen of the Ethereum realm, to be left out? "You don't have to listen to them, Etheria. They're only joking," Maximus advised, not wanting Etheria to be led astray. "Humphrey. Etheria, don't listen to your master. He is two-faced. What he says isn't what he thinks," Jane muttered, recalling how Maximus seduced her and Emma. "Enough of that. Come, Etheria, let's show you the ropes," Eric murmured, dragging Etheria toward Maximus. Feeling curious, Etheria slowly walked toward Maximus, wanting to explore her newly awakened emotions. You all. Maximus sighed, filled with happiness. 500 years later at the clap of thunder, the entire Ethereum realm began shaking, and the skies warped as if signaling the end of the world. Towering tsunamis and hurricanes, along with the panic and surge of monsters, began to wreak havoc across the Ethereum realm. Yet despite this chaos, the people of the Ethereum realm remained calm, even a little excited. Through the years under the rule of the Ethereum Alliance, the supreme sovereign of the land, their dimensional master, had never let them down. Every time a world-altering phenomenon happened within the Ethereum realm, it was always for the benefit of the world. Noticing this change, much grander than anything they had seen before, with mana density shooting through the roof, the people couldn't help but turn their eyes to the sky, watching the world evolve to a higher dimension. A year later, as catastrophes continued to play out across the world, the mana density and law energy of the Ethereum realm reached its peak. With a loud explosion, inaudible to the people, the Ethereum realm began expanding like a balloon being filled with air. At the center of the Ethereum realm, the abyssal lands, purified by Etheria, began merging with the lands won in the dimensional war. The core of the abyss that couldn't be purified was preserved by Etheria and placed at the bottom of the newly emerged land, intending to make it into a dungeon as per her master's instructions. The new land, as large as a fourth of the Ethereum realm, caused the seas to surge and fill the blank areas of the slowly expanding Ethereum realm. As this happened, the residual chaotic energy present around the world surged, creating new materials, species, monsters, plants, and more. Despite the massive changes, the four massive continents remained steady, like spectators watching the world blaze and evolve. However, amidst their calm, the Star Lords scattered across the seas were having a hard time. Towering waves and surging currents tossed their islands like balls at the mercy of the world's whims. Fortunately, the originator of their profession, the dimensional master of the Ethereum realm, didn't let them die. Activating a mighty barrier, they were able to swirl through the sea without encountering any damage. In the Shadow Crest Castle, Maximus and his wives watched the transformation of the world. Etheria was already at the core of the Ethereum realm, manipulating the land, reconstructing the world as it evolved. Just as they marveled at the world's changes, Maximus noticed beings being born on the new continent. The innate creatures of the Ethereum realm? Maximus thought. Innate creatures were those born at the creation or the beginning of a world. Unfortunately, since the Ethereum realm was an artificial dimension, it had never given birth to a new innate creature before. Advancing to a Tier 10 dimension, the Ethereum realm had finally fixed this shortcoming and successfully birthed its own innate beings. Sensing the origin of these innate creatures, a flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. A creature of magic, faith, will, wildness, and blood? The magic of the arcane continent, the faith of the divine continent, the will of the astral continent, the wildness of the beast continent, and even the noble blood of the fallen gods from the Blood Ragnarok realm were concentrated in one body. Did Etheria succeed? Maximus thought excitedly. This was the ultimate creature he had hoped for: intelligent, loyal, have an iron will, have incredible fighting instinct, and potential that could be passed down and improved from generation after generation. He hoped for a perfect being that would elevate the Ethereum realm and keep up with his ambitions. The Erender race, the legacy, heroes, and protectors of the Ethereum realm. How fitting. Chapter 478, Chaotic Continent. Just as he was looking at the innate race, he named the Erender race, Etheria suddenly appeared beside them. Etheria. His wives greeted with familiarity. With all the craziness they had done over the past hundreds of years, they already treated Etheria like one of them. Hello, sister. Etheria said sweetly. Etheria had already formed her own emotional system and consciousness, recognizing the roles of men and women and the various societal systems. Etheria, you did a good job this time, Maximus muttered, pinching her cheek. I couldn't let Master down. However, the creation of this race used up almost all of the conceptual energy granted by the Eon Plane. The Eon Plane still gives free quality of power? Yes. With each promotion, a dimension receives strands of quality of power from the Eon Plane as an investment. Oh? How much did it give you? About 1 billion strands of quality of power. What? Hearing the number, Maximus was shocked. 1 billion quality points just for the advancement of a Tier 10 dimension? Unfortunately, these strands of quality of power can only be used within the dimension for setting rules, expanding space, creating new species, generating resources, etc., Etheria explained, knowing what was on her master's mind. The quality of power given to her could only be used in the Ethereum realm. Earlier, when she tried to divert it elsewhere, it rebounded, nearly causing the world to collapse. This was also the cause of the massive catastrophe that had spread across the world these past few years. Hearing her explanation, Maximus sighed, suppressing his greed. If one could get quality of power with every dimensional promotion, lower dimensions would have long been standardized as farms. How much quality of power is left? Only about 100 million. That's all? Maximus muttered, shocked at how much it took to create the air race. He had only consumed over a dozen million quality points, yet the creation of a race had cost over a billion. Thinking of this, his excitement about the creation of the air race lessened. What should I do with the remaining energy, Master? Should I generate land, resources, consolidate dimensional rules, or something else? Just expand the Ethereum realm. Everything else doesn't matter, Maximus decided. Maximus didn't need more land, as he could create it himself. As for resources, as long as one had money, anything could be bought in the virtual realm. Finally, dimensional rules were just micro-manipulations of law that leveraged his dimensional authority, though time-consuming, they didn't cost anything. As for the space of the Ethereum realm, the bigger, the better. Not only could it accommodate more people, but it also gave him the space to do whatever he wanted. Then I will use the remaining quality of power to expand the Ethereum realm, Etheria said, urging her world to move according to her will. Using his dimensional authority, Maximus felt the Ethereum realm expanding in the void. The newly opened space didn't contain anything, like a bubble expanding in size. As Maximus pondered what to fill the empty space with, the chaotic sea surged, expanding in the blink of an eye. What is this chaotic sea? Maximus muttered with a frown. The chaotic sea is present in all dimensions. It's residual chaotic energy from the beginning of time. Unless it's suppressed or expelled, it will continue to grow, Etheria explained, drawing from the knowledge she had inherited since the beginning of time. Maximus nodded, also knowing the common knowledge about the chaotic sea. He was merely curious about what power drove the rapid expansion of the chaotic sea, making it so grand and mysterious that even the Dimensional Alliance's database and the Seal of Truth's deductions couldn't pierce through its secrets. After checking for omissions or issues caused by the Ethereum realm's expansion, Maximus sighed in relief. Aside from the initial destruction and catastrophe, everything returned to normal. Now, the Ethereum realm would slowly expand until all the quality of power given by the Eon Plane was used up. Maximus estimated that this rapid expansion would continue for the next 1,000 years. Watching the people marvel in reverence at the changes in the Ethereum realm, Maximus simply smiled. Phelan, Redius, and Alabaster invited him to celebrate the promotion of the Ethereum realm. To this, Maximus declined, telling them to celebrate after they won the dimensional war. After all, everything would be for nothing if the Ethereum realm lost. Done with the nuisances, Maximus saw his wives and Etheria gathering to play some games. They no longer had to soak in the Tier 9 liquid solution to absorb it. Maximus had mystified the solution, surrounding the castle so they could absorb it no matter what they were doing. As for their job in the Ethereum Academy, though they still taught from time to time, they spent most of their time with him. Maximus had begun to feel the benefits of having more minds at work. Although he could accelerate the rate of his consciousness, sometimes his thinking was too single-minded, causing him to diverge down the wrong path, wasting time and effort. With his wives around, everything was done faster and more enjoyably. Furthermore, while they couldn't accelerate their consciousness as much and as fast as Maximus, they could still use the crystal of life produced by his system to enhance their thinking, comprehension, and deduction. Looking at his wives, Maximus couldn't help but be thankful to have such smart and thoughtful companions. How about we watch how the air race develops? Maximus suggested, thinking about what to do next. The creation of the Tier 10 Origin Manual was still far off. Maximus was still working on mastering the 9 foundational manuals and hadn't started any preparations yet. To fill this gap in time, he decided to observe the air race, which had cost him almost 1 billion strands of quality of power. Watch? How boring is it to watch the lives of others? We're not watching how they live, but how they develop, Maximus smiled. Etheria, can you speed up the time on the Chaotic Continent? The Chaotic Continent was a land generated from the remains of the Abyss. It was situated in the center of the Ethereum realm, dwarfing the other 4 continents in size. The Chaotic Continent occupied almost 1/10 of the Ethereum realm. If not for the recent expansion, the Ethereum realm might no longer have been worthy of being called the Blue Gem of the Void. I can accelerate time, but it will cost Origin coins, Etheria nodded. It doesn't matter, Maximus said nonchalantly. With his dimensional authority, he could also control the time within the Ethereum realm, but thinking it was too much trouble, he left it to Etheria. How fast should the time dilation be? How about 100 times? Maximus pondered. This would cost 1 million origin fragments for each year that passes. Are you sure, Master? Etheria asked, knowing Maximus couldn't afford to spend that much. So much? Maximus broke into a sweat. That would cost him 1 million origin fragments every 4 or 5 days. Fortunately, Etheria had asked him beforehand. He hadn't expected it to cost so much. It's because of the massive area and the high time differential with the void. If it were only a tenfold time difference, it would cost just 10,000 origin fragments per year, Etheria explained. I see, let's go with a tenfold time difference then, Maximus decided. 10,000 per year, or a bit over 100,000 origin fragments for a year relative to their time, Maximus could easily afford it. I'll begin, Etheria nodded, waving her hand as a projection appeared before them. It showed an aerial view of the chaotic continent. It was a barren land teeming with vitality. Sparse flora and fauna dotted the continent, which was filled with undulating hills and ocean-like lakes. As Etheria used her ability, an invisible barrier wrapped around the continent, accelerating time. As everything began to move faster, Etheria located an innate Ender being born from the world and showed it to them. Slowing down the image, his wives finally got a good look at the race their husband had been bragging about. It looks just like us, they muttered. The Erenders appeared human from head to toe. This is the original image mandated by our plane of existence. All intelligent creatures possess human-like features, Etheria explained. Hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. Indeed, they had yet to see any intelligent beings that didn't take on a human-like shape. Perhaps the only differences between races were in certain body parts, size, color, shape, and form. From the soul-like state of spirits to the small size of fairies, to the dragons who had innate human forms, or trees that could transform into dryads, intelligent beings were all in some form of human-like figures. Even Wanderer, who was a machine life form, had gradually transformed himself into a human shape once he formed an independent consciousness and origin. Thinking of this, they curiously turned their attention to the innate Erender race, wondering what was special about them. Chapter 479, Erender race in the chaotic continent. The first innate Erender was quietly born under the manipulation of the world. As he was born, he didn't move like normal but instead stared blankly at the sky. As a being born out of thin air, he knew nothing but a blank mind full of questions about his very existence. As he tried to move his body to stand up, he fell several times before finally getting into a crawling position. Looking at the surroundings, his eyes dilated in amazement. The world around was vast and mysterious, filled with unfamiliar shapes and sounds. It was an overwhelming sight, the vibrant landscape, the colors of the sky, and the rustling trees that swayed in the wind. Looking down at his own hands and feet, a sense of wonder began to swell within his heart. What am I? He thought. Why can I move? Why can I think? Why can I hear and see? Crawling around the area, he began to ponder the purpose of his existence. A day later, as he crawled across the plain, a new sensation began brimming up within his body, hunger. As weakness spread through his limbs, he realized he needed something, an energy vital for his survival. Seeing a creature jumping around him, an urge rose within his heart. Crawling quickly, he tried to catch the little creature. However, due to his clumsiness, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch it. Feeling his posture was inefficient, he instinctively stood up. After a few tries, he became comfortable adapting and balancing his body. As he gained a higher vantage point and wider movement range, he looked at the elusive creature with greed. Charging forward, he leaped at the right moment, catching the creature in one swift motion. Unable to resist the instincts of his body, he bit the fluffy creature's neck. Gulping down, feeling a new sensation as his body replenished its strength, he continued biting into the creature like a savage, devouring everything, including the skin and bones. Huh. He breathed heavily, lying on the ground in comfort. Hearing the sound of his breath, a look of enlightenment flashed across his eyes. Trying different tongue and mouth movements, he realized he could vocalize his thoughts. Ah, oh, As hours passed, he imitated the sounds of birds, plants, wind, and nature, eventually creating his own language. Ayugar, he named himself. Watching the rapid development of the Erender, Maximus and his wives couldn't help but be amazed. What incredible intelligence! Developing basic locomotor skills, hunting its first prey, and finally creating a language all in a single day. When it came to language, they understood it through the spirit. As long as a creature had a spirit, no matter how high or low was their intelligence, they could understand it as long as it had meaning. Uyghur, creating a coherent language in just one day and vocalizing it, left them in awe. Let's see how he develops further, Maximus muttered, watching like a parent observing a baby's first steps. Months passed, and Uyghur continued wandering in the plains. When hungry, he would catch prey, from rabbits to birds, from wolves to tigers. No matter how fast or strong his target was, Uyghur never missed. Uyghur also learned to cook his food. Learning from fire left behind by lightning, he managed to create his own sparks by rubbing rocks and wood together. Uyghur even learned how to mix plants and water to create a concoction that delighted his tongue. Tired from his journey for the day, he lay on top of a tree, gazing at the night sky. What is the purpose of my existence? Ugur muttered with a sigh. Traveling aimlessly, he couldn't find what he was looking for. Though discovering food and ways to survive excited him, he felt purposeless and alone. Though he could walk, he felt like a tree, just standing under the sun and wind. Though he could think, his mind was like a river flowing aimlessly. Though he could feel, it was like an animal following its instinctive desire. Weighed down by such a senseless life, he lay on the ground, continuing in a daze. Suddenly, while lost in thought, a deep feeling began to well up inside him. In his mind, consciousness, or even soul, a blurry image appeared, as if guiding him. God? He muttered unknowingly. He felt the sacredness of the image, like an imprint telling him his life's purpose. To spread the name of God, to worship him, to keep his name eternal. Finding his purpose, Ugur straightened his posture, looking at the land before him. Months passed as Ugur searched for the perfect place to place the image of his god. In an undulating plain mountain, Ugur placed a roughly made statue. Though it couldn't fully capture what was in his mind, Ugur felt happiness, as if the sun and wind were caressing his body. Bowing down, he prayed devoutly as he did every day. Praying with the giant statue, Ugur felt a deeper sense of sacredness, filling him with joy. Not bad, such faith and devotion. Maximus sighed, watching Ugur pray to him. Each errander was bound to Maximus's origin, no matter where or when, as long as they lived, they would remain loyal and devoted to him. He was their faith, the reason they lived and fought. Such perfect believers, Maximus felt the strands of quality of power he had spent weren't in vain. Moreover, because of their innately powerful souls and wills, the amalgamation of will they produced was 100 times higher than normal. Given time, as they grew stronger and more numerous, the benefits they would produce were far beyond those mere billion strands of casualty of power. After setting the statue of his god, Ugur settled down. He barricaded the statue to protect it from harm and began living self-sufficiently, out of hunting and gathering. Ugur found plants to grow on a massive scale for farming, captured animals that reproduced quickly, and learned to use the lake to fish for other resources. Ugur also began building storage facilities, houses, reservoirs, and manufacturing facilities. Though he was alone, his life was colorful, learning new things daily while devoutly praying to his god without interruption. In his spare time, Ugur began rebuilding the statue, trying to refine it so as not to blaspheme the image of his god. Soon a few years passed by. One day, while tending to his farm, he felt killing intent behind him. Monster. Ugur muttered in shock, sensing the power coming from the enemy. In all his years, the most powerful beasts he had encountered were tigers and bears. Looking at the monster before him brimming with power filled his heart with fear. As the monster lunged at him, Ugur dodged, but it was too fast, striking him in the arm. No, I have to escape. Ugur muttered, covering his bleeding arm, unwilling to die in such a place. Dodging another attack, using trees and rocks to his advantage, Ugur successfully escaped. But to his horror, he saw the monster marching toward the statue of his god. Overwhelmed with anger, Ugur's fear melted away as he rushed toward the monster, terrified it would desecrate the statue. Though he feared death, it was nothing compared to his belief. Using his body, Ugur tried to lure the monster away, even if it cost him his life. Unfortunately, when the monster passed a certain distance, it ignored him and continued marching toward the statue. What? Why is this happening? Ugur screamed, nearly going mad. Despite sustaining injuries, the monster remained adamant in its desire to destroy Ugur's belief. As rage and unwillingness filled his body, Ugur's eyes began to bleed, staring at the monster with hatred. Why? 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 In his madness, Ugur fought the monster with all his might, determined to exchange anything just for a slim chance of taking the monster's life away. Yet, no matter what he did, the monster remained unscratched and strong. As tears of blood streamed down his face, his pupils began to change in his despair. Lines like honeycomb patterns crossed his eyes as everything around him began to slow down. Ugur didn't notice this as he fought, his body becoming nimbler, dodging all the monster's attacks. Consumed by hatred, Ugur entered a zone where only the monster existed. With the world slowing down around him, he began to counterattack. A fist, a kick, yet the monster remained unharmed. Undeterred, he used his elbows and knees, concentrating on the monster's head. Finally, after sustaining hundreds of blunt attacks, the monster fell with a thud. Seeing his enemy fall before him, Ugur collapsed, staring at the sky, his last thoughts seeking forgiveness for no longer being able to serve his god. Since you believe in me so much, how could I let you die? Maximus smiled helplessly. Such a brave and loyal warrior, fighting and killing a Tier 1 monster despite being a mere mortal. Maximus felt nothing but admiration. Using his dimensional authority, Maximus thoroughly healed Ugur to his peak condition. Watching him breathe evenly as he slept, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 480, Erinder race too soon after being healed, Uger slowly woke up. Seeing his intact body, as if nothing had happened, he murmured, "Could it be God?" With that thought, he felt joyful not because he was healed, but because his God had noticed him. Bowing to the sky and the earth, Uger prayed devoutly with all his heart. Standing up, determination flashed through his eyes. "I can no longer be like before. I need to become stronger, so strong that no beast or entity would dare desecrate even a symbol of God." With this vow, Uger began training vigorously. Reducing his farm and animals, Uger had more time to focus on mastering his new ability. The Eye of a Dragonfly, as he called it, could slow down his perception by up to 100 times. Although his body and strength remained the same, this ability gave him the power to face enemies he could never have hoped to defeat. Months later, Uger spotted another monster. This time, armed with his newly mastered ability, he killed the monster as easily as slaughtering a chicken. Devouring the flesh and blood of the beast, Uger felt power course through his body. Addicted to the sensation, Uger began consciously hunting beasts as he trained. A few years passed, and Uger unknowingly reached the Tier 1 realm, gaining a stronger body and enhanced abilities. Excited by this change, Uger celebrated, praying and thanking his god. Suddenly, as he was reflecting, he felt a tug in his will, as if his other half were in another place. "What is this?" he wondered aloud. Trying to sense the figure, he vaguely saw a woman of his species. "Is this my destiny?" Uger couldn't help but smile. The god's command was to spread his name and let it become eternal. However, Uger was alone. Although his lifespan had extended as he grew stronger, it was far from eternal. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't spread the name of his god across the entire world. Now, having found his other half, he felt a new purpose in life: to multiply, to gather thousands and millions of intelligent beings, to educate and cultivate them to become pastors, helping him spread the name of his god. Bowing one last time to the statue of his god, Uger set off on another journey. Guided by his will, he crossed mountains and seas, trekking the land for decades without stopping. At the age of 50, Uger finally felt his heart race, sensing he was closer to his destiny. Running day and night, his feelings grew stronger, like a volcano about to erupt. A few days later, Uger saw the woman from his dreams, his other half, who would help him fulfill his grand aspirations. At the same time, Ava, the woman Erinder, smiled and rushed toward Uger. As they met and embraced, cherishing each other's company and warmth, their wills intertwined, binding their souls and hearts together. "You've arrived. I've been waiting for you," Ava murmured with a smile. Although they spoke different languages, with their wills intertwined, they understood each other's hearts more clearly than any language could express. "You are my destiny. Even if fire and water block my path, I would still arrive," Uger said solemnly. "I know. What a beautiful romance," his wives muttered, looking at their husband. Watching the two souls, millions of kilometers apart yet bound together, their hearts couldn't help but melt away. "They must have learned it from me," Maximus bragged confidently. "Oh? You'd also go through fire and water to meet us, even to the ends of the world?" "No matter where or when, as long as I have consciousness and can move, no matter the pain or sacrifice, I would arrive besides you without a doubt." "So sweet. You are my wives, my other halves. We are bound not by destiny or fate, but by the sheer love we have for each other. Each Erinder is bound by a fate set by the world. Just after they are born, someone is already prepared for them. This match is carefully chosen through multiple deductions and verification, ensuring a perfect complement of genetic makeup for stronger offspring." Testing the power of the Erinder's mutated will, Maximus nodded in satisfaction. "Let's see what else it can do." As they sealed their relationship, they prayed devoutly to their gods, thanking them and promising eternal love. A few months later, after consummating their love and hoping to create the second generation of Erinders, they felt another tug in their will. Though faint, like a firefly in the dark, they sensed it. "Another Erinder has been born," Uger murmured with a smile. Their species' name had been imprinted in their minds since birth. Knowing they were the only two of their kind in the world felt lonely. But now, with another one born, they felt hope for the future. "It's vague, though. Can we find them?" Ava asked. "It's natural. Our destinies are tied together like a rope. No matter how far apart we are, we can sense each other's condition. However, this newly born child is connected to us only by the shared belief in our God," Uger explained. "I see. Shall we go?" "Naturally." Their mission was to multiply and build a monument for their god, where Erinders could grow and worship him without danger. Gathering every Erinder they could find was vital to their mission. With their search, the years passed swiftly. Uger and Ava continued trekking for decades without rest, finding Erinder after another. From a few to hundreds, as their numbers grew, their will seemed to merge, growing stronger and stronger. It seemed to create a heavenly net, binding their wills and enhancing their power. With this stronger will and enhanced sensing abilities, it became easier to find other Erinders. Halfway through their journey, Ava, who was pregnant, was about to give birth. In a temporary cottage, Uger paced nervously, watching his wife sweat in pain. "You can do this, Ava. I believe in you," Uger muttered as he prayed for protection. After nearly 100 years of searching, they had gathered thousands of Erinders. During this time, most of the Erinders reached Tier 1, and Uger himself advanced to Tier 2. Though they lacked a formal training manual, their innate potential allowed them to progress simply by eating and absorbing nutrients from beasts and plants. Erinders had a natural lifespan of 300 to 500 years. Advancing to Tier 1 granted them 1,000 to 1,200 years. Uger felt this more clearly, having nearly 5,000 years of lifespan at Tier 2. The Erinders seemed blessed by nature, with amazing lifespans and potential. Yet, because of this, giving birth to the next generation was nearly impossible. After 100 years of effort, Ava had only become pregnant a few years ago. Now, as she was about to give birth to the next generation of Erinders, not only was Uger nervous, but the thousands of others also knelt down, praying to their god. Finally, after grueling hours, Ava successfully gave birth. With mana swirling around the newborn child, all the Erinders smiled in delight, tears of joy flowing from their eyes. Their race had finally birthed a new generation. As innate beings, they feared their legacy might end after just a few hundred years. But now, knowing they could artificially produce the next generation, they felt their future was bright. That night, every couple returned to their cottages, working harder than ever. Looking at his son, Uger smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Ava," Uger murmured, holding his wife's hand tenderly. "It's my duty," Ava smiled weakly. "Let's name him Asker, the harbinger of a new era." Asker seemed to understand the meaning of his name, laughing and smiling widely. Each generation of the Erinder could inherit the knowledge of their parents, grandparents, all the way to their ancestors, although not all at once. It provided the foundation for the next generation. Asker, being able to inherit the knowledge of both his parent, had intelligent eyes, slowly unlocking the knowledge inheritance in his mind. Soon after resting for a few days, the tribe continued their journey. With Asker's birth, it was as if a barrier had been broken. As the years passed by, Erinder couples became pregnant one after another. The news invigorated the tribe, fueling their drive toward a brighter future. Asker, the first of the second generation, grew rapidly amid their travels. He learned to speak the Erinder language within weeks, to stand and walk within months, and to hunt independently within a year. Inheriting his parents' abilities, the eyes of the dragonfly and the speed of the cheetah, Asker began to lead the second generation, just as his father had led the first. Centuries passed, and the tribe finally gathered all the innate Erinders on the continent. 10,000 Erinders. Uger counted. After hundreds of years of searching, they had found all 10,000 innate Erinders. Along with tens of thousands of second and third generation members, the Erinder population had grown to over 30,000. Our journey has came to an end. It's time to settle, to multiply, and to thrive. Chapter 481, 10,000 Years of Civilization. Deciding to settle, the Erinder tribe returned to the home of the first Erinder race, Uger. Back on the undulating plains, where he first built the statue of their god, Uger couldn't help but smile. Because of his reinforcement, despite hundreds of years passing, the statue remained intact, standing gloriously on the ground. Performing ceremonies and praying to their god, they began to work and develop their civilization. To ensure future generations could multiply freely without worrying about the dangers of this world, they needed a strong foothold. Soon, tens of thousands of Erinder set out to build towering walls. Stretching from east to west, the walls resembled a coiling dragon, blocking any monster that dared to trespass into their territory. As time passed and the walls surrounded the land, infrastructure also began to take shape. Residential structures, warehouses, roads, bridges, ports, sewage systems, dams, markets, factories, administrative buildings, parks, banks all began to rise. The minds of the Erinder race seemed to open up, building everything that would benefit them for generations to come. With the rapid development of their civilization, invention after invention appeared. From wagons to boats, to mills and irrigation systems, to brick and mortar, to loom and lathe. The Erinder race also began producing paper, preserving all the knowledge they learned and discovered. Although they had bloodline inheritance, the knowledge of one or two individuals was incomparable to that of an entire civilization. As the Erinder tribe grew to 100,000, the problem of energy began to arise. With advancing inventions and infrastructure needing to be built, the mere power of wind and water was no longer enough. Fortunately, the intelligence of the Erinder race was among the highest in the world. Gathering all the materials they could find, they began experimenting rigorously. They first considered the power of lightning, but Uger, the leader of the tribe, found it too unreliable. Although nature's power was strong, it was not enough to satisfy their ambition. Instead, Uger looked to the overflowing energy in the atmosphere, sensed only by those who had reached the Tier 1 realm. He believed it held massive potential. Although they couldn't consciously absorb this invisible energy, it swirled around them whenever they advanced, nudging them to the higher realms. If they could harness this power, not only would their energy problem be solved, but it could also open an unprecedented path. Under Uger's orders, the Arender tribe hurriedly moved toward this vision. Finding materials that could emit, absorb, store, isolate, and amplify the energy they called mana, they began developing various tools to harness its power. With enough material to work with, the first thing they built was weapons. Almost 1,000 years had passed since Uger, the first Arender, was born. In the beginning, their only enemies were Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters. However, as nearly 1,000 years went by, a Tier 3 monster appeared. Tearing down the walls that took generations to build, the monster rampaged through the Arender sanctuary, causing numerous injuries and widespread destruction. Fortunately, most of the tribe had already reached the Tier 2 realm. With their large numbers and strong combat abilities, they repelled and killed the monster before it could cause more casualties. This was a wake-up call. Although they were growing stronger, so too were the dangers of the world. By developing mana-based weapons, they began curbing the invasion of Tier 3 monsters by actively hunting them. Using the bodies of Tier 3 monsters, Uger and the other top combatants of the tribe began advancing to the next realm. However, they were not complacent, knowing that stronger monsters would inevitably appear from time to come. As they continued to develop their civilization, they studied the nature of mana, improving their weapons and technology. 1,000 years passed, and the Arender race multiplied into millions. Their mana-based weapons and technology had reached the Tier 3 realm, easily suppressing the Tier 4 monsters that appeared. Unfortunately, despite the prosperous development of the Arender race, they encountered a bottleneck. They thought they could reach the Tier 4 realm by simply continuing as they were. However, after consuming Tier 4 monsters without rest, no one showed signs of advancement. It was as if they were cursed, limiting how high they could ascend. Although they could easily defeat Tier 4 monsters with their mana weapons, they began to dread the appearance of Tier 5 monsters. Under the threat of destruction, the entire Arender race stopped everything to figure out the next step of advancement. As millions of wills clashed in hope and prayer to their god, a spark suddenly emerged within them. It's the mana. The way we use mana is too rough, like animals acting on instinct. Our bodies are the most precise, like the most complicated mana technology. The way we circulate mana is the key to our advancement. With this conclusion from one of their sages, the Arender race began delving deep into mana, discovering different types and elements of it. They also started examining their bodies, even though they believed their bodies were sacred gifts from God and should not be desecrated. But Uger, their leader, thought otherwise. Their God had given them everything, from their very lives to the world around them. It would be ignorant not to appreciate God's miracles. If they could study nature and mana, how could they not study God's greatest gift, their own lives? Under this ideology, eliminating all kinds of heresy, they began studying the biology of all animals, plants, monsters, and especially themselves. After hundreds of years of rigorous deduction and experimentation, they thoroughly understood how each type and element of mana worked, how it interacted with the world, and how it enhanced it. Armed with this knowledge, Uger began circulating mana through his body, following the meridian paths, merging it with his body and soul. As his body reached its peak and was about to advance, Uger encountered a barrier. This is my ability. Familiar with his own body, he realized his ability, the Eye of the Dragonfly, was too weak to carry him through an advancement. Unless he wanted to discard this ability entirely, he would never progress. No, I can do this. Uger held the hope of millions of Arender. He was their ancestor, protector, and leader, showing them their path. He had to be stronger, fearless, and indomitable. He couldn't lead his people down a failed, crooked path that would destroy their future. With determination and iron will, Uger held the surging mana in his body and began to deduce the evolution of his ability. With the hope and will of millions of consciousnesses clashing with his thoughts and aiding him, Uger broke through all limits and deduced their ultimate path of advancement. Breakthrough. With a final push, Uger successfully broke through to the Tier 4 realm, carrying the hope and dreams of the Arender race. With his eyes changing color, deep like chaos, his Eye of the Dragonfly evolved into the Eye of the Dragon of Time. I succeeded. I showed you the path. Now, you only need to follow. 10,000 years had passed since the birth of the first innate Arender. Under Uger's leadership, the Arender race progressed by leaps and bounds. From a population of millions, there were now hundreds of billions of Arenders. Centering around the Arender sanctuary, the holy land of their race, cities after cities emerged from the land. Their power was no longer comparable to the past. The monsters they once feared were now consciously being farmed. The bottlenecks they once faced had become problems so simple that even children could solve them. The land they occupied, though seemingly infinite, began to be mapped. 10,000 years had passed, and the Airenders had evolved from living in grass and rocks to building a prosperous civilization. All things passed, and all things changed, but the one constant among the Airender race was their almighty God, ever present in their hearts. They remained devout followers, and despite their immense strength and knowledge, they held firm in their belief. Advancing to Tier 7, Uger gazed at the vast territory they had conquered. From the land to the seas and the skies, the Airender thrived without pause. Looking at the invisible barrier in the sky, Uger yearned for more. With his ability, the Eye of the Dragon of Time, now advanced to the Eye of the Primordial of Time, he became more attuned to the essence of time. As he gazed upon the barrier, watching as it accelerated their time, Uger knew it was their God granting them the time to grow, to become stronger, and to prepare for the inevitable. As the barrier began to dim on their time about to return normal, Uger knew a revolution was approaching their world. Whether good or bad, beneficial or detrimental, Uger knew one thing: the Airender race had to win. They had to continue to live, to spread the name of their God, and to keep his name eternal. The outside world, we are ready for you. Chapter 482, Flirting with Iris in the Astral Continent. Maximus and his wives, who were tracking the Airenders' progress, couldn't help but feel emotional. In 10,000 years, they reached the Tier 7 realm in terms of strength and technology. I wonder how far they will grow, Lilith said in admiration. The others also nodded in wonder. Starting from scratch and ignorant of everything, reaching such heights in just 10,000 years was remarkable. It's hard to say. After all, there is a limit to innate intelligence and potential. What comes next will depend on their luck and wit, Maximus commented. Each Airender had grade 9 potential, partially awakening a mortal physique at birth. With the initial abilities they possessed, they were invincible in the early stages. They could even enhance their unique abilities with each advancement, eventually reaching the dimensional rank. It could be said their starting position was already at the peak of the world. Even among the top races in the Dimensional Alliance, they would still be one of the best. Unfortunately, one can't brute force their way to the top with talent alone. Resources, luck, opportunities, temperament, and ability are all needed to reach the peak of the realm. From Tier 8 to Tier 10, one would start comprehending laws. At this stage, talent no longer matters, except for laying a foundation and enhancing combat ability. You don't have to be so pessimistic. They are still more talented than 99% of individuals in the Ethereum realm. With such a large population, one of them will achieve something sooner or later. Ha ha ha, then I look forward to that future. After discussing the potential of the Airender race, they began asking Maximus, Sky, and Lilith for advice for the Virtual Tower Tier 9 trials. In the 1,000 years that passed in the Ethereum realm, his wives had already reached the peak of the Tier 9 realm. With a power of tens of millions of magnitudes, their bodies were already saturated and could no longer accumulate more energy. Initially, they could advance with just a thought, but not wanting to miss the benefits they would gain from the Virtual Tower, they held off on advancing. The quality of evolution in the Virtual Tower, once they reached a certain floor, might be enough to push their physiques to the ultimate level. Over the years, Maximus took them to the Sterling Virtual Domain in disguise to harmonize their physiques to the peak of the dimensional realm. Just a little push, and they could have an ultimate physique. Unfortunately, Maximus couldn't afford to use Calamity points to push their physiques to another level. The Calamity points his system collected had to be used wisely. Besides using them to create Tier 9 liquid solutions, Maximus was planning to save Calamity points to upgrade his physique to rank 12. A rank 12 dimension source would give him unlimited origin source, potentially making him the richest in the Eon plane. From then on, money would no longer be a problem, as he could essentially print it himself. Holding on to such a future, his wives could only strive for their own progress. With their strength and foundation, they should be able to ascend to higher floors than Sky and Lilith. Giving his wives some treasures for luck, he waved them goodbye. Sky and Lilith also went into seclusion, hoping to advance to the Tier 10 realm before their return. Etheria also became busy, modifying the rules of the chaotic continent before it officially opened. Looking at the empty room, Maximus was alone again. He was still far from advancing to the Tier 10 realm. Although they all used the same origin manual, their physiques, foundations, and priorities were different. According to his calculations, it would take him about 1,000 more years to reach the peak of the Tier 9 realm. As for advancing to Tier 10, Maximus could only dream. He had just comprehended the Tier 10 chapter of the foundational manuals he got from the top sects. As for piecing it together and creating his own, Maximus still had a long way to go. Turning his attention to the ongoing dimensional war, Maximus smiled. Still winning. Besides the 3 losses at the beginning, the Etherium realm had started to suppress the enemy. Without any changes, it was only a matter of time before they acquired 50% of the Blood Ragnarok realm's territory. After that, it was only a matter of opening a void gate and suppressing the enemy in one fell swoop. Not having much to do, Maximus felt a little lonely. How about I visit the Immortal Palace realm? Maximus thought, missing Iris. Not having seen her for over 1,000 years, Maximus felt something was missing. Deciding on the matter, Maximus quickly prepared and left a notification for his son Liam to contact him if anything uncontrollable happened in the Etherium realm. Being lazy, Maximus had delegated all his work to his diligent son, Liam. Besides managing the Moonlight Empire, Liam was also the pseudo-supreme leader controlling the Etherium Alliance. Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius were too busy with their battles against the Blood Ragnarok realm. The various benefits they could gain from the Etherium Alliance weren't worth much of their effort. As long as their territories were managed properly, they didn't care if they lost some benefits. Liam was also trustworthy and was slightly better than them at managing things. Despite the ongoing war and various disasters happening in the Etherium realm, it was still steadily developing under his care. After instructing Liam and Etheria on what to do, Maximus quickly leaped through a void portal to the Immortal Palace realm. Maximus? Why is he here? Iris thought, noticing the fluctuations of his aura. I'm here. Maximus mouthed, knowing Iris could see him. Waving her hand, Iris teleported Maximus before her. What are you doing here? To see your daughter? Iris asked sarcastically, thinking Maximus hadn't visited her in thousands of years. There's that. But I'm mainly here to see you, Maximus said, a little presumptuously. After undergoing training from his wives and Etheria for thousands of years, Maximus had become somewhat immune to Iris's charm. Oh? You're here for me? Iris muttered in surprise, hiding a bit of joy. How could I not miss such a beauty? Maximus added, seeing Iris wasn't angry. He didn't want to accidentally provoke such a powerful being. Once Iris became angry, she could erase him with a wave of her hand. Naughty, since you've visited me, how about we have some drinks? Iris invited. Sure. Accepting Iris's offer, the two began drinking tea, talking casually about various professions and current events on the Eon plane. As time passed, Maximus grew bolder, often touching Iris's hand as they joked. Anything more would have been too stimulating and dangerous. After they grew tired of talking, the two started playing games. As they played, Maximus thought he could rile her up and bet to win some treasures. Who knew he would lose miserably? Despite having transcendent mastery of the game, using the system to accelerate his consciousness and the seal of truth to confirm his every move, he still lost. Don't feel down. You did great. If you entered a dimensional competition, you might even win a few championships. How did you do it? Unless Iris had ultimate mastery over the game, he couldn't have lost. But how was that possible? It was just a common game in the Dimensional Alliance. No one would waste their precious time mastering it to such an ultimate level. I saw that you used treasures to accelerate time and pierce through the truth. But didn't you know time and truth are relative? There is no absolute time or truth. What you see may be wrong to others. Maximus hummed, unsure of what she meant. It's the ocean of law. It allows me to think as fast as I can. As for the truth, with my power, I just need to block and revise what you deduce. You're cheating. What is cheating and what is not? As long as I stay within the game's rules, I can do whatever I want. Iris smiled mischievously, seeing his frustration. I don't want to play anymore. You're too much, Maximus complained, like a child wanting comfort from his sister. Alright. Let's play a different game. This time, I'll suppress my abilities to match yours, and you're not allowed to use treasures or abilities either. Since Sister Iris said so, I'll be gentlemanly. Sister? Iris muttered, a little embarrassed by the title. Can't I call you sister? Maximus asked sweetly. Since you're so insistent, I'll allow it. Iris said, smiling helplessly. However, if others knew this, they would applaud Maximus for his boldness and fearlessness. Calling Iris sister was no different from a death wish. Some time ago, one of the top sect leaders, a Tier 11 powerhouse who mastered the power of the Ocean of Law, dared to call Iris by an endearment, which almost caused a war between sects. Being able to keep his life, Maximus could already consider himself lucky. Then let's play another game, Sister Iris. Chapter 483, The New Era. Soon, a few months passed. While playing and flirting with Iris, Maximus didn't forget to absorb strands of Calamity of power through his system. Iris didn't fail to notice this. At first, she thought Maximus was just training. However, when she saw him absorb 1,000,000 strands of Calamity of power, she was shocked. What are you doing? Why do you need so much Calamity of power? Calamity of power, like all energy, could be used for cultivation. However, it was more malleable and easier to absorb. If a mortal used it for training, they could reach the Tier 9 realm in just a few years. Can't I? Maximus asked, a little embarrassed by his greediness. Strands of Calamity of power weren't easy to acquire. Obtaining 1,000,000 strands out of the blue was like robbing a bank. No, I'm just a little shocked. Since you call me sister, how can I be stingy? Thank you, Sister Iris. But how do you have so many strands of casualty? Maximus asked curiously. As far as he knew, the only way to extract Calamity of power was by using an ultimate treasure. However, seeing Iris was neither distressed nor stingy, Maximus thought there might be a more efficient method. It's the River of Law. Once you master it, you can use it to extract Calamity of power from the Aeon plane. Depending on your proficiency, you could extract one strand of Calamity of power from 1,000,000 origin fragments. As for extracting it directly from the void, only a Tier 12 overlord could do that. Oh? The River of Law can extract Calamity of power from origin fragments? Maximus muttered excitedly. His two ultimate treasures were a bit useless when it came to extracting Calamity of power. The systemized ultimate treasure could only extract Calamity of power from Wa-based energies. The Seal of Truth, on the other hand, was even more useless. It couldn't extract any Calamity of power. Thinking that the River of Law could extract Calamity of power from origin fragments, he couldn't help but envision his future. Unlimited origin source equaled unlimited Calamity of power. It seemed Maximus didn't need to break the limits of his physique to become self-sufficient in Calamity of power. So, this is the reason even the Dimensional Alliance was eager to acquire origin fragments, Maximus murmured. He thought, why would a high and mighty Dimensional Alliance ruling half of the Aeon plane wanted something mundane, like money? Origin coins became the universal currency in the Aeon plane for a reason. Otherwise, why do you think top sects like ours need so much of it? Iris explained. You said the River of Law could extract one strand of Calamity of power from 1,000,000 origin fragments. What about the Ocean of Law? 1,000,000-to-1 ratio was too expensive. Even though he had hundreds of billions of origin coins, that would only be worth 100,000 strands of Calamity of power if converted. The efficiency is much better. At my strength, I only need 1,000 origin fragments to extract one strand of Calamity of power. This. Maximus felt a little envious. 1,000 fragments for one strand of Calamity of power was incredibly cost-effective. He now understood why Iris wasn't too distressed by the millions of strands he absorbed. For her, 1,000,000 strands were worth only 1,000,000,000 origin coins. For a top sect like the Immortal Palace sect, which earned trillions of origin coins every year, that was mere pocket change. Sister Iris, you need to take care of me from now on. Ha ha ha, don't be presumptuous. Although I can extract Calamity of power without much loss, it's not easy work. Even if I worked at full concentration for an entire year, I might not extract 1,000,000,000 strands. That's still a lot. In normal times, I can only extract tens of millions of strands, so if you don't want to overwork your sister, slow down a little, Iris muttered, a bit distressed by how quickly Maximus absorbed Calamity of power. 1,000,000 strands of Calamity of power were usually enough for a sect elder to last hundreds of years. Seeing Maximus absorb that amount in a few months, who wouldn't be distressed? As time continued to pass, Maximus stayed with Iris for a few years. Receiving a message that his wives had returned to the Etherium realm, Maximus prepared to say goodbye to Iris. When are you coming back? Iris asked, reluctant to let him go. Talking and playing with Maximus had calmed her soul. Interacting with him made Iris smile more than she had in the endless epochs she'd lived through. The beginning of her life wasn't easy. Possessing beauty that surpassed anyone in the Aeon plane, the suffering and disasters she faced were numerous. If not for her talent, luck, and perseverance, Iris might not be alive today. Such suffering had made her indifferent to most things. But with Maximus stirring her stale emotions, Iris couldn't help but want to keep him around. I still have things to do. Can't you stay longer? I want to, but my journey is still long. I need to hurry so I can keep up with you, Maximus sighed. Although their relationship had grown closer, the difference in their strength was a huge barrier. It was so vast that Maximus dared not take things too far. Knowing the other party could kill him over a slight disagreement made him cautious. If Maximus couldn't even keep a clear mind, how could he hold such beauty with sincerity? I see. Then I'll be waiting for you. Etherium Realm, Shadowcrest Castle. Seeing his wives wake up one by one, Maximus greeted them excitedly. We've returned, husband. Welcome home. Seeing them glowing with power and confidence, Maximus instantly knew their physiques had reached the ultimate level. Congratulations. Hee, it's thanks to your training and advice, otherwise, how could we even gone here? Then how about you give me some interest? Wanting to vent his frustrations over the years, Maximus began engaging with them intimately. Husband, you're so naughty. We've only been away for a few years, how could you be so wild? I just missed you deeply. Enjoying the moment, Maximus was like a god of war, taking on his enemies one by one or even at the same time. Halfway through, Etheria, who was far away, joined in, with a bit more aggressiveness and a smile. After indulging for a while, his wives were exhausted. We need to advance to the Tier 10 realm. Don't be so impatient, husband. That's right. Sky and Lilith are about to advance, we don't want to be left behind. Oh, then I look forward to your advancement. Maximus sighed with a bit of reluctance. Humphrey. Wait for us to return. Don't go to other women while we're away, Erica muttered, feeling Maximus might have other thoughts. Don't worry, I'll only look at Etheria. Maximus smiled, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. That's fine, take care of our husband while we're gone, Etheria. I will. After seeing his wives off and giving them advice for their promotion, Maximus turned his attention to Etheria. How is the chaotic continent coming along? It can be opened anytime. I've also modified the rules according to your instructions. That's good. Maximus nodded in satisfaction. The chaotic continent would become the center of the Etherium realm in the future, a breeding ground for talents and faith. With the air interrace at the heart of the vortex, Maximus looked forward to the results. Should I open it now? Let's see the effects, shall we? At Etheria's will, the light barrier surrounding the chaotic continent disintegrated. This phenomenon caused shockwaves throughout the Etherium realm. Whether mortal or powerhouse, everyone seemed to hear a voice tempting them to venture to the chaotic continent and have their wishes granted. Whether it was power, wealth, or status, everything could be found there. However, contrary to the voice they heard, the Erinda race heard a different call. An invasion of other races, a mission to spread their beliefs, and a will to protect their homeland. Looking up at the sky, it seemed a new chapter was about to open in their lives. A few months later, brave Star Lords near the chaotic continent ventured into the unknown land. Huh? The energy is so dense? Marvine, a Tier 7 Star Lord, muttered. Feeling the energy, he felt bombarded by mana as soon as he landed. Looking around, he was greeted by rare and expensive resources growing all over the land. They were like grass and rocks everywhere. I'm rich. I'm rich. Marvin shouted, laughing loudly at the sky. Although no Tier 8 resources were found, Tier 17 resources were abundant. It was like stepping into a fairyland, where all his dreams came true. Eagerly collecting resources until his hands were cramped, he filled his storage, turning the land bare. Having enough fun, Marvin eagerly returned to his star island to tell the good news. The new era was about to come. Chapter 484, The New Era. Too soon, time passed, and the matter of the chaotic continent continued to unfold. As more and more bold Star Lords ventured into the continent out of curiosity, news began to spread throughout the entire Etherium realm, sending the world into an uproar. Elixirs growing like grass and unique metals were as common as rocks. The chaotic continent was a paradise, even compared to the capitals of the 4 continents. Although no Tier 8 or above resources existed, the surface resources alone were more than enough. Soon, the Apex Sovereigns began arriving in droves. Teleporting non-stop for months, they reached the edge of the chaotic continent. However, as they entered, a spiritual barrier tried to repel them out. Looking at the solid barrier, they didn't dare to continue. Such work could only be done by the Dimensional Master, barring them from entry. Sighing at the mischance, they returned to their station and continued to work or train. After thousands of years under the rule of Maximus, they had grown numb to changes. After all, the Etherium realm had already ascended to a Tier 10 dimension. What more could surprise them? Instead of being shocked and questioning everything, they must adapt and strive to reach the higher realms. Having access to the virtual realm, they understood that the Etherium realm was just a small world. Tier 9 was merely the beginning of their journey. They had only just set foot on the path, and nothing could distract them now. Yet, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, they hurriedly sent their subordinates to establish a foothold on the continent. Despite their wealth, such a resource-rich place was still attractive to them. Soon, with the collective strength of the Apex Sovereigns and Rakasha, they opened a continental teleportation array just outside the chaotic continent. The chaotic sea was vast, especially after the Etherium realm advanced to a Tier 10 dimension. Even a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign could no longer teleport anywhere in the world as they used to. The dimensional atmosphere had become denser, making it harder to open teleportation portals. Without the help of Rakasha, one of the supreme leaders of the Etherium realm, it might have taken them hundreds of years to build the continental teleportation array. Rakasha was the strongest Apex Sovereign besides Phelan and the other. He was a prodigy holding the Fort of the Abyss, preventing internal fight and invasion of the Abyss. Recently, with the abundant resources provided by the Etherium Alliance, the Void Core simulating a Tier 10 dimensional environment, and the Etherium realm advancing to a higher dimension, Rakasha shattered the barrier and reached Tier 10 realm. Upon reaching the peak of the world, Liam appointed him as one of the supreme leaders of the Etherium Alliance, after consulting with his father. Liam, managing the Etherium Alliance, was at his wit's end, relying only on a few Tier 9 Apex sovereigns for assistance. Managing the Etherium realm was not just about internal factors but also external ones. The Etherium realm was also tied to the virtual world, trading and exchanging with other dimensions. A dimension couldn't grow in isolation, it had to interact with others. Although Maximus could afford to raise the Etherium realm, it was better for it to be self-sufficient. By exporting their products to weaker dimensions, Liam had to negotiate terms with other dimensions. Bringing a group of Tier 9 Apex sovereigns, Liam became a weaker party, like a landowner bringing his farmer. Not only does it cause underestimation, but it also severely undetermine the profit they should earn. Liam didn't dare to use the subordinates of his father. He felt he had grown up and should stand on his own. His brother and sister already created a career and were thriving in their sect. Lux also created a business empire in the virtual realm. If Liam, the eldest, still asks for help from his father, he would be too ashamed to even exist. As for the 5 supreme leaders of the Etherium realm, his father, Phelan, Alabaster, Redius, and Malgren, they were too preoccupied with their own affairs. In the past, Liam had been cautious, negotiating with weaker dimensions and competing with fair prices. However, with Rakasha by his side, Liam felt confident enough to engage with stronger dimensions and take up more high-end industry. Having a Tier 10 powerhouse as a subordinate also brought peace of mind. Liam merely had to point in the right direction, and Rakasha could handle the rest with ease. Just like with the Continental Teleportation Array to the Chaotic Continent without Rakasha, Liam couldn't imagine how much it would have cost to build a direct array. As for asking his father for help, Liam was too lazy to bother. If his father willed something, there was no need for him to ask. Rakasha was very loyal to Liam's commands. As long as it didn't go against his principles, Rakasha would comply without question. Being a supreme leader wasn't just about status but also benefits. First, the Tier 10 knowledge of the Etherium Alliance would be open to him for free. Second, he would receive a fixed supply Tier 10 of resources regularly. Finally, he had access to a channel for earning and exchanging origin fragments. Origin fragments were a universal currency, and as a Tier 10 individual, Rakasha couldn't do without them. They were also a vital training resource that could accelerate his progress 100-fold. Thus, as long as Rakasha was not crazy or stupid, he couldn't let go of such a profitable job. After the Continental Teleportation Array was built, top forces from the 4 continents swarmed the Chaotic Continent. Taking route around the continent, the Star Lords became the center of attention. Not all forces possessed Tier 9 ships, so the only way to stay in the Chaotic Sea was through the Star Islands. Through compromise and various benefits, the Star Lords began accepting investments from different forces, allowing them to establish bases on their islands. Forcefully seizing the islands was impossible. Besides the Star Lords themselves, no one could control their islands. If someone tried to take an island by force, the Star Lord could collapse the land, taking the enemy down with them. As for attempting to manipulate a Star Lord against another was futile. The Star Lords were clever pirates and businessmen who banded together at the first notice, driving up their worth. If anyone dared to betray them, all the Star Lords would besiege the traitor, no matter the cost. Besides their dimensional master, the origin of their profession, the Star Lords feared nothing, especially if there was profit to be made. With the investments they received from sponsors, they rapidly strengthened and expanded their Star Islands as various forces began their exploration of the Chaotic Continent. Meanwhile, at the center of the Chaotic Continent, the Arender Empire was also in a state of emergency. As soon as the light barrier surrounding the continent disappeared, the top powers of the race began investigating. One of them, Lawton, a 5th-generation Arender under the line of Ugar, possessed a mutated eye that allowed him to see far beyond his realm. Through his eyes, as soon as the barrier vanished, he saw the sea fill his vision, along with a vague shadow of the 4 continents. Although they were smaller than the Chaotic Continent, it was still a delight to discover another civilization to join them in the worship of their god. However, as time passed, and various individuals reached the continent's edges, Lawton grew daunted by their power, abilities, and advanced technology beyond the Arender race's comprehension. Sensing unprecedented danger, Lawton reported to Ugar, the supreme emperor of the Arender race. Ugar wasn't surprised and began mobilizing his people. Their first priority was to develop transportation systems, from mana-based ships to teleportation arrays. The Arender race still lacked the capability to traverse the entire Chaotic Continent. Although Lawton could see it, traveling with their fastest ships would take 1,000,000 years to reach the end. The Chaotic Continent was a fourth of the Etherium realm in size, including the Chaotic Ocean. Navigating such a vast land as a Tier 7 individual was nothing short of a dream. The only hope was to harness the power of nature and mana to create faster ships and longer-distance teleportation arrays. Unfortunately, breakthroughs wouldn't happen overnight. Looking out in worry, Uger gazed into the distance with a sigh. In Shadowcrest Castle, Maximus, observing the developments on the chaotic continent, nodded with satisfaction. A new era had already begun, and now Maximus only needed to wait for heroes to emerge and miracles to unfold. Watching as Ethereal left again, Maximus sighed. Alone in the room, he began contemplating his own progress. Everything was moving steadily along the path he had set, but the only thing stalling was his realm. Maximus needed to create the Tier 10 origin manual as soon as possible. He couldn't remain in the Tier 9 realm much longer. With his wives and children advancing and the Ethereum realm entering a new era, Maximus couldn't afford to lag behind. How about I use the Calamity of Power to deduce? Maximus thought boldly. The time points in his system were created from the impure Calamity of Enlightenment and Time. Maximus wondered what the difference would be if he directly used the Calamity of Power. Let's try. Chapter 485, Peak of the Realm. Controlling his system, Maximus tried to use the power of Calamity points to comprehend knowledge. As a surge of knowledge began to flood his mind, Maximus couldn't help but groan in comfort, as if his mind was undergoing a baptism. Breathing in, Maximus slowly opened his eyes. If comprehending knowledge with impure Calamity of Power was like squeezing and hammering knowledge into his mind, then using pure Calamity of Power was like being served a fine dining experience. Except for the slight fullness he felt, using pure Calamity of Power to comprehend knowledge was a heavenly experience. Unfortunately, I'm too weak and too poor. The fullness he felt was the saturation caused by the Calamity of Power. He was only at the Tier 9 realm, and ingesting a strand of Calamity of Power was a slight burden. Since he used it to comprehend knowledge instead of cultivating, Maximus calculated that he could only consume about 30,000 strands of Calamity of Power every year. As for his lack of wealth, Maximus only had over 30 million Calamity points in the system. Over 20 million of those were from shamelessly leeching off Iris. The other 10 million was the converted amalgamation of will produced by the Ethereum realm over thousands of years. Fortunately, with the proliferation of the population and the emergence of the Air-Ender race, Maximus could now collect about 10,000 Calamity points worth of amalgamation of will annually. After estimating how many strands of Calamity of Power he could collect and absorb, Maximus began to assess the efficiency. Based on the knowledge he comprehended, using pure Calamity of Power was truly frightening. If time points were like an elementary teacher, then using Calamity points was like having an academician as a personal tutor. The efficiency at which it helped him understand knowledge was phenomenal. By his estimate, he would only need a little over 1,000 years to deduce the Tier 10 origin manual, instead of the previous tens of thousands of years. However, the cost was also unforgiving. If his calculations were correct, he needed about 50 million strands of Calamity of Power to fully deduce the Tier 10 origin manual. I'm too poor. Holding back the idea of returning to the Immortal Palace realm, Maximus began creating the Tier 10 origin manual. Hundreds of years later, while Maximus was in seclusion, he was alerted by waves of energy approaching his secluded room. Lilith? Maximus thought, feeling Lilith's aura of advancement. Feeling the massive energy Lilith required, he immediately used mountains of origin fragments from his storage to provide the support she needed. Soon, after a few years, Lilith successfully advanced. Brother Maximus. Lilith jumped into his arms happily. I didn't expect you to be the first to advance, even surpassing Sky, Maximus said, admiring her progress. Sky and Lilith had gone into seclusion at the same time. With more experience and having lived more reincarnations, he thought Sky would be the first to advance between the two. It's thanks to Brother Maximus for training me regularly. Fool, it's because of your talent. Come, let's wait for the others to come out. Soon after, Sky also began to advance. Taking out millions of origin fragments to assist Sky, she successfully advanced. Congratulations. Husband, I shall protect you from now on, Sky teased. I'll advance soon, just wait, Maximus murmured helplessly. His wives were advancing one after another, even his children, grandchildren, and in-laws were preparing to advance to the Tier 10 realm. He, on the other hand, was still at the accumulation stage, but thinking about the efficiency of the Calamity of Power, he knew the creation of the Tier 10 origin manual would be soon. Waiting for his wives to advance, Maximus slowed down his work. Soon, every few years, one of his wives would advance to the next tier. With his protection in place, they advanced smoothly without any problems. Watching his wives grow more beautiful and powerful, Maximus couldn't help but feel excited. His desire to conquer seemed to awaken as he looked at them with affection. Without Maximus voicing his thoughts, his wives already knew what to do as they vented hundreds of years of affection. Playing to their heart's content, they began celebrating this monumental event, growing ever closer to the peak of the world. Reaching Tier 10, they were no longer weaklings without a voice in the Eon Plane. Entering a new realm, they inched closer to the top of the pyramid of power. Reminiscing about their journey from mere mortals to such transcendent strength, they couldn't help but be amazed at what they had achieved. Looking at their husband, who was the cause of it all, their ever-flowing love sublimated as they gazed at him affectionately. After another round of fun, Maximus finally had enough of the debauchery. Because of the little goblins distracting him, he hadn't made progress on the origin manual in a few decades. "Can't play anymore?" they teased. "No, we still have a lot to do. Occasional pleasure and fun are enough," Maximus said helplessly. "Come on, just one more round, we'll be obedient." They continued. All right, but this is the last time." After a few more years of indulgence, they began to work seriously. While Maximus worked on the Tier 10 origin manual, his wives banded together to deduce the corresponding Tier 10 liquid solution. The importance of the liquid solution was undeniable. Not only could it hasten their cultivation, but it could also save them a lot of strands of casualty. Using the liquid solution was equivalent to having a booster while others walked or crawled. The clearest example of this was his children, who were still in the Tier 9 realm, the same as him. Since he had limited liquid solution, he hadn't given any to his children. They each had their own blessings and corresponding sex. Although he could help them from time to time, they needed to be self-sufficient. Enjoying the liquid solution alone, his wives left their children in the dust. With each having their own tasks, time began to pass rapidly. A month, a year, 100 years. A few hundred years passed, and Maximus steadily reached the peak of the Tier 9 realm. Looking at his panel, a smile appeared on his face. Family and Power System, Host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Power, Tier 9, 100%, Physique, Dimensional Source, Origin Grade, 0 out of Unknown, Rank 11, 0 out of 100, Magnitude of Power, 99,900,000,000, Family, Time Points, Potential Points, Calamity Points, 27,520,724, 99.9 billion Magnitude of Power. The bearing power of the essence of law was only 100 million. To reach almost 100 billion, the ability of the origin manual to break limits was truly abnormal. Such concentrated power had already caused his essence of law to mutate, changing in both color and substance. Each strand of his essence of power was like a work of art, crystallized and condensed under enormous pressure. If, previously, he couldn't harm a Tier 11 powerhouse even with trillions of magnitude of power from the origin explosion. Now, with mutated essence of law coupled with the origin explosion, Maximus might be able to kill a weak Tier 11 powerhouse in a single shot. Too strong. From power to comprehension of each essence of law, to even absorbing all 161,803 Tier 9 ultimate treasures, Maximus had reached the limit of the Tier 9 realm and was just a step away from advancing. Only the Tier 10 origin manual is missing. After a brief celebration, Maximus continued deducing the Tier 10 origin manual. Aside from communicating with his wives, Maximus shut himself off from the outside world. From the dimensional war to the new era created by the chaotic continent and the air-ender race, Maximus set it all aside. Feeling his overwhelming power that was about to erupt, he needed to quickly create the next chapter of origin. In the passing years, Maximus didn't forget to visit Iris from time to time. Disregarding his pride, Maximus happily flirted with Iris while collecting strands of Calamity in the passing. The creation of the Tier 10 origin manual alone cost 50 million strands of casualty. Maximus also had to prepare for his advancement to the Tier 10 realm. With his overly mutated essence of power, Maximus was sure that a few origin fragments wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. Without sufficient Calamity of power, he might dry up before reaching the Tier 10 realm. Iris was also accommodating, taking on all his requests without complaint just to keep him by her side. Even the Tier 9 ultimate treasures, which Maximus had been troubled by, were easily given by Iris without question. Such a gentle and generous woman nearly caused Maximus to fall for her. Fortunately, he still had a bit of sanity, knowing Iris was only attracted to his physique, not emotionally. Over the years, Maximus also managed to deduce the uniqueness of his ultimate physique. Considering Iris's power and status, Maximus didn't believe he could attract her simply through his appearance and talent. He would rather believe that the Iris before him was fake than think she was genuinely attracted to him emotionally. Knowing they had a mutual need for each other, Maximus no longer held back and absorbed Calamity of power without shame. With everything progressing steadily, time continued to pass by. Chapter 486, Tier 10 Origin Manual 1,000 years later. It's done. After countless strands of Calamity of power and tireless hours of deduction, Maximus finally completed the Tier 10 chapter of the Origin Manual. Gazing at the crystallized amalgamation of knowledge in his mind, which detailed the origin of laws, Maximus felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Though it took less time than creating the Tier 9 chapter of the Origin Manual, the work and effort involved were incomparable. It was like comparing a practice sketch to a masterpiece. The Tier 10 chapter was the final chapter of the Origin, the life and soul of the Origin Manual. Since it was a foundational manual, it could only be used from Tier 1 to Tier 10. All the nourishment he had accumulated during this foundational stage would fuel his journey through the river of law to the ocean of law and finally to the Overlord realm. Thus, no matter how much sacrifice or effort was needed, Maximus was willing to bear it wholeheartedly. It's time to advance. Having finished inspecting the Tier 10 chapter of the Origin Manual, Maximus began planning for his advancement. The Ethereum realm was immediately ruled out. His advancement to the Tier 10 realm was far beyond that of his wives and children. The Ethereum realm, a mere Tier 10 dimension, could not withstand it. Turning his thoughts to the void, Maximus had an idea. For someone advancing from Tier 10 to Tier 11, it was necessary to be near the source pool of the River of Law. This source pool allowed one to be more adept and laced with the particular River of Law during the advancement. Advancing next to a source pool would allow one to directly possess a mastery of at least 1% to the River of Law depending on their talent and foundation. If Maximus could advance to Tier 10 realm beside a source pool of the River of Knowledge, it would greatly benefit him in the future. Using the Seal of Truth, Maximus quickly deduced the location of the source pool of the River of Knowledge. However, after a while, a frown appeared on his face. Interference barrier? Could it be hidden by the Dimensional Alliance? Answering his question, the Seal of Truth vibrated, confirming his suspicion. What the? He muttered, cursing under his breath while smiling wryly. According to his deduction, all the rivers of law in the Eon Plane were either monopolized by the Dimensional Alliance or the Devourers. Anyone wishing to advance beside a source pool of the River of Law had to pay a steep price. Maximus had no issue with the payment. With his net worth, a few billion origin coins were nothing. What he couldn't accept was being monitored in such a place. His foundational manual was not simple. Maximus suspected that the three overlords of the Dimensional Alliance might interfere if they saw his power. When he was at lower tiers, he was weak and could easily be killed if they wished. But now, he deduced that his advancement to the Tier 10 realm would not be simple and might even cause a vision across the Eon Plane. This is troublesome. Suddenly, he thought of Iris. With her help, he could surely conceal certain things. As for the risk of Iris betraying him, Maximus felt a bit biased. Although he knew trust couldn't be given easily, Iris's beauty had captured his heart, granting her a little trust. After hatching a plan and confirming it through various deductions, Maximus made preparations before leaving the Ethereum realm. Informing his wives about his advancement, they smiled brightly, offering their best wishes and urging him to be careful. Maximus also left detailed instructions on how to handle various emergencies and placed numerous trump cards in the Ethereum realm before heading to the Immortal Palace realm. Maximus, you're here? Hasn't it only been a few years? It seems you can't stay away from your sister for long, Iris teased as she welcomed him. I'm here to ask for your help, Sister Iris. I'm about to advance and need a source pool for my advancement. Source pool? I see you're ready to ascend. Tell me, which River of Law do you want? Iris asked straightforwardly. Although the source pool was meant for Tier 11 advancement, it was still beneficial for someone at Tier 10. Most prodigious saints of the sect advanced to Tier 10 this way, building the most solid foundation possible. The River of Knowledge. Quite ambitious, I see. You have good taste. Iris wasn't concerned that the River of Knowledge was a forbidden river of law. If Maximus couldn't even conquer it, he could forget about reaching the peak of Tier 11, let alone advancing to the Tier 12 Overlord realm. I also need Sister Iris to set up a Tier 12 protection barrier. A Tier 12 dimensional protection barrier? This time, even Iris paused. A Tier 12 dimensional protection barrier was the pinnacle of defensive array in the Eon Plane. Once set up, it could block the full-fledged attack of a Tier 12 Overlord, let alone letting them peek secretly. This type of array was a staple for top sects and families, ensuring their safety and foundation even in times of chaos. However, the materials required to create one were worth as much as a Tier 12 ultimate treasure. Even Iris, despite her generosity, couldn't justify using sect resources for one person. Sister Iris, I only need a temporary dimensional protection barrier. It doesn't have to be large, just enough to accommodate me in the path to the source pool. Still. Iris hesitated, unsure how to respond. Although Maximus only needed a temporary and small Tier 12 barrier, it was still expensive. Sister Iris, how about I share a secret with you? Maximus offered, seeing her hesitation. A secret? What kind of secret? Give me your hand. Curious, Iris stretched out her hand. You're too trusting, sister. You let me hold your hand without a second thought. Why not? As your sister, why would I doubt you? Iris shot back. Smiling, Maximus held her hand and transferred pure essence of law from his unique physique. As minutes, hours, days, and months passed, a realization dawned on Iris. This. The dimensional source? Iris quickly recognized the peculiarity of Maximus's energy. Using her power, she tried to absorb all the energy from Maximus's body, but there was no reaction. Recalling ancient texts she had once read, she was now certain that Maximus possessed the key to the Overlord realm, the dimensional source. Relax, sister. It might cause wrinkles, Maximus teased. You brat. You're still in the mood to joke about this? Why not? Sister's beauty is more important than strength, Maximus said with a grin. Humphrey. You're knowledgeable, but the dimensional source? No wonder I felt something different about you, Iris remarked, studying him intently. Sister, don't I still want to keep our innocent relationship? You. What are you thinking? Be serious. Iris said, slapping his shoulder in frustration. Ahem, I just wanted to calm my sister down, Maximus replied wryly. He didn't mind who knew about his physique. The three overlords were aware of it, as were his wives, children, and grandchildren. Adding Iris to the list didn't matter. What he couldn't let others know was the uniqueness of the origin manual. Limit-breaking, a conceptual ability that transcended the Eon plane, was known only to Maximus. All his family members who used the origin manual knew it was powerful and gave them a solid foundation, but none were aware that it could break and rewrite the rules of the Eon plane. Maximus even had to lock this transcendent conceptual ability to keep it from being spread. Such an ability was too heaven-defying and might even cause chaos that may destroy the Eon plane. Once Iris calmed down, Maximus hugged her arm and asked again for a Tier 12 dimensional protection barrier. What do you need it for? It's so expensive. Iris muttered helplessly. Others may notice the uniqueness of my physique and besiege me, sparking another war in the Eon plane, Maximus said, recalling the tragic fate of his predecessor, who had possessed the dimensional source. I only want to be with you, Sister Iris, not deal with those rough old men. Feeling charmed by his words and realizing she had exclusive access to a higher path, Iris fell into deep thought. Alright, fine. I'll set up a Tier 12 dimensional protection barrier for you. But in exchange, you have to visit me more often. Iris declared. After discovering Maximus's unique physique, Iris's attitude didn't change. Their relationship had transcended mere acquaintance, relying purely on the instinct of the body. Iris now regarded Maximus as her little brother, a companion in her otherwise lonely world. Advancing to a higher realm was a dream of hers, but she cherished more the experiences and people she encountered along the way, especially this funny and endearing junior, who brought color to her dull existence. Thank you, Sister Iris. You're the best. Enough with the flattery. Let's go. I'll take you to the source pool of the River of Knowledge. Chapter 487, Tier 10 Realm. Arriving at the place, Maximus felt the Zoraj energy that almost had the viscosity of a liquid. Standing still, he felt his body greedily absorbing the energy like a thirsty man who had just found water in the desert. However, just as he was about to explore the area, murmurs of knowledge teared his mind like whispering curses. From miscellaneous knowledge to the most esoteric, it was being drilled into his mind all at once. He used the time points to process all the information drilled into his mind. It was not off. Feeling his mind was about to explode, he quickly put up the world tree barrier. It's dangerous, he muttered. This is the source pool of knowledge. How could it be easy? If you chose an aggressive type of source pool, you might be shredded to pieces before you ever react. No, I trust Sister Iris to protect me. Of course. Who do you think I am? Come, let's head to the core of the source pool. It's more conducive for advancement. As they made their way to the source pool, Maximus saw other individuals either cultivating or on the verge of advancement, remaining in place. The source pool was an excellent place to comprehend and master the river of law. However, because it was monopolized, they had to pay billions of origin coins to stay. Thinking of this, Maximus wished to quickly master the river of knowledge. By taking control, he could also collect billions and trillions of origin coins in fees from these scholars. What are you smiling for? We're here. You can start advancing while I set the barrier, Iris urged, seeing Maximus lost in thought. Oh, right. Maximus hurriedly nodded as he looked at. The energy concentration here was much less than elsewhere. Furthermore, with the world tree barrier up, various information could still pass through and was being instilled in his mind. Fortunately, Iris helped in time, guarding him from the pollution of knowledge. Seeing Iris taking out dear materials one after another, he finally realized how expensive his request was. I didn't know you were so rich, Sister Iris. Shut up. I stole this from the sect. Otherwise, how could I fulfill the greedy wish of my junior? Iris muttered, rolling her eyes. Dear materials were strategic resources, even the top sects. Taking them out in such large quantities was digging the foundation of the Immortal Palace sect. Fortunately, the other supreme leaders of the Immortal Palace sect were still in seclusion. It would take thousands of epochs before it was their turn to exit seclusion and guard the sect. That was off time for Iris to greatly increase her STRGTH, and she might have advanced to the Overlord realm. With her junior's help, her gamble was certain to succeed. Seeing that Iris had already prepared everything for him, Maximus began reviewing the origin manual. Afterward, he began deducing any partial complications he might have missed, filling in all the gaps. Looking at the 0 million Calamity points in his system, a smile formed on his lips. Since Iris had already invested so much, she didn't mind a few more strands of Calamity of power. She allowed Maximus to take as much as he needed to advance to the next realm. Checking for technicalities and external factors, Maximus found no problems. Closing his eyes, he began following the Urgi route of the tier origin manual. Advancing from tier 9 to tier involved turning the S of law into origin, the root and beginning of laws. Tracing each law back to its origin, Maximus countered a barrier, the mutated S of law. While others' S was like a mist, his was like crystallized strands. Changing mist into another form was easy, but changing crystallized strands required tempering and Ormasurgy. Mobilizing the stored Calamity of power in his system, he began forging the crystallized strands of the S of law, removing all impurities and turning them into their purest form. As time passed and each of his S-laws returned to their root, the magnitude of power within Maximus grew stronger and stronger. From 100 billion, it broke through to 200 billion. 300 billion. Iris, beside him, watched in horror, feeling the power contained within such a small body. Could Maximus possess two types of origin-grade physiques? Iris thought. The dimensional source was only auxiliary and didn't provide much power. However, feeling the magnitude of power Maximus emitted, it was too much for his fragile body to handle without exploding. Possessing two or more physiques wasn't rare. If she possessed three supreme physiques that complemented each other, forming a power greater than those with a single origin-grade physique. Most top powerhouses mastering the ocean of law were also like this. Physiques could be innate or acquired. With the power and foundation of their sect, conceiving one or two more physiques wasn't uncommon. However, possessing two origin-grade physiques? Iris couldn't help but be shocked. So this is why you didn't want your advancem to be known. Iris nodded in understanding. Let alone being the key to the Overlord realm, just having two origin-grade physiques was too tempting to ignore. If they could resurrect through Maximus' body, their chances of advancing to the Overlord realm were much higher than possessing the so-called key. One had to know that the tier Overlord of the Void Beasts from the Devourer side was said to have at least three origin-grade physiques. Advancing to the tier Overlord realm, the Void Overlord only slept and ate most of the time. If not for his laziness and non-competitive attitude, maybe the Void Overlord could have conquered the Eon Plane by himself. Thinking that Maximus possessed the same partial, Iris couldn't help but feel excited, hurrying to form the temporary tier-dimensional barrier. Hundreds of years later, Iris finished setting up the barrier. Not knowing what was happening inside, she waited outside, guarding for any problems that might come. Meanwhile, after hundreds of years had passed, Maximus was only halfway through converting his S of law into origin. Looking at the barrier formed to him, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Sister Iris is still trustworthy after all. Binding the barrier to himself, he continued converting his laws into origin. 1,000 years later, since Maximus began advancing, the Eon Plane began surging with energy invisible to most Titty's perception. However, the 5 overlords of the plane and the abyss will clearly notice the famine. Feeling the unique curse, they couldn't help but become alert at the partial appearance of another overlord. However, seeing the famine lacked the power and might of such an event, they dismissed the idea. Tracing the source, they saw a blurry image they couldn't make out. Still, feeling that it wasn't caused by any outside force in the Eon Plane, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, wanting to know the root of the matter, they hurriedly mobilized their subordinates to investigate every inch of the Eon Plane. Such a unique famine could only be caused by the birth of a unique treasure or dimension. It might have proved useful for the curt predicament of the Etherium realm. Oblivious to the disturbance he had caused, Maximus controlled his raging power that was about to destroy his body. Converting all the 6,803 S's of law to their root, his body began to transform into origin body. With TS of millions of strands of Calamity of power pushing and transforming his body to the limit, the void trembled like never before. The source of knowledge beside him also began to rotate, forming a cocoon, stirring and nurturing his body. Soon as the years passed, the cocoon slowly cracked as Maximus opened his eyes. Dear realm. Upping his panel, a smile appeared on his face. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Physique, Dimensional Source, Origin Grade, 0 out of Unknown, Rank, 0 out of 0, Magnitude of Power, Trillion, River of Knowledge, 5%, Family, Time Points, Potential Points, Calamity Points, a trillion Magnitude of Power. Seeing the number, Maximus felt his STRGTH more intuitively. From 100 billion to a trillion, his STRGTH had increased fold. Just this raw number already placed Maximus' STRGTH at rank 4 among all the tier prodigies he had deduced in the past. The prodigy from the virtual realm had only 0.7 trillion, the prodigy from the Space-Time Bureau had 0.8 trillion, and the prodigy from the Interdimensional Council had 3.5 trillion magnitude of power. Reaching a trillion just after advancing to the tier realm, Maximus felt invincible. As for his power, Maximus felt he could challenge a tier individual mastering the River of Law, let alone these prodigies with only numbers. His magnitude of power only measured the quantity, not the quality. Advancing to the tier realm, his mutated S of Law retained its crystallized property, advancing into the origin of Law. Now, each strand of his origin was crystallized, so that it could stop the flow of quality of power with off quantity. Too strong. Chapter 488, Tier 10 Realm, 2, feeling the effect of a trillion magnitude of power. Maximus subtly noticed a new tab on his panel. River of Knowledge, 5% Mastery? I've mastered 5% of the River of Knowledge just like that? Maximus muttered in shock. One had to understand, despite studying octillions of books, creating, and revising the Origin Manual, he hadn't been able to master every percent of the River of Knowledge. But now, after advancing to the tier realm, he had directly mastered 5% of it. Is this the benefit of advancing beside a source pool? Feeling his connection to the source of knowledge, he noticed his mind becoming clearer. Trying to use the power of Calamity to comprehend an origin of law, the bird he previously felt also lessed. By connecting to the River of Knowledge, Maximus calculated that it directly increased his efficiency in comprehending information by 4 or 5 times. Furthermore, his unfamiliarity with his new realm seemed to vanish, as knowledge and information about how to control his power were drilled into his mind. Is this passive knowledge acquisition? Maximus mused. By connecting to the River of Knowledge, he realized that the information he needed could be forcibly comprehended, without actively doing anything. I've also gained knowledge-based skills. Maximus muttered, testing his control over the River of Law. Enlightened, empowerment, inscription, decryption. Connecting to the River of Knowledge made him nearly omniscient with each skill. Huh? I can also understand the gibberish code of the system. Maximus muttered in shock. In the virtual tower, while enhancing his system with the quality of evolution, the runic code of the system became easily visible. Taking the opportunity, Maximus forcefully inscribed the runic code of the system into his mind. Unfortunately, upon reviewing the copied code, all he could see was unintelligible information. However, with his connection to the River of Knowledge, he seemed to understand the system's runic code by drawing upon the knowledge he already possessed. Thinking of the possibilities, he couldn't help but feel excited. Enhancing the runic code of the system, tailoring it for his own use, engraving other treasures like the Seal of Truth. Once he mastered the inner workings of the system, it would revolutionize its importance. Calming down, he controlled his raging energy, circulating it back into his body. A few months later, Maximus exited the barrier Iris had created. As he left, it quietly disintegrated, pulverizing the tier materials used to create it. Looking up, he saw Iris greeting him. You're out, Maximus. Congratulations on your advancement. It's thanks to Sister Iris's help. Otherwise, I don't know how much hardship I would have had to reach this state. Don't be modest. It's your fault that brought you here, Iris said sincerely. Although she couldn't gauge the full extent of Maximus's power, it gave her a sense of pressure. Iris felt a slight threat emanating from him. Such power, surpassing some tier individuals who had mastered the power of the River of Law, was shocking. If she hadn't known that Maximus possessed 2 origin-grade physiques, Iris might have thought he was simply another powerhouse in disguise. After a brief conversation, Iris took Maximus back to the Immortal Palace realm. What are you going to do next? I'll return to the Etherium realm, Maximus said solemnly. His seclusion had lasted longer than expected. It had been over 5,000 years since the second phase of the Dimensional War. If the Etherium realm hadn't lost since he left, they should have already opened the Void Gate to the Blood Ragnarok realm, starting the third phase of the Dimensional War. Such a dangerous situation made him worry, diluting the joy of his advancement to the tier realm. Fortunately, his wives hadn't street any distress signals, meaning everything in the Etherium realm was still safe. It seems you're in a hurry. Go on, just be careful and don't forget to visit more frequently. Your sister expects a lot from you, don't let me down, Iris compromised. Though she wanted to quickly reap the benefits from Maximus, she knew she couldn't rush. Maximus's physique was only at rank, producing merely the S of law, which wasn't off. She wanted to let Maximus grow a little more and wasn't impatient. The time was right. Iris would sure this little brother of hers was locked in for her personal use. Not only could Maximus assist her in cultivation, but he could also make her life more lively and joyful. Thinking about it, Iris smiled unconsciously. Sister Iris is so beautiful that I can't bear to part with you. I'll come back as soon as I finish this rigged matter in the Etherium realm. I'll hold you to that promise. See you soon. Teleporting to the Etherium realm, Maximus saw that it was still in pristine condition. Aside from being larger from the dimensional advancement and more land gained from the war, not much had changed. It seems the Etherium realm didn't need me, Maximus thought happily. Being able to keep the Etherium realm unharmed in his abs was a significant achievement, worthy of his investment and training. Noticing his wives still busy with the creation of the tear liquid solution, Maximus sighed in relief. It seemed they hadn't joined the war, as per his last reminder. I'm back. Maximus muttered, teleporting beside them. Huh? Maximus? Husband, you've returned. Brother Maximus, it's really you. We missed you so much. Greeting him excitedly, his wives assured him, chattering about how much they missed him. There was something unexpected with my advancement, so I'm late. You don't need to apologize, as long as you return safely, nothing else matters. It seems my wives love me the most. Of course, otherwise, why would we tolerate you visiting your other mistress? They joked. They already knew about Iris. With him gone a few times each year, how could they not know Maximus was visiting another woman? Fortunately, understanding Maximus's reasons and Iris's identity, they weren't too bothered. Reminiscing with his wives, they spent time bonding, setting aside everything, of the ongoing heated dimensional war. Etheria reported that they had begun to overwhelm the Blood Ragnarok realm in their home dimension. With the addition of the Taltadarander race, the lower and middle powers of the Etherium realm could crush anyone. As for the top powers, Phelan and the others, who were at tier, were holding the front. More importantly, the tier and tier warriors Maximus had bought at the Void auction were crushing the Blood Ragnarok realm's hopes. With the power of money, it could be said the Blood Ragnarok realm didn't have a chance of winning. It was only a matter of time before the Blood Ragnarok realm was conquered. Knowing everything was going steadily, Maximus was no longer worried. The money he had spent was off to buy multiple tier dimensions. If they couldn't ever defeat a tier 9 dimension with the kind of investment, it would be better to die and be forgot by the Void. Celebrating his advancement, he took his wives on a shopping trip in the virtual realm, buying and feasting to their heart's content. After enjoying their time, he also notified his children, grandchildren, and in-laws in other sects to come back to the Etherium realm for a gathering. After reaching the tier realm, his descendants began showing their talts and foundations. Taking on task after task, breaking achievement after achievement, they earned a certain status in their sects, equivalent to preparatory saints in the Immortal Palace sect. With dedicated protectors, they could leave their sect dimensions despite not yet reaching tier. While waiting for his child, Maximus watched his year-old grandson, Lance, from Liam and Delisine's train. Lance, hurry up, it's time to eat. Stop training. Grandfather, let me finish this set first. Lance shouted, swinging his sword with a certain rhythm. After eating, Lance quickly returned to training, but this time, instead of a sword, he held books. Why are you working so hard, Lance? You're still a kid. You should enjoy your time, Maximus asked, not used to seeing such a diligent child. His children had been a bunch of brats at a young age. Although they were diligent, they weren't so focused and liked to play and have fun. As for his grandchildren, they were naughtier. If they were playing, they were on their way to play. Evmaya, Lance's older sister, had been led astray by her cousin Leela and daughter Asha. Looking at Lance, who was either training or improving himself, Maximus couldn't help but feel different. I need to quickly become stronger to protect my family and help my father. I can't waste any time, Lance said seriously. Oh? Do you want to rule the world like your father? Maximus asked, thinking of his workaholic son, Liam. Yes, I want to light my father's bird and keep the world peaceful and prosperous. What a grand ambition. You really are my grandson. Maximus laughed, ruffling his hair. However, reading is not as good as walking, and training is not as good as expressing. Staying cooped up here will limit your vision and ability. You should cherish your moments to view the outside world from different perspectives if you want to be a good ruler. List to grandfather's advice. Chapter 489, Family Reunion. A few months later, Lily and the others returned to the Etherium realm. With Maximus' frequent visits, the void pathways from Immortal Palace realm to Etherium realm had loosed, shorting the transmission time of the void portal from a few years to just a few days. Traveling in the void wasn't as simple as stepping into a portal and exiting another. There was a lag between the two. In the past, WH Maximus was at the Tier 9 realm. He hadn't ever noticed this lag. If not for Jixie's reminder, Maximus might have thought it was merely like closing and opening his eyes. WH Lily and the others arrived. His wives smiled widely. "You've grown, Lily. Your aura has become more majestic. Come give your mother a hug," Hazel praised, admiring her beautiful daughter. "Mother, didn't we just meet in the virtual realm? No need to fuss. What do you know? Meeting in the virtual realm is different from the real world. No need to be shy, Sister Lily. Didn't Mother Hazel just want a hug?" Lila teased, hugging her birth mother, Luna. "That's right, it's so warm and comforting to hold your daughter in your arms," Luna muttered, missing her daughter dearly. Though they could meet in the virtual world every few years, it always felt unreal. Seeing your loved ones so close, yet knowing they were far away, was an incomparable express. "Lydia, you've become more and more beautiful. Is there anyone chasing you?" Livia teased her shy daughter. "My sect is female only, no men are allowed in our quarters," Lydia blushed, refuting her mother. "Seer, what about you? Has anyone bullied you?" Angeline asked, looking at her loving daughter. "Mother, the sect master is our backer. Who would dare to bully us?" Since their father had befriended the sect master of the Immortal Palace realm, the elders didn't dare to order them a. If not for their discipline and respect for the rules, they could have lazed a while still receiving resources from the sect. "Sire, how is the Intellixa organization you were forming?" I asked with interest, looking at her daughter. "I've already placed spies in most of the tier dimensions. Unfortunately, I can only gather general information," Sire replied. Sire had always been a fan of information warfare. From the Phantom organization in the Ethereum realm, she had begun extending her influence into the Dimensional Alliance. Maximus have supported her, giving her a budget of billions of origin coins. Information was vital, no matter the world's current state. Though there was the virtual world and the seal of truth to deduce information, having first-hand news was crucial to avoid delays in important matters. "Asha, what about you? You've got fatter." Emma teased, pinching Asha's cheeks. "What? My sisters grew more majestic and beautiful, and I got called fat? Mother, you need better words," Asha pouted. "But you have got fatter. Look at your cheeks, waist, and arms, they're bigger than before. This is called growing up, don't mix things together." "Ha ha ha. Sister Asha, admit it, you've got fatter, just like Maxine." Leela chimed in, teasing Asha. "What do you know? I'm already in the tier realm. How could I still get fat? It's not in a physicals, but in temperament you exude a lazy and gluttonous aura." "What? Look at Maxine. Instead of looking for her father and mother, she wait to Mother Erica to look for food. You little brat. I'm just a little hungry, not a glutton," Asha shouted, chasing Leela a. "Sister Asha, Sister Leela, don't run a. We're about to have dinner," Maya reminded them, looking at her childish aunt and cousin. Returning to the Ethereum realm felt like coming home. They played and frolicked like children, reliving memories from the past. A few years later, Max, Ella, Nathan, Zoe, Sylvan, and Martin returned from the Ashura sect. "You're killing institutes? You should learn to control it," Maximus frowned. If not for knowing the ways of the Ashura sect, he might have thought that Max and the others were possessed and wanted to destroy the Ethereum realm. "I'm sorry, Father, we have to be used to such a peaceful atmosphere for a while," they apologized. The hell domain of the Ashura realm was truly brutal. Especially once they reached the tier realm, probably because of their talent and status, the danger they countered was incomparable to others. Whether eating, sleeping, resting, or fighting another opponent, someone was always lurking, ready to assassinate them. "It's okay, you can stay here for hundreds of years before returning to calm your aura," Maximus advised. Suppressing their killing end, they greeted their mother and sisters, reminiscing about old times. "Why not have another child, brother? Having a single child is not tough for the family," Liam asked, showing off his son, Lance. It could be said that he was very proud of his successor. Although Maya was also talented, she didn't have the ambition to help her father share the bird. Lance, on the other hand, was more than happy to assist him. "We were also thinking about it, but the Ashura sect is too harsh. We'll see if we can raise one in the Ethereum realm," Max explained, hugging his wife Ella. Who wouldn't want another child? If possible, he wants to have a few more children frolicking in the yard like his father. Of course, he could only have Ella as his wife. This Amazonian would kill him if he dared to take other women. Is that so? I would like to congratulate you in advance. I'm sure your child will be as cute as mine. No, our child will be cuter, Ella muttered, pinching Lance's serious face. By the way, where is Lux? Isn't he staying in the Ethereum realm? Nathan asked, not seeing any sign of Lux. That busy man is still in the virtual realm. He said he'd come out once you were all here. That bastard is still as money hungry as ever. We're already here, and yet all he thinks about is how to make more money. You can't say that. I heard he was pursuing someone, so he can't afford to stop, Liam muttered, thinking of the news he got from Usha. Is this confirmed? That money-hungry brat is pursuing someone? Max asked excitedly. Among their brothers, only Sam, Luke, and Lux didn't have a partner. They thought these three would remain ascetic, especially Lux, who only ever cared about money. They didn't expect him to actively pursue someone. Let me guess, is the one he's pursuing a rich lady? Max guessed, thinking of his little brother's quirks. You've hit the mark, Liam sighed. In pursuing someone, Lux had to choose the wealthiest. Who is it? What's her bag? Do you know? No, it's a surprise. Let's just hope Lux fools someone into being his wife before the others return. Let's hope so. A few years later, Sam and Luke also returned from the Etherium realm. However, unlike others who returned through a void portal, the two came back grandly on a tier void ship. If not for their origin being recognized by Etheria, they might have been bombarded by the Etherium realm's automatic defense system. Over the thousands of years, with money in hand, Maximus didn't forget to buy defensive and offensive dimensional treasures for the Etherium realm. Without interference from powerful factions or multiple individuals mastering the River of Law, the Etherium realm was impenetrable. After parking their void ship, the two returned grandly to their home. Unfortunately, without bringing their other halves, they still got a scolding from their father for being slow. After their return, Neo and Arya also came back, bringing their newborn son, who was only 7 years old. The two had been delayed because their son was still too small for void teleportation. After raising their son, Ethan, in the Eternal Sect for a few years, they finally returned to the Etherium realm. You're quite productive, Neo, as expected of my son, Maximus praised, looking at his new grandson. Like Lance, Ethan also possessed an ultimate physique. With both parts having ultimate physiques and practicing the limit-breaking origin manual, conceiving a talented child was only natural. This is all thanks to Arya. Without her hard work, this kid wouldn't ever be born, Neo muttered, looking at his wife. Don't be too humble. Without two people, how can another be born? Come, take your child to meet Lance, they should be about the same age. Although Maximus really wanted to play with his grandson, he still had work to do. While waiting for the others to return to the Etherium realm, Maximus was helping his wife deduce the formula for the tear liquid solution. With the aid of the Calamity of Power and his connection to the River of Knowledge, Maximus estimated that he would fully deduce the tear solution in just a few years. Let them play, let's see if they get along, Neo muttered, watching his son with interest. Although Ethan acted like a good kid in front of his father, Neo knew his true nature. Lazy and arrogant, having grown up in the Eternal Sect and being pampered for his intelligence and partial, Ethan had developed a bit of a crooked attitude. Fortunately, they had only been there for a few years, so it could still be straightened out. With the care of his father, siblings, and cousins equally talented and intelligent, Ethan should be able to curb his arrogance. As for laziness, that might just be an innate trait from him and his wife. Go play with Lance and learn about the place where your dad was born and raised. Chapter 490, Family Reunion 2. I'm Ethan, the child of Neo and Arya Shadowcrest. My father said to play with you, Ethan introduced himself. However, instead of getting an answer, he was greeted by Lance's sills as he continued to swing his sword, ignoring Ethan's brace. Hello, I'm talking to you. Are you still conscious? Ethan said lazily. Step aside and wait for me to finish my training, Lance finally answered, seeing the annoying Ethan. Okay. A few hours later, Lance carelessly shook the sleeping Ethan. Wake up, we still have a lot to do. What? I just got here, let me rest. Uncle Neo trusted you to me, so you better list, Lance said solemnly. TSK, fine, where are we going? To the castle. As they walked to the castle, Ethan had a lazy and disdainful look. He had been born in a tier dimension of one of the top forces in the world. All he had said and expressed were the pinnacle of exists in the Eon plane. Looking at the shabby castle, Ethan grew a little impatient. Unimpressed? Lance asked knowingly. The castle was made entirely of tier 9 and materials. Compared to the Eternal Sect, which lavishly used tier materials, the castle seemed shabby. Yes. Can't we just sleep? You don't have to waste your time on me. Your ignorant thoughts are a shame to the Shadowcrest family. You should look at the S of things, not just their outward appearance, Lance muttered, flicking his head. What? Ethan shouted in pain, glaring angrily at Lance. Look, and don't just focus on the materials it's made of, don't be impatient and arrogant. What is there to see in this shabby castle? As Ethan looked, he suddenly froze in shock. Is this an intersecting Tier 9 array? Furthermore, there's no error or discrepancy. What a work of art. How is this ever possible? An intersecting array connects one array to another, compounding its power beyond limits. Normally, the higher the array, the harder it is to link them together. Even the Eternal Sect, he had only say 3-5 intersecting tier arrays. But now, looking at the infinite number of microarrays plastered all over the walls, he couldn't help but be amazed. This is just the outer wall. If you go to the core of the castle, you'll find tier intersecting arrays. Who created this? Such a masterpiece, I want to learn. Ethan said excitedly. This is the work of grandfather, the foundation of our family. Maximus had worked hard to renovate the castle where his family lived. Besides the external walls made of mixed Tier 9 and materials, the core of the castle was made of rare tier materials. The investment and effort he put into the castle were no less than what he had put into the Ethereum realm, perhaps have more. This castle was the foundation of their family, their abode in the Tyrian plain. The intersecting arrays were one of Maximus's painstaking works. After spending thousands of years on deductions and hard labor, the castle's defenses were stronger than that of the Ethereum realm. As a lance took Ethan at the castle, Ethan's disdainful look slowly turned into amazement and admiration. He hadn't expected the little grandfather he had met earlier to be so fierce and skilled. From arrays, training facilities, comfort, leisure, ambience, the castle was like a paradise and homely. The tier elders of the Eternal Sect might not compare to his grandfather's abilities. After wandering at the castle, Lance took Ethan of the Shadow Imperial City. It was the birthplace of the Shadow Crest family, full of history and memories. After reaching a certain size, the city stopped expanding, preserving its architecture. From historical buildings, statues, stores, parks, and roads were kept in place. Although the outward appearance remained the same, the foundational arrays and structures had been reinforced to the limit. A home for the oldest families and factions of the astral content, Ethan had fun exploring the place. After touring the city and the Tyre Moonlight Empire, they took a teleportation array to the chaotic content. Although Lance and Ethan were only Tier 5 and 3, they had a Tier Shadow Protector with them. Confidently touring into the core of the Ethereum realm, the most chaotic place in the world, the two began to learn about the struggles of the world. Although the Airenders and the other contents had united to fight the Blood Ragnarok realm, the chaotic content remained plagued by bloodshed and war. After thousands of years, the place had become a battlefield for Tier 8 powerhouses. Fighting for prosperous land, vying to carve out their private territories and become emperors, competing for their future and goals, the chaotic content had become the most lively place. The Airender race had also begun to spread all over the content, fighting and befriending multiple fronts, beginning to integrate into the world. With their connection to the outside world, they had finally learned the true nature of their god. Although this broke the mysteriousness, it didn't shake their faith but made it ever firmer. The Airender race also began intermingling with other races, producing a hybridization. Though many were born weaker without the tault of the mighty Airender race, some mutated, breaking ever the limits of their tault. After visiting the lawless land full of chaos and struggle, Ethan learned more about the Ethereum realm. After exploring the other three contents, they returned to Shadowcrest Castle for the gathering. Lux, you're finally out. I thought you'd forgot about us. Liam joked, seeing Lux finally exit the virtual realm. What about this young lady? Mind introducing her to us? Max asked, looking at the woman beside Lux. This is Alice, my business partner. Just business partner? Nathan teased. Brother, are you getting married? I'll start thinking about what gift to prepare. Neo joined in. As for Sam and Luke, they sat siltly to the side, embarrassed that they were the only ones without a partner. You guys, don't embarrass the guest, Lux said helplessly. Fortunately, seeing Alice didn't get angry, he heaved a sigh of relief. I'm Alice Elfound. As Mr. Lux said, we are merely business partners, nothing more, Alice said with a touch of coldness. Is that so? Please forgive our rudeness. We thought you were Lux's partner since this is a family gathering. Liam said solemnly, not caring about Alice's identity. This was a family gathering, not a business matter. Looking at Lux, he coldly signaled for him to stay off the guest. Brother. Alice is from the Elfound race. Don't be rude. The Elfound race was one of the top families in the Eon plane, second only to the top sex. The Elfound race was ranked among the top families due to their unique structure. Born from the ancestral world tree, they shared the same origin, like a family. Hearing his brother's words, Lux's heart nearly stopped, fearing he had offended Alice. And as for the gossip about him chasing Alice, what a joke. Lux's heart was only set on making money. No matter how beautiful or rich a woman was, it wouldn't move him. Unfortunately, this Alice was a bit pushy, wanting to visit the Ethereum realm. She threatened him using her family's influence. I don't care. This is a family gathering, no outsiders allowed. Liam insisted. The others also lost their playful attitudes, looking at Lux with displeasure. Seeing not ever a hint of romantic interest in Lux's eyes, they confirmed that they were merely business partners. Are you sure you want to kick me out? Alice muttered, looking at them emotionlessly. We apologize, but this is a family gathering, and we cannot mix it with outside matters, Liam repeated firmly. What about the Elfhound race? So what if they offended a top family? Their brother and sister's connections were no joke. Each of them was equivalent to a preparatory saint, just shy of becoming sect successors. How could a mere top family intimidate them? Lux was just too timid, afraid that it would affect his business dealings. But they didn't care about money, they would rather see Lux bankrupt than let their family gathering be disturbed. If Maximus knew about this, he wouldn't care either. With his STRGTH and his relationship with Iris, aside from the overlords, there wasn't anyone he feared. Unfortunately, Maximus was busy working on deducing the tear liquid solution with his wives, so he couldn't scold Lux himself. Seeing the resolve in his brother's eyes, Lux smiled helplessly, preparing to SD Alice away. Ms. Alice, I apologize. It seems you'll have to visit the Etherium realm another time. No. Alice frowned, thinking deeply. The ancestral world tree had been urging her to come to the Etherium realm repeatedly. At first, she didn't understand why, but now, stepping foot in the Etherium realm, it seemed something important to the Elfhound race was about to be born here. Ms. Alice, Before Lux could finish speaking, Alice firmly grabbed his hand. Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? That means I'm part of the family too. Chapter 491, Marriage Proposal. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Didn't you say you two were just business partners? Liam asked with a smirk. Max and the others also exchanged playful glances. It didn't matter what Alice's goal was. Since she dared to associate with Lux, they also dared to push it further. Though Alice was a little cold, she was beautiful and held a certain status. Elfhound race was one of the top and oldest family in the Eon Plane. No matter how they disregarded them, it was still beyond their reach. Being in a relationship with their stupid brother was more than enough. I'm just shy, please forgive me, Alice apologized, gripping Lux's arm tightly. Oh? I don't believe it unless you show proof, Max pressed. What proof? You know what we mean. How about it, Lux? Do you know what we're talking about? This. Of course, Lux knew what they meant. It was nothing more than kissing and hugging. Thinking about the major business cooperation he had with the Elfhound race, Lux gritted his teeth and looked at Alice. Do you want to do this? Lux asked, giving Alice one last chance before jumping into the pit. Come on, don't be a coward, Alice snorted, grabbing Lux's collar and pulling him into a kiss. After a few seconds of intimacy, the two pulled away, their faces red like tomatoes. Clap, clap, clap. That's enough. Don't show off your affection here. Just a little hug and pat would be enough. They didn't expect the two to be too bold, displaying such intimate affection before their eyes. Is this enough proof? Alice asked, as if she had sacrificed her life just to be pardoned. Ha ha ha, welcome to the family, Miss Alice. If Lux ever bullies you, be sure to tell us. Seeing they were no longer rejecting her, Alice heaved a sigh of relief. As long as her feelings were right and there was a world tree with a complete origin here, whatever the sacrifice, it would be worth it. Alice was from the Elfhound race, born from the ancestral world tree. All the world trees in existence originated from branches of the ancestral world tree, and Alice was the inheritor of this generation's Elfhound race. In order to protect the race's position at the top, she had a mission to become a master of the ocean of law. For the Elfhound race, this could easily be achieved by binding a world tree with a complete origin of laws, nurturing the river of law they mastered. As long as there were enough world trees with complete origins of law, the entire Elfhound race could even reach the peak of the world. Unfortunately, everything had its limits. In the Eon Plane, there could only be 9 world trees with complete origins of law. The 3 overlord forces possessed 3, the top sex held 3, and the remaining 3 were bound by the Elfhound race's supreme witches. Alice thought she would, like the previous generation, mull over the river of law and live a mediocre life until the next generation's inheritor was born. She never expected to find a world tree in the Etherium realm that has a complete origin of laws. Although it seemed to have some defects, it's enough as long as it has all the origins of laws. Mingling with the Shadow-Crest brothers, Alice endured endless humiliation, acting coquettish in response to their teasing. What angered her most was Lux. This man was a gutless coward, disgusted by even the appearance of her affection as if she were a dirty prostitute. But for the sake of her future, she held on and kept up the act. As they circled the majestic castle, her feelings for the world tree grew stronger. Her heart raced as she became more active in her role, treating Lux like he was her husband. Upon reaching the garden, she saw a gigantic tree shooting through the sky. With excitement, Alice could no longer hold back and ran toward the world tree as if her life depended on it. However, just when she tried to bind the tree, she was repelled and thrown to the ground. How is this possible? Why can't I bind the world tree? So this is what you're after. Liam smiled, seeing her reaction. They weren't fools. Knowing Alice was up to something, they quickly called their father to investigate. After all, to join their family, beauty, talent, and status were only a prerequisite. What they could never compromise was character. In disbelief, Alice ignored her injuries and tried again to bind the world tree. Thud. Falling repeatedly, Alice looked devastated. It's useless. This tree is bound to my father's origin. It can't be stolen by anyone. Impossible. Only the Elf-found race can bind the world tree. Even the 3 overlords of the Dimensional Alliance don't have that ability. That's them. Our father is different. Their father practiced the origin manual, allowing him to separate himself from the rules of the world. Slowly nurturing the world tree in his origin, the connection between the tree and Maximus was beyond the interference of the Eon Plane's rules. Impossible. Impossible. I don't believe it. Alice became hysterical. Seeing a bright future and then being told it was an illusion was the greatest despair. Ms. Alice, calm down. Lux knelt, attempting to comfort her. After all, Alice had nearly become his wife. Seeing her in such a state made Lux uncomfortable. You knew this all along, yet you still took advantage of me. Alice shouted. She didn't believe Lux wasn't aware of his brother's conspiracies. Took advantage? You were the one using me. As they argued, blaming each other, Liam and the others watched with amusement. What are you looking at? Is it fun to make a girl cry? Lily and the other girls arrived, scolding Liam and the others for bullying Alice. Bad brothers. I'll tell your wives, and let's see if you don't kneel after that. After giving the boys a stern lecture, they approached Alice and helped her up. Sister, stand up. Don't listen to these stupid brothers of ours. Since you're part of our family now, we won't be stingy about a mere world tree, Lily comforted. But what I need is a world tree with a complete origin of laws, Alice muttered listlessly. She could sense that each of them was connected to a world tree, but they only had the essence of laws, not a complete origin. We know, sister, but aren't you curious how we managed to have a world tree with a complete origin of laws? Isn't it a miracle? Don't tell me there's an artificial way to produce such a world tree. The world tree before her had a complete but non-self-cycling origin of laws. Alice had assumed it was defective due to the world's rules. Yet, hearing Lily's words, Alice felt as if she had heard something absurd. Since you are a family, I'll tell you. Even before Lux could object, they had already accepted Alice into the family. Their father's investigation had revealed that, aside from needing a world tree, Alice didn't have a bad character. As the inheritor of the Elf-found race, Alice possessed all the great qualities, potential, character, will, goals, and more. Had it not been for the grand prospects presented before her, Alice might not have even bothered coming to the Etherium realm, much less mingling with these heartless brothers. They began explaining how they had nurtured the world tree from a mere branch to a towering giant. Using time crystals, various elemental and law materials, and finally, the power of the origin manual, they had nurtured a world tree with a complete origin of laws. They didn't care if Alice knew some of the family secrets. If Alice accepted their offer and cultivated with the origin manual, she would be bound to their family. Maximus controlled the lives, thoughts, memories, and very origins of those who practiced his method. While he didn't abuse this authority, he used it to prevent the spread of the origin manual. Hearing their explanation, Alice was filled with disbelief and enlightenment. So, are you willing to marry our brother? Lily asked temptingly. As time passed, Alice's thoughts drifted, weighing the benefits and consequences. Your brother doesn't seem to like me. How could we get married? Turning the question to Lux, Alice felt conflicted. Lux. Seeing the dagger-like eyes of his siblings, Lux quickly knelt before Alice. Ms. Alice, will you marry this humble one? I promise to keep you happy and rich for the rest of my life. Lux proposed. Although a bit forced, Lux did have some feelings for Alice. While he still loved money the most, for the sake of his bloodline's continuation, he was willing to nurture this budding feeling. You promise not to bully me? Alice asked tearfully. Yes. My brothers and sisters are my witnesses. If I ever hurt you, I'll become poor for the rest of my life. Chapter 492, Celebratory Feast. A few days later, all members of the Shadowcrest family, both direct descendants and in-laws, gathered for a celebratory feast. It had been thousands of years since they last came together to celebrate. From his wives' families to the relatives of his sons' wives, they gathered to reminisce about the past and discuss current events. Turning to his son Lux, Maximus noticed the new addition to the family. Is this Alice? Maximus greeted her with a smile. "Nice to meet you, I'm Alice," she said formally, regaining the poised demeanor of the Elfound race. "No need to be so formal, we're family now. It's only right. I'm fortunate to have met Lux." "Don't be humble, it's Lux who's lucky to have met you. Here, take this as a welcoming gift," Maximus said, handing her a revised Tier 9 Origin Manual and a piece of the World Tree containing all the essence of laws. As for the Tier 10 Origin Manual, Maximus still hadn't had the time to revise one even for his family. "Thank you, Father," Alice responded happily. This was why she agreed to marry Lux, the key to reaching the pinnacle of the world. "Haha, no problem, enjoy your stay here. In a while, I'll come to the Elfound dimension to plan the wedding," Maximus chuckled as he walked toward Lilith. "How is it? Did you copy her physique?" "Yes. No wonder they're one of the top races in the world. Their origin chain is 100 times more complex than that of the Erinder race. That's only for now. With each generation of Erinders inheriting from the last, the strongest Erinders will eventually be born. Oh, by the way, why did you need Elfound race origin chain? It's for the world tree. It's not perfect yet. Since we have such a high-quality specimen, why not use it?" Although the world tree possessed all the origins of laws, it didn't harmonize like a bunch of mess scattered in a room. It was just a container, possessing the origin of laws but not their essence. By studying Alice's physique, Maximus hoped to find a breakthrough and push the world tree further. Even though the origin manual had limit-breaking abilities, he was still too weak. If he only relied on its passive ability, it might take billions of epochs to perfect the world tree. Soon, the celebration continued with food, drinks, and endless conversations. A few days later, with the feast still ongoing, the Tier 10 solution Maximus had been brewing was completed. Together with his wives, Maximus tested the liquid solution. "A success?" Maximus muttered, feeling the energy surging through his body. "It has the same efficiency as the Tier 9 liquid solution. The Tier 9 liquid solution could multiply one strand of quality of power into 100. With the Tier 10 liquid solution not losing the efficiency despite them being at a higher tier, it's a success. The Tier 10 liquid solution is complete. I didn't expect we would deduce it so quickly." After working for over 1,000 years, Hazel and the others thought they wouldn't create the potion without hundreds of thousands of years of research. They didn't expect that with just a few tweaks from their husband, they could complete the potion in just a few years. It seemed that after reaching the Tier 10 realm, their husband had grown not only in physical strength but also in his ability to create. With a newly brewed Tier 10 solution, their path toward the Tier 11 realm would be smooth. They only needed enough strands casualty, and they could advance to Tier 11 without issue. Feeling happy, Maximus shared the liquid solution with the guests, offering it as a drink and wine. "What kind of drink is this? My realm is progressing rapidly. I feel the same. Moreover, it's smooth, there's no feeling of bloating. The liquid solution could be taken by any tier, the only difference is how much they could absorb before the energy dissipated. My daughter's husband is truly amazing, to have even created this," one of Maximus' in-laws commented, feeling their strength surging. Thanks to their connection to the Shadow Crest family, his wives' families had risen to the top of the Etherium realm. All kinds of resources, opportunities, skills, and conveniences were available to them. After thousands of years, even without immense talent, most had reached the Tier 8 realm. With the advancement of the Etherium realm, it was only a matter of time before they reached the Tier 9 realm and achieved immortality. It could be said that by joining the Shadow Crest family, they had ascended to heaven in a single step. Alice, meanwhile, was not overly impressed as she drank the Tier 10 solution. For her, breaking the limitations of the world tree was the greatest miracle. A mere liquid solution, something that could be purchased from the Mechanical Alliance or the Alchemy Alliance, was not worth mentioning. Phelan, on the other hand, was in shock and hurriedly drank all the liquid solution in his glass. Having left Alabaster and Radius in the Dimensional War, he thought they would only be having a feast. Phelan didn't expect to discover such a heaven-defying resource. Drinking the solution was millions of times more effective than absorbing origin fragments. "Where did you get this? Can you get more?" Phelan asked eagerly. "Drink all you want. As for where it's from, I made it myself." "You made it yourself? How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible." "Then can I purchase some from you?" "No, this is a precious resource. Take advantage of it now, you'll never drink it again," Maximus teased. Although the Tier 10 liquid solution had the same efficiency as the Tier 9 solution, the materials needed reached Tier 10. Each drop of the solution was essentially the essence of hundreds of thousands of Tier 10 materials. Maximus couldn't even fully supply his children, so how could he give it to Phelan? "I see," Phelan sighed. However, considering Maximus' rapid progress in strength, it was only a matter of time before his son-in-law could afford to show him some filial piety. After discussing the solution, Phelan began recounting the state of the dimensional war. It had been over 100 years since they opened a void portal to the Blood Ragnarok realm, but according to Phelan, they hadn't made much progress in conquering the enemy. Did the outside world interfere? Maximus asked, frowning. Based on his estimates, the Blood Ragnarok realm should have been severely suppressed. Not to mention the lower and mid-tier powers, even comparing tier 10 individuals, the Blood Ragnarok realm had only a few, while they had hundreds. The only issue was the pseudo-tier 11 dimensional master of the Blood Ragnarok realm. However, with the tier 11 warrior Maximus had bought watching the enemy, there shouldn't have been any problems. As for direct intervention, it wasn't possible. A dimension could only employ a warrior one rank higher than the lowest dimensional tier of both sides. With the Blood Ragnarok realm only being a tier 9 dimension, they could only employ a tier 10 warrior at most. First, there are numerous pseudo-tier 9 powerhouses in the Blood Ragnarok realm. These people didn't appear in the past because the void battlefield could only accommodate tier 8 warriors at most. Second, since we're in another dimension, we're suppressed and unable to exert our full strength. Third, we're also facing foreign enemies. According to our investigations, they belong to a first-rate force second only to the top sects and families. It's called the Pantheon Alliance. If not for the trump card you left us, the Blood Ragnarok realm might have invaded us, not the other way around. Phelan sighed. The Pantheon Alliance, huh? This is indeed troublesome. Maximus frowned, thinking about the connection between the Blood Ragnarok realm and the Pantheon Alliance. Do you have a plan? Leave it to me. I'll handle things. You three just be ready for the cleanup, Maximus said confidently. After a few seconds of deduction, gathering information about the Pantheon Alliance, he discovered that the dimensional master of the Blood Ragnarok realm, Grimnir, was the child of one of the core members of the Alliance. Fortunately, the situation wasn't too dire. The father of Grimnir was only a mere tier 11 powerhouse. Not being a master of law, even if Grimnir's father directly faced Maximus, he could take him down in a few strikes. As for offending the Pantheon Alliance, as long as he was in the right, they wouldn't dare to act. Behind him were three top forces from the Aeon Plane, the Immortal Palace sect, the Sterling family, and the Elf-Faun race. If they tried to bully him with numbers, he would show them what true influence was. Thinking of this, he looked at Lux and Alice, awkwardly showing affection for each other. The two were inexperienced in relationships, interacting only for the sake of their so-called pursuits. One sacrificed herself for power, while the other sacrificed himself for money. Each pursuing their own goals, they endured the discomfort, hoping to maintain their relationship. This is also another side of relationships. Chapter 493, Killing the Enemy. A few years later, after taking a vacation in the Etherium realm, his children returned to their lives. Having reached the Tier 10 realm, they had to complete various missions outside their sex dimension. With the Tier 11 protector by their side, Maximus didn't worry about their safety. However, some of his children still remained at home. Max and Della wanted to have another child. Finding the Etherium realm to be the perfect place, they extended their vacation for hundreds of years. Joining them were Nathan and the others from the Ashura sect. Their killing intent had grown too intense and uncontrollable, which could cause problems in the long run. Alongside them were Neo and Arya, wanting to take care of Ethan, who was still too young. Though the two were lazy, they didn't want their son to grow up parentless and without their guidance. Thus, despite the pressure from their sect, they decided to stay in the Etherium realm. Meanwhile, Maximus turned his attention to the Blood Ragnarok realm. This was a ticking time bomb. If he didn't solve it soon, it could cause more casualties than he could handle. After saying goodbye to his wives and children, Maximus headed to the Blood Ragnarok realm with Phelan. Blood Ragnarok realm. Entering the void portal, Maximus stepped into one of the outposts of the Etherium realm. The area was protected by a Tier 10 barrier array, shielding it from enemies and the dimension's suppression. Is this another form of divine energy? How interesting. Unlike other divine energies, where believers produce it and gods absorb it, here all creatures, whether animals, mortals, or even peak powerhouses, produce divine energy. However, instead of being absorbed by a single individual, it was dispersed across the world for everyone to absorb. Studying this unique divine system, Maximus thought about the advancement path of the amalgamation of will. The amalgamation of will is currently a Tier 9 energy system. Its crystallization only increased its power and concentration, but it hadn't elevated it to a higher energy tier. Now that he was in the Tier 10 realm, he planned to deduce a higher form of the amalgamation of will. Perhaps, if it became a Tier 10 energy system, the quality of power it could produce would also increase. While talking to Phelan as they explored the Blood Ragnarok realm, Maximus noticed that the ordinary people there were still living peacefully. Some had even integrated with the people of the Etherium realm, forming a society. When Maximus asked Phelan about this, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Viewing the Blood Ragnarok realm as already under their control, Phelan and the others planned to maximize their profit. From plants, trees, rocks, animals, to even the population, they wanted to keep everything. Aside from the Tier 10 powerhouses and a few stubborn Tier 9 individuals, they didn't kill anyone indiscriminately. They even provided supplies and knowledge to keep the population in check. Because of this, majority of the people in the Blood Ragnarok realm were ready to surrender. Unfortunately, without the approval of their Dimensional Master, it was just a wishful thinking. However, without the Dimensional Master, the majority can decide, Maximus muttered excitedly. If the Dimensional Master was eliminated, with the majority of people surrendering, the Ethereum realm could win the dimensional war without further bloodshed. This seems feasible, Phelan nodded in agreement. With Maximus' strength, he could easily kill the Dimensional Master of the Blood Ragnarok realm. That way, there would be fewer casualties in the conquest of the Blood Ragnarok realm. Without delay, Maximus began spreading his domain to search for the Dimensional Master. After advancing to the Tier 10 realm, his domain had evolved considerably. The original passive expansion could now be fueled by origin crystals to extend rapidly. With hundreds of billions of origin crystals, he expanded his domain beyond what was thought possible. Not only could it cover a Tier 9 dimension, but even a Tier 10 dimension would fall within its reach. In the core of the world? Maximus smiled, teleporting to the location. Who are you? A voice shouted in alarm. A Tier 11 powerhouse. Are you guarding this place? An enemy, Gregor, the Tier 11 protector of Grimnir, muttered solemnly. Gregor had been assigned by the Pantheon Alliance to protect Grimnir. He hadn't expected Grimnir to be unlucky enough to face such a formidable opponent. With thousands of Tier 10 subordinates and slaves, the Ethereum realm was even stronger than most Tier 10 dimensions. Looking at the Dimensional Master of the Ethereum realm before him, Gregor frowned. A Tier 11 individual couldn't participate in a war between Tier 9 dimensions. While he could protect Grimnir, he couldn't fight back. Feeling the power emanating from Maximus, Gregor wasn't sure if he could fully safeguard Grimnir. Leave this place. I won't interfere in the war. Just kill the majority of the population, and you'll win. No need to take this path. If the Blood Ragnarok realm fell, Grimnir would lose his dimensional authority and bindings, allowing Gregor to take him out. I don't want to. I want the Blood Ragnarok realm intact, so I can only kill the Dimensional Master behind you, Maximus said playfully. Though Gregor was a Tier 11 individual, Maximus could sense that he hadn't even mastered 1% of the River of Law. Such a protector wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of his children's protectors, who had at least 30% mastery of the River of Law. Lily and the others were even protected by a power that had fully mastered the River of Law. Hearing Maximus' words, Gregor's anger flared. Maximus was only at the Tier 10 realm. While Gregor felt pressure, he was more concerned about Grimnir's safety. As a Tier 11 individual, no matter how powerful a Tier 10 opponent was, they couldn't harm him. Locating Grimnir, the Dimensional Master of the Blood Ragnarok realm, Maximus didn't hesitate and attacked. Bam! Gregor hurriedly blocked the attack, feeling a sharp pain. Don't get in the way if you don't want to die, Maximus muttered. The less he provoked the Pantheon Alliance, the better. Although he had the backing of 3 top forces, he didn't want to owe any favors. Hearing this, Gregor didn't move. This mission was given to him by the Pantheon Alliance. If he failed, the punishment awaiting him would be torturous. What was mere pain compared to that? Then die. Seeing Gregor's stubbornness, Maximus amplified his attack 100-fold, launching a devastating blow. A mutated origin energy, carrying the force of 100 trillion of magnitude of power, left Gregor unable to even move. Boom. The attack ripped through the space node, continuing forward and tearing a hole in the Blood Ragnarok realm. The blast seemed to signal the end, halting the fierce battles between the two sides. No matter how strong they were, in the face of such power, they were mere ants. Unsure which side the assailant belonged to, they hovered in the air, awaiting their fate. Perhaps only Phelan knew that it was Maximus who just arrived in the Blood Ragnarok realm. How powerful. As expected of the man chosen by my daughter. Phelan thought, standing proudly as if he had been the one to make the impressive display. Meanwhile, having eliminated the interference, Maximus turned his attention to Grimnir. Impaled by a broken Tier 12 treasure and corroded by the Calamity of power, Grimnir was barely conscious. Just as Maximus was about to finish him off, his system stirred. It can absorb this corrupt Calamity of power? Maximus muttered in shock. He thought his system could only absorb pure Calamity of power, but it seemed it could also collect the corrupt kind. Urging his system, it absorbed the corrupt Calamity of power from Grimnir's body. Without the corruption of Calamity of power, Grimnir slowly regained his consciousness. Who are you, Urg? Before Grimnir could finish speaking, a bright light greeted him, ending his life. Maximus didn't care about such an insignificant being and began studying the quality of power absorbed by the system. Quality points, 1.024 million, corrupt quality points, 3,621. It can really absorb corrupt quality of power. Unlike pure quality of power, which can be used for cultivation, corrupt quality of power is laced with malice and destruction. This energy is commonly found on battlefields, in relics, and abandoned dimensions. It's a poisonous energy that even Tier 11 individuals who have mastered the River of Law keep their distance from. But what's the use of corrupt quality of power? Aside from attacking and destroying, Maximus couldn't think of any other way to use such poisonous energy. Using the Seal of Truth, Maximus sat down to deduce the potential uses of corrupt quality of power. As for the commotion caused by the death of the dimensional master of the Blood Ragnarok realm, it no longer concerned him. After thousands of epochs of deduction, singling out every possibility, Maximus' eyes lit up. Comprehension. No. Cultivation. No. Material for the liquid solution. No. Improvement for dimensions. No. Promotion of physique rank. Yes. Promotion of physique grade. Yes. Chapter 494, End of Dimensional War. It can be used to upgrade physique? Maximus muttered in shock. One of his main problems was enhancing his physique, whether breaking through the origin grade or advancing to rank 12. Unfortunately, he didn't even have enough quality points for his cultivation, so how could he dare use them on such a bottomless pit? To upgrade his physique, the dimensional source to rank 12, he needed trillions of strands of quality of power. Even the Immortal Palace realm might not have that much strand of casualty. Perhaps only the 3 overlord organizations could provide it, with plenty to spare. Now, with another option appearing before him, the corrupt quality of power, it was as if a new light had dawned in his eyes. Corrupt quality of power was all over the Eon plane, remnants left behind from battles and wars spanning endless time. No one claimed it, and people even distanced themselves from such corrupt energy. But now, if this corrupt energy could really be used to upgrade his physique, then he would have found a bargain. Without hesitation, he tried putting some of the corrupt quality of power into his physique. Soon, Maximus felt the usual surge of energy, but what followed was pain and confusion. It was as if something was corroding his mind and origin. Feeling the danger, he mobilized his origin manual to calm the energy. Mitigating the pain and corruption, he used his connection with the river of knowledge to ease the confusion in his mind. How close? He hadn't expected that using corrupt quality of power would have such adverse reactions. Fortunately, his origin manual's ability to isolate energy was domineering, and the river of knowledge could easily cleanse the malice hammering into his mind. Thinking about it, without these two abilities, no one would be able to absorb such corrupt quality of power. The ability to isolate and the ability to keep a clear mind, one must possess both to handle corrupt energy. Furthermore, with the system directly feeding the corrupt energy to his physique, the negative effect seemed to have lessened significantly. Perhaps only the overlords could do it, but given their control over the quality of power, why would they be interested in mere corrupted, discarded energy? It was like absorbing leftover mana from a battlefield. Why bother when one could draw pure mana from the environment instead? That means the corrupt energy is only useful to me. He had the ability but was too weak and too poor. This loophole seemed to be created specifically for him. Unfortunately, it seemed that neither his wives nor his children could use the corrupt quality of power. Just one strand and they might go insane. However, the prospect of trillions, perhaps quadrillions of strands of corrupt quality of power spread all over the Eon plane excited him. The only issue was the absorption efficiency. Though he could clear the negative effects of the corrupt quality of power, it wasn't instant. By his estimation, his physique could only handle 1,000 points of corrupt quality of power at a time, compared to the unrestricted amount when using pure quality points. However, that's enough. I don't need speed, I just need progress. His advancement to the Tier 11 realm was still out of sight. He still didn't know how to start the Tier 11 chapter of the Origin Manual, or if it even existed. From Tier 1 to Tier 10, the Origin Manual was only at the foundational level. To create the next level, he couldn't follow the old thoughts and would need to diverge onto a different path. Maximus guessed that he needed to become at least a master of the River of Law to do this. Achieving this at the Tier 10 realm was impossible, but with the limit-breaking abilities of the Origin Manual, it was only a matter of time. Planning for the future, he set his sights on the Blood Ragnarok realm. After killing their dimensional master, all the beings in the Blood Ragnarok realm felt it. From animals and plants to people, they all seemed to sense that something had been taken from them. Knowing it was because of the inviolable power they had witnessed earlier tearing through the sky, the people of Blood Ragnarok fell into despair and disbelief. Kneeling down, they looked toward the sky, offering their surrender with all their hearts. They didn't want to face an enemy capable of killing their dimensional master in a single shot. PN at such an opponent was unbeatable. Even the stubborn Tier 9 and Tier 10 powerhouses who had fought the Ethereum realm fearlessly knelt down, begging for surrender and forgiveness. The 7 Ragnarok leaders who were still alive and well also couldn't control themselves and bowed before such power. They didn't want to fight an enemy like the Ethereum realm, a maverick they could never predict. Beaten down in the void battlefield, their dimensional master couldn't even survive one strike. As for the Tier 10 beings from the Pantheon Alliance, Maximus was unforgiving and killed everyone in the range of his domain. With the majority of the Blood Ragnarok realm surrendering, a loud, resounding sound echoed through the world. In their minds, they heard the inevitable result: the Ethereum realm had won, and the Blood Ragnarok realm had lost. With a mighty force gathering, the Blood Ragnarok realm began to be wrapped in space, teleporting directly to the Ethereum realm. From one void to another, witnessing an entire dimension being teleported opened Maximus's eyes in shock. What kind of power is this? An ultimate treasure? An overlord? How could a dimension be transported like this? Maximus thought in disbelief. This wasn't just teleporting individuals or opening a simple portal between 2 dimensions, it was like grabbing one dimension and tossing it into another. Watching the Blood Ragnarok collapse and be absorbed by the Ethereum realm, Maximus hurriedly mobilized his domain to protect the people of Blood Ragnarok realm. As the losers, they were unprotected in such a catastrophic event. Not wanting to waste such precious resources like the population, Maximus began overloading his power, transporting the people of the Blood Ragnarok realm across the 4 continents of the Ethereum realm. As for the chaotic continent, it was a place without rules, not a suitable place for war captives to be. Maximus's first plan was to tame the people of the Blood Ragnarok realm, teach them the rules, and integrate them into the world. Teleporting behind Etheria, he saw her sweating as she tried to control the expansion of the land. Following her master's instructions, all the land absorbed by the Ethereum realm in the future would be allocated to the chaotic continent, expanding it. The 4 main continents, Astral, Arcane, Beast, and Divine, were enough. These were the 4 sovereign rulers of the Ethereum realm, and adding another would only complicate the hierarchy. As for the chaotic continent, though it dwarfed the others in size, it didn't matter. If they lacked space, expansion was easy to solve. Power didn't depend on size, but on the number and quality of powerhouse living there. With the dimensional master and the strongest beings of the Ethereum realm residing there, how could they be overshadowed? Seeing Etheria already drenched in sweat, Maximus began using his dimensional authority to help her. Soon, days, months, and years passed, and they had fully absorbed all the benefits of the Blood Ragnarok realm, from land and resources to energy, laws, and people. Unfortunately, since the Ethereum realm was already a Tier 10 dimension, absorbing the Blood Ragnarok realm didn't have much effect besides land expansion and a slight enhancement in energy levels. However, the soul and spirit power was enough. I can have another child, Maximus muttered in excitement. Having another child was not only his wish but also that of his wives. Unfortunately, the world's limit felt like a curse. Even with the limit-breaking ability of the Origin Manual, he couldn't do much. It would probably take billions of epochs to break this barrier, allowing him to have as many descendants as he wanted. Fortunately, there was always a solution to a problem. In this case, it was soul and spirit energy. This kind of energy is different from soul and spirit law. It was made from the origins of the dead, a higher level than will energy or divine energy. This was also the direction he set for the advancement of the amalgamation of will. Not only could it enhance willpower, comprehension, and originality, but it could also increase the chances of others giving birth. I wonder who will be lucky enough to bear my child, he chuckled. Hearing Maximus's words, Etheria, nearby, had a thoughtful look. After finishing the affairs of the Ethereum realm, Maximus celebrated with his wives, sharing the good news. Meanwhile, his son, Liam, was having a headache. With the arrival of people from the Blood Ragnarok realm almost doubling the population of the Ethereum realm, the hair on Liam's head seemed to fall even more. Father, what kind of mess did you leave me? Liam sighed. Chapter 495, Blood Race. In the Ethereum Alliance headquarters, Liam had a headache looking at the piles of documents in front of him. The massive influx of the Blood Race, the name he coined for the people of the Blood Ragnarok realm, had pushed the Ethereum realm to the brink of collapse. From issues with living space, resource allocation, treatment, transportation, and more, everything was a mess. Fortunately, the Ethereum realm still had a solid foundation. Thanks to the realm's control and investment over thousands of years, they could hold on for a while longer. However, if this continued for hundreds or even thousands of years, the Ethereum realm would surely fall apart, especially with the recent spike in the birth rate. The people of the Ethereum realm seemed to be more fertile than in the past. Even his father and mother were busy considering another sibling for him, making him sigh. He frowned in worry as he began to think of a solution. "Father, why not solve the problem using the ones causing the problem?" Lance, his assistant, suggested. "Use the people causing the problem to solve the problem?" "That's a good idea," Liam exclaimed. Since they were the ones causing the trouble, it was only natural they should be the ones to fix it. Calling over his subordinates, Liam summoned the former 7 Ragnarok. These 7 were once the leaders of the Blood Ragnarok realm in the absence of their dimensional master. If anyone was right for the job, it was them. Soon, the 7 Ragnaroks, who were under heavy supervision, were summoned to his office. "We greet the Supreme Leader, Liam." They hurriedly bowed, a hint of fear apparent in their eyes. Although they were at peak Tier 10 realm, and Liam had only recently advanced to Tier 10 realm, the difference in their power was staggering. A few years ago, the 7 of them attempted to escape the Etherium realm and wander the void. As a peak Tier 10 individual, no matter where in the Dimensional Alliance, they could live a flourishing life. Unfortunately, Liam intercepted them, understanding what his father meant by throwing the 7 Ragnarok into him. Suppressing the 7 until they could no longer stand or think straight, they became obedient and begged forgiveness. Liam was a Tier 10 individual with a magnitude of power on a scale of billions, and his strength rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his siblings. Having access to more resources due to his closeness to his father, Liam had grown even stronger. At ease. "I am here to give you a chance to redeem yourselves," Liam said directly. "Redeem ourselves?" they muttered, excitement and disbelief flashing in their eyes. "Please, tell us. We will do our best." Although they hadn't been tortured or harmed during their imprisonment, the silent treatment had been the worst. Not knowing when they might be disposed of, left them constantly on edge. Knowing they could be executed at any moment made it impossible to train or even eat in peace. "You are to manage your people. The blood race has been giving me a headache lately," Liam admitted. "Although they are obedient, following the rules and laws of the Etherium realm, we weren't prepared to handle such a large influx of your kind. If you can manage your people, I will let you formally join the Etherium Alliance and stand as equals to us," Liam promised. He didn't particularly care if the blood race rose in status. In fact, he preferred they integrate into the Etherium realm as quickly as possible. Liam wasn't power-hungry. As long as the Etherium realm remained peaceful and prosperous, he didn't care who was at the top. In this, he was much like his father, who didn't care about anything other than what was beneficial. Furthermore, the rise of the blood race could be beneficial in future dimensional wars, as they could help in the fight winning with less casualty and time. After promising to do their best, the 7 Ragnarok split up, managing different sectors of the problem. The Crimson Ragnarok headed straight to the Etherium Civil Registry, holding Liam's token. "I am here to take over the recording of the blood race's civil identity," the Crimson Ragnarok declared. With Liam's seal, the Tier 9 Apex Sovereign overseeing the matter didn't protest and graciously handed over the task. Registering the identities of hundreds of septillions of people was not an easy task. After years of effort, they hadn't even managed to register 1% of the population. The Etherium Alliance was severely lacking in manpower, and with everything happening in the Etherium realm, even identity registration wasn't a top priority. Taking over the task, the Crimson Ragnarok hurriedly summoned his former subordinates. Liam permitted them to form their own power as long as they completed their tasks. He didn't care if they used their power for bad, as long as he watched from the top, he could nip the one causing trouble in the bud. A few months later, millions of pseudo-Tier 9 subordinates from across the Etherium realm gathered to begin the work. They registered the soul, spirit, and mana signatures of each individual, along with their basic information, abilities, profession, talent, and more. They also provided them with identity tokens used within the Etherium realm. After several revisions, the identity token, previously available only on the astral and arcane continents, became compulsory throughout the dimension. Without an identification token, individuals would be considered vagrants and barred from most establishments. Fortunately, the Etherium Alliance wasn't short on resources like food, water, and clothing. Through relief efforts, most of the blood race had no trouble living. Besides a stable residence, a job, and an identity, they had no problem living in the Etherium realm. As they recorded their identity, the Crimson Ragnarok was not satisfied with their speed and began recruiting more people. From a million, billion, trillion, the Crimson Ragnarok seemed to become addicted to recruitment as he continued to require more and more people. Liam was not against this. Not only would the registration of people become faster, but it would also be of use when they conquered more civilizations. As for the wages, it was nothing for the rich Etherium Alliance. With vast skills and hands-on experience, the Crimson Ragnarok quickly adapted to his role, processing tens of quadrillions of identities each day. Meanwhile, the Radiant Ragnarok was busy building farms and factories. During the expansion of the Chaotic Continent, Maximus had also expanded the size of each of the 4 continents, tripling their landmass. However, the extra land remained barren, without any infrastructure. With his subordinates, the Radiant Ragnarok worked tirelessly to contribute to the Ethereum realm's resource supply. The Blood Race couldn't always rely on charity, and as a proud race, the Radiant Ragnarok hated seeing his people beg for food. Alongside him was the Inferno Ragnarok, leading quintillions of their people in construction. The Void Dance could only handle the rough work, but delicate tasks like array creation, reinforcement, design, network systems, and comfort required skilled hands. Fortunately, their people were built for hard labor, possessing tough bodies and seemingly infinite stamina. Rolling up their sleeves, they became glorious workers, happy to take on the tasks. In addition to building their future homes, they could also earn money. Having lost their wealth and property upon arriving in the Ethereum realm, this was a way for them to rebuild. On the other side, the Juggernaut Ragnarok began selecting talents to train soldiers. Although the next dimensional war was still far off, Liam knew he needed to prepare early. His father had told him that he would no longer help the Ethereum realm in the upcoming wars. Maximus was already preparing for their journey to collect corrupt Calamity points. He no longer had time to pay attention to the Ethereum realm, he could only pass on the responsibility to Liam's hands. Knowing this, Liam hurried to prepare. The soldiers the Juggernaut Ragnarok was training were just part of his strategy. With registration, food, resources, construction, and soldier training in progress, the Blood Race slowly began to integrate into the Ethereum realm. However, not everyone was cooperative. For those who disrupted the peace, the Tempest Ragnarok handled them with ruthless efficiency, imposing the harshest punishments even to his people. Taking on the security work, the Tempest Ragnarok showed off his temper that would erupt in the slightest disagreement. Fortunately, he followed the rules to the utmost detail, making Liam satisfied with his work. Meanwhile, the Plague Ragnarok turned his attention to healthcare. Since he specialized in disease and plague, this task seemed most suitable for him. He established healthcare facilities, convened healthcare systems, and trained healers and staff. The Plague Ragnarok found fulfillment in his role. Not only could he earn the gratitude of people, but it also deepened his understanding of sickness and death. As years, decades, and centuries passed, the Blood Race became fully integrated into the Ethereum realm. They built homes, contributed their skills, studied at the academy, and pursued their own goals and ambitions. Some even became Star-Lords, eager to conquer the chaotic continent. Seeing his work pay off, Liam couldn't help but feel satisfied. Turning to his son, who was becoming a qualified ruler, Liam sighed. It seems I can finally rest. Chapter 496, Buying a Void Ship. Meanwhile, in Shadowcrest Castle, Maximus was in the seclusion room. Over the years that Liam had been managing the Blood Race and integrating them into the Ethereum realm, Maximus, in seclusion, was meticulously revising cultivation manuals for each of his wives, children, grandchildren, and in-laws. Although he was happy and eager to have another child soon, there were still many things that needed his attention. His primary goal at the moment was to gather corrupted Calamity of power from the void. But before all of that, he needed to prepare. First and foremost was the creation of revised Tier 10 origin manuals for his family. They were still walking blindly on their paths. His children were using the sex manual as a guide, while his wives had nothing to follow. After hundreds of years of research, Maximus slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with a satisfied smile. Using only time points, Maximus managed to deduce revised manuals for each of his family members. The river of knowledge was a divine assistance, he exclaimed. With knowledge flowing into his mind at just the right time, Maximus felt endless inspiration, as if he could create anything. Standing up, he breathed in the fresh air. I wonder how my wives are doing. When he arrived at the laboratory, he saw them still busy configuring the Tier 10 liquid solution. They had been left with millions of units of Calamity of power and needed to configure millions of potions. Tier 10 liquid solutions were much harder to create than Tier 9 ones. Despite the hundreds of years, they were only able to create a few million of them. Of course, it was also because they were not able to focus and still had to train and study most of the time. Seeing their busy figures, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Husband, you're here. Are you done with your work? Hazel asked. The other also looked at his figure with happiness, eagerly missing him. Yes, I've finished. Here, each of you gets one. Maximus smiled, handing them the manuals he had created. Etheria also noticed his exit and appeared beside him. This is yours, Etheria, Maximus said, giving her a pat on the head. It seemed that Etheria was becoming more and more dependent on him. Unless she was engaged in important work, she would always be beside him, staring blankly, waiting for his attention. Thank you, husband. You didn't need to work so hard, we're already strong enough and can wait. No, it's not enough. We're about to travel through the void, And we can't do that without adequate strength and abilities, Maximus replied seriously. Even he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't encounter danger. The void was a wild place. They might meet a powerhouse who was a master of the ocean of law, or one of the overlords of the Devourers, like the Zerg Queen or the Void East Overlord. Too many possibilities and dangers awaited them. Maximus could only prepare them thoroughly. Traveling through the void? They asked in interest, hearing about it for the first time. That's right. It's time we explored the world. Staying cooped up in this small dimension isn't conducive to our cultivation. Although his main goal was to collect corrupted Calamity of power, opening their view to the Eon Plane was another objective. That's great. We'll get to travel. Luna jumps in excitement. I wonder how many different places we'll see, Livia muttered, imagining the scenery they would encounter. I'm excited for the fights. I wonder how my fists will fare the world, Sky said with enthusiasm. Don't be too violent, Sky. We're here to cultivate, Angeline said gently. No. We're here to be on an adventure and have fun, Rose said, clenching her fist. While his wives busied themselves with chatter about the upcoming trip, Etheria grew quiet. What's wrong, Etheria? Maximus asked. Can I come too? Etheria asked tearfully. As a dimensional will, Etheria was bound to the Etherium realm. While her consciousness could venture into the virtual realm and out of the Etherium realm, long distance and long duration travel wasn't feasible. Seeing her master about to leave, Etheria couldn't help but feel an indescribable pain in her heart. Of course, you'll come with us. How could I leave you behind? Maximus smiled warmly. Maximus had been strengthening the Etherium realm for this very reason. He even planned to rebuild the dimensional rules to handle autonomous tasks. Really? I can go? She asked eagerly. Look at the manual I gave you, it has the answer. Etheria quickly opened the manual. In her excitement, she mobilized the entire Etherium realm, comprehending the manual in an instant. Feeling the binding of the Etherium realm breaking, Etheria felt euphoria and jumped into Maximus's arms, tears streaming down her face. You're mine. How could I leave you behind? Maximus whispered. I'm the property of Master. Master must never leave me behind, Etheria murmured, feeling deeply touched. As they were flirting, his wives joined in, wanting their share of his attention. Knowing it was the surge of soul and spirit energy, the time of spring, they all wished to be the one to win the ultimate prize. Mechanical Alliance Dimensional Void Fleet. After spending time with his wives, Maximus left the Etherium realm to run an errand. Remembering Sam and Luke's grand entrance into the Etherium realm, Maximus wanted to acquire a ship for himself, one that could be used for their travels through the void. Although they had already reached Tier 10 and could fly through the void without issue, traveling on their own was not a practical solution. They needed a transportation vessel to carry them safely through the void. Direct teleportation was also risky. He didn't want to accidentally step into corrupted Calamity of power. While he might be fine, his wives surely wouldn't. Using the pass given to him by Iris, Maximus visited the shipbuilding commissioner. What specifications does the esteemed guest have in mind? The commissioner, Morlov, asked politely, recognizing who Maximus was. Morlov remembered him clearly, a man with a mysterious identity, protected by the Immortal Palace's supreme leader, Iris. Recalling the commotion Maximus had caused and the condition of the elder who had offended him, Morlov was as polite as possible. I want it to be stealthy. Just stealthy? What about size, speed, firepower, and defense? No, none of that matters. I only want my ship to be stealthy and large enough to accommodate a few hundred people. This. How stealthy do you want it? Do you have something specific in mind? Yes, I need it to be invisible even to an overlord's eyes. Maximus's goal was to stealthily gather corrupted Calamity of power. While no one cared much about it, if large amounts of the energy suddenly disappeared, it would raise suspicion. Wanting to come and go unnoticed, he required a top-notch stealth void ship. The size only needed to accommodate them to have a vision of the void. As for living quarters, they had the World Tree, which provided ample space. Maximus even planned to renovate the dimension inside the tree to make it more suitable for long-term living. Morlov was stunned, thinking Maximus must be joking. Invisible even to an overlord? Morlov repeated in disbelief. Why not? If you can create a ship that can withstand an overlord's attack, why can't you make one they can't see? Maximus responded impatiently. That's a different matter. The dimensional ships we have took over trillions of epochs to build. Creating one of this rank is no easy task. Furthermore, creating invisibility is much harder than strengthening defense, Morlov explained helplessly. But you can make it, can't you? Don't give me unnecessary details. Just tell me the price and the time needed, Maximus said, growing impatient. If you insist. Morlov sighed, calculating the price and contacting the peak shipbuilders of the Mechanical Alliance. As a commissioner, his job was only to satisfy the customer, not worry about whether the builders could actually make it. After a few hours, Morlov received the quotation. My Lord Shadow Crest, according to the specifications you asked for, it will cost hundreds of trillions of origin coins to build the ship. As for the time, since it's relatively small, we'll need just over 1,000 years to manufacture it. Hundreds of trillions of origin coins? Maximus nearly had a heart attack upon hearing the price. Though he had been prepared for a high quote, he hadn't expected it to be this exorbitant. Maximus had thought it would be a few trillion at most. After all, a Tier 12 ship with normal specifications cost only a few billion origin coins. Why is it so expensive? Maximus asked. We can't help it. The material used for your ship, Phantom Overlord metal, is prohibited in the Dimensional Alliance. To procure the materials, we have to deal with the Devourers, which hikes up the price thousands of times, Morlov explained patiently. I see. Maximus frowned. Originally, if the price had been a few trillion, he could have borrowed some money from Iris. But now that it was in the hundreds of trillions, Maximus felt stumped. How about lowering the specifications? Even reducing stealthiness by one level so it's invisible to a Tier 11 Master of the Ocean of Law, the price would drop to a few hundred billion origin coins. No, I don't want to lower the standard. Then the payment. Can I take it as a loan? Chapter 497, 1,000 years of preparation take a loan? No, this is impossible. We would never allow a loan this big. This is hundreds of trillions of origin coins, not just a few million. Then can I pay with strands of Calamity of power? How much? 1,000,000 strands. Please, don't joke with me, Lord Shadowcrest. You should know that different strengths convert origin fragments at different levels. A Tier 11 individual mastering the Ocean of Law can convert a strand of Calamity using only a few thousand origin fragments at most, while someone with a River of Law needs at least 1,000,000 strands. Unless Maximus paid hundreds of millions of origin fragments, Morlov would never accept the deal. Can I really not take a loan? I'm a guest elder of the Immortal Palace sect, you should give me some leeway, Maximus negotiated. If only given some time, much less a few hundred trillion, he would even be willing to pay quadrillions of origin coins. No. Unless you have consent from a supreme leader, I couldn't give it to you, Morlov explained helplessly. Oh? Consent from a supreme leader? Yes, as long as there's consent with a supreme leader's imprint, I could make you a loan valid for 1,000,000 years. I see. Then give me a moment. Maximus muttered, opening a portal to the Immortal Palace realm. With a direct connection between the two top forces, the spatial transfer didn't have any delay. What are you doing here? Aren't you busy? Iris asked, sounding like an abandoned girl. Maximus hadn't seen her for hundreds of years. If not for the occasional chats between them, Iris might have thought Maximus had disappeared after taking her money. Yes, I just exited seclusion. Didn't I come straight to you? Maximus said truthfully. Indeed, although he had played with his wives and gone to the Mechanical Alliance, not much time had passed since he exited seclusion. Feeling that Maximus was telling the truth, Iris couldn't help but be touched. However, looking at his eyes, it seemed he needed something from her. Come on, your sister is in a good mood. Tell me what you want. I want to get a guarantee from Sister Iris so I can take a loan from the Mechanical Alliance. How much is it? A few hundred trillion origin coins. So much? What are you using that for? Even for the Immortal Palace realm, that was hundreds of years of revenue. I bought a void ship. I see. It seems the ship you wanted is extraordinary. Here is my seal. As long as you show this, it should be all right, Iris said, giving him the seal without asking more questions. Thank you, Sister Iris. I owe you again. As long as you call me sister, there's no need to fuss over these matters. Then I'll leave for now. I'll come back again once this matter is done. See you soon. Looking at Iris one last time, Maximus returned to the Mechanical Alliance. Initially, he had wanted to invite Iris on his trip to the Void. However, thinking of the difference in their strength, he knew he couldn't control such a tigress. It might even undermine his plan to collect corrupt Calamity of power. Returning to the Mechanical Alliance, Maximus showed Morlov the seal given to him by Iris. This is indeed genuine. Since you have the guarantee of Supreme Leader Iris, you are eligible for a loan valid for 1,000,000 years, Morlov sighed. Their transaction initially didn't have much profit, and now, with a loan involved, Morlov felt his future performance looked bleak. After signing the deal with Maximus, their transaction was complete. In the agreement, Maximus had to pay 650 trillion in 1,000,000 years, otherwise, they would seize all his assets and take action against the Immortal Palace realm. They signed under the contract of the Dimensional Alliance, so even with the disparity in strength, they weren't afraid the Immortal Palace realm would default on payment. After going through various processes and discussing the interior design of the ship, Maximus returned to the Etherium realm. The ship would take 1,000 years to build, and only then would they venture into the void. Maximus still had much to do before that happened. Seeing that his wives were still busy with their tasks, Maximus told them the good news. "You bought 100 trillion void ship." They muttered in shock. They couldn't even fathom how many origin coins that were. One had to know that the majority of Tier 10 individuals didn't even have a few origin coins in their pockets. "This is for the safety of our trip. After all, we're not just venturing from dimension to dimension, but into ruins and battlefields." This. Hearing Maximus's solemn tone, they couldn't help but worry as their excitement was dampened. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll keep you safe." "What should we do, husband?" "We want to help too. There's a lot to do. First is our supply. Unless we're in a dimension, we can't shop in the virtual realm. Second is our living space. The ship is too small and not suitable for long-term stays. I plan to renovate the dimension inside my world tree as our living quarters. Third, we must strengthen ourselves as much as possible and prepare for any danger." Hearing his instructions, his wives suddenly became serious, as if receiving a holy order. Going to the virtual realm, they took Maximus's bank account and went on a shopping spree. Knowing they couldn't shop in the void, they went wild, buying everything they thought they would need. From Tier 10 materials, training resources, unique foods, potions, treasures, and more. Some also went inside Maximus's world tree and started designating void ants to begin working. They even brought out the architectural masters Maximus bought and began renovating the world tree in a grand manner. The void ants can sort the world tree. The renovation for inhabiting required a human touch. In full gear, they felt more motivated than ever before. In their spare time, they didn't forget to train, comprehending the Tier 10 origin manual Maximus gave them. Feeling fulfilled every hour and day of their lives, they couldn't help but smile. They only had 1,000 years before departure. They couldn't waste a single second. Meanwhile, as they stayed busy, Maximus was deducing the origin sequence of Alice, the fiancée of Lux from the Elfaln race. He planned to perfect the origin rules in the world tree before leaving. This would not only be their living space but also their future training ground. Even a small imperfection could sabotage their path in the long run. Maximus was also interested in how the Elfaln race cultivated the river of law through the world tree. If Maximus could replicate it, his path to becoming a master of an ocean of law would be smooth sailing. Running short on time, Maximus began using precious Calamity points to deduce the advancements of the world tree. In turn, his comprehension of the river of law passively advanced. Though he was still at 5% mastery, Maximus felt he was getting closer to another percentage. Motivated by the future, it took him 300 years to deduce the perfect sequence for the origin of laws in the world. Opening his eyes, a smile couldn't help but form on his lips. What an interesting world tree. The cycle of origin of laws to perfect the world tree was like the sequence making up a river of law. This meant perfecting the world tree was akin to creating an artificial river of law. Unfortunately, due to the lack of quality of power from the Eon plane, it was incomplete. However, the sequence of origin of law in the world tree was enough to massively boost the formation of an ocean of law. Understanding this, Maximus felt his insight and knowledge of the world increase. Unknowingly, his mastery of the river of knowledge progressed further, reaching 6%. So, what I need is not just knowledge, but the comprehension of the world through that knowledge. Maximus was enlightened. Smiling, he checked the progress of his wife's refurbishment of the dimension inside the world tree. Looking at the neat plants, trees, undulating rock formations, pavilions, training grounds, laboratories, leisure grounds, farms, natural formations, and more, Maximus couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It seems they worked hard. Just one look, and Maximus fell in love with the arrangement inside the world tree. So neat and proper, everything they needed and might need was in place. Chapter Source Vila MP or even the scattered small worlds and treasures were specially positioned to exert their maximum function. Like a paradise, Maximus couldn't resist touring the world. "Husband. How is the place?" Isabella, who was busy with construction, asked seeing him. "Not bad. It's a perfect abode for our journey to come." With hints of architecture and scenery from the Etherium realm, they could reminisce if they ever missed their home dimension. "It's not yet the final iteration, we're still buying materials from the virtual realm, and some areas are still empty. Don't work too hard. No, we'll build this world as a true paradise, exclusive only to us. It will be a unique attraction even in the entirety of the Eon plane. Then I look forward to your grand plan." Chapter 498, 1,000 Years of Preparation, 2. After seeing off his wives, Maximus began perfecting the rules of the world tree. Using the origin fragments, He started weaving and manipulating the origin of laws according to the predetermined structure he had deduced. Each world tree had a unique combination of origin of laws, similar to the river of laws. Moving them according to a pattern aligned with the river of knowledge, Maximus began his work. After years passed without much progress, Maximus frowned. This won't work. I need to use the Calamity of power. Turning to his system, he began to utilize Calamity points to weave the origin of rules toward his vision. 100 years later, the dimension inside the world tree began to shake, expanding as waves of energy surged. The whole world seemed to light up as the origin of laws began to sway and harmonize with it. All plants, animals, minerals, and treasures within the world tree also began to mutate, advancing alongside the world. Far away in the L-found dimension, 3 Tier 11 supreme witches of the race also felt the advancement of the world tree. What? A world tree has evolved to perfection? Silvara, the first supreme witch, muttered in shock. This is impossible. The rules of the Eon plane only allow for the existence of 9 perfect world trees. Eldera, the second supreme witch, said. Ask the ancestral world tree what is happening. Vedra, the third supreme witch, muttered in panic. It's no use, the world tree is in deep sleep. Unless a catastrophe descends upon the tribe, it won't wake up. Then what should we do? Nothing. The world is about to change. The appearance of another perfect world tree is a good omen. Maybe it will help us in the future. Silvara muttered calmly. I hope so. A few years later, with the perfection of the origin of laws in the world tree, the dimension within expanded greatly. The energy and laws became more abundant and easier to comprehend, making the place comparable to a Tier 12 dimension. Although it didn't have the strength, capacity, or defense of a real Tier 12 dimension, the complete origin of laws and dense law energy were enough. However, the consumption is staggering. He could feel the world tree consuming hundreds of thousands of origin fragments every day, nearly 100 million origin coins a year. The dimensional library could only earn a little over 100 million origin coins annually. At this rate, he would be drained of funds sooner or later. Suddenly, an infusion of knowledge gave him an idea: utilize the power of his physique to power the entire dimension. Maximus had intensely studied the utilization of his physique, the dimensional source. One of his proudest works was the ether core technologies. These devices could absorb his energy and convert it into attacks or material, making them formidable weapons. This technology was also one of the industries of the Ethereum realm. Hidden in the core of the Ethereum Alliance were trillions of these devices producing materials all the time. With this alone, Maximus could earn millions of origin coins every year. He had also used a version of this technology during his fights in the virtual tower. Unfortunately, after his death from a top guardian overpowering his strength, he knew such toys were useless in higher realms, so he didn't continue developing those weapons. Taking advantage of the influx of inspiration from the river of knowledge, he used his Calamity of power to deduce an ether core device generator that could power the world. Days, months, and years passed, and Maximus felt his mind swelling with fatigue. 100 years later, using Tier 12 materials he just bought, he refined and formed a dimensional generator, engraving it with runes of Maxim, connecting and harmonizing it with the world tree. Finally deduced. Tier 12 ether core dimensional generator. Turning on the device, the energy consumption in the place immediately decreased by 10%. Amazing. Such efficiency. If this essence of law could be converted into origin of law, I'd be rich. The ether core dimensional generator was made up of 100 trillion mini-generators, each capable of absorbing his total output per second. With all 100 trillion of them working simultaneously, it could produce nearly 10,000 units of energy equivalent to origin fragments. Unfortunately, because of his lack of skill, the Tier 12 ether core dimensional treasure was not worthy of its rank. Although he called it a Tier 12 treasure, it's only because he used Tier 12 materials. If taken apart, the array and material arrangement of it was only at Tier 10 rank. If not for the forceful deduction of the seal of truth and the help of the river of knowledge, he might not even use the Tier 12 materials so casually. Just 10 more, and it could completely solve the world tree's energy problem. However, calculating the cost made Maximus's face fall. Each ether core dimensional generator cost a whopping 10 billion origin coins in materials alone. This expensive device was even more costly than Tier 11 dimensional treasures he had bought for the Ethereum realm. 10 of them would cost him 100 billion origin coins, which he didn't have. After his recent spending spree for the development of the Ethereum realm and the world tree, his hundreds of billions of origin coins had shrunk to less than 100 billion. It seems it's time to expand the dimensional origin library. Needing more money and having more power, Maximus turned his attention to the dimensional origin library. Since its first establishment, Maximus hadn't expanded the place. Besides adding books and knowledge from time to time, he hadn't done much. Thinking of this, He considered introducing advanced rooms and knowledge to the library. Using pure quality of power and the Tier 10 and 11 knowledge he had copied over the past thousands of years, he could surely rack up a ton of money. The only problem would be the trouble. If he did this, he would enter the sight of the entire Dimensional Alliance. Treading on the edge of rules, no matter how careful he was, one wrong move, and he could fall into an abyss of no return. But no matter. Strength breeds confidence. Aside from the Tier 12 overlords, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Furthermore, he planned to live incognito in the coming hundreds of years. No matter how much commotion he caused, it wouldn't reach him. His only concern was Liam and Lux, as they didn't have backing like their brothers and sisters. If he caused trouble, the enemy might target them. I should have let them join a sect. Maximus patted his head in distress. Shaking his head, he thought of various shortcomings and solutions to his plan. Despite the dangers, he wasn't willing to give up. If the Dimensional Origin Library expanded according to his vision, earning billions of Origin coins every year would be easy. However, with his current strength, Maximus couldn't monopolize all the profits if the library expanded further. He considered involving the Starling family, the Elfhound family, and even the Immortal Palace sect. But as he pondered about the matter, an uncomfortable feeling arose. Maximus admitted he was selfish. He couldn't stomach the idea of sharing profits just because he was scared of earning too much. Sacrificing his pride for a little more profit didn't seem worth it. Finally shelving the idea, Maximus planned to expand the Dimensional Origin Library once he became a master of the River of Knowledge. At that time, as a master of the River of Knowledge, it would be natural for his library to flourish. He would also have more confidence to solve the problems that might come after. Story source Mvila MP. You're sighing. He turned his attention to the Etherium realm. Perfecting the rules of his world tree, the only thing left to do was reinforce the Etherium realm. Especially by taking Etheria with him, the Etherium realm would become vulnerable to invasions and various uncontrollable factors. Maximus had long thought of a solution for reinforcing the Etherium realm, the amalgamation of will. Currently, it was a Tier 9 energy system, but based on deductions from the Seal of Truth, once it reached the Tier 10 energy system, it would solve his current problem. Deducing the advancement path of the amalgamation of will. Maximus couldn't help but sigh at yet another task. These past hundreds of years, he hadn't had much rest. From the Tier 10 solution to revising the Tier 10 origin manual, the perfection of the world tree, the ether core dimensional generator, and now the advancement of the amalgamation of will. Maximus was mentally exhausted and just wanted to rest. Let's rest first. Maximus was accustomed to being lazy, and working hard for hundreds of years was too much for him. Deciding to take a break, Maximus began indulging with his wives. Taking them to the virtual realm for a trip and shopping spree, they feasted to their heart's content. Still unsatisfied, he also visited the Immortal Palace realm to comfort the lonely old witch. Are you thinking something bad? Iris asked, sensing bad thoughts brewing in Maximus's mind. No, I'm just admiring your beauty. Are you sure? Sister, you can doubt my strength, but not my honesty. As if I'd believe you, Iris said, rolling her eyes. Trusting Maximus' honesty? Becoming more and more presumptuous every time they met, how could he still have any honesty left? Sister Iris, stop doubting. Come, it's your turn. Humphrey. What a bastard, Junior. Chapter 499, Divine Will. A few years later, after resting and playing to his heart's content, Maximus returned to work. However, before deducing the advancement path of the amalgamation of will, he reviewed its current state. Urging the crystallized will in his origin, the collective will of all the people who believed and recognized him surged into his mind. It increased so much? Maximus muttered in shock. In the past, the Etherium realm produced about a few thousand quality points every year. Hundreds of years ago, with the population explosion and the appearance of the air interrace and the blood race, this number multiplied to 15,000 worth of quality points. Just now, sensing the flow of the amalgamation of will, he estimated that it could be converted to about 30,000 quality points every year, a twofold increase. This number was insane. It's like the population doubled in thin air. How did it change so much? Suddenly, Maximus noticed something mixed with the amalgamation of will. No, it wasn't just mixed with the amalgamation of will but integrated with the entire energy system of the Etherium realm. Is this divine energy? Maximus thought, recalling his visit to the Blood Ragnarok realm. Investigating the divine energy, he was shocked to discover it enhanced the mana quality of the Etherium realm. He didn't expect, besides providing a stronger foundation, denser energy, and additional laws, devouring the Blood Ragnarok realm could also integrate this unique energy system. It seems Etheria also worked on this energy. Maximus noted, recognizing the artificial modeling of the divine energy. If Etheria hadn't reworked it, it might have clashed with the Etherium realm's mana system, causing imbalance or even chaos. With a perfect blend, it even improved the amalgamation of will he received. Soon, Maximus realized another reason for the enhancement of the amalgamation of will: Liam's good management. The blood race had fully integrated with the people of the Etherium realm. From daily life to the highest statuses, they were integrated into every sector of the Etherium realm. Due to this, with the surge of soul and spirit energy, the birth rate skyrocketed multiple times. Furthermore, Liam had made further divisions within the Etherium Alliance, organizing it into different sectors like agriculture, transportation, education, trade, the army, social services, export, etc. What a good son! Maximus praised inwardly. He hadn't expected Liam to make full use of the Ragnaroks. Phelan, Redius, and Alabaster couldn't be relied on. Their seniority was so high that even Liam was embarrassed to order them around. But the 7 Ragnaroks, being defeated warriors, were easily worked to the bone by Liam. There was also Lance, who had learned from his wise father. Managing the army, defense security, and weapons development, Lance's motto was attack is the best defense. Unfortunately, his helper, Ethan, had already returned to the Eternal Sect with his parents. Otherwise, they could have combined their ingenious ideas, furthering the Etherium realm. Ethan had been straightened out by the family. Maximus didn't need to interfere. Just his wives and children a brat could be easily taught. Ethan had only grown crooked because his parents were lazy. With their help, Ethan curbed his arrogance and stopped evaluating things based purely on face value. Although still a bit lazy, when it came to important matters, Ethan displayed the bearing of the Shadow Crest family. As for the others who stayed in the Etherium realm, Max and Ella were still in the process of conceiving another child. Conceiving the next generation was difficult, especially after reaching the Tier 10 realm. Taking their time, they remained in the Etherium realm, treating it as a vacation. As for Nathan and the others, they had already returned to the Ashura sect. There was nothing to do or fight in the Etherium realm, which bored them. After reviewing his family matters, Maximus turned his attention back to the amalgamation of will. Calamity points, 30 million Calamity points. It's plenty enough. Planning to deduce the advancement path of the amalgamation of will as soon as possible, Maximus intended to use Calamity points. Initially, he only had a few 100,000 Calamity points left, but during his trip to the Immortal Palace realm, he replenished his supply. This time, instead of leeching off Iris, Maximus paid for the strands of casualty. He was embarrassed about exploiting such a beautiful woman. It made him feel like a gigolo. Iris only needed 1,000 origin fragments to convert a strand of casualty. Paying 30 billion origin coins, he received 30 million strands of Calamity in exchange. Because of this, he only constructed 3 ether core dimensional generator, in addition to the first one. As for his balance, only a few 100 million origin coins remained. He had returned to his initial state of being dirt poor. Fortunately, he had already bought everything they needed to prepare for their long trip into the void. Concentrating, he began using the Calamity points to deduce the advancement path of the amalgamation of will. 500 years later. Opening his tired eyes, Maximus looked at the crystallized will forming in the origin domain of the Etherium realm. If the crystallized will in his origin was like a barrier, the crystallized will forming in the Etherium realm was like a core. Crystallized autonomous divine will. The advancement he sought was divine will, the collective will of the people, merging and nurturing its own divinity. Advancing to the Tier 10 realm, the amalgamation of will transformed into divine will. The chaotic thoughts of people twisted together, unifying each will and opinion into a single rope to achieve a common goal. Whether good, bad, selfish, or generous, each sector of thought united to form a purer will. The direct effect was a massive increase in the number of Calamity points that could be converted by his system. A pure amalgamation of will, the divine will could convert almost 3 times the Calamity points as before. This meant that the 30,000 Calamity points he once received could now reach almost 100,000. In 1,000 years, this would amount to around 100 million Calamity points. One had to remember that even top sects like the Immortal Palace sect could only earn 1 billion strands of Calamity of power each year. Earning 10,000th that amount in a Tier 10 dimension was insane. As for the crystallized core forming in the Etherium realm, it was a byproduct of the divine will he had created. An autonomous decision-maker, it had no mind, emotion, opinion, or will. However, embedded into the core of the Etherium realm and gathering the will of its people, its abilities were no less than Etheria or a dimensional master. Responding to pre-programmed instructions, it could execute most tasks without his or Etheria's control. Furthermore, once the people's thoughts united, it could even perform miracles beyond their ability. Seeing the formation of the crystallized core of divine will, Maximus felt that all his efforts over the past 500 years had been worth it. With the crystallized core, Maximus could finally leave without worrying about the Etherium realm. Thinking of this, He remembered the void ship he had commissioned from the Mechanical Alliance. It had been over 1,000 years since he commissioned the vessel. Looking at the notification he received a few years ago, he quickly exited his seclusion. Seeing that the crystallized core was still forming and his wives were in seclusion, he teleported to the Mechanical Alliance without anyone noticing. Lord Shadowcrest, you're here. Morlov greeted him with a smile. Morlov had already came to terms with the fact that he had conducted a money-losing deal. Fortunately, knowing his plight, the Supreme Commander didn't blame him but instead promoted him to be the special person in charge of Maximus. Levon had already noticed something unusual about Maximus. With the protection of Iris and his ability to fend off a Tier 11 powerhouse while still at Tier 9 without losing, he was comparable to the top prodigies cultivated by the Dimensional Alliance. Currying favor with Maximus was no loss. Levon even considered giving the Tier 12 void ship to Maximus for free. However, thinking it might be too straightforward, he decided against it. Buying such a prodigious talent with money might make it seem that they look down on Maximus. If Maximus had known that Levon wanted to gift the ship but hesitated due to concerns about his dignity, he might have cried wrongfully. 650 trillion origin coins, equivalent to 650 billion strands of Calamity of power, were already a huge chunk needed to upgrade his physique. With that kind of money, who cared about dignity? After exchanging a few words with Morlov, Maximus examined the domineering ship before him. Although it was only a few thousand meters in size, the texture and design were blood-pumping. Testing its stealth capability, he used his consciousness to scan the ship. However, what greeted him was nothing. His consciousness passed through the ship as if it were a mirage. No energy signatures, no matter, no distinctive frequency, nothing. The ship appeared to be a void in space, existing only in his imagination. If not for the ship still being inactive, he might not have even seen it. What a magnificent vessel. Chapter 500, Start of Voyage. After placing the void ship into his storage dimension, Maximus returned to the Etherium realm. Waking his wives from seclusion, he began showing off the ship. Wow! Is this the 100 trillion level ship? It's grand enough, worthy of the money. Grand? It's so small. It's not even as big as our carriage. No, look at the materials. It seems to be an illusion. Trying to scan the ship, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. It really is. It seems I can't detect the ship's physical composition. Haha, not only that, but if the ship is activated, it can become fully invisible to all forms of detection, Maximus said proudly. He had already tested the ship's limits. It was truly a marvel. Even the Seal of Truth, when confirming the ship's coordinates, couldn't respond. Phantom Overlord metal was indeed a wonder of the world. The shipbuilder from the Mechanical Alliance had mentioned that this material was banned because even an Overlord powerhouse was wary that someone would use them with a bad intention. There had even been an instance when a Tier 11 devourer mastering the Ocean of Law managed to sneak into the territory of the Dimensional Alliance, causing destruction and massive casualties. If not for the fragileness of the material, breaking and leaking with just the power emitted by a Tier 12 Overlord, the chaos it would cause would be unimaginable. As for the material's origin, it was said to come from outside the Eon plane. Admiring the ship, they boarded and began exploring its interior. From the control deck, storage room, weapon system, living quarter, workshop, engine, etc. the ship is a little small. Sky-sided. There was not even a training room on the 1,000-meter ship. Besides the living quarters, which were a few hundred meters in size, all the rooms were for the functionalities of the ship. Sky even doubted if Maximus was scammed buying this 100 trillion ship. We would be living inside the world tree. This place was only for transportation, Maximus explained. He also wanted a bigger ship, however, thinking of the cost, he reduced all of the unnecessary details, keeping the bare minimum. Don't be too choosy, Sky. The training area you built in the world tree was more luxurious than you have in the castle. Hazel reprimanded. Oh, I'm just saying. Having the living quarters is enough, living so close to each other in the lonely void, how romantic. Lilith muttered. Soon they began inspecting every inch of the ship, looking for any damage or error that might cause problems. Although it was just built, it's better to be sure than to suffer a disaster. Alright, it's time to stock up on supplies. In a few years, we'll embark on our journey, Maximus decided. He was only waiting for the formation of the crystallized core of divine will. Once it formed, they could leave the Etherium realm. Having prepared for over 1,000 years, there was nothing left to worry about. As he placed the world tree at the ship's core, he watched his wives arrange the living quarters, supplies, and equipment. Meanwhile, having nothing to do, he checked his system. My mastery of the River of Knowledge advanced another %. From 6% to 7%, it seemed that his deductions regarding the amalgamation of will had provided significant experience. So that's why the insights in my mind have become more active. Reflecting on the various insights flowing into his mind, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. The river of knowledge truly gave him omniscience. No matter the problem or need, endless inspiration seemed to flood his mind. The more he mastered, the clearer the insights and enlightenments became. Maximus wondered if he would truly become omniscient after mastering the river of law. As time passed, Maximus and his wives finished preparing the ship and began saying their goodbyes to their families in Etherium Realm. Liam, I'll be leaving the Etherium Realm in your hands. I may not be able to come in case of emergencies. Can you handle it? Leave it to me, Father. You've taught me everything a ruler needs to know. I promise, I'll make the Etherium Realm even better by the time you return, Liam said solemnly. Haha, I look forward to it, Maximus laughed. The bigger and better the Etherium Realm grew, the happier he would be. After all, the Etherium Realm was his steady source of Calamity points. With nearly 100,000 Calamity points generated each year, it was like a gold mine. Unfortunately, traveling far into the void, Maximus wouldn't be able to access them immediately. Instead, he stored the points in the crystallized core of Divine Will. This also served as his guarantee for protecting the Etherium Realm. As more Calamity power accumulated within the crystal, it would grow stronger. If enough power was stored, even without his direct control, the collective will of the people could cause miracles from generating treasures to slaying a Tier 11 powerhouse. While he was talking to Liam, Maximus noticed Phelan approaching him. So, you're leaving for a long time? Phelan asked with a sigh. If not for his daughters Freya and Lilith, he wouldn't have even known they were leaving the Etherium Realm. Always on Mvila Empire. According to Freya, they weren't just going on a vacation, they might be gone for thousands or even millions of years. Knowing the power Maximus possessed, Phelan had been at ease. But now, with that power leaving, he couldn't help but worry about the Etherium Realm. Don't worry, old man. My son will take care of things. You just need to enjoy your retirement, Maximus joked. Originally, Maximus had planned to give Phelan a revised origin manual to ensure his safety. However, feeling somewhat selfish, he decided that the origin manual should remain exclusive to the direct family members of the Shadow Crest. Even the manuals he had given to the current leader of the Shadow Hunter Guild, Silas, Griffin, Ragnar, and a few of his friends had been secretly deactivated. While they could still use them, the manuals would slowly fade from their minds as they were exposed to higher-level techniques. These friends of his had already reached the Tier 9 realm. Although they still communicated with each other, it was not as frequent as the past. Without the ease and talent his family had, they spent most of their time in cultivation. Talking once in 100 years was already the maximum. Each had their own life and pursuit, and remembering their past friendship and talking to each other at the same table was already good enough. Sighing at the impermanence of life, Maximus spoke with Phelan about various matters concerning the Etherium Realm. Even the other two old-timers, Alabaster and Redius, came to wish him a safe journey despite their busy schedule. As for Malgren, he had mysteriously disappeared hundreds of years ago during his seclusion. According to Etheria, Malgren had vanished into thin air. Considering Malgren's enigmatic identity, Maximus suspected that fate had something in store for him. A few years later, the crystallized core of Divine Will was fully formed. Feeling the autonomous circulation of laws according to his pre-programmed instructions, Maximus nodded in satisfaction. We can finally leave this place. Jixie, do you have all the information I need? Maximus asked. Yes, host. I've already copied all the information about various void sites, ruins, battlefields, special void dimensions, and more, Jixie confirmed. That's great. You've worked hard. I'll give you a bonus later, Maximus said with a smile. Reaching the Tier 10 realm, his permission in the Dimensional Alliance also increased correspondingly. From Tier 10 manuals, skills, techniques, special information, etc., besides secret formulas and techniques from the top sects, Maximus was free to access everything. Not wanting to miss out on the opportunity, he had Jixie copy all the information he needed for his upcoming journey. Taking hundreds of years, Jixie barely finished copying some information. Thank you, host. Haha, as long as you're happy. We're about to set off, you can enjoy a long vacation after this. Really? You won't need me during your travels, host? Jixie asked with a smile, feeling both happy and a little disappointed. After working like an emotionless fairy for hundreds of years, copying vast amounts of data, Jixie felt like she was on the verge of exploding. The promise of a vacation filled her with joy, though the thought of missing out on the adventure saddened her. Yes, don't worry. I have Wanderer and Voyager with me, Maximus reassured. Initially, he had only planned to take Wanderer, but Voyager, feeling a bit jealous, had insisted on coming along. As for the Etherium Academy that Voyager managed, her sub-spirit would suffice. Then thank you, host. Have a safe and fruitful journey. Although he didn't want to isolate Jixie, as a Nexus fairy directly onto the virtual realm, he couldn't take her on his trip. He would be stealing Calamity of power. Maximus didn't want a surveillance around him. Knowing it was a hidden danger, he could only give Jixie an indefinite vacation. With everything ready, they checked one last time to ensure nothing was missed. Once satisfied, they boarded the ship, which then began to float into the void. Taking one last look at the Etherium realm, the shadow ship opened a void portal, setting course for their first destination. The garbage dump of the Eon Plane. I wonder how much corrupt Calamity of power I can collect. Chapter 501, Endless Void Null Rift. Endless Void Null Rift. Opening the void portal, the void ship, Shadow arrived at the Great Eon Garbage Patch. This place is said to have a mysterious power that pulls all debris and waste from across the Eon Plane. Seeing the endless expanse of ruins, Maximus and the others couldn't help but be amazed. Is this the Endless Void Null Rift? Just like the legends say. Endless piles of trash and treasure, the culmination of Eon Plane's history and battles. The towering mountains of garbage were made up of destroyed dimensions, waste materials, shipwreckage, and bodies of all kinds of beings. Despite the danger and chaos, the Endless Void Null Rift possessed a different kind of beauty. Wanderer, deploy the probes. Voyager, be careful controlling Shadow, we might crash into a wreckage. We can't be careless, Maximus ordered hastily. As ordered, host. Roger that. While executing the orders, Maximus and his wives looked fascinated by the ruins. The area seems to be filled with void pollution. Sky frowned, sensing the energy. A mere pollution of this degree can't harm the ship, Maximus reassured her. Void pollution, the corrupted essence of Calamity of power, was the bane of all beings. Poisoning the void and laws, nothing could be born before it. Even a tier 10 individual, without enough strength, could be corrupted to death. Feeling an urge from the system, Maximus began absorbing the void pollution around him. +1. +0.5. +0.22. +0.9. +0.5. The concentration of void pollution varied, being at the edge of the Endless Void Null Rift. He couldn't even absorb 1 unit of corrupted Calamity of power every second. However, seeing the stable increase, Maximus felt his decision to venture into the void was right. Every second, every minute, every hour, he gained units of corrupted Calamity points. What a great place. Soon, the group became busy. After Wanderer released the probe to ensure there was no danger, Maximus's wives ventured outside for a tour. They collected wreckage, destroyed treasures, bodies of various species, and even some spoiled plants. It didn't feel like a garbage site but a treasure trove. Seeing this, Maximus just shook his head, amused, while busy collecting Calamity points. He also urged Voyager to head deeper into the Endless Void Null Rift, where the void pollution was more concentrated. A few months passed, and Maximus had collected over 1 million corrupted Calamity points. Although it wasn't as fast as when he was in the Immortal Palace realm, it was free. As they traveled further into the center of the Endless Void Null Rift, Maximus absorbed the corrupted Calamity points to enhance his physique. Unfortunately, due to the energy's corruptive power, he had to cleanse the negative effects before absorbing more. Maximus calculated that he could absorb around 100 corrupted Calamity points per minute at most. Even if he absorbed them without stopping, it would still take him 200,000 years to upgrade his physique to rank 12. Fortunately, his absorption speed wasn't fixed. If he grew stronger, the system's purification ability improved, or if he gained greater mastery over the river of knowledge, his absorption speed would also increase. Moreover, doing all 3 of these at once was possible. By comprehending the runic code of the system, Maximus's mastery of the river of knowledge also grew steadily. Meanwhile, absorbing tier 10 liquid solutions ensured his cultivation didn't fall behind. Growing stronger every day, Maximus felt fulfilled. His wives soon returned to their usual activities. After a few days of excitement, they went back to the World Tree to train, experiment, and tend to their home. Most of the time, they were in the small ship gazing into the void, huddling with each other, feeling the warmth of their companionship. Watching Erica cook leisurely in the small kitchen of Shadow, Maximus felt a sense of homeliness. With his wives by his side, even in such a confined space, he felt he had everything in the world. As they ate their daily meal, Wanderer suddenly issued a warning. Host, a mutated tier 10 void beast has been detected. Should we reroute? A monster? Interest sparked in their eyes. After months of flying through the void, only seeing debris had become monotonous. The appearance of a monster was a welcome distraction. No need to reroute. It seems my wives need some entertainment. As ordered, host. Soon, they encountered a ginormous mutated void beast in their flight path. Looking at its bloated and grotesque body, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. Who's going to fight? Me. I want to try it. Sky eagerly raised her hand. I also want to get some action, Freya muttered. Anyone else? No, we were just eating. Killing such a grotesque monster at this time is disgusting. Then it's only Sky and Freya. Be careful, alright? Don't push yourselves too hard. They nodded and exited the shadow ship. Though void pollution surrounded them, it wasn't a serious threat. With their strength, the pollution was only mildly irritating. Soon Sky and Freya launched large-scale attacks on the beast's enormous body. In response, the monster roared and unleashed a massive wave of void pollution at them. The concentration was enough to melt even a Tier 10 material, much less their fragile body. Not good. The people on the ship muttered nervously. However, Sky and Freya's combat proficiency was not to be underestimated. Easily dodging the attack, they continued bombarding the creature. After a few minutes of fighting, the monster collapsed, its body falling apart like pieces of meat from the sky. Plus 1,242,093 Calamity point, corrupted, such a huge amount of Calamity points? Maximus thought, shocked, as he saw the corrupted Calamity points jump by over 1 million. Is this the monster's experience points? He mused playfully. After collecting a few samples of the creature's remains, they continued their journey. This time, Maximus instructed Wanderer to seek out more mutated monsters instead of avoiding them. Since these monsters contained large amounts of void pollution, his collection of corrupted Calamity points accelerated. Years passed, and with his new target, Maximus's collection of corrupted Calamity points became more efficient. Corrupted Calamity points, 262,256,000. Looking at the points he had gathered, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Collecting corrupted Calamity of power seems easy. Maximus needed 10 trillion points to upgrade his physique. At this rate, it might only take tens of thousand years to collect them. Unfortunately, his absorption speed was too low, capped at around 100 units per minute. If only these corrupted Calamity points could be used for other things. The joy of collecting hundreds of millions of points was dampened by the realization that they were corrupted and could only be used to upgrade his physique. Determined, Maximus focused on deducing the system's runic program, hoping to upgrade its purification ability. Even a slight improvement would allow him to use the corrupted points as an energy source. From dimensional power source to void ship, as long as these corrupted points could be used, he would save a lot. While Maximus was furiously working on the system, Wanderer's voice interrupted over the intercom. Host, a gathering has been found a few light years from here. Should we engage? Oh? We finally found a gathering stronghold? This place is really vast. Although they had encountered various treasure hunters and pirates in the past few years, they hadn't come across a proper gathering place. What's the name of the place? It's called the 1438 Nullspire Foothold. A gathering place for the Dimensional Alliance? Engage, let's gather some information. Maximus ordered. Gathering places are divided into 3 categories, those of the Dimensional Alliance, those of the Devourers, and neutral grounds for trade between the two. According to the data Jixi copied, the Nullspire Foothold was a gathering place for Dimensional Alliance citizens. The 1438 Nullspire Foothold seemed to be only overseen by a Tier 11 individual, which wasn't dangerous considering Maximus's strength. 1438 Nullspire Foothold. After parking Shadow hidden in the void, Maximus and his wives donned disguises before exiting the ship. Wow, we finally found signs of civilization. I thought we'd only see garbage for years. Though there were various creatures in the world tree, they still felt a bit lonely in space. Stepping into a gathering place, their curiosity was piqued. Wearing heavy coats, they toured the area, sampling different foods and buying souvenirs. Amidst their fun, they didn't forget their mission to gather information. From the position of other strongholds, dangers, different forces, commodity prices, and more importantly, the exact time of the void tide. The void tide is a phenomenon in the endless null rift where high-tier materials from the core of the void are ejected. These materials range from Tier 10 to Tier 12. Though they're often wrecked and filled with void pollution, with some treatment and purification, they can be sold for high prices. This event only occurs once every millions of years, and according to their husband, there should be less than 100 years left before it happens. Mvlemp your unofficial chapter. As for the exact timing, that's what they needed to discover. Being caught in the void tide while deep in the endless void null rift would be dangerous. Even in their Tier 12 ship, they could be swept away into an unknown dimension. Soon, after scouring the place and listening to the conversations around them, they gathered the information they sought. 70 years before the void tide. Chapter 502, Void Tide 70 years later. Inside Shadow, Maximus and his wives watched as the void tide began. The void tide is here. So much void pollution. How can others survive in this? They felt the void pollution become dozens or even 100 times more concentrated. Even with their strength, They felt they couldn't stay in such an environment for long. As long as there's profit, even the most dangerous place is a paradise for many. Look, treasures are falling everywhere. Taking a look outside, they saw various materials, at least tier 10 in quality, surging like a tsunami in the distance. This seemed to signal the start of a feast as the powerhouses in the 1438 Nullspire foothold went wild. The Void Tide is here. We're rich. I didn't expect to encounter the Void Tide this soon. It seems my trip to the endless void Nullspire was just right. Damn, such a massive amount of treasure. I wonder how much it would be worth if I get it all. Stop dreaming, just collect what you can. It's enough to earn you tens of thousands of origin coins. If you're diligent, you might earn millions of origin coins. Ha ha ha, enough talking and start picking. While the outside descended into chaos, Maximus silently savored the points jumping in his system. Plus 100. Plus 128. Plus 122. Plus 108. Every second, at least 100 Calamity points were being collected by his system. The void pollution spiked 100-fold with just the Void Tide. It seems I could collect hundreds of billions of Calamity points this time. Soon, the outside grew chaotic as trillions of people began fighting over various treasures. Although the minimum materials spewed by the Void Tide were tier 10, there were also many tier 11 and tier 12 scrap materials, which became the prime targets for most. Getting one of them was worth thousands or even millions of origin coins. Husband, shall we go? We learn a lot this time. It's raining money from the sky. Husband, come on. Quit dilly-dallying, blessings are falling outside. You don't have to worry about me. Go do your own thing. Just be careful, I don't want you getting hurt. Alright, don't worry about us, husband. We are strong. Indeed, the majority of people in the Nullspire foothold were at the tier 10 realm. Some tier 11 individuals didn't even have mastery of the River of Law. As for his wives, unless they faced a master of the River of Law, they could escape unscathed. Stepping outside, his wives, in disguise, began their looting spree, collecting at least tier 12 and complete tier 11 treasures. This was a looting feast for the strong and the pity for the weak. The strong chose treasures, while the weak could only gather scraps. With the feast ongoing, Maximus suddenly noticed a mutated beast. Found you. Killing the tier 10 mutated beast with his domain, another million corrupted Calamity points were absorbed by his system. This place is truly a paradise. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, physique, dimensional source, origin grade, 0 out of unknown, rank 11, 3 billion, 700 million out of 10 trillion, magnitude of power, 1 trillion, 700 billion, river of knowledge, 8%, Calamity points, 12 million, 724, Calamity points, corrupted, 10 billion, 20 million. Looking at his system, he couldn't help but smile in joy. During the past 70 years, Maximus hadn't been idle. While collecting corrupted Calamity points, he hadn't neglected to deduce the system and mastering the River of Knowledge. After relentless effort, his mastery over the River of Knowledge had reached 8%. As for deducing the system, it was still a long way off. Looking at the corrupted Calamity points he had collected, he couldn't help but grin. This was his most important harvest in the past 70 years, over 10 billion of Calamity points. Roaming this garbage deposit from every corner of space, he killed and killed mutated monsters, collecting over 10 billion corrupted Calamity points. Yet Maximus wasn't satisfied. It wasn't even enough to fill 1% of his physique, let alone for his future endeavors. Maximus not only planned to upgrade his physique to rank 12, but he also wanted to improve its quality. Trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, even sextillions of Calamity points. Maximus now pinned his hopes on corrupted Calamity power. With the Void Tide multiplying the void pollution 100-fold and mutated void beasts appearing en masse, Maximus couldn't help but feel thrilled. This is a feast prepared for me. Unfortunately, this feast would only last 3 years. Maximus couldn't help but shake his head. The Void Tide could happen in any part of the Aeon Plane, although it manifested in different forms. Still, it was always limited. This area was fortunate enough to have a Void Tide that would last a few years, while in other places, it might not even last a few days. Soon, months flashed by quickly. As he indulged in slaughtering tier 10 mutated void beasts, collecting tens of billions of Calamity points in just a few months, he suddenly noticed a group charging directly toward them. Spreading his domain, his face couldn't help but frown. Devourers. Among them were void beasts, zergs, and even wanted individuals by the Dimensional Alliance. Coming fiercely from different directions, their intentions couldn't be more obvious. No, I can't let this happen. If their ambush succeeded, it would be a huge loss for him. Every life in this place collecting treasures was his money. Besides collecting corrupted Calamity points, Maximus also planned to earn a large sum of origin coins. Each treasure here could be easily purified by his system and then sold after the war. Depending on his ability, he might earn hundreds of billions or trillions of origin coins in one go. Verified seeing that the other side had multiple tier 11 individuals among them, Maximus couldn't help but feel concerned. The 1428 Nullspire foothold only had pitiful tier 11 individual. Against such an ambush they would be cooked. I have no choice but to act. Notifying his wives, Maximus silently slipped into the invisible shadow. He couldn't go fully invisible before a tier 11 only with his power. As for his domain, while he could kill a tier 10 with it, it wasn't effective against a tier 11 individual. His power magnitude was only in the trillions. If he hadn't magnified it 100 times, there was no way he could kill an opponent above his tier. Sneaking behind with Shadow, Maximus gathered his power and released it to the ship's main weapon, Shadow Arc. The Shadow Arc, made of a material similar to Phantom Overlord metal, could absorb and reflect an attack without loss and render it invisible without anyone noticing. Singling out a tier 11 individual from the pack, Maximus amplified his power 100-fold, channeled his attack into the main gun, and fired. Boom. Like an illusion of the void, the tier 11 opponent before him disappeared silently. From the release of the attack to the death of the enemy, no one noticed a single thing. Unless one is too close to witness the killing, the attack from the Shadow Arc seemed to make everything silent and invisible. A dozen more. Driven by his intent to keep the place conducive for treasure hunting, Maximus suppressed them with his power and sniped a few more tier 11 powerhouses. By the time the Devourers realized what was happening, it was already too late. At the Dimensional Alliance base, a surge of anger erupted. How dare you ambush us? You deserve to die. Although they didn't know why the enemy was too stupid to show up from afar, nothing else mattered anymore. With the order from their base commander, they began to attack the enemy. This time, they were particularly united. Against the Devourers, regardless of their differences and rivalries, even in the face of profit, they had to stand together. Otherwise, if they betrayed one another, the Dimensional Alliance wouldn't spare them. As the battle raged, doubt appeared on their faces. Huh? What's going on? Why are the enemies weak? They're usually stronger. Are they hiding something from us? Maybe they just got lost and ended up here by coincidence. No, maybe they have a different target and are just distracting us. No matter what, just kill. We only have 3 years to collect treasures. We can't let these Devourers hinder us. For the Dimensional Alliance, kill. With determination and a hunger for profit, they ruthlessly slaughtered every Devourer in their sights, whether Void Beast, Zerg, or even their own kind. Meanwhile, Maximus sighed in relief. Fortunately, I'm here. Seeing everything was fine, he continued killing tier 10 mutated beasts. He couldn't bear to let even one escape. Every kill meant millions of Calamity points, worth more than he could have imagined in the past. Soon after the battle, the 1438 Nullspire foothold won with ease, continuing their treasure collection. As for other strongholds in the endless void Null Rift, they weren't as lucky. Besides a few that remained, most fell to the Devourer's ambush. Maximus didn't care about this and continued his killing spree. If he found a somewhat complete tier 12 treasure, he wouldn't let it slip by. Maybe it could aid in the deduction of the River of Law, or it could be sold for money if not. Finally, the 3-year feast graciously ended. What a harvest! Chapter 503, Trillions of Harvest. After the war, Maximus returned to Shadow and met with his wives. Husband. We're rich. We got so many tier 12 materials this time. Jane exclaimed. We also got a mountain of tier 10 and tier 9 materials. Denise said, admiring her masterpiece. I see. What about injuries? Are any of you hurt? Maximus asked, worried. Maximus cared more about their safety than the mere materials they had gathered. Don't worry about us. We're safe and sound. No one could match us with our strength, Sky snorted, thinking of the weaklings who dared to attack them. That's right. We even beat some bandits who dared to steal our loot. Lilith muttered, cutely clenching her fist. That's good. I'm glad you're all safe. Maximus sighed in relief, checking them over just to be sure. After confirming their well-being, he turned to inspect his harvest. Family and Power System, Vlampier hosted, Host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Physique, Dimensional Source, Origin Grade, 0 out of Unknown, Rank 11, 3 billion, 700 million out of 10 trillion, Magnitude of Power, 1 trillion, 700 billion, River of Knowledge, 8%, Calamity Points, 11,800,224, Calamity Points, Corrupted, 1 trillion, 400 billion, huh? Over a trillion corrupted Calamity Points? So much? Maximus thought in shock. His harvest was much greater than he had expected. This was already over 1/10 of what he needed to upgrade his physique. Just 9 trillion more to go. I'm off to a good start. Soon, his wives also finished counting their haul. Husband, we really hit it big this time. After purification and processing, the materials we collected would be worth at least 300 billion origin coins. Freya counted. Wow, that's a lot. Now we can go shopping again. Irene shouted happily. They knew Maximus had been penniless due to the reinforcement of the Ethereum realm and buying supplies. Wanting to help their husband, they worked hard to collect as many treasures as they could to help turn their financial situation around. Counting their earnings made them even happier. Let's head to the nearest transit point and sell our harvest in the virtual realm later, Maximus said, encouraging them with a smile. He didn't lack channels to sell these treasures. Besides the Starling family, he also had the Immortal Palace sect to sell to. As for the Elfhound race, Lux and Alice hadn't officially married yet. According to Lux, he wanted to nurture their relationship before holding any ceremony. He didn't want to give Alice a half-hearted marriage tainted with interests and intrigue. They would be together for eternity. Lux wanted their vow of marriage to be filled with the love and respect they each deserved. Knowing this, Maximus didn't discourage Lux and even supported it. He didn't care about the alliance with the Elfhound race or whatever, the happiness of his children was a priority. Meanwhile, hearing they would go to the virtual realm in a while, they couldn't help but feel excited. Their joy from the hundreds of billions of origin coins no longer mattered. What they cared more about was they could finally meet their family again. Although only a few decades had passed, they dearly missed them. Seeing their joy, Maximus smiled and gave them a comforting hug. In their journey, it was natural to feel homesick. Having lived in the Ethereum realm for thousands of years and venturing into the unknown all of a sudden, it would feel like time was on a fast forward. If they hadn't had each other, staying in the void alone would make anyone crazy. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. When they ventured to harsher places, they might not even be able to access the virtual realm for hundreds or thousands of years. Other places weren't like the endless void null rift, where one could come and go freely. Their next destinations had time limits and would close off access at specific intervals. As long as we have each other, we have the world. Don't worry about our children, each has their own ambition and family. Soon after reminiscing over their lives in Ethereum realm, their emotions stabilized. Calm down now. Let's go shopping. There's more treasure waiting for us outside. Looking out the ship's windows, they saw an endless line of stalls being set up. The chaotic battlefield had turned into a marketplace in the blink of an eye. Are we buying materials from them? Why not? This way, we can earn even more. That's right. Husband is truly ingenious. We can just import these materials and profit from the difference. But why would they sell to us? Couldn't they just sell in the virtual realm themselves? Lilith asked. It's the purification. Do you think everyone can purify polluted treasures like our freakish husband, waving his hand and doing it instantly? Hazel muttered, looking at the tattered but purified materials before them. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? So it's a business model. Those with more cost-effective ways to purify void pollution can profit. You're catching on, Maximus said, patting her head. There are two usual ways to purify void pollution. The first is to isolate the material and allow time to gradually cleanse it. The second, more advanced method involves using the power of the river of law to expel the pollution. Both methods are either time-consuming or require significant manpower. This makes those who didn't have the patience to cash in their haul as soon as possible. As for those who've mastered the river of law, unless the treasure is exceptionally valuable, they wouldn't waste their energy on purification. This gave Maximus a significant advantage. His system could directly absorb void pollution, aka corrupted Calamity points, in an instant, with no loss. Thus, not only could he profit from these transactions, but he could also collect the corrupted Calamity points he desired. Just the void pollution left in the treasure they collected, Maximus had gained a few billion Calamity points. Maximus couldn't imagine how much more he would gain by buying treasures from the endless line of stalls. Here's the money. Let's split up this way, we'll be more efficient, Maximus said, giving each of his wives 1 billion origin coins. Over the years, his funds had recovered from hundreds of millions to over 10 billion origin coins. Buying some scraps and polluted materials wouldn't be an issue. What should we buy? Do you have any preferences? Just buy the cheaper, more polluted materials. They'll be useful to me. Nodding, his wives left the ship without question. They had noticed that their husband seemed to be collecting void pollution. Wherever the shadow passed, the pollution disappeared. For such matters, as long as it's useful to Maximus, they would collect it without questions asked. Leaving the ship, they rushed to the stalls, bargaining and collecting all the treasures filled with void pollution. Wander, Voyager, you can shop around as well and look for the materials you need. I'll handle the purification later, Maximus said, giving them 1 billion coins each. Thank you, host. Once everyone left, Maximus quietly cloned himself 100 times. 10 billion magnitude of power, not bad. Instant cloning skills would split his power. If he wanted more with sufficient power, it would cost resources and more time. 100 clones were more than sufficient to scour the stall for treasures. Giving each clone 100 million origin coins, Maximus ventured out on his own. This concentration of void pollution should dissipate in about 100 years. +3. +3.1. +3.01. Although the void tide had ended, the surge of energy had not. The void pollution left behind remained active, giving Maximus at least 3 units of corrupted Calamity points every second. He was already satisfied and planned to stay in this place before moving on to their next destination. In the past, even when venturing to deeper void regions, he could only collect 1 unit of energy per second. Now, with such a convenient location, he had no intention of leaving. Furthermore, their next destination, the Silent Void Expanse, wasn't open yet. It was a special place where entry and exit were allowed only at specific times. According to his investigation, those who entered would need at least 1,000 years before they could leave. Before diving into such a place, Maximus planned to replenish his Calamity points. Maximus couldn't risk running out of Calamity points in such a situation. Not only did Calamity points help in his comprehension, but they were also a crucial material for the Tier 10 solution they needed for cultivation. Maximus planned on earning trillions of origin coins and then exchanging billions of Calamity points with Iris. Turning to the stalls, he spotted a mountain of Tier 10 materials worth only a few origin coins. What a bargain, he thought happily. Waving his hand, he bought all the stall's merchandise and moved on to the next. Mountains of Tier 10 materials soon filled his storage space. He also came across Tier 11 and Tier 12 materials that interested him, costing thousands to millions of origin coins. By Maximus' estimate, flipping the treasure in his possession could earn him hundreds of thousands or even millions of origin coins. What's this? A Tier 12 purification device? You have a good eye. This is a Chaos-level purification device used by the Dimensional Alliance in ancient times. Although it's a failed product, it should still have some research value. Chapter 504, Endless Stall. This was used in the past? Could it be that the Dimensional Alliance tried to use it to purify void pollution? You hit the nail on the head, my lord. The stall owner bragged. So, does it work? Maximus asked excitedly. Barely. Although it works, the corrupted energy is not something a Tier 12 material can handle for long. The sensitive and fragile parts of the device are easily destroyed by it. If they wanted to continue purifying void pollution, they either needed stronger materials or had to fix the device frequently, the stall owner recounted, sighing. This device was proposed by the Alchemy Alliance in the past, aiming to tap into the massive amount of Calamity of power in the Eon plane. Unfortunately, reality gave them a hard lesson. Due to the device breaking easily, the cost to repair it was more than the cost of hiring a master of the Ocean of Law to condense a strand of Calamity using their own power. How much? Maximus asked, intrigued. He didn't care whether the purification device could be easily broken, as long as it worked. His system was a Tier 12 ultimate treasure. If he could integrate such a function, how could mere corrupted Calamity points destroy it? This is a bidding item, my lord. You'll have to wait a while for others to arrive. Soon enough, a crowd began to gather around the stall. Though they had little interest in the purification device itself, the material it was made from was very rare. Some of it was nearly extinct. If it could be purified, they would earn a fortune. The starting bid will be 3 million origin coins, with an increment of at least 10,000 per bid. 3.01 million. 3.06 million. 3.1 million. As the bidding progressed, Maximus watched with interest. He estimated how much he would need to easily win the item. 10 million should be enough. As the bid neared 10 million, it began to slow down. 9.5 million. 9.7 million. 9.9 million. 10 million, Maximus finally bid. With his voice, the bidding parties fell silent, considering if the price was still worth it. The higher the tier of the material, the more concentrated the void pollution was. Using the traditional method of isolation and time, it would probably take millions of years to remove the void pollution from the material. Such a slow return on investment made them hesitate. Just as Maximus thought he was about to win, a voice suddenly broke the silence. 11 million. This treasure is contracted by the Chrome Alliance, no need to continue gathering here, a man in luxurious clothes declared coldly. Chrome Alliance? They're here? This is 1,000th number Nullspire foothold. How could such a prestigious organization come here? Usually, these top forces stayed in more prosperous places, like the 3 or 2-digit number Nullspire footholds. Some were even in distant strongholds deep in the endless void Null Rift. Why would they be here, in a barren place? Hearing this, The man from the Chrome Alliance, Uriel, couldn't help but look displeased. It wasn't that he wanted to be in this dilapidated place, but he had no choice. The Devourer faction had staged a revolt, attacking all the Dimensional Alliance strongholds in the endless void null rift. Fortunately, the power of the Dimensional Alliance was nothing to scoff at. Not only did they repel the attack, but they also managed to destroy some of the enemy's strongholds in return. However, regardless of victory or defeat, there were always casualties and losses. Most of the Dimensional Alliance's strongholds were either destroyed or too damaged to be used in this polluted void. As forces converged into safer places, the areas they could trade within shrank. Even if he wanted to trade in a more prosperous space, he didn't have the power to do so. The Chrome Alliance was barely a second-rate force, with a Master of the River of Law in charge. Uriel, on the other hand, was only at peak Tier 10 realm, and couldn't compete with his seniors. Soon knowing the reputation of the Chrome Alliance, the crowd quickly dispersed. As for the stall owner, he wasn't too disappointed. He was satisfied with earning 10 million, let alone the 11 million Uriel had offered. My lord of the Chrome Alliance, here is your item. 12 million. Huh? The stall owner froze, setting down the dilapidated purification device in a hurry. Since there was another bidder, how could he stop the auction? He didn't care if he offended the Chrome Lord. Money talks and makes him move. As long as he can earn more, it is worth the risk. As for his safety, unless he left the Nullspire foothold, no one would dare attack him. Although the Guardian Commander of the stronghold was only in the Tier 11 realm, he had the authority to issue a wanted order. Thus, if one didn't want to be marked as a devourer, no one dared to kill someone in his space. Who are you? Didn't I say this is already contracted by the Chrome Alliance? Uriel asked with a frown, scrutinizing Maximus to see if he was part of an organization. However, seeing his heavy disguise, where it was hard to even tell if he was a man or a woman, Uriel ruled it out. In this place, identity was crucial. Otherwise, how could one compete with others? Stall owner, how long until I'm confirmed as the final bidder? Can you hurry? I still have things to do, Maximus urged, seeing it had already been a few seconds since he bid. You! Gritting his teeth in anger, Uriel hastily bid 20 million. This amount would send even a Tier 11 packing. The stall owner even perked up, counting down the time like a real auctioneer. Can you still bid, my lord? In 3, 2, 21 million, Maximus said nonchalantly. 25 million. 26 million. 30 million. 35 million. 36 million. By now, Uriel realized he had met an iron plate. Bidding tens of millions for a Tier 12 scrap material even amazed him. Thinking it over, Uriel aimed to make Maximus lose as much as possible. 40 million. 41 million. 50 million. 51 million. 60 million. Enough with this nonsense, 80 million. Maximus said, frowning, realizing Uriel was just trying to drive up the price. Haha, it's yours now. I didn't expect you to be both stupid and rich. Not caring about such an insignificant individual, Maximus paid 80 million and smoothly placed the purification device into his storage dimension. Looking for other stalls, Maximus bought all the cheaper and bargain materials filled with higher concentrations of void pollution. Soon, he found another interesting Tier 12 scrap treasure. While bidding, Uriel, who was following him, fiercely tried to drive up the price again. What, trying to cheat me? Maximus thought, bidding slowly and stopping at the right time to trick Uriel. Unlike the Tier 12 purification device, he had not much interest in the treasure before him. Soon, the Tier 12 treasure, which should have been worth 6 million, was bought by Uriel for 13 million. This. Uriel stood in a daze, swallowing at the loss he had just incurred. This must be a coincidence. Seeing Maximus bidding fiercely, he reassured himself. Realizing Uriel was still following him, Maximus couldn't help but frown. Welcome to Mvlepir. Though he didn't mind paying more for things he liked, it was irritating to have a dog constantly biting at his heels. Wanting to teach Uriel a lesson, he began simulating various ways to deplete his money. From stall to stall, Maximus walked Uriel like a dog, giving him treats at every milestone and tricking him with every opportunity. Within a few hours, Uriel found himself unable to pay for a treasure, waking up in a daze. You don't even have the money, how could you bid so fiercely? Are you just faking being under the name of the Chrome Alliance? Get out of here, you make me sick. The stall owner kicked Uriel out, seeing he couldn't pay. Turning to Maximus, the stall owner asked if he still wanted the treasure. Unfortunately, Maximus had only been tracking Uriel and left without looking back. Now free from his troublesome pursuer, Maximus leisurely continued shopping for all the treasures and devices he liked. A few days later, after using up all his money, he returned to the ship and found his wives had also finished shopping. How was your haul? Is there anything else you need? If not, let's head to the closest dimension. The virtual realm was inaccessible in voids and unstable places like battlefields and special dimensions. Although one could access the virtual interface to conduct transactions and chat with others, they couldn't buy resources and have them delivered. To access the virtual realm and sell their harvest, they had to travel to the nearest transit dimension in the endless void null rift. No, we don't need anything else. We don't have any money left. Let's sell our loot first. They only had 1 billion each, and shopping in the endless line of stalls had drained it all in just a few days. Then, let's go. Chapter 505, Dimensional Stronghold. Cruising through the endless void null rift until they reached its edge, where space was more stable, the shadow opened a void portal to the nearest dimensional stronghold. A dimensional stronghold was an artificial dimension created to facilitate travel and trade to secluded and inaccessible places. It was built for the convenience of both trade and travel. A few months later, they arrived at the nearest dimensional stronghold. Endless Rift Dimensional Stronghold? It seems we're out of luck. Endless Rift Dimensional Stronghold was the largest public dimensional stronghold near the Endless Void Null Rift. After storing the ship in his personal storage dimension, Maximus led his wives inside. Registering a fake identity, they successfully entered the dimension. So many people. This place is too crowded. Is this really a dimension? It resembled a chaotic marketplace, with a sea of people everywhere. If not for their strength, they would have been pushed around by the waves of the crowd. Let's get out of here and find a private residence. This dimensional stronghold is a public place, so it's bound to be packed, Maximus said. He couldn't believe how densely packed this dimensional stronghold was. Larger than the Ethereum realm, yet so crowded, made him both frown and feel jealous. If the Ethereum realm had even half this population, he wouldn't need to venture out and collect corrupted Calamity points. Such a massive population would be enough for him to grow stronger just by sitting back. After charging through the sea of people, Maximus found a place, following the deductions of the Seal of Truth. Gentlemen, this is a private residence. You can't enter, a Tier 11 guard hurriedly said, seeing them approach. How much? Only those with special status can own a residence here. Just tell me how much, Maximus asked impatiently. Well, if you disregard all discounts, you need at least 1 billion origin coins to buy a property here. As for renting, it's not an option. Give us a place to settle first. I'll take a look inside, Maximus said, showing his account balance for evaluation. Even though he had isolated the noise, the chaos was too much for him, let alone his wives. Every 10 meters, there would be a person sitting or trading their harvest in the endless void null rift. Because the void tide just ended, it was particularly chaotic. Then come inside. I'll show you around, the guard said, more enthusiastic now after seeing Maximus' billion coin balance, thinking he was a noble individual. Fortunately, Maximus had left a few billion in his account for emergencies. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where to stay. Soon after selecting a decent residence, Maximus and his wives settled in quickly. Finally, out of that misery. Damn, what kind of place is this? Is this hell? We were unlucky. This is the closest dimension we could find. Since staying here is free, nearly everyone in the endless void null rift is here, Maximus sighed. Understanding this, they calmed down. Fortunately, with enough money, they could still live decently. Although their residence was a bit small, it had everything they needed. A training room, workshop, research room, garden, living space. Everything was equipped with advanced Tier 12 space folding arrays, making the place quite spacious. After settling down, they finally noticed their virtual interface notifying them that entry to the virtual realm was now available. Great, we can finally enter the virtual realm. Without wasting time, they logged into the virtual realm, keeping their disguises, using the fake account he created in the past. If they use their virtual account, someone interested could easily trace their tracks, which would render all their disguise and hiding useless. Once something big happened, just a little deduction could confirm it was them. Mother. Father. I missed you. Lily and the girls waved excitedly. Although they hadn't seen each other in decades, they stayed in touch and messaged frequently. Mothers, you've gotten slimmer. Is father not feeding you enough? It's because we've lost our appetite. Is the endless void null rift that bad? It's fine, mostly. Can you tell us about the place? It would be our next mission area. As his wives and daughters chatted, Maximus spoke with Liam to inquire about the situation in the Ethereum realm. It's the same as always, father. Nothing noteworthy has happened during your absence. That's good. What about the next dimensional war? What's your plan? A dimensional war had a cooldown of 1,000 years, with each preparation period taking the same amount of time. I plan to lead the Ethereum realm into another war after a few hundred years. With the Air Ender and Blood races integrated into the Ethereum realm, we'll have a better chance of winning. Oh, are you confident? This time your opponent will be a tier 10 dimension, Maximus warned. Father, the last time, we were almost pushed back because only you and a few old-timers fought. Moreover, the people of the Ethereum realm lacked experience and could only adapt slowly. Now, after thousands of years of preparation and experience, coupled with my siblings joining the fight, I'm confident we'll win. Hearing Liam's confidence and thorough planning, Maximus nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Leaving the Ethereum realm to you was probably the best decision I made. Thank you, Father, Liam smiled, pleased with the praise. And you, Lux? How's your relationship with Alice? We're all right, Lux muttered, blushing. Just all right? Yes. Being with Alice gives me new feelings. That's good. Just continue what you're doing, don't treat Alice the same as those cold numbers, Maximus said, patting his son on the head. After chatting for a few more hours, Maximus left and met Iris in the Immortal Palace virtual domain. What do you want? Iris asked coldly as Maximus approached. Can't I just miss you, Sister Iris? Miss me? When have you ever visited me without needing something? Sensing Iris' mood, Maximus realized something was wrong. What had he done to upset her? Suddenly, he remembered something. Did Sister Iris know I was on a journey? Humphrey, if not for your daughter, I wouldn't even know you left the Ethereum realm. I thought Sister Iris already knew. After all, he had borrowed some money from her and had briefly mentioned his plan to train in the void. So? You couldn't even say goodbye? Do you treat me as a sister or not? Why couldn't you just say a normal goodbye? Feeling Iris' emotional outburst, Maximus was shocked. Where was the mighty Sister Iris who could kill him with a slap? Where was the majestic sister whose smile left him dazed? Sister, your image is falling apart. Calming himself, Maximus walked over and hugged Iris. He didn't care anymore. They were in the virtual realm, and Iris couldn't kill him even if she wanted to. Taking advantage of the moment, Maximus acted more brazenly. You! Iris muttered in shock, feeling Maximus hug her so presumptuously. I'm sorry, Sister Iris. I didn't consider your feelings. I thought saying goodbye was bad luck. I don't want us to drift apart, so I never say it. Every second of every day, I want to see you. How could I bear to say goodbye? Maximus coaxed. Really? Iris forgot that Maximus was still hugging her and gazed into his eyes. Yes, if possible, I want to be by Sister Iris' side forever. Then stay beside me. I can take care of you. Does Sister Iris really mean that? But how can I grow and protect you if I'm always by your side? I ventured into the void to make myself stronger than even you. I never want to see a day when I couldn't do a thing when you're in danger. Mvlempi your calm story. Feeling touched, Iris calmed down. This junior of hers really knew how to coax a woman. At first, she had only intended to prank him, but now, feeling his warmth, Iris wanted to keep up the act. Maximus continued to sweet-talk her until his heart couldn't take it anymore. Any more of this, and he would truly fall under to her knees. He really needed to train his will and spirit to resist such temptations. After they separated, they resumed their usual banter, talking about interesting things. Finally, after seeing Iris return to usual, Maximus brought up the subject of his visit. Sister Iris, just spit it out. I know you need something. Iris rolled her eyes. Although she had acted earlier, Maximus did usually come to her when he needed something. I wanted to exchange origin coins for more strands of Calamity power. How much? A few billion strands. What? Are you trying to work me to death? Iris scolded. Condensing origin fragments wasn't easy. Even at full capacity, Iris could barely condense a billion strands a year. Please, it's for my cultivation. The sooner I get stronger, the sooner I can be with Sister Iris forever. Fine. You cunning brat, you really want to work me to death. Ha ha ha, Sister Iris is still the best. I'll exchange with you later once I have enough funds. TSK. Chapter 506, Price Warfare. Soon after coaxing Iris, Maximus didn't forget to sell the materials he had obtained from the endless void null rift. So many. Iris muttered in shock. Before her was over 700 billion worth of materials. Even for the Immortal Palace, which could earn trillions every year, this was not a small amount. To earn such a sum in a short period of time, all sectors of the Immortal Palace sect, spread across the Eon Plane, had to work to their bones. I didn't expect you, Junior, to have this capability. How about it? Does Sister Iris consider being taken care of by me? Maximus joked. In the virtual realm, Maximus felt his confidence soaring, as he could say whatever he liked. If Iris got angry, she couldn't accidentally kill him. You wish. You can't buy me off with just a little money. Iris said, rolling her eyes. Oh, by the way, Sister Iris, Do you have enough funds? I'll come back later to sell more. It should be worth a few trillion origin coins, Maximus said, recalling his plan. After receiving the money, Maximus planned to set up a shop in the endless void null rift directly. This way, he wouldn't need to walk around buying materials, as they would come to him. With a budget of 700 billion origin coins, he should be able to buy trillions worth of materials. Just a few trillion? The Immortal Palace sect is richer than you think. With a foundation of trillions of epochs, the sect's wealth could no longer be measured in money. Basically, a part of the Eon Plane was already branded by their name. Then I'll depend on Sister Iris from now on. A few days later, after spending some time with Iris and collecting the money, Maximus returned to the real world. As for his wives, they were still playing with their children. Knowing they might stay here for hundreds of years, they weren't in a hurry to be with their husband. Furthermore, they were about to go to a place more isolated than ever before. They might not meet their family for thousands of years. Taking this opportunity, they wanted to make the most of their time bonding with their kids. Going to the Nullspire foothold alone, Maximus boarded his void ship, Shadow. 1438 Nullspire foothold. Landing at the floating stronghold, Maximus cloned himself again. Spread to the nearest strongholds and set up shops, Maximus ordered his clone. Setting up just one shop would be too inefficient. Later, when he had trillions of funds from Iris, a single shop wouldn't be able to spend it all even after a few years. Taking billions of origin coins and materials, his clones began setting up shops around the 1438 Nullspire foothold. Most of the locations chosen were those with weaker base guardians. Although Maximus was confident he could fight against a master of the River of Law, it would still be a close battle. Thus, as much as possible, Maximus preferred to avoid crossing their paths. Soon, the Shadow Pavilion quietly opened around the Nullspire footholds. With higher rates than most shops, it quickly attracted attention as endless lines of people began selling their treasures like crazy. Although they could earn more from stalls, it was time-consuming. For those in a hurry, selling for a little less was acceptable. This is a novel bin special. Besides buying polluted treasure, Maximus didn't forget to sell the materials he purified. Although it's a hassle, he could earn more and build the reputation of the Shadow Pavilion. He even sold rare potions and materials he bought from the Immortal Palace sect. Soon with the Shadow Pavilion entering the market, the other shops quickly took notice. What is this Shadow Pavilion? Have you heard of it? No, it's certainly not a first-rate force. As for whether it's a second-rate force, that's unknown. First-rate forces were always at the core of the endless void null rift, dealing with higher quality treasures and stronger powerhouses, where the profit margins were much higher. As for their second-rate forces, they barely have the backing of a master of River of Law, operating at the edge of the endless void null rift to earn little money. It's probably a paper tiger trying to monopolize the market. As long as it wasn't a first-rate force, raising prices beyond the unwritten rules was like declaring war. They relied on unified prices for fair competition and to earn more money. If someone breaks these rules, a domino effect might happen, leading to various losses and chaos due to business competition. Should we take action? Humphrey. Just an unknown little pavilion, dared declare war against us. How can we not take action? Soon joining forces with each other, they began to hike up prices hoping to fight a price warfare with the Shadow Pavilion. Although they would like to directly send an assassin, the enemy is unknown. Furthermore, as a civilized member of the Dimensional Alliance they couldn't do such a rogue act. Is someone taking action against me? Maximus frowned, noticing fewer people coming to his shop. Deducing the cause of the problem, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Compete with me on prices? Maximus laughed to himself. His business was essentially cost-free. No time or manpower was wasted, and he could even earn corrupted Calamity points by purifying polluted materials. However, for others, it was hard work and time-consuming. Setting up an isolated space would also cost a fortune. Depending on the concentration of void pollution, setting up Tier 10 or Tier 11 arrays was the minimum requirement. Thinking they could exhaust his funds on unequal ground was a joke. Considering the various outcomes, Maximus planned his next move. If you want to raise prices, then I'll follow you. Deciding on the matter, the Shadow Pavilion also began raising prices, just a little higher than most shops. The crowd of treasure hunters was pleased and quickly returned to the Shadow Pavilion. Some smarter individuals noticed the brewing price war and waited for prices to rise even higher. Humphrey. Competing with us on money. What a joke. The various businesses around the Nullspire foothold united, pooling their funds to buy up treasures at an insane rate. As usual, Maximus didn't care and matched the price hikes, just a little higher. There's more? Is the Shadow Pavilion really a second-rate force? It's only trying to scare us. Don't falter, raise the prices. Just hold on for a few more months. I predict this shop will close down soon. Soon enough, after a few months, under the efforts of this spontaneous alliance, Maximus's funds were depleted. Ha ha ha, we were right. The Shadow Pavilion was just a paper tiger. TSK, what a show-off. If you didn't have enough money, why pretend? Enough of that. Let's bring the prices down and recoup our losses. Without this madman, we can control prices however we like. Now that they were united, they could lower prices and earn a ton of money. Compared to what they might earn, the past few months were nothing. Soon, without the interference of the Shadow Pavilion, the price of polluted treasures fell to rock bottom. The crowd, who had been happy earlier when prices skyrocketed, now fell into despair. Because they had hoped for even higher prices, most of their loot remained unsold. Now, with different organizations lowering prices, their losses would be immense. As for selling their goods at stalls, after a few months of peak trading, most of the remaining treasures were low-grade and common. They also couldn't sell their loot in the virtual world because of the void pollution. The only chance they had was to sell it in bulk at a discounted price. Just as the spontaneous business alliance was celebrating in revelry, Maximus, who had sold the purified treasures to the Immortal Palace sect, returned a few weeks later. Carrying over 3 trillion origin coins, Maximus knew it was the downfall of this little business alliance. Time to act. Hiking the prices back to normal, the Shadow Pavilion encountered a surge of panic selling. They didn't even bargain, as long as the Shadow Pavilion didn't rip them off too much, they were willing to sell. Seeing this, the spontaneous business alliance froze in disbelief. Are we being used? How is this possible? How could he have so much money? According to their informants, the hundreds of shops around the Nullspire foothold had just spent a few trillion origin coins in a few weeks. What is the background of this Shadow Pavilion? They muttered in shock. A month later, Maximus quickly used up all his funds. The people seemed to have gone insane and couldn't wait to send him their money. By now, their spontaneous alliance had fallen into despair. Facing an unknown enemy, they stopped trying to fight and fled in a hurry. A few stubborn ones remained, trying to match Maximus's prices. They had already lost too much. If they backed down now, their organizations would cut them off. Seeing this, Maximus simply smiled. Flicking his wrist, he sent out various invitations to these fallen and desperate individuals. Opening the invitation, it read, "I have a proposal you might like. Come to the 1438 Nullspire Stronghold." Chapter 507, Ultimate Resource Area. Shadow Pavilion, 12 second-rate forces, running rampant in the Nullspire foothold, stood in the small room. From the Suncrest Consortium, Silver Trail, Twilight Merchant, Horizon Trade Alliance, Chrome Alliance, and others each had Tier 11 representative chattering with each other. They grew nervous, waiting for the so-called mysterious leader of the Shadow Pavilion. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm the representative of the Shadow Pavilion, Magnus," Maximus introduced himself. "Representative? You?" Seeing Maximus was only at the Tier 10 realm, they couldn't help but frown. They were bona fide Tier 11 powerhouses, and facing such a low-level figure made them feel disrespected. As they stood in a daze, unsure of what to do, Maximus sat down, watching them with interest. "Are you the one who sent the invitation? What do you want from us? What proposal are you trying to talk about?" Confirming the culprit was the seemingly weak man before them, they didn't know how to respond. Fight? Vent their anger? It would be reckless. Since this mysterious man was able to spend trillions of origin coins, his identity was certainly not simple. Straightforward, I see. I am here to compensate you for your losses. You must have lost quite a bit coming here to see me. You. Staring at Magnus in anger, they couldn't help but recall their losses. Fighting against the Shadow Pavilion, they had lost tens of billions, some even hundreds of billions. Novel bin exclusive. Although it meant nothing to Maximus, it was a massive sum for them. Don't be fooled by the fact that they had backing from the Master of the River of Law. Their expenses and earnings were modest. Owning millions in property was already considered wealthy. Having lost billions of the organization's funds, they were as good as dead. Thus, as wary and fearful as they were of the Shadow Pavilion, they had no choice but to respond to his invitation. "Just tell us what you want. No need to provoke us." "Alright, I want polluted void treasures. And lots of them. Since you need money, why don't you help me acquire them, and I'll pay you accordingly." "How is it calculated?" "That's a good question. I'm willing to pay at premium, at the price we were buying them earlier," Maximus said playfully. "You'd buy those polluted treasures at such a price? Are you insane? What's wrong? If you don't want to, you can leave now." Maximus smiled faintly. Though he wouldn't earn much buying polluted void treasures at a premium, he could accumulate plenty of corrupted Calamity points. Furthermore, no matter how low, with enough quantity, the income he could earn might even surpass his imagination. Is there a specific criterion for the treasures you need? What about the quality? One of them asked hurriedly. Almost all the somewhat valuable treasures in the Nullspire foothold had already been bought by Maximus. All that was left were trash tier 10 materials that couldn't even be sold in their unpolluted state. Thinking of this, they realized that no matter how high Maximus bought the polluted void treasures, it didn't matter if they had nothing to sell. Anything. No matter the quality or quantity, I'll take it all. Although, for common materials, I will lower the price. Of course, some common materials are indeed hard to sell. Even without the void pollution, they could only be sold for dimensional coins. For tier 11 powerhouses, dimensional coins were no different from rocks and grass that could be found anywhere. However, Maximus had access to the biggest resource-devouring giant, the Immortal Palace sect. No matter how useless the material seemed, it was still tier 10 resources. With enough quantity, Maximus would be able to sell it for origin coins. Meanwhile, thinking over Maximus's proposal, they couldn't help but feel excited. Although, based on Maximus's prices, they couldn't make much, it was still quick money. With enough manpower, they might even be able to recoup their losses and earn a ton of wealth. By the way, is there a time limit? One of them asked. To maximize profits, they thought of venturing deeper into the endless void null rift. Though the void tide had now passed, there should still be plenty of unwanted polluted materials for sale there. The only issue was time. In the endless void null rift, it was forbidden to open a void portal. The space here was too fragile and prone to collapse. If an accident occurred, they could be crushed by space or expelled into the unknown. The only solution to venture deep into this endless garbage patch was to rely on the ship's thruster. Unfortunately, no matter how fast a void ship was, it would take a few years just to reach the nearest stronghold area. With the return time included, a trip would take over a decade. This is also why Maximus was too lazy to venture deeper into the endless void null rift. To reach the very core of the rift, it would take millions of years, even with his tier 12 ship. No matter how rich the resources there, Maximus couldn't risk his life and that of his family on such a long journey. Maximus had even heard that in the deepest part of the endless void null rift lay one of the Eon Plane's ultimate resource-producing areas. It was filled with undulating pure chaotic energy, capable of creating high-tier and most sought-after resources by the Dimensional Alliance. Even the treasures spat out by the void tide were merely the discarded remnants that the top sects and families didn't bother with due to the hassle. That's right, the tier 12 treasures that others risked their lives for were simply the discarded wealth that top sects didn't care for. Thinking of this, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. Maximus was fighting wits for these materials, yet others only treated them as garbage. Fortunately, with enough quantity, even garbage could form a mountain of gold. Turning to the group before him, Maximus told them that he would only stay in this place for 100 years. Hearing this, they couldn't help but feel both relieved and disappointed at the same time. They sighed in relief because this rich madman wouldn't be around for long, and they could reclaim the area after he left. They were disappointed because they only had 100 years to make easy money from him. With such a short time frame, they couldn't venture too far into the endless void null rift. After discussing the details, they signed a contract made from a tier 11 rule scroll. Unlike virtual contracts or interdimensional contracts, where the enforcer is an external entity, a tiered scroll was enforced by the laws themselves. In the case of a tier 11 rule scroll, it was enforced by the river of law it was created under. For a tier 11 individual without being a master of river of law, breaking such a contract could be fatal. Even for Maximus, such a contract could cause him harm if he wasn't careful. Relieved that something was binding their agreement, the 12 representatives returned to their bases with renewed energy. Thinking of the promise of massive wealth, how could they not be excited? Meanwhile, after they left, Maximus returned to the Endless Rift dimensional stronghold. Entering the virtual realm, he met with Iris to trade the materials he had just acquired. How is it, Sister Iris? How much are they worth? Roughly 15 trillion origin coins, Iris said in a low voice, clearly shocked. Where did you get this massive amount of material? Did you rob a treasure trove or uncover some ancient ruins? Iris asked in puzzlement. Maximus processed the materials before selling them to Iris. From her perspective, the materials were no different from what was sold in the market. 15 trillion? Maximus was stunned, momentarily deaf to everything else. 15 trillion. An amount he couldn't have even imagined in the past. Even the income from the Dimensional Origin Library after thousands of years didn't reach a trillion. Hello? Are you still conscious? I'm asking where you got this treasure. If you stole it, I can vouch for you to prevent retaliation from the other party. No, Sister Iris, I got this with my own ability. How could I do something like robbing and stealing? So, it's from an ancient ruin? Whose inheritance is this? These are just a few common materials. If not for the sheer quantity, they wouldn't even be worth a few dimensional coins. It's a secret. But don't worry, I acquired them from legitimate sources. Squinting her eyes, realizing she wouldn't get more information, Iris just shook her head. After receiving the 15 trillion origin coins, Maximus stayed with Iris for a few months. Later, he returned to his residence to spend time with his wives. Maximus also began focusing on comprehending the system, hoping to increase his mastery over the River of Law. As for the Tier 12 purification device, Maximus disassembled it, trying to deduce its inner workings. Although it might not be helpful now, once he could modify his system, it would provide great assistance. With his schedule full of activities, time passed quickly. Chapter 508, End of Endless Void. Null Rift. 100 years later, Maximus and his wives were aboard their void ship, Shadow. Looking at his wives, tearing up as they say goodbye to their families, he couldn't help but sigh. After this, they would head to an isolated place. This time, it was a real challenge. Unlike the Endless Void Null Rift, where they could still access the virtual realm and be as leisurely as they wanted, their next destination would be brutal. They were headed to the Silent Void Expanse, a special void space in the Eon Plane filled with soul pollution. Void pollution is the general term for a chaotic concentration of corrupted quality of power. On the other hand, soul pollution is a specific type of pollution made up of corrupted quality of soul. This soul pollution is said to temper the soul, spirit, and even the will. Unfortunately, to achieve this, they had to face the soul pollution head-on. Taking on crazy, corrupting thoughts and ranging chaotic energy, they couldn't use any protection or hide in a shelter. Such tempering was torturous, but the strength it brought was real. Although it couldn't directly make one stronger, under the influence of the quality of the soul, their soul, spirit, and will would be forged like an impenetrable wall. Unfortunately, unlike the Endless Void Null Rift, where one could enter and exit at will, the Silent Void Expanse was surrounded by a barrier of soul pollution. Diving into such concentrated soul pollution was suicide, even for a master of the Ocean of Law. The only time they could enter or exit was when a fluctuation occurred, and a part of the soul pollution barrier weakened. This only happened once every few hundred to thousands of years. That was, if they could accurately predict when and where the fluctuation would occur. Otherwise, one might be trapped inside the Silent Void Expanse forever. To this, Maximus didn't worry much. With the Seal of Truth, he could find the entrance and exit as long as it appeared. Turning to his panel, Maximus admired his progress over the past 100 years. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, physique, dimensional source, origin grade, 0 out of unknown, rank 11, 18 billion, 500 million out of 10 trillion, magnitude of power, 2 trillion, 100 billion, river of knowledge, 10%, quality points, 125 billion, quality points, corrupted, 2 trillion, 700 billion. First was his progress with his special physique 18.5 billion. With uninterrupted absorption of corrupted quality of power at the rate of over 100 every minute, he was getting closer and closer to his goal. Furthermore, having reached 10% mastery of the River of Knowledge, his absorption of quality of power reached an astonishing 1000 per minute. This massive increase shocked Maximus. The difference between 9% mastery and 10% was like heaven and hell. With 10% mastery of the River of Knowledge, he also reached a major milestone, gaining some authority over it. Enlightenment. With enlightenment, Maximus could passively increase his comprehension, as well as the comprehension of others around him. This meant faster mastery of the River of Knowledge and faster mastery of things. It was like giving him an accelerator, enhancing his already rapid comprehension of knowledge. Furthermore, Maximus estimated that as his control of the River of Knowledge increased, he could help his wives absorb the corrupted quality of power to improve their physiques. Unfortunately, to even attempt this, Maximus would need to reach 30% mastery of the River of Knowledge, relying on the massive amount of information and knowledge contained in the system. It was only a matter of time before he reached such a state. Even after hundreds of years, his system remained like a deep abyss. He had barely managed to comprehend a single percent of it. Maximus was truly amazed by the person who had created it. Even after using the quality of power to comprehend the inner workings of the system coupled with the help of the River of Knowledge, it was like looking at a heavenly book. Maximus estimated that deducing the system's inner workings would be enough to make him the master of the River of Knowledge. There was also the Tier 12 purification device he had bought a while ago. After 100 years, Maximus could already recreate the device. However, as in the past, it could easily be corroded by the corrupted quality of power, leading to the destruction of the device. Even with the help of the River of Knowledge giving him insight, he felt it would take a long time to create a better one. Instead, he turned his attention to creating a lower-tier version of the purification device. The Ether Forge could endlessly recreate Tier 10 materials with its unlimited energy. By creating a low Tier 10 device, Maximus hoped to offset the cost with his unlimited energy. Even if the effect wasn't much and couldn't fully purify the corrupted quality of power, it would be enough. With a little purification, he could use the corrupted quality of power as an energy source for the ship, the world tree, the liquid solution, and even the ether forge itself. With abundant corrupted quality points, he might even be able to create an ether forge capable of generating Tier 12 materials. With such an ability, he would no longer have a shortage of Tier 12 materials and could use them extravagantly. Unfortunately, the energy was still too corrosive right now. Using it in the ether forge would quickly corrode the device, much less the items it generated. Read only on Novel Bin. However, once he created a low-tier purification device, everything would change. Turning his attention to the pure and corrupted quality of power, he couldn't help but smile. 125 billion pure quality points and 2.7 trillion corrupted quality points. Thanks to the hard work of those 12 second-rate forces helping him collect mountains of polluted materials, he had managed to gather 1.7 trillion corrupted quality points. Coupled with his harvest in the Void Tide, it totaled to 2.7 corrupted quality points. After selling the materials, he also earned over 155 trillion origin coins. Exchanging 125 trillion for 125 billion strands of casualty, even Iris had been saddened. 125 billion strands of quality would take hundreds of years of her normal rate of production. Thinking of Iris's reaction when he exchanged such a large amount of quality strands, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Like a girl who had lost everything, Iris's expression fell like a wilted eggplant. If not for his tireless coaxing, Iris might have been down for a while. As for the remaining 30 trillion origin coins, he allocated 10 trillion to the Ethereum realm, 10 trillion as emergency funds for his children, and stored the other 10 trillion in his dimensional storage. He might be gone for thousands of years, leaving his children some property to get by as a must. There is also the Ethereum realm. To avoid capsizing while he was not around, the 10 trillion origin fragment was enough to send a master of the River of Law to death. Finally, the 10 trillion origin fragment in his dimensional storage is for their funds in the Silent Void Expanse. The Silent Void Expanse not only blocked access to the virtual realm but also rendered the virtual interface useless. Apparently, the virtual signals couldn't penetrate the thick barrier of soul pollution, rendering access to the outside world impossible. Storing physical currency was a must in such a closed space. Without the virtual realm's network, they could only rely on physical barter. Turning his attention to his wives, he asked if they were ready. "We are ready to go," they muttered sadly. Not seeing their families for the coming thousands of years, how could they not be sad? "Don't worry. Each of our children has their own lives now. As parents, we can only accompany them when we have the time. Right now, what's important is that we become stronger," Maximus said solemnly. If possible, Maximus would like to stay in the endless void null rift. Although it would take longer to collect quality of power, Maximus was not too impatient. However, during his interactions with Iris, Maximus could sense the worry in her tone. Besides a guardian, all the supreme leaders of the top forces were going into a sprint of cultivation, hoping to grow even a little stronger. When he asked, Iris played dumb and refused to tell him anything. It seemed there was a restriction concerning the impending disaster, or it was too early for him to know, so Iris wanted to keep it a secret. Wanting to grow strong as soon as possible, Maximus could only venture out into dangerous places, enduring the loneliness and suffering that came with it. As for bringing his wives along, it was their choice. They would rather be separated from their families for a while than not see him for an indefinite period. Maximus was right, each of their children had their own lives. As husbands and wives, what they should do is cherish their time together, focusing on becoming stronger to protect what they love and to achieve what they want to do. Calming down, his wives looked resolutely at Maximus, signaling that they were ready. Voyager. To the Silent Void Expanse. Chapter 509, Silent Void Expanse. Silent Void Expanse. As they exited the void portal, they were greeted by a gigantic mist-like barrier stretching across infinity. "Is this the Silent Void Expanse?" Maximus murmured. Although not a dimension, due to the thick soul barrier, the Silent Void Expanse took the shape of one. If not for its massive, infinite size, which prevented the formation of the origin of laws, and the soul pollution that corrupted all living beings, it might have become a dimension. Looking at the thick soul barrier, Maximus couldn't imagine how many corrupted quality points he could gain if he absorbed them. Unfortunately, it was impossible. He couldn't even get close enough for his system to be within range. Even if he could, his system wasn't capable of absorbing such dense energy. It was like a baby that could only handle liquid food. Though the soul barrier resembled mist, the density of the soul pollution was like a mountain. If his system tried to absorb it, it would be like eating rock. "How do we get inside?" Erica asked. Just looking at the mist-like soul barrier caused their hearts to race. Though peaceful on the surface, All energy that passed through it was instantly disintegrated and crushed. Leave it to me. The place novel bin Maximus had already deduced the approximate location and timing of the soul barrier's opening. Instructing Voyager, Maximus pointed to the path the Seal of Truth had determined. A few months later, they arrived at the location. There are others here. Before them were ships of various sizes, floating just outside the soul barrier, waiting for it to open. This is the only opening to the silent void expanse for the next few hundred years, so it's no surprise they're here, Maximus explained. There were many ways to deduce the entrance to the silent void expanse. Besides the Seal of Truth, people could use divinity, calculations, or other abilities and treasures. The location could even be bought at special places if one knew where to look. With millions of void ships around, Maximus instructed Voyager to proceed carefully, ensuring they didn't alert any of the other ships. The Shadow, already in stealth mode, slowly approached the entrance as they waited for the barrier to open. A few months later, fluctuations appeared as a vortex opened. Go. At full speed, the Shadow raced down the long vortex tunnel to enter. The millions of ships behind them also hurried, as if their lives depended on it. According to Maximus' deductions, the vortex would only last a few minutes. With the soul barrier stretching thousands of light years, Maximus pushed the Shadow beyond its recommended speed. A few minutes later, the Shadow successfully passed through the soul barrier. Behind them, besides a few thousand unlucky ones, most of the ship made it through. That was dangerous. Just a few more seconds, and we would have died. Being greeted by such a thrill just as they arrived, they couldn't help but worry about their following journey. Don't worry, I calculated the vortex was long enough for us to pass through, Maximus assured them. There were other entrances into the expanse, but according to his deductions, most lasted only a few seconds. Unless Maximus could teleport inside, getting through was impossible. Their void ship, Shadow, ability was also mediocre. Besides the stealth capabilities that could even hide before the eye of an overlord, its speed, defense, power, and auxiliary functions were only those of a regular Tier 12 void ship. Turning their attention outside, they weren't greeted by the empty void of space, but by an undulating landscape that looked like obsidian. Despite the thick soul barrier preventing the formation of laws and living beings, matter could still form inside. Let's land first, the Shadow is overheating, Maximus ordered Voyager. Turning the speed of the ship to overload, if he was not careful, it could be scrapped. As they landed, Maximus and his wives curiously stepped out to feel the atmosphere. This is brutal, Maximus muttered, hurriedly stabilizing his soul and checking on his wives. The soul pollution corroded their souls, creating chaotic emotions and illusions in their minds. If they weren't resolute, if their wills were weak, if they were a little careless, they could be consumed by the illusions until their souls were fully corrupted. Although the corrosion wasn't as strong as when Maximus directly absorbed it, the pollution targeted their minds, which was more dangerous if they weren't careful. Fortunately, after closing their eyes and concentrating, the illusions disappeared, and the soul pollution around began to swirl in their body. The soul pollution was being purified and absorbed. Unlike void pollution, which was formed by chaotic quality of power, the soul pollution seemed purer and could be absorbed. Once they passed the initial discomfort and chaotic illusions, it flowed into their bodies, strengthening their souls. Are you alright? Maximus asked, just to be sure. I feel my mind was clearer and more relaxed. Me too, my worries seem to have disappeared, and my soul feels stronger. As they recounted their experiences, Maximus nodded in relief. It seems this is truly an ultimate treasure ground. Eager to see how much soul pollution he could absorb, he activated his system. Plus 9.8. 10 plus. 9.9. 9.6 plus, so much? The concentration of corrupted quality of power was 1/10 of what the void tide in the endless void null rift could produce. It was like a mini void tide was happening in this place. However, upon further examination, the concentration of the soul pollution was only a little higher than endless void null rift. Is it because of the singleness of the quality of power? Though corrupted, the soul pollution was made up only by the pure quality of soul. Without needing heavy purification, the system could retain more energy after processing it. As his wives began training and forging their souls, Maximus sat down and tried directly absorbing the soul pollution. It's effective. Because Maximus was used to absorbing the corrupted quality of power, absorbing soul pollution didn't cause him too much damage. With direct absorption, his forging speed was rapid as the soul pollution began to swirl around him. Feeling his mind grew clearer as the insights of the river of knowledge flowed more smoothly, he couldn't help but be excited. However, a few hours later, as they trained vigorously, the soul pollution around them began to dissipate. Even the system's prompts slowed down, 0.3 plus. 0.4 plus. 0.3 plus, no more? It seems we need to find a soul pool. If they had to travel every time the concentration of the soul pollution dissipates, they wouldn't be able to concentrate on their training. Using the void ship to travel while training wasn't an option either. The ship blocked external energy. If they needed to train, they needed to open the ship to outside energy, which would render its stealth useless. Soul pool? They asked, hearing him mutter. It's a concentrated source of soul pollution that has turned into liquid. Because of its immense supply, it's also known as an oasis of the silent void expanse. While others couldn't absorb soul pollution as quickly as Maximus, each time they tempered their souls, the pollution would also dissipate. Finding a soul pool for long-term cultivation was the goal of everyone who came here. After the ship had cooled down, they set off in search of a soul pool. Using the seal of truth, Maximus began to deduce the nearest unoccupied pool. After some time, Maximus pointed Voyager in the right direction. Time passed in a flash, and a few years went by. However, despite the time, Maximus still hadn't found a soul pool. The vastness of the silent void expanse and the inaccurate deductions of the seal of truth contributed to their failure. Like in the endless void null rift, the seal of truth couldn't function properly here. The atmosphere, filled with Calamity of power, acted as a thick barrier that prevented the seal of truth from answering accurately. It seems like I have to use Calamity of power. Traveling aimlessly in this place for who knows how long was frustrating. Although Maximus could absorb soul pollution, they couldn't temper their souls as intended. Using Calamity power, the interference caused by the dense, high-tier energy in the atmosphere no longer affected the seal of truth's accuracy. Within moments, Maximus managed to deduce the location of the nearest unoccupied soul pool. It's 25 years away. It's a bit far, Maximus sighed, not only because of the distance but also because of the Calamity points he had spent. The seal of truth could only answer yes or no. Depending on the atmospheric barrier and the preciousness of the information, more Calamity points were needed for each deduction. To pinpoint the exact coordinates of the soul pool, Maximus had to ask thousands of questions. In a single instance, millions of Calamity points were gone. Although it barely made a dent in his 125 billion Calamity points, it was still too much just for a piece of information. They would be here for thousands of years. The more he could save, the better. Sighing, he instructed Voyager to steer the ship at full speed. Chapter 510, Soul Pool. 25 years later. After years of traveling through the silent void expanse, passing through dangerous situations, various outposts, and strongholds, they finally arrived at the soul pollution load pool. Is this the soul pool? Outside was a massive black ocean, boiling with various illusions of death and corruption. Around them, a mist filled with concentrated soul pollution, that could kill any Tier 10 being who approached it. Within the system, the collection of corrupted Calamity points steadily increased into the thousands each second. Plus 1010. Plus 1015. Plus 1011. Don't get out yet, the soul pollution is too dense, Maximus reminded, seeing them about to disembark. We'll wait then. Calming down, they looked outside, seeing various mutated monsters roaming the place. The soul monsters here are too many, they gasped. A soul monster is a creature that had come here but couldn't withstand the soul pollution. With their souls corroding, their consciousness and origin would be destroyed, turning them into maniacal creatures that attacked anything in sight. Looking outside, the lowest tier soul monsters were at the Tier 10 realm, and there were also several Tier 11 monsters. Can we handle this place? Even though they trusted the power of their husband, the monsters outside were no small threat. Don't worry, Wanderer is enough to clear out most of them. Leave the Tier 11 soul monsters to me, Maximus reassured them. Though these creatures possessed massive strength, without control, they were just empty shells. Soon after, Wanderer began cleaning up the Tier 10 monsters around them. 100,023 plus. 100,203 plus. 100,004 plus. 100,000 each Tier 10 soul monster, not bad. Maximus estimated that there were hundreds of thousands of Tier 10 monsters here. With a rough calculation, he could probably get about tens of billion corrupted Calamity points. Coupled with the system absorbing thousands of Calamity points every second, Maximus felt excited. It seemed he would get tens of billions of corrupted Calamity points in one go. After a few months of absorption, the soul pollution around them began to diminish. After tireless killing, the Tier 10 monster was also cleaned, providing him with over 30 billion Calamity points, as expected. Getting outside the ship, Maximus looked at the hundreds of Tier 11 monsters in the area. This is a feast, Maximus licked his lips. Each Tier 10 soul monster produced hundreds of thousands of corrupted Calamity points. The Tier 11 soul monsters could probably produce tens or even hundreds of millions of corrupted Calamity points. Taking on a Tier 11 soul monster, Maximus attacked using his full power. Thud. Sending the monster flying, Maximus estimated its power. About 1,000,000,000,000 magnitudes of power? It's much weaker than expected. With just his bare strength without any amplification, he could demolish these monsters by himself. Following another barrage of concentrated attacks, a Tier 11 soul monster was crushed into smithereens. However, after killing a Tier 11 monster, Maximus frowned as the system didn't notify him of any points. Instead, a shard of crystal dropped. The system can absorb this? Maximus mused. The system's absorption limit seemed to be around at 1,000,000 points. The system absorbs corrupted Calamity points at clusters. If the energy density surpasses its limit, the system would try to divide it into manageable portions. However, like the soul barrier and even the soul pool he just tried, once the binding power within these clusters of energy reached a certain level, the system could do nothing to absorb them. Picking up the shard, Maximus carefully put it out for study. The solution to the system's problem was easy to solve. Since it can't divide the energy by itself, he would just divide it himself. Using arrays, treasure, and even his own power, Maximus was confident to drain the soul pool before they left this place. Different from the soul barrier, where he couldn't even get close, the soul pool was easily accessible. Turning his attention to the Tier 11 soul monster charging at him, Maximus began a round of slaughter. Without wasting time, he killed with mechanical precision, killing each and every Tier 11 monster within a few attacks. Soon, the battlefield was emptied, and even the remaining Tier 10 soul monsters that Wanderer missed were killed. "You can get out now," Maximus reminded. "Finally. We can finally stretch our legs." Staying in that tiny ship was torture. Rose muttered. "Why not go inside the world tree? No one was forcing you to stay on the ship." Isabella rolled her eyes. "What do you know? Without Maximus, it would feel lonely inside." Hearing this, Maximus just shook his head. Inside the world tree, the system couldn't absorb the corrupted quality of soul. Naturally, Maximus remained on the ship. "Alright, now that we've found the soul pool, we can begin building a stronghold." "Building a stronghold? Haha, we can finally settle down in this world." According to Maximus, it would take about 2,000–3,000 years before they could leave this place. Spending such a long time without a proper base would leave them adrift like headless flies. Soon, Maximus began assigning tasks. With him setting up the overall array, his wives split up and started constructing the stronghold's architecture. This included living areas, training grounds, defense systems, resource processing, research laboratories, seclusion chambers, and more. The void ants Maximus brought along also began their work, flattening the land, transforming the terrain, and filling in gaps. Void ants were resistant to soul pollution. Even a Tier 1 void ant could move freely, treating the soul pollution as mere air. Other creatures, however, would be instantly corroded unless they were at the Tier 10 realm. Seeing everything going according to plan, Maximus measured the soul pool and prepared to install a soul controlling array. The soul pool regularly emitted mist like soul pollution, but without control, it was often too dense or generated too slowly. That's where the soul controlling array came in. Under the guidance of the system and the river of knowledge, Maximus began deducing the Tier 12 soul controlling array. 30 years later, Maximus completed laying the Tier 12 soul controlling array. "Done," Maximus muttered. This array could not only regulate the release of soul pollution, but also attack, defend, and perform various auxiliary functions. Maximus even attempted to integrate a teleportation array, but the nature of this place made it impossible. Opening a portal in a place filled with corrupted casualty was equivalent to suicide. To battle such corrupted casualty, a true Tier 12 array capable of manipulating the quality of power was needed. The Tier 12 array he set up was barely an imitation, being at a high tier solely because of the materials. To create a true Tier 12 array, he first had to control the quality of power. Maximus didn't even have control of the river of law. How could he dream that big? If not for the seal of truth forceful correction, he, a Tier 11 array master, would have no way of creating this rough Tier 12 array. Looking around, the place had taken on a renewed vigor. From buildings, roads, and warehouses, to landscaping, everything was in place. With the Tier 12 soul controlling array, Maximus could easily block the soul pollution and isolate the stronghold. Without soul pollution, even mortals could probably live here, much less the landscaping plants. "Good job, the place looks nice," Maximus praised. "We may have gone a bit overboard, but hearing you say that makes it seem just right." Hazel smiled. "We'll be living here for a long time. A little extravagance is nothing." Even Maximus used Tier 12 materials just to create the array, so what was spending some Tier 10 or 11 materials? Before coming to the silent void expanse, Maximus had spent trillions on materials. Building such an extravagant stronghold? He could even build 100 of them. "Let's go to our residence and see how it works." The residence was Maximus' masterpiece. In the center of the soul pool stood a floating structure, taking up the core of the array. Entering it, they felt their souls refreshed and lightened. Although there was a slight illusion caused by the soul pollution, it wasn't as corrupted. Huh? Why is the soul pollution here different? It seems slightly purified. How is it? I didn't spend 25 years wandering in the silent void expanse for nothing. While the shadow was en route to the soul pool, Maximus wasn't idle. He had been reconfiguring the purification device he had found, figuring out how to use it in the silent void expanse. After years of tireless research and spending hundreds of millions of Calamity points, Maximus successfully deduced a Tier 12 self-repairing purification device. Although it could still be corroded by the corrupted casualty, it could repair itself with enough energy. And the energy? Strands of Calamity itself. 1,000 strands were enough to power the purification device for a day. Running constantly, all soul pollution coming toward their castle would be slightly purified, making it safe to absorb without much harm. Training in such a place would double their progress with less effort. Time to cultivate. Chapter 510, Soul Pool 25 years later. After years of traveling through the silent void expanse, passing through dangerous situations, various outposts, and strongholds, they finally arrived at the soul pollution load pool. Is this the soul pool? Outside was a massive black ocean, boiling with various illusions of death and corruption. Around them, a mist filled with concentrated soul pollution, that could kill any Tier 10 being who approached it. Within the system, the collection of corrupted Calamity points steadily increased into the thousands each second. Plus 1,010. Plus 1,015. Plus 1,011. Don't get out yet, the soul pollution is too dense, Maximus reminded, seeing them about to disembark. We'll wait then. Calming down, they looked outside, seeing various mutated monsters roaming the place. The soul monsters here are too many, they gasped. A soul monster is a creature that had come here but couldn't withstand the soul pollution. With their souls corroding, their consciousness and origin would be destroyed, turning them into maniacal creatures that attacked anything in sight. Looking outside, the lowest tier soul monsters were at the Tier 10 realm, and there were also several Tier 11 monsters. Can we handle this place? Even though they trusted the power of their husband, the monsters outside were no small threat. Don't worry, Wanderer is enough to clear out most of them. Leave the Tier 11 soul monsters to me, Maximus reassured them. Though these creatures possessed massive strength, without control, they were just empty shells. Soon after, Wanderer began cleaning up the Tier 10 monsters around them. 100,023 plus. 100,203 plus. 100,004 plus. 100,000 each Tier 10 soul monster, not bad. Maximus estimated that there were hundreds of thousands of Tier 10 monsters here. With a rough calculation, he could probably get about tens of billion corrupted Calamity points. Coupled with the system absorbing thousands of Calamity points every second, Maximus felt excited. It seemed he would get tens of billions of corrupted Calamity points in one go. After a few months of absorption, the soul pollution around them began to diminish. After tireless killing, the Tier 10 monster was also cleaned, providing him with over 30 billion Calamity points, as expected. Getting outside the ship, Maximus looked at the hundreds of Tier 11 monsters in the area. This is a feast, Maximus licked his lips. Each Tier 10 soul monster produced hundreds of thousands of corrupted Calamity points. The Tier 11 soul monsters could probably produce tens or even hundreds of millions of corrupted Calamity points. Taking on a Tier 11 soul monster, Maximus attacked using his full power. Thud. Sending the monster flying, Maximus estimated its power. About 1 trillion magnitudes of power. It's much weaker than expected. With just his bare strength without any amplification, he could demolish these monsters by himself. Following another barrage of concentrated attacks, a Tier 11 soul monster was crushed into smithereens. However, after killing a Tier 11 monster, Maximus frowned as the system didn't notify him of any points. Instead, a shard of crystal dropped. The system can't absorb this? Maximus mused. The system's absorption limit seemed to be around 1,000,000 points. The system absorbs corrupted Calamity points at clusters. If the energy density surpasses its limit, the system would try to divide it into manageable portions. However, like the soul barrier and even the soul pool he just tried, once the binding power within these clusters of energy reached a certain level, the system could do nothing to absorb them. Picking up the shard, Maximus carefully put it out for study. The solution to the system's problem was easy to solve. Since it can't divide the energy by itself, he would just divide it himself. Using arrays, treasure, and even his own power, Maximus was confident to drain the soul pool before they left this place. Different from the soul barrier, where he couldn't even get close, the soul pool was easily accessible. Turning his attention to the Tier 11 soul monster charging at him, Maximus began a round of slaughter. Without wasting time, He killed with mechanical precision, killing each and every Tier 11 monster within a few attacks. Soon, the battlefield was emptied, and even the remaining Tier 10 soul monsters that Wanderer missed were killed. "You can get out now," Maximus reminded. "Finally. We can finally stretch our legs." Staying in that tiny ship was torture. Rose muttered. "Why not go inside the world tree? No one was forcing you to stay on the ship." Isabella rolled her eyes. "What do you know? Without Maximus, it would feel lonely inside." Hearing this, Maximus just shook his head. Inside the world tree, the system couldn't absorb the corrupted quality of soul. Naturally, Maximus remained on the ship. "Alright, now that we've found the soul pool, we can begin building a stronghold." "Building a stronghold? Haha, we can finally settle down in this world." According to Maximus, it would take about 2,000–3,000 years before they could leave this place. Spending such a long time without a proper base would leave them adrift like headless flies. Soon, Maximus began assigning tasks. With him setting up the overall array, his wives split up and started constructing the stronghold's architecture. This included living areas, training grounds, defense systems, resource processing, research laboratories, seclusion chambers, and more. The void ants Maximus brought along also began their work, flattening the land, transforming the terrain, and filling in gaps. Void ants were resistant to soul pollution. Even a Tier 1 void ant could move freely, treating the soul pollution as mere air. Other creatures, however, would be instantly corroded unless they were at the Tier 10 realm. Seeing everything going according to plan, Maximus measured the soul pool and prepared to install a soul controlling array. The soul pool regularly emitted mist like soul pollution, but without control, it was often too dense or generated too slowly. That's where the soul controlling array came in. Under the guidance of the system and the river of knowledge, Maximus began deducing the Tier 12 soul controlling array. 30 years later, Maximus completed laying the Tier 12 soul controlling array. "Done," Maximus muttered. This array could not only regulate the release of soul pollution, but also attack, defend, and perform various auxiliary functions. Maximus even attempted to integrate a teleportation array, but the nature of this place made it impossible. Opening a portal in a place filled with corrupted casualty was equivalent to suicide. To battle such corrupted casualty, a true Tier 12 array capable of manipulating the quality of power was needed. The Tier 12 array he set up was barely an imitation, being at a high tier solely because of the materials. To create a true Tier 12 array, he first had to control the quality of power. Maximus didn't even have control of the river of law. How could he dream that big? If not for the seal of truth forceful correction, he, a Tier 11 array master, would have no way of creating this rough Tier 12 array. Looking around, the place had taken on a renewed vigor. From buildings, roads, and warehouses, to landscaping, everything was in place. With the Tier 12 soul controlling array, Maximus could easily block the soul pollution and isolate the stronghold. Without soul pollution, even mortals could probably live here, much less the landscaping plants. "Good job, the place looks nice," Maximus praised. "We may have gone a bit overboard, but hearing you say that makes it seem just right." Hazel smiled. "We'll be living here for a long time. A little extravagance is nothing." Even Maximus used Tier 12 materials just to create the array, so what was spending some Tier 10 or 11 materials? Before coming to the Silent Void Expanse, Maximus had spent trillions on materials. Building such an extravagant stronghold? He could even build 100 of them. "Let's go to our residence and see how it works." The residence was Maximus' masterpiece. In the center of the soul pool stood a floating structure, taking up the core of the array. Entering it, they felt their souls refreshed and lightened. Although there was a slight illusion caused by the soul pollution, it wasn't as corrupted. Huh? Why is the soul pollution here different? It seems slightly purified. How is it? I didn't spend 25 years wandering in the Silent Void Expanse for nothing. While the shadow was en route to the soul pool, Maximus wasn't idle. He had been reconfiguring the purification device he had found, figuring out how to use it in the Silent Void Expanse. After years of tireless research and spending hundreds of millions of quality points, Maximus successfully deduced a Tier 12 self-repairing purification device. Although it could still be corroded by the corrupted casualty, it could repair itself with enough energy. And the energy? Strands of quality itself. 1,000 strands were enough to power the purification device for a day. Running constantly, all soul pollution coming toward their castle would be slightly purified, making it safe to absorb without much harm. Training in such a place would double their progress with less effort. Time to cultivate. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Smiling wryly, he ordered Wanderer to take him back to the castle. Too injured to move. Chapter 512, Growing Reputation. 10 years had passed, and Maximus's injury had healed. Feeling his strength return, he couldn't help but sigh at his carelessness a few years ago. Because of the commotion, more and more ships noticed the Shadow Oasis. Seeing the Shadow Oasis only had Tier 11 individual, disguise, with 10% mastery of River of Law, many desired to possess the soul pool for themselves. Fortunately, with Wanderer acting as a watchdog, the Shadow Oasis remained peaceful. He also hadn't encountered anyone as strong as Alonzo while he was injured. All enemies could either be killed by Wanderer or suppressed by the Tier 12 soul-controlling array. Due to multiple skirmishes, the reputation of the Shadow Oasis began to spread. Passing void ships, nearby outpost residents, and various individuals around began regarding the Shadow Oasis as a powerful outpost. With no strong enemies attacking him, Maximus returned to his regular life, successfully healing the damage to his origin. As for the Masters of the River of Law attacking him, it was a low probable event. Unless they were desperate, they wouldn't turn their attention to his small pond of soul pool. The Masters of the River of Law had different territories. If his soul pool was like a pond, their territory was like a sea. With an almost infinite supply of soul pollution, they could train themselves for epics. If Maximus had the strength, he would also want such a sea of corrupted soul casualty. Unfortunately, even if he found an unoccupied one, defending it would be a problem. The ones attacking him would not be weak Tier 11 individuals but Masters of the River of Law. Even if he could defeat one, what about 2 or even 3? Knowing his strength, no matter how many Masters of River of Law he defeated, they would only think he relied on some treasure or trick. Thinking they were lucky, they would attack Maximus, hoping his means were exhausted. With endless attacks coming his way, forget about training, he feared even his wives might be endangered. I can't think about this. Maximus shook his head to dispel the thought. He wasn't in a hurry to collect corrupted soul of casualty. Maximus mainly came to the Silent Void Expanse to temper his soul. After all, no matter how many corrupted Calamity points he had, if he couldn't absorb and use them, they were useless. Absorbing 1,000 corrupted Calamity points every second was already remarkable. His primary goal in the Silent Void Expanse was to strengthen his soul, spirit, will, and comprehension. Once he reached a magnitude of trillions in these aspects, he would consider his trip to the Silent Void Expanse a success. It would also forge the strongest foundation for their next destination, the origin source of the River of Knowledge. After his journey in the Silent Void Expanse, Maximus estimated he would have collected over 10 trillion corrupted Calamity points. All that would be left was to absorb it and enhance his physique to rank 12. To do it faster and more efficiently, he needed full mastery of the River of Knowledge. Getting close to the source, Maximus's progress of mastering the River of Knowledge would be thousands of times more efficient. His wives could also begin comprehending the River of Knowledge in advance. With their help, he could transform the River of Knowledge into an ocean of knowledge much faster. As for holding them back or distorting their paths, it wouldn't. Knowledge is universal, encompassing various professions, techniques, skills, formulas, and the operations and information of everything. Although it couldn't amplify their power like the Ocean of Killing, which made the Ashura sect the top sect in terms of destruction and fighting, or generate free materials like the Ocean of Creation for the Sterling family, making them one of the wealthiest in the Aeon plane. The River of Knowledge could provide them with endless inspiration and enlightenment. With sufficient will, one could create anything and everything. Thinking of such a future, he couldn't help but smile. However, as he turned his attention to the soul pool, his mood dampened. All around were signs of the water diminishing. With an output of thousands of units of soul pollution every second, the soul pool didn't have time to recover. 80 more years before the soul pool is fully depleted. Absorbing over 30 billion corrupted Calamity points every year, he should be able to gather 2.4 trillion points before the soul pool was gone. No, I need to locate the closest soul pool now. Preparing early was better than preparing late. Using millions of Calamity points, he easily located the nearest soul pool he could find, whether unoccupied or occupied. 35 years away? That's too far. Because of Shadow's sluggish speed, the journey would take longer than he desired. I should have upgraded Shadow's thrusters before entering this place. With over 100 trillion, obtaining top-of-the-line speed thrusters should be possible. By then, Shadow would be 100 times faster. Maybe I could create it myself? Maximus thought, looking at the inspiration fed to him by the River of Knowledge. Even if he could make it 2 to 3 times faster, Maximus would already be satisfied. Considering the feasibility, he went back into seclusion to devise a speed thruster for Shadow. 30 years later, Maximus and his wives had grown accustomed to the life in the Silent Void Expanse. Forging their souls, training, eating, drinking, playing, and flirting. Even Etheria, who had been separated from the Etherium realm, lived like a normal individual, not as a dimensional will. If not for missing their family, they could live this way forever. While Maximus was busy with his research, Wanderer notified him with an alarm. Host, a signal from a dimensional void ship has been received. A signal? What is it? A dimensional void ship will come near this place 3 years from now to conduct a business fair. All nearby bases are invited. Oh, a signal could reach this far even if it's 3 years away? Whose ship is it? From one of the tops X? No, it's from the Interdimensional Council, one of the overlords of the Dimensional Alliance. I see. I remember the Silent Void Expanse is one of their territories. It seems they have complete control here despite the lack of teleportation arrays. A dimensional ship was a giant battleship that could roam rough places in the void like it was a smooth road. Partially ruling over the Silent Void Expanse, the Interdimensional Council had to station such ship all over the place to facilitate exchange and defense against the Devourers. What should we prepare, host? Nothing. Since it's a formal organization, it's only right we attend the fair. Some of our materials are also running low, it's time to replenish them. Roger, host. 3 years later, in the dimensional ship transit, Shadow arrived grandly without stealth. Since they were going to shop, Maximus and his wives couldn't appear secretly. Around them, Maximus noticed others quietly waiting for the Interdimensional Council's dimensional void ship. Seeing the seal on their void ship, Shadow, they parted silently, allowing it to pass by. Who is that, and why are you letting it pass? The Shadow was like an ant among giants. Letting it pass through as if it were a deity, couldn't help but made them curious. It's from the Shadow Oasis, the newly rising power in this area of the Silent Void Expanse. What? That's the Shadow Oasis? Damn. I didn't expect to see that legend here. The Shadow Oasis stronghold had been buzzing in the surrounding area over the past couple of years. Having killed multiple powerful Tier 11 powerhouses, invasive devourers, and strong polluted soul monsters, many had heard their name. The Shadow Oasis even formed a temporary market, adding a little liveliness to the base. However, others from farther away still doubted the Shadow Oasis stronghold's strength. Why do you idolize them so much? Aren't they just somewhat powerful? What do you know? The Shadow Oasis is the guardian of this place. You don't know how leisurely our lives are, bragged one of the nearby groups. Beside the soul pool, there was also a soul stream. Flowing from the depths of the Silent Void Expanse, these soul streams were more than enough for these Tier 10 groups to consume. Although small and lacking much soul pollution, it was easier to control and defend. Usually, these soul streams were near a soul pool. With the Shadow Oasis attracting the primary firepower, they didn't encounter attacks from devourers and only had to worry about their own kind. If they were lacking materials, they could also go to the stronghold to exchange with other groups, or directly buy them from the shadow market. Although there were an exorbitant fees and tariff, it was safe and convenient plain. Knowing that state of other outposts from far away, where they live in oppression and couldn't even properly temper their soul, they were thankful to the Shadow Oasis existence. While they chatted, sending communication signal to each other, the interdimensional void ship arrived. Chapter 513, Unique Souls. Is this the Interdimensional Council's dimensional ship? It's quite big. Although not as large as the Mechanical Alliance mothership, it is still the size of thousands of trillions kilometers. Dwarfing all the other ships near it, was like a steel vessel passing by toys. As the ship stopped in the void, a voice announced that it would remain in place for a month. Let's line up. Knowing the ship would only stay for a month, his wives hurriedly prepared for a shopping trip. Staying in the Shadow Oasis too monotonous, they could only train or stroll around in a limited space. Looking for something new and exciting, they couldn't contain their enthusiasm. Suddenly, as they lined up, they heard a commotion. What? 100 soul origin coins per person just for entrance? Are you sure you're not robbing me? Soul origin coins were concentrated energy extracted from typical origin fragments to create a concentrated essence of soul origin. These types of pure origin fragments were rarely used for transactions due to their expense and scarcity. However, in the Silent Void Expanse, soul origin coins were more practical because they were easier to use and unaffected by the corrupted quality of souls. Unfortunately, they were costly, with an exchange rate of 100 origin coins to 1 soul origin coin. Even Maximus had only exchanged 5 trillion origin coins for 50 billion soul origin coins. Nonetheless, it was understandable. Extracting soul origin from a mixed strand of origin fragment was difficult and a waste of energy. In 100 origin fragments, one might not even be able to condense a single soul origin. Then there were other pure origin elements, like fire origin coins, water origin coins, and earth origin coins, which were much cheaper in comparison. Although all origin laws shared equal power, they differed in scarcity. Common elemental laws like fire, water, and earth could be easily extracted, unlike the more archaic elements like soul, time, and space. As the commotion escalated, the powerhouse guarding the entrance finally had enough. "If you can't even afford to enter the ship, then stop wasting our time," he snorted, unfolding his aura. "Oh? A powerhouse mastering 99% of the River of Law?" Maximus thought with interest. It was indeed the mighty Interdimensional Council, one of the overlords. Even their guards were incredibly strong. After such a show of force, the crowd became more compliant, lining up and paying the entrance fee with gritted teeth. Maximus put the Shadow Oasis into his dimensional storage and paid the fee for himself and his wives. Inside, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Rows of stores and entertainment venues stretched before them, like arriving in a prosperous city after a long, dreary camp. They couldn't help but tour enthusiastically. "Husband, let's buy this. And this too. I think we're running low on these materials. Maximus, can I get these clothes? I didn't prepare enough earlier. I want this plant, it'll make a nice decoration." Watching them enjoy themselves, Maximus sighed, then readily paid. Fortunately, not everything cost Soul Origin coins. Most items still used regular Origin coins, which were more manageable. While shopping, Maximus also stocked up on essentials, including various foods, materials, elixir, potions, and more. After a while, Maximus and his wives came across a grand display of treasures. Maximus's gaze was suddenly drawn to a necklace on display. "What is this?" "My lord, this is a Tier 11 soul crystal necklace, capable of stabilizing the mind and allowing smoother, easier absorption of soul pollution." "How much is it?" "It's 1,000,000,000 Soul Origin coins, my lord." "Oh. How many of these necklaces do you have?" How many?" The shop assistant stammered, thinking Maximus wanted a different design. "We have a variety of designs for these soul crystal necklaces. Here, you can choose your pick," she said, showing a virtual display of different styles. "Pick one for yourselves, I'll buy them," Maximus said, handing the list to his wives. Hearing this, both the shop assistant and his wives were stunned. Are you sure? There are 15 of them. The Tier 11 soul crystal necklace didn't cost 1 or 2 million but 1 billion. Each one, when converted to Origin coins, was worth over 100 billion. Welcome to Mlamp. Why, our 15 soul crystal necklaces would total 1.5 trillion Origin coins, more than enough to buy a decent Tier 12 treasure. I'm sure, come and choose the design you like. I can afford this much, Maximus urged. Hearing this, his wives didn't hesitate and quickly picked their favorite designs. After all, it was just over 1 trillion Origin coins, nothing compared to the cost of their ship, supplies, and materials they had bought before. If there were Tier 12 soul crystal necklaces available, Maximus would have likely bought one for each of them without batting an eye. Maximus didn't mind spending money on external things, especially for the advancement of his family. Under the astonished gaze of the shop assistant, Maximus paid 15 billion soul Origin coins. As they continued shopping, word of Maximus's lavish spending quickly spread among the ship's staff. With such a wealthy customer aboard, they began bringing out items reserved for VIPs, offering them to Maximus. Seeing this, Maximus wasn't shy and bought all the useful items he came across. To him, money was meant to be spent. Meanwhile, as they were in the middle of their shopping spree, the captain of the interdimensional void ship, Cares, took notice. Who's this? Did they really spend 10 trillion Origin coins in just a short while? Cares muttered in shock as he read the report from his subordinates. Bring them to the lounge for a banquet. Let them feel the Interdimensional Council's hospitality. Although Cares was already a master of the River of Law, he still had performance quotas to meet in the Interdimensional Council. With such a wealthy customer aboard, he felt his luck had taken a turn for the better. Donning his finest suit, he made his way to the lounge, eager to meet this mysterious guest. I wonder which family's young master this is? One of the top families? A sect? Or perhaps a student of a master? Excited, he began imagining various scenarios in his head. As for scanning them with his powers, it would be a taboo. As a representative of the Interdimensional Council, if it were discovered that he did something so disgraceful, he'd be punished. Meanwhile, Maximus and his party were invited to a banquet. His wives happily joined in, looking at the lively atmosphere without any questions. The dazzling food, enchanting music, and lively atmosphere made them relax. Unbeknownst to them, Cares arrived at the scene. As his eyes scanned the crowd, he searched for the mysterious guest. But before his subordinate could point out Maximus and his group, his gaze froze. What is this? Such pristine and clear souls. This? A holy soul of reincarnation? A soul with such an enchanting fragrance? A soul with omniscient eye? This, how can there be such unique souls gathered in one place? With his eyes attuned to the river of soul light, no disguise could hide from his sight. Seeing the souls of Erica and the others, Cares felt he had found a gold mine. No, it's more like a mountain of treasures, that could take him to the peak of the Eon plane. What had he been doing all these years to be presented with something this exceptional? If I could possess them. Greed surged in his heart. Cares already forgotten about the mysterious guest. His strength mattered more than some quota or some rich young master. Each of the women before him was a perfect furnace to elevate his power to unknown heights. Presented with such an opportunity, all his mind was only focused on how he could quickly possess them. Flying over, he reached out to one of them, but before he could, a hand stopped him. "Who are you?" Maximus asked coldly. Seeing some stranger trying to touch his wife, Maximus nearly exploded with anger. "I'm the captain of this ship, Cares," he replied arrogantly, pulling his hand back with force as he glared at Maximus. "Is that so? Then can you kindly get lost? You're ruining our mood." Maximus didn't care if Cares was the captain or the emperor of the ship. Anyone who touched his wives was crossing the line. "Just who are you?" "I'm talking to these girls, not you." Cares sneered, assessing the situation with a haughty expression. Seeing the woman he desired hiding behind Maximus, jealousy consumed him. How dare such a weakling possess what he couldn't have? Exuding his aura, the once noisy hall turned eerily silent. Most people fell to their knees under the pressure, while others tried to flee. Facing the treasure, Maximus stood without so much as a flinch as he looked at Cares with killing intent. "I'm Magnus, the husband of these women. So, if you can, leave us alone." Maximus muttered, activating a 100-fold amplification, easily warding off Cares's pressure. "Oh? How about you sell me one of these women then?" Cares grinned wickedly. Chapter 514, Escape. Maximus no longer tolerated Cares and launched an attack. Using Origin Explosion, his power skyrocketed 1,000-fold in an instant. Facing the attack, Cares recoiled out with a surprised expression. "What power? Is this an ultimate-grade secret technique?" Even as a master of a river of law, the maximum amplification one could achieve was typically only 100 times. Experiencing such an attack, Cares sobered up. "You're good," Cares muttered solemnly, looking at Maximus. Seeing Cares dodge his attack so effortlessly, Maximus also grew serious. He hadn't expected his power to be ineffective. By his feeling, Cares should only possess about a quadrillion magnitude of power. His attack should have at least injured Cares. Reverting to his normal state, Maximus' mind began to deduce various ways he could defeat Cares. Learning from his fight with the Golden Tiger years ago, Maximus knew better not to stay in a constant state of Origin Explosion. Having fully mastered his powers, he could freely switch between amplified and normal states. As they face off, his wives quickly stepped back, preparing to retreat or assist Maximus at a moment's notice. Maximus was up against a master of the River of Law, a top powerhouse only few in the Eon plane. According to records, only a few millions of such masters existed in the Dimensional Alliance. Although they had blind confidence to their husband, they didn't want to hold him back once the skirmish started. "Well, have you made up your mind? As the captain of this interdimensional fleet, I can grant you anything you desire." Cares muttered coldly, seeing Maximus continued to be silent. The 1,000-fold amplification should be the limitation of his power. Knowing the difference between their strength, Cares thought Maximus was willing to compromise. Furthermore, although he wanted to seize Maximus's wives outright, it would tarnish the reputation of the Interdimensional Council. Cares preferred to turn this into a formal transaction if possible. "You're dreaming," Maximus growled, clenching his teeth as he considered his options whether to kill or escape. Based on his deductions, killing Cares would put Maximus on the Interdimensional Council's wanted list. Not only would their lives in the Silent Void Expanse turn to worse, it might also be a fuse that could make him the enemy of the Interdimensional Council in the future. On the other hand, escaping would only leave the covetous Cares on his tails. Once Maximus was sure that he could hide all the traces of their fight, he could kill Cares without any following consequences. However, escaping now would be humiliating and might interfere with his mind, potentially affecting his path in the future. After all, how could he call himself a man if he let his wives be bullied, escaping with a tail between his legs? Meanwhile, the guests had noticed the commotion. The captain is trying to claim what he wants from a passenger? Is this moral? TSK. Typical of the Interdimensional Council, they claim whatever they desire. What? Isn't the Interdimensional Council the most orderly force? Even most of the Dimensional Alliance territory was being managed by them in orderly manner. Yeah, right, that's because the physical plane of the Dimensional Alliance was their territory, so of course they were the only one eligible to manage them. As for being orderly, sure, as long as you are obedient as a dog and don't touch their interest, you're up to a good hand. What hypocrites! They enforce rules but don't follow them. They say it's to protect the weak, but in reality, it's to protect their interest. Are they really that bad? A guest still couldn't believe the fact and asked in doubt. According to records, the territory managed by the Interdimensional Council was a heaven. No matter poor or rich, Weak or strong, everyone was equal, whether in opportunity or life. Humphrey, beneath such a righteous mask was a hell, much worse than the Devourers. Well, at least everyone was equal to each other. As long as you don't offend those big shots, everything should be fine. Equality? The greatest inequality in the world is everyone being equal. No matter how talented you are, how hard you work, and how much sacrifice you make, it would equal to nothing because everyone was supposed to be equal. In such a world, you would be like a herd of sheep, raising to be slaughtered, eating the same fodder and grazing the same grass. Hearing this, the crowd grew silent, clenching their fist. Although they knew of this principle, who could really break such binding? They were only a Tier 10 and Tier 11 weaklings, much less change the rules, they could barely change their own life. Watching a civilian and an official face each other, they couldn't help but cheer for Maximus. While the guests gossiped, Cares finally lost patience. Since Maximus couldn't make a choice, he would choose for him. Come here and be obedient, in exchange I can let the others leave safety, Cares coaxed, pointing at Lilith. Husband. Lilith shrank back, hiding behind Maximus. Hearing her plight, Maximus already decided what to do, kill. 10,000-fold amplification. With his power reaching over 20 quadrillion, Maximus flashed beside Cares, aiming to cleave him in two. Unfortunately, Cares was fast and dodged to the side. However, Maximus's strike still managed to sever his arm, while the residual energy from the attack carved a long slash through the dimensional ship. Warning! 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 The interdimensional ship is under attack. Unrelated individuals, please evacuate. Hearing this, the crowd who still had the mood to gossip was already fleeing into panic. What they thought was mere bravado had escalated into a real fight. They hadn't expected Maximus to really attack a ship captain of the Interdimensional Council. Taking out their void ships, they fled without any more hesitation. But others weren't so lucky. Maximus's attack was so powerful that even a mere residual aura pulverized their bodies. The red level danger is marked. Preparing to fire, stop. Cares ordered, holding his severed arm. He didn't want his prey to accidentally die of the interdimensional ship attack. Such a devastating strike could even take him down. Ship commander order priority, cease fire. Heaving a sigh of relief, Cares turned his attention to his arm, attempting to heal it. Unfortunately, even with the power of the River of Law, his severed arm didn't react. When he tried to generate a new arm, it quickly shriveled, like a dried skin without blood and bones. Huh? An origin-level attack? He muttered solemnly. An origin-level attack was not pertaining to the use of Origin of Law, but an attack that directly target the origin. Getting hit by an attack like this was extremely difficult, if not impossible, to heal. Scoffing, he discarded the severed arm and looked at Maximus. How did you do it? Now Cares was more curious than ever about this man called Magnus. With a companion with such pure soul energy, coupled with a seemingly limitless forbidden technique for amplification, Cares was beginning to reconsider his approach. The dead doesn't need to know. Maximus replied coldly. Though Cares had dodged his strike, Maximus still had plenty left to spare. Even if he sacrificed his life, he would ensure this bastard's downfall. You really are an irritating creature. Releasing his aura, a mirage of River of Soul Light began to bear down on Maximus and his wives. The sheer pressure nearly drove Maximus to his knees as he struggled to shield his wives. Now, it's to die. With a growl, Care's magnitude of power began to increase. From 3.5 quadrillion to 3.9 quadrillion. 5 quadrillion. Chapter hosted on Vampire. In an instant, Care's power skyrocketed to over 100 quadrillion magnitude of power. Just to hold on, Maximus needed 1,000-fold amplification. Feeling his origin start to crack, Maximus decided to end the fight as quickly as possible. Now, die. Cares stretched his palm forward, aiming to crush Maximus like an ant. No, it's you who will die. 100,000 origin explosion. With his power surging past 200 quadrillion, Maximus felt his origin begin to split and fracture. Wasting no time, he flashed forward, determined to finish Cares in one strike. Cares also quickly sensed Maximus's rapid spike in power. You can still explode. Cares exclaimed, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Hastily, he abandoned his physical body, concealing his origin into the mirage of River of Soul Light. Such an attack was beyond the capacity of any master of River of Law. Likely, only his master could withstand it. Bang! As the attack landed, Cares's body disintegrated instantly, dissolving into particles of light. The interdimensional ship, sustaining massive damage, was nearly erased from existence. The attack claimed the lives of all remaining beings on board. If not for his control, the mere aftershock of his strike might have killed his wives as well. Cough. Coughing up blood, Maximus felt his body on the verge of breaking. Escape. With his consciousness slipping, he gathered the remnants of the interdimensional ship into his storage space. Grabbing his wives, he quickly boarded Shadow and fled. Voyager, return to base. Tell Wanderer to initiate Plan Crimson. Maximus ordered, holding on to his last fragments of consciousness. Husband, you can rest. We can handle the rest. Eric murmured, seeing Maximus barely holding on. No, just a little longer. Don't worry about me. Seeing Maximus's stubbornness, they had no choice but to cast several healing spells on him. Stabilizing his consciousness, they arrived at Shadow Oasis within a few months. Wanderer. Get inside. By now, the Shadow Oasis was desolate. Plan Crimson was to dismantle their base and escape. From buildings to arrays, and every plant in the Shadow Oasis, Wanderer dismantled everything. After entering the ship, Maximus used the last of his strength to destroy the soul pool, disrupting the environment and erasing their traces. Escape. Escape as far as possible. Wait for me. With those final instructions, Maximus lost consciousness. Chapter 515, Counting the Harvest. A while later, just as Maximus escaped, Soul Lord Akuji, the master of the Ocean of Soul and the one in charge of the Silent Void Expanse, arrived at the former Shadow Oasis. Is this the place? Akuji asked nonchalantly. Yes, this is the stronghold of that Magnus. Cares muttered coldly. Without any physical body, he was only in his virtual origin form and couldn't exert any power. Remembering the last scene of the attack, he couldn't help but shudder. If not for the river of soul light hiding his origin, he might have died directly from the attack. Seeing Care's cowardly appearance, Akuji couldn't help but feel angry. A perfectly fine interdimensional ship was destroyed in such a disgraceful manner, yet this bastard could only escape. Frowning gloomily, Akuji mobilized his ocean of law, searching for the traces left at the scene. How is it, Master? Have you found any clues? No, the soul pool exploded in the area, erasing all the traces. Is that so? What about the soul signature? Do you remember any? Akuji asked, frowning at Cares. It's just a vague impression. The soul signature was cloudy and disguised. Cares reasoned. In reality, all his attention was on Maximus's wives. Seeing such a pristine soul, how could he still look in any other direction? What about his companions? Akuji knew Cares failed because of some woman. Thinking he could only think with his lower body, Akuji felt killing him. As for the uniqueness of those women, there was nothing of the sort in the report. Cares would naturally not reveal the discovery he had made. Cares planned that after he was healed in the future, Maximus's wives would be his trophies. This is their soul signature, Cares graciously projected, wanting to capture Maximus as soon as possible. Taking the soul signature, Akuji used his ocean of soul to deduce their coordinates. However, after a while, his confidence was replaced with a frown. Still nothing? How can this be possible? Unless they possessed an ultimate physique or special treasure, no one could escape his soul tracking. Wanting to know the origin of these people, he used his ocean of soul to trace their soul origin. Cough. Suddenly getting backlash, Akuji's face turned gloomy. Who are these people? They even have protection from such a being? When he tried to deduce their soul origin, he was met with an unstoppable force. If not for his quickness, he might have been crippled. If Maximus knew this, he would give Akuji a thumbs up for his bravery. The Etherium realm, their place of origin, was protected by Iris. Challenging the supreme leader of the Immortal Palace sect, Akuji was literally seeking death. Although Akuji was from an overlord organization and Iris was only from a top sect, a subordinate was still a subordinate. Compared to a leader, it was just a cannon fodder. Iris was already at the peak of Tier 11 realm, ready to turn her ocean of law into a world and step into the overlord realm at any time. Akuji was merely a greenhorn, mass-produced by the Interdimensional Council to become a watchdog for their territory. Challenging a master beyond his league, Akuji was lucky he was still alive. Out of choice, Akuji could only change the plan. Turn these soul signatures into the headquarters in the Silent Void Expanse and declare them as devourers. With the usual practice of the Interdimensional Council, turning all their enemies into devourers, Cares was not shocked. From now on, as long as others saw Maximus and his companion, they would be treated as devourers, either escaping or hunting them for contribution points. How about putting a bounty? A bounty? It's feasible. However, you have to pay. Why yes. 50 years later. Feeling his aching body, Maximus slowly opened his eyes. Remembering what happened before he lost consciousness, Maximus quickly scanned where he was. Seeing he was in the shadow alongside his wives, he heaved a sigh of relief. Safe. Husband, you're awake? Do you feel any pain? Is there any way we can help you? I'm fine, I just need to rest. Maximus comforted. Resting for decades, his origin already started to organize and heal itself. Besides being unable to use his full power, he didn't have many issues. Anyway, what happened while I was unconscious? "We're wanted by the Dimensional Council," Hazel muttered, showing him their virtual soul signatures. In it, told the stories of how they, a devourer, attacked an interdimensional ship like pirates. Humphrey. What a bunch of hypocrites. Maximus muttered angrily, seeing the wanted poster. Fortunately, although he couldn't disguise the uniqueness of their soul signatures could still be disguised. Looking at the soul signature different from their actual soul origin, he heaved a sigh of relief. Maximus just needed to change their soul signatures, and they could hide in another place. Suddenly remembering the remains of the interdimensional ship he put in his storage dimension, an interest appeared in his eyes. "Let's go inside the world tree." Once inside, Maximus took out a giant void ship occupying hundreds of trillions of kilometers of space. "Huh? Is this the interdimensional ship?" His wives muttered in shock. They didn't expect Maximus would ransack this thing. At that time, everything happened too quickly. They only noticed their husband attacking, then they were inside the shadow. "I took it on a whim." Maximus smiled, examining the ship. Due to his attack, most of the precise and sensitive components of the ship were already scraped. Besides being used as a material, there was nothing useful in the ship. Fortunately, the ship's hull was mostly made of Tier 12 materials. Just that was already worth tens of trillions of origin coins. Scanning inside, they also saw various storage of intact materials. This is too much. Finding trillions of origin coins worth of materials, weapons, treasure, potions, and general supply, they couldn't help but smile. Having fun, each of them scoured the ship, dismantling and storing all the valuable things. After a few days, they roughly counted that, coupled with the materials of the ship, their harvest was worth about 40 trillion origin coins. TSK, what a rich organization. I should have been more careful and not destroyed the ship. With Maximus's attack, not even a tenth of the ship remained, and not much of the stored supply was left. Maximus estimated that if he had been more careful, they could have earned hundreds of trillions from that battle. "Brother Maximus, look at this," Lilith said, handing him an arm. "Is this Karaz's arm? Is it still intact? I didn't expect you'd collect these things, Lilith. What a weirdo, are you in a new fashion?" The other teased in surprise. "I stored it after Karaz threw it out. Using my eyes, I noticed a hidden compartment. Unfortunately, until now, I still couldn't break it," Lilith pouted. "Let me see." Looking at the thick barrier of the River of Law, Maximus knew why Lilith failed to dismantle it. Lilith was only at Tier 10 realm, and although she could see through such a power, she lacked the strength to break it. Washing the seal with the power of casualty, Maximus finally saw what was inside the hidden space in the arm. This. Mountains and mountains of origin coins, various materials, Tier 12 treasure, and a complete Tier 12 void ship. Just a rough look, and they knew it was more valuable than the interdimensional ship they looted. It seems this was Karaz's main storage space. Taking out the resources inside, his wives wore shocked expressions. Even Lilith, who had been teased for being weird, held her chest up high, feeling proud. "Humphrey. You see. How could a master of the River of Law be simple? Even an arm is a treasure." As they chattered among themselves, counting the mountain of origin coins, materials and treasure, Maximus took out the Tier 12 void ship. A speed-type void ship. How timely. Maximus thought happily. On their way to escape, the speed of shadow was beginning to drag them. If they wanted to get to a farther place, they would waste a lot of time. Without hesitation, he began disassembling the speed thruster of the ship, hoping to integrate it into Shadow. Shadow was still a capable ship. In the 50 years they were on the run, they didn't encounter any obstacles. Despite being slow, it could go unimpeded in any place. Parking Shadow in the void, Maximus quickly integrated the speed thruster into the ship. "Voyager, try the speed. How fast is the new thruster?" Testing it out, Shadow zipped through the void like light, breaking through the scattered soul pollution. At normal speed, it's only 50 times faster, but overloading the ship, it can go up to 300 times faster. Voyager reported excitedly. Shadow was her new shell. Naturally, the stronger it was, the happier she became. Good. Maximus was also happy, seeing Shadow gain a new lease on life. With this, I can widen my range of search. Maximus needed to find a soul pool quickly, otherwise, they would only waste time in the silent void expanse. Using Calamity points, Maximus began to deduce the nearest soul pool far from the detection range of the Interdimensional Council. A while later, a new coordinate was sent to Voyager. Chapter 516. End of Silent Void Expanse. 7 years later, Maximus successfully found another soul pool. Far from their previous base, Maximus quickly set up the soul controlling array. Still injured, he didn't bother creating a proper stronghold and immediately began draining. At the same time, he started deducing a movable Tier 12 array. He had a feeling that the Interdimensional Council would find them soon. Living the life of a fugitive, Maximus had to prepare for various circumstances. Sure enough, just after 10 years, the Seal of Truth warned him that danger was imminent. Pack up quickly. Let's leave this place. Maximus muttered as he dismantled the base. Escape again? They muttered, looking at their new home. Although Maximus had told them not to bother building an elaborate base, his wives still insisted and beautified the place. Looking reluctant, they dismantled the base as they thought of how they would pay the Interdimensional Council in the future. How could we be found? Isn't our soul signature disguised? Freya asked in puzzlement. Though our soul signature is disguised, its essence still comes from our actual soul. As long as they're close enough, they could detect us, Maximus explained. In front of the ocean of soul, their disguise was a mere joke. Unfortunately, Maximus was still too weak to perfectly conceal their essence of soul from the ocean of law. After packing up, they quickly departed the place, destroying the soul pool and eliminating their traces. A while later, an interdimensional ship arrived. They're not here? TSK, they escaped like rabbits. Kares clicked his tongue in frustration. For years, Kares had been seething with anger, unable to capture Maximus and his companions. No matter how high the bounty he set, it was pointless if no one could locate them. Humphrey. I'll see how long you can keep this up. Soon, Maximus's life turned into a constant escape. Spending most of their time aboard their void ship, their training was cut to a third. The first few hundred years were miserable, moving from one soul pool to another, traveling outside Dimensional Alliance territory to the Devourer's side. In each new place, they had to fight tooth and nail for every soul pool they find. However, as time passed, they began to adapt to and even enjoy such a life. Creating a modularized base and array, they could quickly settle down or escape. Their ship, Shadow, also had new weapons, he salvaged and created from all their fights. Having easier and leisure time, they began to concentrate on their goals. Traveling through the void became their rest time, solidifying their skills and comprehending various knowledge. Whenever they found a soul pool, they would transform into cultivation fanatics, using every moment to temper their souls. Driving out enemies became their entertainment, a test of skills, and a way to vent their frustration. Soon, 1,300 years passed. Opening his status panel, Maximus felt that all the suffering over the years had been worth it. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, physique, dimensional source, origin grade, 0 out of unknown, rank 11, 918 billion, 200 million out of 10 trillion, magnitude of power, 3.5 trillion, magnitude of soul, 130 billion to 1 trillion, 700 billion, magnitude of spirit, 1 trillion, 400 billion, magnitude of will, 1 trillion, 200 billion, magnitude of comprehension, 1 trillion, 30 billion, river of knowledge, 30%, Calamity points, 53 billion, Calamity points, corrupted, 21 trillion, 300 billion. After over 1,000 years of life on the run, Maximus finally reached a magnitude over 1 trillion in soul, spirit, will, and comprehension, filling the gaps in his foundation. He had also amassed the over 20 trillion corrupted Calamity points, more than enough to upgrade his physique to rank 12. Feeling satisfied, he turned to his wives. Do you want to get out of here? Leave? Are you sure? They asked excitedly. Though they had grown used to this life, they had longed to leave such a desolate place. Hearing that they could finally leave, they could hardly believe their ears. But before we go, there's still something we need to do. Aboard a roaming interdimensional ship, Kares was checking documents while keeping an eye on his river of soul light, hoping it would detect Maximus. Hey, I wonder if that brat's still sane. Kares laughed evilly. Harassing Maximus nearly every decade had become his form of entertainment. No matter when or where, as long as he detected a trace of Maximus, he would drop everything to pursue him. Looking at his virtual origin body, still without physical vessel even after over 1,000 years, anger flared in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Kares, an invisible, inconspicuous tiny ship silently infiltrated the interdimensional ship. Huh? What's this? Kares suddenly felt a strange sensation and looked around. Scanning the ship, he found everything normal. Could it be a Devourer's ambush? He muttered solemnly. As each second passed by, his warning sense grew stronger, like a knife about to dig his heart. Check if there's an ambush ahead. Activate defensive mode. Contact the headquarters. He ordered urgently. As the ship's barrier activated, Kares felt safer. Learning from the previous battle, the Interdimensional Council reinforced the interior of the ship, making it stronger inside. There was also a separate space for the ship captains, that had stronger defensive barrier. Inside the ship core, no matter who the enemy is, Kares could react in time. Unfortunately, before the barrier activated, Shadow had gotten inside. Putting down the ship in his core, Maximus emerged from the shadows, amplifying his power 100,000-fold, and attacked Cares from behind. Goodbye. With a concentrated beam of light, Cares didn't even have time to mobilize the river of soul light before the attack annihilated him. In such an enclosed area, no matter how Cares dodged, he was doomed. Rest in peace. Maximus muttered with a smile. Though the massive origin explosion severely damaged his origin, Maximus couldn't help but smile at finally defeating his enemy. Looking around, aside from the destroyed core room, the entire interdimensional ship remained intact. Even the personnel on board were alive and unharmed by the attack. It seems the internal defense of this interdimensional ship was greater than last time. Though Maximus had concentrated most of his attack on Cares, the radiation range was still strong enough to melt ordinary Tier 12 materials. It seemed the Interdimensional Council learned its lesson. Thinking of this, his excitement grew. This ship. Can I keep it? Deducing a powerful enemy was on the way, Maximus quickly wrapped the interdimensional ship in his consciousness and stored it within his dimensional space. As for the personnel on board, Maximus simply expelled them, sending them out into the void. He was not bloodthirsty. Unless they attacked him or were beyond his control, he wouldn't intentionally harm anyone. Boarding his ship, his wives looked at him with excitement. How is it? Did you kill the enemy? Maximus nodded. Served him right. How dare he harass us all these years? Lydia muttered hatefully. If I had the strength, I would torture that bastard myself. Sky clenched his fist. What about the loot, husband? What did you get? Lilith asked excitedly. After years of battles, they had learned the value of keeping spoils from their enemies. While sometimes meager, they occasionally earned materials worth hundreds of billions, even trillions of origin coins. I took the entire interdimensional ship. What, the whole ship? Was it damaged? No, aside from a few scratches, it's fully intact. This. An intact interdimensional ship. Being the primary mode of travel and defense of the Interdimensional Council, it was far from simple. Come, let's look inside the World Tree. Inside the World Tree, Maximus took out a ship of a size spanning thousands of trillions of kilometers. Up close, the massive interdimensional ship shattered their expectations. The ship was made almost entirely of Tier 12 materials. At a glance, it was worth quadrillions of origin coins, at least 2-3 times more valuable than Shadow. With various Tier 12 technologies unavailable to the masses, this ship alone compensated their 1,000-year struggle. Going inside, they counted a variety of materials and treasures stored within. 500 trillion worth of materials. Not as much as I'd expected. Denise pouted. Be satisfied, this is already enough for us to train without worry for a while. Jane scolded. In total, they had harvested spoils worth around 3 quadrillion origin coins, more than their harvest in all their lives combined. Ha ha ha, with such a haul, we can return to the Etherium realm in glory. Deducing their route out of the silent void expanse, Shadow quickly accelerated toward the horizon. It's time to go home. Meanwhile, in the empty void, the Lord of Souls, Akuji, was seething with rage. Cares' origin signature had fully faded, signifying his absolute death. Now even an overlord couldn't resurrect him using Calamity of power or any means. For a master of the River of Law to die within his jurisdiction was a massive loss. Furthermore, losing 2 interdimensional ships in just over 1,000 years, even Akuji would be heavily punished. Furious, he collected every trace of Maximus, merging them to create a clearer soul signature. Sending the soul signature to the Interdimensional Council's headquarters, listing Maximus as one of the Dimensional Alliance's most wanted. Magnus. Don't let me learn your true identity, or I'll hunt you down myself. Chapter 517, returning home a few decades later. After traveling non-stop, they finally reached the edge of the silent void expanse. Staring at the thick barrier before them, they couldn't help but feel nervous. This time, there wasn't a ship on the route. The path Maximus took would last only a few seconds. A faster void ship was needed, and only a few were capable of traversing such a route. If not for the new speed thruster on Shadow, Maximus wouldn't have dared to take this path and would have waited hundreds more years for other routes. As the silence continued, Maximus positioned himself at Shadow's control panel. This time, Maximus would be driving himself. The few seconds they had were too crucial to depend on anyone else. With a tense body, Maximus's mind worked at full capacity as a vortex appeared. Go. Overloading Shadow's thruster, Maximus didn't even wait for the vortex to fully form before accelerating forward. 1.2.3.4.5.6.7.8. Facing the ride of death, their void ship successfully endured and survived. Alive. Breathing a sigh of relief, they looked at each other, calming their nerves. We're finally out of this misery. Time to return to the Etherium realm. To the Etherium realm. Etherium Realm. After traveling through the void for several months, Shadow quickly opened a void portal in a stable space and teleported to the Etherium Realm. Looking at the blue jewel that was their home, they couldn't help but relax. Etherium Realm. Just seeing its silhouette made all their fatigue melt away. This dimension might not be the most beautiful, prosperous, or even large, but it was their origin, the dimension where they thrived and grew. Seeing the Etherium Realm after their journey was deeply comforting. Don't worry, before we go to our next destination, we'll stay here for at least 100 years, Maximus reassured them. This would be their last rest before their sprint to master the River of Law. This journey may not be dangerous or have a hostile environment, but it would be the longest they'd face so far. From tens to hundreds of thousands of years, they would need to seclude themselves to master a River of Law. Hearing the news, his wives smiled unconsciously as Shadow smoothly entered the Etherium Realm. Upon arriving at the castle, Maximus and his wives quickly met up with their children, whom he had called in advance. Father. Mothers. We missed you. Lily and the others greeted them. Oh, mother, you've been gone for so long. Don't you love us anymore? Lila pouted. What are you talking about? We were only gone for over 1,000 years. Luna patted her head. But we missed you. How could you be gone for so long? The others also grieved. Not seeing their parents for over 1,000 years was something new, and they weren't used to it. They thought it would be like before, where they could still contact each other occasionally. But this time, there had been no communication, no news, they didn't even know where they had gone. Waiting for over 1,000 years without any news was grueling. As his wives comforted the girls, Maximus couldn't help but notice the progress of his family. A hint of the River of Law? At the Tier 10 realm, one should be mastering the origin of laws. Seeing they already had a hint of the River of Law, he was impressed. Furthermore, as he had advised, they had begun to master the River of Knowledge. It wasn't that Maximus wanted to limit their choices, but he believed the River of Knowledge was the best path for his family. With him in charge, as long as he could transform the River of Knowledge into an ocean of knowledge, they could quickly become branch masters of the River of Law. More importantly, it could also be an important bridge to reach the Overlord realm in the future. While he examined them, Etheria was sensing the changes in the Etherium realm. Master, it seems the Etherium realm is at war. Etheria whispered. How's it going? Are we winning? Maximus smiled. Before entering the dimension, he already sensed the Etherium realm was embroiled in conflict. Trusting Liam, he was sure they would be anything but losing. We're winning. In fact, it seems we're crushing the enemy, Etheria murmured with praise. Watching the war's history unfold like a movie, Etheria was amazed by the organization of the Etherium realm. United, prepared, and experienced, the Etherium realm moves like a powerhouse crushing weak dimensions. By now, dozens of apex sovereigns had advanced to Tier 10 Dimensional Emperor Realm. Dimensional Emperor Realm was the term coined by the Etherium Alliance. MPY-R. Usually, Tier 1 to Tier 10 are called the foundational realms of energy, elements, laws, and origin. In the Dimensional Alliance, besides classifying different tiers of power, no unified name was proposed to them. Each dimension had a different power system, imposing a name on them was a hassle and would limit the emergence of new power systems. Even a Tier 11 realm powerhouse had no unified name, only when they mastered a certain River of Law would they be called a master, like the Master of Killing Sword, Master of Golden Tiger, Master of Creation Alchemy, etc. Upon advancing to the Ocean of Law, they would be called a Lord, like the Lord of Creation, the Lord of Killing, the Lord of Immortal, the Lord of Truth, etc. Finally, at Tier 12, one would reach the Overlord realm, the peak powerhouse of the Aeon Plane, controlling everything it has to offer. While Maximus and Etheria discussed the changes in the Etherium realm, he suddenly noticed a new member of the family. Beside Lance stood a giant boy with bulging muscles, looking around shyly, unsure of what to do. Who are you, boy? Maximus asked, patting his shoulder. I'm Maxwell, the son of Max and Ella. Nice to meet you, grandfather. Maxwell said, bowing stiffly. Ha ha ha, what an energetic kid. Maximus laughed heartily, looking at Maxwell. Although tall and muscular, Maxwell had a shy, almost nerdy demeanor. With his handsome face and strong body, Maximus felt a warm joy just looking at him. How is my son, father? Handsome, right? Max asked, putting a hand on Maximus's shoulder. Max was proud of his son, muscular, strong, talented, and, most importantly, handsome. It seemed like a dream come true. Unfortunately, his son was a bit timid, contrasting with his imposing appearance. He preferred birds and flowers over blood and battles, paperwork over swords. He is very good looking, it seems he takes after you, Maximus teased. Opening Maxwell's panel, he could only marvel at its strength. Maxwell Shadowcrest age, 150 physique, Supreme Ultimate Might Realm, Tier 9. With his supreme grade physique, Maxwell already had the highest potential among the second and third generations of the Shadowcrest family. With the origin manual, each generation of the family would only be more and more talented. Maxwell, even your grandfather is praising your strength. You should stop helping manage the Ethereum realm and come fight with me. Max urged. Letting Maxwell stay in the Ethereum realm was a waste of his talent. Even the Ashura sect, recognizing his perfect fit for their path, had tried to recruit him for training. Unfortunately, Maxwell was stubborn and refused, finding such battles meaningless. Dad, fighting and killing are your strengths. I'll stay here and guard our home, Maxwell said resolutely. That's right, Uncle Max. What's wrong with managing the Ethereum realm? Are you looking down on us? Lance added. With Maxwell in the Ethereum realm, Lance and his father had a lighter load to carry. Furthermore, Maxwell was a true environmentalist, pouring his talents into the Ethereum realm, making it more prosperous and lively. Looking down on you? Max shuddered. Glancing at Liam, watching him, he couldn't help but gulp. No. You managing the Ethereum realm is the hardest job. Words aren't enough to thank you for your work. Max hurriedly said. Liam's presence, his elder brother's authority, was like a mountain. Max shuddered, regretting his careless words. Good, I thought you were belittling our work. Liam replied with a bright smile that nearly stopped Max's heart. As the brothers bantered, Lux approached his father with a nervous expression. What is it? Speak up if you have something to say. And where is Alice? I don't see her here, Maximus asked. Father, Alice is in the Elfound realm, preparing for our wedding. Lux muttered, blushing. What? You're getting married so soon? Maximus had thought the two, whose relationship had started from mutual interests, would wait much longer. In the Shadowcrest family, marriage was reserved for couples truly in love. Although it might seem insignificant to others, this sacred ceremony was an important family tradition. Knowing Lux and Alice's situation, Maximus was a bit surprised they would marry this early. Alice and I decided much earlier, we were just waiting for you. Lux replied. After being together for over 1,000 years, Lux and Alice's feelings for each other had grown far beyond mere interest. Lux had learned to truly love Alice and, in turn, had grown to love Lux. I see. Then we'll attend your wedding. When and where will it be? 30 years from now, in the Elfound Realm's main dimension. Chapter 518, Naughty Little Brother. A few days later, after talking with his children, Maximus walked out of the room, intending to sort out their harvest in the silent void expanse. He wanted to count how much the materials and treasure they harvested were worth. This would be his fun to master the river of knowledge. Suddenly, just as Maximus was about to enter a short period of seclusion, Liam approached him. Is something wrong? Maximus asked, puzzled. There shouldn't be any issues in the Ethereum realm. Noticing the serious look on Liam's face, Maximus couldn't help but feel concerned. It's about Malgren. Malgren? Did you find him? Where is he? This friend of his, the undefeated powerhouse of the Ethereum realm, had vanished out of the blue a few thousand years ago. After being in a coma for thousands of years and suddenly disappearing, even Maximus was at a loss. No, he hasn't returned to the Ethereum realm, but he sent a message. Oh? What did it say? He said, if you need help, come to the Ashura sect. I see. He'd long suspected Malgren's identity was connected to the Ashura sect, but the specifics remained unclear. Still, what kind of identity would give him such confidence? According to the stamp, he should be one of the supreme masters of the Ashura sect. Liam muttered with uncertainty. A supreme master? Malgren was one of the supreme masters of the Ashura sect? This time, Maximus was truly shocked. A supreme master was a being at the top of the sect, wielding the power of the ocean of law, the peak strength below the overlords. The fact that Malgren was one of them left Maximus in disbelief. Moreover, the Ashura sect was the strongest sect in the Dimensional Alliance. To be a leader within it suggested Malgren's status was truly monumental. After the shock subsided, Maximus fell into deep thought as all the mysteries about Malgren's identity began to align. His great power, combat ability, and achievements, those seemingly impossible feats, now made sense. Malgren was the only one whose power nearly matched Maximus in the same realm. Being a supreme master of the Ashura sect didn't seem out of the blue now. There was also Valeros, Malgren's close friend and a clone of the Lord of Truth. Did Valeros know of Malgren's true identity? With his abilities, he likely knew Malgren was a resurrected progenitor of the Ashura sect. Shaking off the thoughts, Maximus wondered just how powerful Malgren was now. How is he? How strong has he become? He should be in the Tier 11 realm, a master of the River of Law, Liam estimated, remembering the aura that lingered in the letter. Liam knew the distinct difference between a master of the River of Law and a master of the Ocean of Law. Malgren should still be in the process of recovering his strength. That's good, I'm not too far behind. Maximus smiled, albeit helplessly. Knowing his friend might be stronger than him inspired Maximus to train more seriously. After discussing a few other matters, Maximus hurried into seclusion. MVL Vertical Bar Empire Your novel Starsea had more to accomplish if he wanted to catch up to Malgren. While processing the treasures and materials they harvested, Maximus also began dismantling the dimensional ship he had taken from the Interdimensional Council. There was no way he could use such a massive ship. Having Shadow was enough, Maximus just needed to polish and replace some general components. Taking most of the high-tier devices from the interdimensional ship, the rest of the unusable parts would be disassembled and sold. All that he would earn from these materials would be exchanged for strands of Calamity to help him advance in the mastery of the River of Knowledge. A year later, after concentrated work, Maximus completed sorting their harvest. It's much more than I expected. In total, Maximus estimated their harvest to be worth about 3.7 quadrillion origin coins. Such an astonishing amount made him feel as if he were dreaming. Realizing that most of it came from the interdimensional ship he had taken, Maximus felt energized, even tempted to seize another. Those overlord forces were indeed rich, just one of their ships had made him wealthy. Eager to turn these resources into cash, Maximus headed to the Immortal Palace Realm. Immortal Palace Realm, hello, Sister Iris. Maximus greeted with a smile. Iris, on the other hand, just stared into his eyes as if waiting for something. In the awkward silence, Maximus coughed, glancing at Iris in confusion. What is it, sister? Is something wrong? Where is your previous boldness? Why do you look so restrained? Iris teased, noticing Maximus' awkwardness. This. Of course, Maximus didn't dare act so presumptuously in the real world. Previously, they were in the virtual realm, so Maximus had been bolder. Now facing the consequences, Maximus wilted, looking at a loss. I'm sorry, Sister Iris. I was too presumptuous last time. Maximus apologized, gritting his teeth. It's fine, it's fine. Don't be too restrained, I still like your haughty attitude. Iris waved her hand. By the way, why have you come here? Iris asked knowingly. Couldn't I simply be missing you, Sister Iris? It's been over 1,000 years, I missed you so dearly. Maximus reasoned, gazing into Iris' eyes. Though he had selfish reasons, he genuinely missed Iris. After not seeing each other for over 1,000 years, even his trillion magnitude of will was wavering. This time, it wasn't just Iris' beauty but the emotion he felt when he saw her that captivated him. Alright, stop being so cheesy. I know you want something. Iris changed the mood abruptly, feeling her heart beat a little faster. Oh, I wanted to sell this to you, Sister Iris. Maximus said, pulling out materials worth 1.5 quadrillion. As for the rest, the materials were too rare and would be used to reinforce Shadow, their castle, and the Ethereum realm. Is this from the Interdimensional Council? You're quite bold. Iris muttered knowingly. This. I had a little adventure. TSK, what a lucky junior. Iris clicked her tongue, not asking any more questions. Here's the money. With a quick look, Iris knew their worth. No, Sister Iris, I wanted to exchange it all for strands of casualty. What, exchange it all for strands of casualty? Are you kidding me? Iris looked at him in shock. With their usual exchange rate, 1.5 quadrillion coins would be worth around 1.5 trillion strands of casualty. Such a massive amount would drain the Immortal Palace sect of all causal power for the coming decades. Unless she worked herself to the bone, the sect would be in chaos. Is it impossible? Maximus frowned, expecting her answer. It's impossible. Your sister would die from overwork if I exchanged such a large number of strands of Calamity at one time. The sect might even punish me for it. Iris hurriedly explained. Iris was only one of the supreme masters of the Immortal Palace sect. Although one of the strongest, the sect had over 10 supreme masters, so Iris couldn't monopolize all strands of casualty. I see. Maximus nodded in understanding and thought of other solutions. Maybe he could exchange it with other sects or families, like the Sterling family, the Elfaun race, or even the Ashura sect. With his connections, though it would cost more, it would be more manageable. He didn't want to overwork Iris just to save money. Then I'll exchange this with you for origin coins, Sister Iris, and see if I can exchange strands of Calamity elsewhere. Maximus decided, taking out the rest of the valuable materials in his storage space. Strengthening himself was the #1 priority, everything else would come after he became the master of the River of Knowledge. Seeing the materials before her, Iris frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. The thought of Maximus going to another sect for resources made her heart a little restless. What do you need so many strands of Calamity for? Iris asked, ignoring the resources in front of her. It's to master the river of knowledge, Maximus replied directly. I see. Although it was nearly impossible for a Tier 10 individual to become a master of the river of law, Iris believed Maximus could achieve anything. Even if he was treading a forbidden path or attempting something that even the overlords hadn't achieved, she had no doubts about him. Here are the strands of casualty. No need to look elsewhere, Iris said, handing him a vial containing 1.5 trillion strands of casualty. This, Sister Iris, there's no need for this. I can exchange it with other sects. I don't want you to work so hard or get in trouble, Maximus said hurriedly, trying to return the vial of strands of casualty. Just take it. I don't want you getting scammed by other sects. And take these additional resources, I'm sure you'll need them. But just do as I said, don't make me angry. Looking into her eyes, Maximus felt conflicted. Her gaze seemed to be full of stubbornness and affection, but because of the difference in their strength, Maximus couldn't tell exactly what it was. Was it for a friend? A brother? A pet? A lover? Was he just imagining it? Regardless of the reason, Maximus seemed to have fallen under a spell. Placing a hand on Iris's face, Maximus went in for a kiss. Iris's eyes widened as she felt her lips meet his. As turmoil of emotions rose within her, Iris unconsciously put her hands behind his neck instead of pushing him away. Seeing she didn't resist, Maximus grew bolder and held her tighter, kissing her more passionately. What a naughty little brother, Iris thought, feeling happy inside. Chapter 519, Mysterious Identity. 30 years later, in the Elftown realm, a festive atmosphere permeated the surroundings. Guests from various parts of the Dimensional Alliance first-rate forces, top families, and sects filled the area. Each chattered endlessly, wondering when the wedding would start. In a grand garden quarter, young guests from top families were discussing the sudden marriage of Alice, the saintess of the Elftown race. I didn't expect Alice to be getting married already. TSK, she was only at the Tier 10 realm and was already indulging in such affairs? The Elftown family is hopeless. Hey, I think you're just jealous. Ha ha ha. That's right, Robert. If you're jealous, just admit it. Jealous? Why would I be jealous? I just didn't expect Alice to pick some unknown man. What a disgrace to the top families. Robert retorted. Robert was from the Vernilot family, one of the top families in the Dimensional Alliance. With the same status and potential, Robert initially wanted to marry Alice. Unfortunately, a wildling appeared before he could propose a marriage. Unknown man? Don't underestimate the one Alice is marrying. Humphrey, isn't that guy, Lux, just a shabby businessman who earned some money? That seems so, what a pity. Of course, they had investigated the groom, Lux. Knowing he was the owner of a rising investment firm in the central virtual dimension, they had a bit of respect for him. However, despite his net worth of hundreds of billions of origin coins, the gap between him and the first-rate forces was insurmountable, much less the top families. While they chatted about Lux, Otto and a few of his friends were also curious. I didn't expect her to marry so soon. What's the big deal? Even though she's a saintess from a top family, she's no match for us primordial candidates, Gilmer from the Mercenary Alliance muttered. Their circle consisted of the top prodigies nurtured by the Dimensional Alliance. Possessing origin-grade physiques, they looked down on everyone else. If not for the insistence of their master, they wouldn't have bothered attending such an event. Don't be so demeaning, we are at a wedding. We should congratulate them. Suniva from the Eternal Sect advised. Hey, so what? I can say whatever I want. Why do we even need to attend this event? It's a waste of time. As a primordial candidate, the hope and guardian of the Eon Plane, all they cared about was training and growing stronger as quickly as possible. They had no time for these kinds of charades. Ignorant. We are here to meet him, Gear from the Ashura sect muttered with fighting intent. His master had told him that the new primordial candidate who completed the virtual trial would be at this event. Though busy, they made time to attend because of this potential encounter. Hearing what he said, the others fell silent, pondering who this mysterious person might be. I wonder if he's stronger than those three. Gear thought, glancing at the three people in the corner: Linus, the prodigious talent of the virtual realm, Ilva from the Space-Time Bureau, and finally, Paragon, the strongest among them, hailing from the Interdimensional Alliance. Meanwhile, at the core of the ancestral world tree, the three supreme witches were waiting impatiently for the groom. When will this Lux arrive? Eldera, the second witch, muttered impatiently. Disappointed with Alice's poor life choices, she wanted to quickly end this farce and select the next saintess. Being a saintess of the Elftown family was an honor and a responsibility. One needed complete focus, unaffected by external circumstances, an iron will, and selflessness to break the curse of their race. Though the Elftown race were one of the oldest families in the Eon Plane, They were only mediocre among the top forces. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ranked between the top families but the top sex. They needed an infusion of new blood, the emergence of a supreme witch from the next generation. Unfortunately, no complete world tree remained available for them to achieve this. They could only rely on hard work and miracles to break the barrier ahead and advance. Don't be so impatient. This marriage might be an opportunity for us, Silvara, the first supreme witch, hinted. Opportunity? What opportunity? That poor boy. The third witch, Vedra, mocked. Do you think I would agree to this marriage if it were that simple? Furthermore, have you seen the guest list? Do you know how much weight we carry to have invited such esteemed guests? Silvara reprimanded, glaring at her sister's ignorance. It seemed time had even dulled their intelligence. They only looked at the surface of the situation, not bothering to investigate the essence of things. What do you mean? They frowned, sensing the seriousness in Silvara's tone. Silvara didn't answer but urged them to observe the guests waiting in their dimension. Huh? This? How is this possible? Seeing the top powers of the Dimensional Alliance gathered in the Elfoun realm, the two witches couldn't help but grow nervous. Although no Supreme Master of the Ocean of Law attended, the presence of various geniuses left them gulping. Especially the 12 primordial candidates of the Dimensional Alliance. These prodigies had such a high status in the Alliance that even then the Supreme Master had a hard time meeting them. Although weaker in strength, their importance surpasses them, the Master of the Ocean of Laws. Attending what they thought was a trivial wedding had given them quite a shock. Sister, what is happening here? Is there something wrong with the man Alice is marrying? Humphrey. First, let me tell you the background of this man. Lux Shadow Crest, less than 10,000 years old, possesses an ultimate heroic physique, attempted the Tier 9 virtual trial, and passed beyond the 161,000th floor. What? Passed beyond the 161,000th floor? How is that possible? Vertical bar Emperor. The 161,000th floor was the dividing line between mediocrity and a prodigy. To become a saint of a top family, passing the 161,000th floor of the Tier 9 virtual tower was a requirement. Forget Lux's physique, barely reaching the ultimate rank, just passing the 161,000th floor already made him comparable to Alice. What's impossible? This is just the beginning. The Shadow Crest family, from the first generation to the third, all passed the 161,000th floor. This you must be joking. Sister, there's a limit to what you can say. Eldera and Vedra shouted, looking at Silvara as if she had gone insane. A whole family passing the 161,000th floor of the Tier 9 virtual trial? Did this mean they all had the talent of saints? Humphrey. This is verified information I obtained from the top sects. The Ashura sect, Immortal Palace sect, Eternal sect, and Mechanical Alliance all have preparatory saint-level disciples from the Shadow Crest family you belittle. Is this true? Eldera and Vedra asked in a daze. Hee, of course it's true. Furthermore, the head of the Shadow Crest family, Maximus Shadow Crest, is a primordial candidate who completed all 161,803 floors. Silvara snorted, satisfied with their shocked expressions. When she first learned this news, she had been just as shocked. A few years ago, Alice had given her a letter. Initially, she dismissed such an insignificant thing. However, as a saintess, she still paid some attention to Alice. Soon, upon reading the letter and looking into the information, her jaw nearly dropped. It was shocking enough that the Shadow Crest family had spread across the top sects, but knowing Maximus was the newly emerging prodigy who completed the 161,803rd floor of the Tier 9 virtual trial was beyond belief. If not for the confirmation of the top sects and the Dimensional Alliance, she wouldn't have believed it at all. Sending the letter, Maximus was ready to reveal his cards. With sufficient strength and the ultimate backing of Iris, he no longer had any concerns. Furthermore, as he grew stronger, he increasingly sensed the impending oppression descending upon the Aeon plane. To quickly grow stronger, he could no longer remain low-key. There was also his grudge with the Interdimensional Council. Although he had been in disguise at the time, he knew it was only a matter of time before they discovered his identity. To combat all his challenges and prepare for what was to come, Maximus needed to fully reveal his primordial candidate status. With Lux's wedding, Maximus saw the perfect chance to unveil his cards. After calming down and confirming that everything Silvara said was true, various thoughts crossed Eldera and Vedra's minds. This Shadow Crest family. Just what kind of blessings do they possess? Maybe they have a unique bloodline. It's possible. Then this marriage. As thoughts flashed through their minds, they couldn't help but exchange glances. This marriage might indeed be their opportunity. With the combined bloodline of the Shadow Crest family and the Elfoun race, breaking the curse that shrouded them might actually be possible. A family with saint-level potential coupled with their top bloodline potential, They couldn't imagine what monster would be born with their union. Thinking of the various possibilities, they couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming marriage. Chapter 520, 13th Top Family in the Ethereum Realm. While the guests in the Elfound Realm were talking about their mysterious identity, Lux and the others were getting ready. Come on, hurry up. They should already be waiting. Lux urged, seeing their slow movements. Relax, brother. You managed to wait over 1,000 years, what's a few more hours? Max teased, noticing the nervous look on his brother's face. Besides, father isn't here yet. How can we leave? Liam added. Humphrey. Father must be with that woman. Asha muttered, thinking of their father. For decades now, their father had been acting strange. He was often away from the Ethereum realm for months to end. Asha initially thought he was in seclusion, but after asking their mothers, she discovered their father had been visiting his mistress behind their backs. Don't be too mischievous, that's our sect master you're talking about. Lily reminded, seeing her sister pouting. That's right. Having the sect master as one of father's wives means we'll be on top of the sect. Lila imagined excitedly. But it seems father hasn't succeeded yet. Lydia reminded. The sect master is hard to deal with. All we can do is wish our father good luck, Serene quietly cheered. I think it's only a matter of time. With our father's charm, whether a fairy or an immortal, he can win anyone over. Syra said confidently. Humphrey. Still, I think father is spending too much time with our sect master. Asha continued to pout. It wasn't that she was against her father finding another woman, but leaving their mothers for one? Asha couldn't help but feel indignant on their behalf. Asha, you kid, your father has his reasons. You can't rush him, Emma comforted. Why? Aren't you angry, mother? No, we already knew your father's nature. Besides, what's a few months a year? The rest of the time, we get to have him to ourselves? Emma said with a smile. The others also smiled, comforting their children. They knew Maximus didn't neglect them and favor the other. He simply owed Iris too much. Obtaining over 1 trillion strands of Calamity at one time had placed a huge burden on Iris. To fill in the gaps, she had to work tirelessly to ensure the sect didn't fall apart. Such a tedious and repetitive task, Maximus had to be there to cheer her on. After their intimate encounter 30 years ago, Maximus felt responsible. Though Iris hadn't said anything, Maximus had already considered her as his partner. Unfortunately, due to their difference in strength, they could only continue their vague relationship. Staying by her side to cultivate their relationship and support his work, Maximus regularly had to go to the Immortal Palace realm. Explaining their father's reason, Asha also calmed down. Soon, after a while, Maximus returned to the Ethereum realm, accompanied by the dimensional flagship of the Immortal Palace sect. Huh? Did father borrow the dimensional flagship of the sect? How awesome! Lila muttered excitedly. This dimensional ship symbolized the strength and pride of the Immortal Palace sect. Flying on such a ship, even a mortal would have an unprecedented status. Come on, let's go to the wedding, Maximus said with a smile. Elfound Realm. After waiting a few hours, most guests were already growing impatient. When will they arrive? Do we have to wait here for years? Not seeing the groom and his family for hours made them feel disrespected. Suddenly, just when they were about to complain to the organizers, a giant void ship eclipsed the Elfound Realm. What is that? Although the ship was small compared to the sky, its imposing aura and magnificence seemed to overshadow the Elfound Realm. It's the dimensional flagship of Immortal Palace sect. As the dimensional flagship of a top sect, the grandeur it excludes was no joke. Slowly descending to the Elfound Realm, most couldn't help but feel pressure in their hearts. Did someone important from the Immortal Palace realm arrive? Although most of the guests were from top forces of the Dimensional Alliance, they had teleported to the event and hadn't arrived with such a spectacle. Looking at the Immortal Palace sect's dimensional flagship, they were curious about who was on board. As the ship landed, a wide doorway extended from it. With an immortal atmosphere and aura, the walkway led straight toward the core of the ancestral world tree. Is it them? Veridra's lips twitched at the spectacle. What a show. It's them. Being able to borrow the Immortal Palace sect's dimensional flagship is amazing. As Maximus and the others walked out of the ship, all eyes were on them. With billions of guests from all over the Dimensional Alliance looking curiously, Liam, along with Amara and Elysian, walked out first. Is that Lux? No, look, he has women by his side. It should be his brother. Do you know him? No, it's my first time seeing his face. Various guests began to wonder if they had ever seen or heard of Liam. However, even with their connections, they hadn't heard of him at all. Yet, feeling his unfathomable aura, which was not inferior to the most talented among them, they couldn't help but feel dread. When did such a talented man appear in the Dimensional Alliance? Not being able to guess Liam's identity, They turned their attention to Max and Ella. What about them? Do any of you know who they are? We know. It's Max the Gladiator and Ella the Destroyer. They are preparatory saints of the Ashura sect, answered a guest from the Ashura sect. Huh? Preparatory saints? Them. A preparatory saint of a top sect was equivalent to a saint in top families, a seedling who could at least reach the level of a master of the river of law. Humphrey. That's nothing. Do you see those behind them? They pointed at Nathan, Zoe, Sylvan, and Martin. What about them? They're also preparatory saints of the Ashura sect. He muttered proudly, looking at them with admiration. MPY.R. As preparatory saints, Max and the others were famous. With their top-notch combat abilities, many wished to spar with them. Even Gear, the primordial candidate of the Ashura sect, nodded, praising his juniors. Seeing them filled him with excitement at the thought of meeting their father. If they were already this strong, then what about their father? Clenching his fist, he couldn't wait to ask for a sparring match. Soon, it was Luke and Sam's turn to come out. Hearing the Ashura sect brag about their members, the guests from the Mechanical Alliance also began to brag about theirs. Luke and Sam were quite famous prodigies of the Mechanical Alliance. One pursued a mechanical swarm, while the other pursued mechanical domination. Soon after, Neo, Arya, and Ethan walk out, coupled with the admiration and boasting of the guests from the Eternal sect. At this point, the guests were already numb. One after another, saint-level prodigies kept appearing. Just how deep was the Shadowcrest family's foundation? If they didn't know any better, they might even think that the Shadowcrest family was one of the top families in the Dimensional Alliance. Unfortunately, 3 components were needed to become one of the top families: influence, wealth, and the strength to back it up. Influence meant having a significant position in the Dimensional Alliance, the authority to make decisions that could change the course of the Eon Plane. As for wealth, a family needed hundreds of quadrillions in wealth, whether in origin coins, treasures, or various resources. Finally, power. To be considered a top family, there needed to be at least one master of the Ocean of Law in charge. Knowing the general details of the Shadowcrest family, they knew they were still far from reaching these qualifications. As for influence, their connection with the top sects already put them halfway there. Just when they were about to speculate whether the Shadowcrest family could become one of the top families, the 9 Valkyries Lily and the others walked out. Seeing their dazzling beauty, most noble young lords from various families couldn't help but be mesmerized. Although Amara, Elysian, and Zoe were also beautiful, they already had men by their side. This is the 9 Valkyries of the Immortal Palace sect. Back off. A group of women surrounded Lily and the others, shielding them from the guests' gazes. However, faced with such pressure, the young aristocrats didn't back down and continued gazing at them. They were like hungry wolves, eager to take a bite of meat. Seeing this, the older guests frowned. Initially, they were worried about the rise of the 13th top family. Now, seeing Lily and the others, they knew it was only a matter of time. 9 beautiful bargaining chips. If used wisely, the Shadowcrest family could secure everything from wealth to power. Just as they were deep in thought about the future, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon them. Coupled with it was a light forming an insignia of the Dimensional Alliance, which covered the sky. Recognizing the insignia, the 12 primordial candidates on the scene tensed up, looking ahead. The Supreme Primordial Candidate is here. Chapter 521, Vow of Marriage. The Supreme Primordial Candidate, huh? The title Supreme was a name they coined for the only one who had completed the virtual trial. All of them had become primordial candidates due to their origin grade physiques. Thus, to differentiate Maximus from the rest, they added Supreme. Feeling the pressure Maximus emitted, they couldn't help but be overwhelmed. Over 10 trillion magnitudes of power. This is intense. How could a tier 10 individual possess such power? Is this even possible? It's just a temporary power enhancement. What's the big deal? Gilmer muttered, feeling Maximus was a bit of a fraud. TSK, what a weakling, not even knowing what's real and what's not, Linus said lazily. That's right, Supreme Primordial Candidate, my ass. He can only rely on faking. Suddenly, Gilmer seemed to catch on to Linus's words. What do you mean? Although you're from an overlord force, you don't have the right to insult me. Come bite me if you can. Linus rolled his eyes, turning his attention to Maximus with interest. Although the 10 trillion magnitudes of power Maximus displayed were temporary, beneath that lay a foundation of over 3.5 trillion magnitudes of power, almost catching up to Paragon. Just as Gilmer was about to argue with Linus, Maximus's gaze landed on them. Feeling the direct pressure, Gilmer couldn't help but gulp. Although Gilmer knew his power was temporary, the instincts deep inside his body told him otherwise. Fortunately, Maximus continued walking with his wives, heading toward the ancestral world tree. Heaving a sigh of relief, Shelmer looked at Linus as if asking a question. He may be stronger than all of us, Linus simply said. Stronger? Not only was Shelmer shocked, but the rest also couldn't believe it and looked to see Paragon's reaction. Paragon was the uncrowned leader among them. Being the strongest and most promising, he was the one they looked up to. Not quite yet. Although his magnitude of power is greater, his mastery of the law is still at the initial level, Ilva answered on Paragon's behalf. Although the magnitude of power is the foundational measure of strength, it's just that foundational. Techniques, skills, and mastery of such power are crucial. More importantly, the mastery of the River of Law, a weapon that can wield that power, is also essential. The top 3 primordial candidates had already achieved 99% mastery of the River of Law and could enhance their power 100-fold, using it to an incomprehensible degree. In actual combat, with their foundation and mastery of the River of Law, they could even defeat a Tier 11 Master of the River of Law head-on. Seeing that Maximus had only reached 30% mastery, Ilva didn't view him as a threat for now. Knowing this, the others heaved a sigh of relief. There was still plenty of time, although Maximus had the additional title of Supreme, they could still catch up. What do you think of him, Paragon? Are you inspired? Linus jeered, seeing that Paragon remained silent. I've seen enough. It's time to go back. Paragon didn't comment further and quickly opened a dimensional portal back to the interdimensional realm. Although Maximus's magnitude of power was indeed shocking, for Paragon, it was just that. He felt that he was on the verge of breaking through the 99% mastery of the River of Law. Once that was achieved, unless he was massively suppressed in power, he couldn't be defeated. Seeing Paragon leave, Linus and Ilva also felt bored. Having gotten a glimpse of the supreme primordial candidate, their mission was complete. Instead of wasting time at this wedding, they figured it was better to go back and continue training. The others shared the same thought and left one after another. At the ancestral world tree, Maximus and the others arrive at the grand altar. It's your time, Lux. Pushing Lux forward, they watch from the side. Looking at Alice, his soon-to-be wife, Lux couldn't help but feel his heart race with excitement. Alice. Lux. Looking into each other's eyes, they felt emotional, as if the crowd around them faded away and only they remained in the world. Walking toward each other, they held hands as their wills guided them to make a vow to one another. For better or for worse, I will never leave you behind. No matter in sickness or in health, we will be together forever. No amount of wealth or riches could tempt me to break this vow. I, Lux, will eternally love and care for you, Alice. Hearing this, Alice couldn't help but feel touched. Holding her husband's hands, resolve flashed in her eyes. Whether in obscurity or glory, strength or weakness, I, Alice, promise to always love and care for you, Lux. With each other's vows, the ancestral world tree lit up, blessing their marriage and recording their vows. As the ceremony ended, the guests also gave their blessings as the whole Elftown realm celebrated with joy. Emotional from each other's vows, Lux and Alice no longer cared about the crowd and flew away to their own private space. With the bride and groom gone, the guests became livelier, flying toward Maximus and the others, eager to socialize. Although the Elftown realm ensured security, with the Masters of the Rivers of Law coordinating the guests, some esteemed individuals still needed to be shown respect and were allowed to approach the Shadowcrest family. Seeing the nuisance about to arrive, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. Though they could all leave now to avoid this mess, spreading the influence of their family required them to interact with others. With all the high-status figures present, it would be a pity not to take advantage of the opportunity. Unfortunately, even though he thought of this, Maximus was too lazy to engage. I'll leave it to you, Liam. Take care of your brothers and sisters, Maximus patted his son. Huh? Father? Liam was dumbfounded, staring at his father. Leaving him alone here? His small body couldn't handle it. Most of the guests were of high status, and some were even Masters of the River of Law. A Tier 10 individual meeting such a crowd could easily be crushed. I know you can do it, plus you're in the Elftown realm. They wouldn't dare do anything, Maximus said meaningfully, glancing at the ancestral world tree. Although it looked ancient and harmless, this gigantic tree seemed to encompass the entire Elftown realm. Like Etheria, the ancestral world tree had become this dimension's will. A Tier 11 dimensional will, though not as strong as the abyssal will, could probably contend with one or two Masters of the Ocean of Law. Knowing his father had already decided, Liam could only sigh. Then enjoy yourselves, father, mothers. Feeling happy to have such a trustworthy son, Maximus and his wives were ready to leave the place. Unfortunately, 3 women blocked their way. The 3 supreme witches. Please allow us to guide you to a more private place, Silvara said tactfully. Maximus nodded, sensing they had something important to discuss. After teleporting to the core of the ancestral world tree and seeing it react to another, the three supreme witches finally couldn't contain their excitement. A complete world tree. A complete world tree that broke the absolute of the Eon plane. The curse that was placed upon us, could it finally have a solution? Seeing them so ecstatic, Maximus understood their reaction. The ancestral world tree must have sensed the complete world tree inside his origin. Although hidden, as the origin of all world trees, sensing its leaves and branches was easy. Maximus, right? Can you tell us how you did it? How did you create a world tree with the complete origin of laws? After calming down, they looked intently at Maximus, asking the question. It's because of my ultimate cultivation manual, Maximus said generously, taking out the world tree for them to see. It wasn't hard to guess that the advancement of the world tree had something to do with either his cultivation path or an ultimate treasure. Furthermore, feeling the warmth of the ancestral world tree, even these three supreme witches couldn't do anything to him. It even accelerated the recovery of his cracked origin, which he had sustained in battle decades ago. Looking at the world tree with the complete origin of laws, they couldn't help but be mesmerized. But hearing it was due to Maximus's cultivation manual, they quickly snapped out of it. If it had been due to an ultimate treasure or some other method, no matter how much they had to pay, they could have asked Maximus for it. But an ultimate manual? Unless they were willing to become slaves, they couldn't accept it. Those who followed the path of another would be controlled by them. Especially an ultimate manual recognized by the Eon plane. Does Alice also train with this path? They asked, finally recalling Alice's insistence of marrying a boy from an unknown place. Although their relationship had grown to an unfathomable degree, it was still odd that Alice had insisted on such a thing in the beginning. That's right, Maximus nodded. I see. Getting his confirmation, they couldn't help but have other thoughts. Do you want to marry a few more wives? Or perhaps for your sons? Chapter 522, Source of Knowledge. Marry a few more wives? Or for my son? Maximus muttered in a daze. Are these three supreme witches daydreaming? Seeing the strange looks on his wives, Maximus quickly denied it. No, I don't have such plans. He already had his hands full coaxing Iris, adding another wife? It would be a recipe for disaster. As for his children, he wanted to avoid arranging marriages for them. They were free to like whomever they wanted, whether it was the lowest of the low or the highest of the high. Is that so? They sighed in disappointment. If they could marry 2 or 3 of their clan members into the Shadowcrest family, maybe they could rise on par with the top sex. The top-tier bloodline of the Elfoun race is no joke. As long as there is a world tree with a complete origin of laws, they could nurture a river of law into an ocean. As for asking Maximus directly for the manual, they knew it was impossible. This was an ultimate manual. Even though one's life would be under the control of the originator, the heights they could reach would only be just below them. Like the controllers of the 3 overlord forces. Each of them had an ultimate manual given by their master, allowing them to reach the absolute peak of the Tier 11 realm. These peak powerhouses could take down 2-3 ordinary masters of the Ocean of Law by themselves. If not for the limitations of the manual, they could even advance to the Tier 12 realm by following their creator's path. After talking with the 3 supreme witches and discussing various cooperation and alliances, Maximus took his wives around the Elfoun realm to relax. This dimension was the perfect spot to unwind. Before they could begin to comprehend the river of knowledge, they needed a clear mind. Meanwhile, Liam and the others were being surrounded by various guests. Discussions of cooperation, business dealings, exchanges, and even marriage proposals filled the air. Fortunately, although they were a bit uncomfortable, being used to the bustle of the top echelons of the world, they handled everything smoothly. Liam, in particular, was engaging in various discussions about cooperation for the Etherium realm, from food, materials, treasure, tourism, and transportation. It was time for the Etherium realm to show itself to the world. Though it was still a Tier 10 dimension, with his father's support and strength, it was only a matter of time before it became a Tier 12 dimension. While the boys treated everything indifferently, the girls were already getting annoyed. Various young lords, confident in their talent and appearance, circled around like wolves, desperate for their attention. Their beauty seemed like a poison, making the young lords desperate to show off their abilities. But Lily and the others weren't impressed in the slightest. Though they were already thousands of years old, in their hearts, they were still children of their father. It was too early for them to settle down. Cultivating their strength and reaching the top was their priority. Rejecting all these desperate suitors, they instructed their guardians to take them away from the place. At this wedding, Iris had lent Maximus 10 masters of the River of Law to escort them. With such an entourage, Lily and the others easily escaped the crowd. Leaving their brothers behind, they joined their parents for a tour in the Elfoun realm. 100 years later. After taking a long vacation and relaxing their minds, Maximus and his wives were ready to embark on a new journey. Looking at their brand new ship, Shadow, Maximus couldn't help but feel proud. Although the exterior appearance of Shadow didn't change much, all its internal components had undergone massive upgrades. From the defensive barrier, control system, reconnaissance, navigation, storage, comfort, and auxiliary functions, everything had reached the peak of a Tier 11 void ship. How much did it cost you to renovate this ship, husband? They had lived on this ship for over 1,000 years, and now, with all the changes, it was like a completely different ship. It only cost about 2 quadrillion. Dismantling the interdimensional ship for high-end parts and buying the rest from the Mechanical Alliance, this little void ship had cost a staggering 2 quadrillion origin coins. That's too expensive. It's nothing. To venture anywhere we wanted, such a void ship was necessary. With the current Shadow, they could travel even to the harshest places in the Eon Plane. After exploring the ship, Maximus urged Voyager to their next destination. To the source of knowledge. Somewhere in the void, looking outside the window, chaotic energy of different colors quietly flowed like an aurora. It's beautiful. What a dazzling view. Opening the window of the ship, they stretched their hands out like children parting the clouds. As the knowledge pollution touched their bodies, chaotic thoughts invaded their minds. Fortunately, unlike void or soul pollution, knowledge pollution was composed of origin energy, not the quality of power. Being at a lower level, their bodies could fully absorb and purify it without being affected. As streams of knowledge flooded their minds, they couldn't help but close their eyes, indulging in the pleasure. Seeing this, Maximus let Voyager drive the Shadow at cruising speed. A few months later, Maximus hurriedly woke up his wives. What happened? Are we there? Bathing in the enlightenment of knowledge was a pleasurable experience. All their doubts and questions were being answered one after another, deepening their understanding of their techniques and clarifying the path ahead. It was hard to stop. Are you all right? Maximus asked, seeing they were still dazed. Although knowledge pollution couldn't harm Tier 10 individuals, those with weaker minds might be assimilated by the source of knowledge and never wake up. We're fine, don't worry. We've trained for this for over 1,000 years. How could we be easily swayed? With over 100 billion magnitude of soul, spirit, will, and comprehension, the knowledge pollution couldn't do anything to them. They were merely enjoying the feeling, like waking up from a good sleep. I see. Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. We're near the core of the source of knowledge. We may encounter danger if Shadow is exposed. Understanding the situation, his wives nodded, closing the window, sealing the ship. Letting the Shadow enter absolute stealth mode, Voyager manipulated the ship to move at maximum speed toward their destination. In the core of the source of knowledge, looking at the place where he had broken through in the past, still unoccupied, Maximus sighed in relief. This place had a high concentration of knowledge pollution and was deserted enough for them to train without disturbance. Seeing they had arrived, his wives tried to get outside. Not yet. This place has a high density of knowledge pollution. Even with 100 billion magnitude of will, it was still dangerous here. When Maximus had come here before, he was nearly assimilated despite the protection of the World Tree's dimensional barrier. If not for Iris's help, he would have been lost. Stepping out of the ship, Maximus hurriedly took out a portable Tier 12 array. This portable array was his masterpiece, crafted over 1,000 years, although it couldn't fully control the quality of power. Being able to resist and redirect such high-tier energy was enough. It wasn't just about uncontrolled, corrupted quality, it could even resist the power that overlords could control. Being able to withstand and redirect such energy was a testament to the greatness of this Tier 12 array. After setting up the array in their living quarters, Maximus invited his wives outside. Stepping out, the dense knowledge pollution immediately greeted his wives, stopping them in a daze. Just as Maximus was about to intervene, he sensed their connection to the river of knowledge deepening. From 9% mastery, they inched closer to 10%. Finally, after a few minutes, they snapped out of it, breaking through the boundary and officially entering the path of knowledge. Congratulations. Maximus said happily. Despite the 1,000 years they had spent comprehending different knowledge, without a cheat like him, they had been stuck at 9% mastery. Breaking through the barrier the moment they set foot in this place was worth celebrating. I could feel endless inspiration flowing into my mind. This feeling is quite addicting. I didn't think 10% mastery would feel this different. Feeling the changes, his wives couldn't help but share their experiences with one another. 10% mastery was the boundary between a wild and a formal seeker. Breaking that boundary meant they could finally borrow the power of the river of lore rather than just being influenced by it. Now, you can finally choose a specialization, a stream of knowledge that you will nurture. Since Maximus controlled the entire river, they could only cultivate streams of their own. A stream of specialization, though weaker than a whole, was much easier to master, control, and make their own. A stream of our own? They smiled, thinking of the paths they wanted to forge. Chapter 523, Comprehending River of Knowledge. After mastering 10% of the River of Law, they could separate a stream of specialization. Instead of mastering the entire River of Knowledge, they could focus on a stream of specialization. Not only was it faster to master, but because of its infancy, one could dictate its growth and potential. The only problem was that, in its infancy, it was weak compared to those who mastered an entire river from the start. It was also resource-intensive to turn a stream into a full river, which was another major downside. Finally, those who controlled the source of these streams, while unable to directly control their life and death, could directly influence their path of advancement. Cutting off the source of the stream or even tampering with it could be fatal. Fortunately, once Maximus mastered the River of Knowledge, these problems would be insignificant. With a river or an ocean supporting and protecting them, these streams could grow much faster and unharmed by various disasters. How about it? Have you chosen your path? We have. While comprehending the River of Knowledge, they had already chosen the paths they would follow. From various professional paths like alchemy of knowledge, music of knowledge, gastronomy of knowledge, mentor of knowledge, arcane of knowledge, and more. To various combat paths like knowledge of the berserker, knowledge of the arcane mage, knowledge of the guardian, and knowledge of the sword immortal. Some also chose more archaic paths suited to their physiques, like Sky, Lilith, and Etheria, with the knowledge of reincarnation, the knowledge of omniscience, and knowledge of dimensionality. Hearing their choices, Maximus nodded in approval. That's good. No matter what path you choose, I'm sure you will reach the peak with me. Although some paths had more domineering names than others, they would all start from scratch. The growth and potential of their stream of law would be up to them. Hearing his encouragement, his wives couldn't help but smile. They were confident in their chosen paths only because of Maximus. With him, no matter what they became, he would ensure they excelled. After settling down, they each went to their training quarters to officially begin their seclusion. While his wives were separating their streams of law, Maximus turned his attention to the River of Knowledge. Opening his system, he glanced at his current status. Family and Power System, Host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Physique, Dimensional Source, Origin Grade, 0 out of Unknown, Rank 11, 1 trillion, 8 billion out of 10 trillion, River of Knowledge, 30%, Calamity Points, 1 trillion, 505 billion, Calamity Points, Corrupted, 21 trillion, 100 billion, 1.5 trillion Calamity Points. This should be enough. Turning toward the inner workings of the system, he couldn't help but sigh. After over 1,000 years, he had only comprehended about 10% of the system. Initially, this was a downside, but since he needed to comprehend higher tiers of knowledge to master his path, it became a perk. In case it wasn't enough, he also bought a copy of all the available knowledge for his status and the knowledge he copied from the Dimensional Origin Library. There was also the amalgamation of will in the Tier 11 chapter of the Origin Manual that he still hadn't created. With endless knowledge to study, he was confident it was only a matter of time before he mastered the River of Knowledge. Let's begin. Using Calamity Points, he began rapidly comprehending his system. At the same time, he didn't forget to enhance his physique using the corrupted Calamity Points. With 30% mastery of the River of Knowledge, he could now absorb about 3,000 corrupted Calamity Points per minute. 100 years later, Maximus suddenly felt a slight tremor beside him. Have you separated your own stream of law? Sensing that his wives hadn't come out of seclusion and were still stabilizing their streams of law, Maximus smiled. It seems they didn't notice the passage of time. He was initially worried that they would be bored comprehending knowledge in seclusion. Fortunately, unlike him, who had over 1 trillion in magnitude of will, theirs was only at 100 billion. Although they weren't affected by knowledge pollution, it still blurred their sense of time. Comprehending knowledge in seclusion in an indefinite period, such a blurry sense of time, was an advantage instead of a disadvantage. Adjusting the array to match their intensity of absorption, Maximus continued to comprehend the River of Knowledge. 200 years later, Maximus successfully broke through a small barrier. Family and Power System, Host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Physique, Dimensional Source, Rank 11, 1 trillion, 610 billion out of 10 trillion, River of Knowledge, 40%, Calamity Points, 1 trillion, 453 billion, Calamity Points, Corrupted, 20 trillion, 670 billion 40% mastery. After working for 300 years, he finally reached 40% mastery. Comprehending the River of Knowledge is not easy. Maximus sighed. However, feeling the power surging through his body and the enlightenment pouring into his mind, he knew it was all worth it. Even the Tier 11 chapter of the Origin Manual, which had been giving him trouble, was becoming clearer now. At the Tier 11 realm, there are no cultivation manuals, it's all about comprehending the River of Law and turning it into an ocean. In this process, there is no systematic method, only brute force having more individuals join the path and nurture it together. However, according to the hazy enlightenment in his mind, such a rough method was too inefficient and a waste of energy. It was like pouring a bucket of water into a pond, hoping it would turn into an ocean. As for a more efficient method, the enlightenment he received wasn't yet clear enough. Continue. The only thing he could do now was to master the river of knowledge as soon as possible. Continuing his seclusion, he didn't forget to enhance his physique with corrupted quality points. With 40% mastery, he could now absorb 4,000 corrupted quality points per minute. At this rate, it would only take him a few thousand years to attain a rank 12 physique much earlier than mastering the river of knowledge. Time continued to pass. As the path toward mastering the river of knowledge became rougher, it took Maximus more and more time to progress. After 100 years, having only advanced to 41% mastery, Maximus took a moment to breathe. Taking a break, he and his wives went for a picnic, discussing their various insights. Hearing that they had already reached over 20% mastery of their streams of knowledge, Maximus was a little shocked. Even without using quality points, their progress was much faster than his. At such a speed, Maximus estimated that they would master their paths before he did. A few months later, after clearing their minds and taking a short break, they returned to seclusion. Feeling that his comprehension became smoother after the rest, Maximus decided to take such breaks more regularly. Soon, with each passing 100 years, they would take a break and share their insights with one another. As time flew by like a flash of lightning, 900 years quickly passed. Finally, I broke through 50% mastery. Maximus clenched his fist and opened his panel. Family and Power System, Host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Physique, Dimensional Source, Rank 11, Progress 3 trillion, 950 billion out of 10 trillion, River of Knowledge, 50%, Quality Points, 1 trillion, 273 billion, Quality Points, Corrupted, 18 trillion, 340 billion. After thousands of years of arduous work, he was finally halfway to mastering the River of Knowledge. Just as Maximus was filled with excitement, a light of insight appeared in his mind, revealing an innate skill he received after reaching 50% mastery. An innate skill? From 1% to 49% mastery, the River of Knowledge could only influence him through insights and enlightenment. Reaching 50%, he could finally use one of the innate skills of the River of Knowledge. Enhanced Comprehension. As the name suggested, enhanced comprehension could amplify his understanding. Based on his mastery of the River of Law, he could enhance his comprehension threefold. That means I can comprehend the River of Knowledge 3 times faster. Maximus thought excitedly. Activating the ability, he felt his mind becoming clearer and working 3 times faster than usual. However, he also noticed that his origin energy was rapidly depleting. Frowning, he estimated that he could only sustain it for a few days before his origin energy was exhausted. If only I had a rank 12 physique. Maximus thought, subconsciously channeling corrupted quality points to enhance his physique. But as he did, his concentration as he comprehended the River of Knowledge suddenly broke. The corruptive power of quality seemed to pollute the source of knowledge. As his connection with the River of Knowledge becomes deeper, the corrupted quality of power becomes closer that it could affect it. In an instinctive protective mechanism, the River of Knowledge would temporarily sever its connection with him as it senses the corrupted energy seeping into it. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen. After some testing, he concluded that he could still connect to the River of Knowledge and absorb corrupted quality points. The only issue was that he couldn't do both simultaneously. He would either have to focus on comprehending the River of Knowledge or upgrade his physique first. Faced with this fork in the road, Maximus quickly deduced which path would be more efficient, faster to accomplish, and give him the greatest immediate advantage. Chapter 524, 80% Mastery. I'll comprehend the River of Knowledge first. Maximus decided. If he chose to upgrade his physique to rank 12 first, it would take him over 2.3 thousand years. Coupled with mastering the River of Knowledge, which would take another 7-8 thousand years, it would take him about 10,000 years to achieve his strongest state before advancing to the Tier 11 realm. On the other hand, if he comprehended the River of Knowledge first, it would take him 7-8 thousand years, plus another 2 years to upgrade his physique to rank 12. Saving 2-3 thousand years, Maximus obviously chose the latter. The only problem is the consumption for the enhanced comprehension. Maximus thought with a frown. Fortunately, insights about a solution quickly appeared in his mind. Origin fragments? Taking out an origin fragment, he tossed it into the illusionary flowing river of knowledge around him. With 50% mastery, Maximus easily controlled the illusionary mirage of knowledge to absorb the origin fragments. Suddenly, the enhanced comprehension, which had been draining his energy, found a new energy source. This is possible? Thinking further, he wondered if he could also add strands of quality into it. Would it make his innate skill even stronger? With his automatic insight giving him the answer, Maximus quickly abandoned the idea. Although it could indeed enhance his innate ability, boosting his comprehension 10 or even 100-fold, it wasn't cost-effective. It was better to use these strands of Calamity directly for comprehension. Choosing his path and solving his energy problem, Maximus continued his comprehension. 500 years later. 60% mastery. This innate skill is insane. Initially, it would have taken him over 1,000 years to reach 60% mastery. However, with the innate skill enhancing his comprehension threefold, it took him only a third of the time. The innate skill also became stronger. From 3 times comprehension, it was now 5-fold. Although it would cost more origin fragments to maintain this state, it was negligible for his current wealth. He still had over 1 quadrillion origin coins in his storage space, more than enough for hundreds of thousands of years. Continue. Feeling his rapid progress, he couldn't help but continue absorbing knowledge. In the following years, Maximus didn't just delve into the inner workings of his system, but also explored various professions. From mechanics, alchemy, formation master, treasure forging, divine calculations, the biology of various creatures, plants, ores, unique materials, special treasures, etc. With the books he carried, Maximus reached at least the peak of Tier 10 in each field. However, Tier 11 knowledge was still inaccessible to him in full. He could only comprehend the scattered knowledge that the Dimensional Origin Library had copied. Soon, 1,000 years later, swimming in the river of knowledge, Maximus reached 70% mastery. Another innate skill? Maximus muttered, feeling the insights sent to him by the river of knowledge. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, physique, dimensional source, rank 11, progress 3 trillion, 950 billion out of 10 trillion, river of knowledge, 70%, innate skill, enhanced comprehension, omniscient search, Calamity points, 1 trillion, 23 billion, Calamity points, corrupted, 18 trillion, 340 billion, omniscient search. As the name implied, this innate skill allowed him to search anything within the Eon plane. All knowledge from Tier 012, every powerhouse and creature from ancient times to the present, and every common or unique treasure in the world were accessible. This skill was essentially a search engine containing all knowledge and information in the Eon plane. However, the cost. Based on the feedback from the river of knowledge, depending on the importance and secrecy of the knowledge, he had to pay the corresponding price. As for the price? It was energy. For Tier 0 to Tier 7, he only needed mana or other equivalent low-tier energy. For Tier 8-9, he had to pay with law energy or other equivalent carriers. For Tier 10-11, he needed origin energy or equivalents like origin fragments. Finally, to search for Tier 12 information, he had to pay with the pure power of casualty. Using the corrupted Calamity of power would pollute the river of knowledge. Maximus had no issues searching for Tier 0 to Tier 9 information, as his unlimited mana and law energy made any cost negligible. For Tier 10 to Tier 11 information, without unlimited origin energy, he had to use his own energy or origin fragments. Furthermore, since he was not the master of the river of knowledge, the cost to search for information was multiple times higher than usual. At his current mastery, it would cost him 1,000 times more to search for any information. As for Tier 12 information, he could only dream about it. TSK, this skill is a bit useless. Although incredibly powerful, he needed at least Tier 11 information. Without funds to spare, he couldn't utilize this innate skill to its full potential. Still, it could be used to search for some Tier 11 knowledge about mechanics, alchemy, arrays, and other profession he fancied. Search for complete Tier 11 mechanics knowledge across the Eon plane that I don't have. Searching, due to low mastery, this will require 1,000 times more energy. Calculating, this action will cost 43 trillion units of origin. Proceed? Seeing a panel made of a projection of knowledge, he could only click his tongue. The river of knowledge took form based on each individual's perception, ranging from the most primitive to the most advanced. Since he was accustomed to the sleek information presentation of the system, the river of knowledge assumed the same form for him. Unsurprised by the cost, Maximus chose to proceed. An infusion of knowledge then appeared in his mind. Thanks to his connection with the river of knowledge, he experienced no harm. The knowledge in his mind felt like it was stored in the cloud, accessible at any time. Satisfied with such an innate skill, he also acquired knowledge from other professions he liked, spending over 100 trillion origin fragments. As for searching for Tier 11 ultimate and dimensional treasures or detailed information about the Tier 11 Ocean Master powerhouses, he decided to set it aside. Such searches would cost hundreds of quadrillions if he had that much. He might as well just buy the treasures outright. He could also inquire about these Ocean Masters through Iris if he wanted. Although the information would only be general, it was enough. Turning to his other innate skill, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Tenfold enhanced comprehension. From fivefold to tenfold, his comprehension had doubled again. This enhanced comprehension was truly a lifesaver. Without it, his strands of Calamity would not have sufficed to master the river of knowledge. Enhanced comprehension didn't use up more strands of Calamity to project more knowledge into his mind. Its sole function was to allow him to comprehend knowledge to transcendent mastery more quickly. The rate at which he consumed strands of Calamity still held steady at 15-16 billion every 100 years. Summing up all the changes after reaching 70% mastery, he resumed his seclusion. His and his wife's scheduled rest was still a few decades away, and he didn't want to disrupt their focus just for his minor breakthrough. Soon, the years continued to pass. Reaching 70% mastery of knowledge marked a major milestone for Maximus. Despite his tenfold enhanced comprehension, progressing further grew increasingly challenging. 100 years passed, and he didn't even advance a single percent. It was only after another 60 years that he advanced to 71% mastery. As the progress slowed, Maximus remained calm rather than impatient. Every 100 years, Maximus and his wives would gather together without fail, sharing insights and having fun. He also took time to guide them, helping them nurture their streams of law with greater solidity. Soon, another 1,000 years passed, as his wives reached 70% mastery of their streams of law, nearly catching up to his 77% mastery. At this point, Maximus truly felt the difference between mastering a river and a stream. Even with his foundation of trillions in magnitude, the system, and the use of Calamity of power, they were managing to catch up to him. As for their innate abilities, they were the same as his: enhanced comprehension and omniscient search. The only difference was that their enhanced comprehension and omniscient search only worked when they comprehended knowledge related to their streams of law. However, because their range was more specific, their cost wasn't multiplied 1,000-fold like his, it was only 10 times the original cost on average. Then there was Lilith. Her specialization in omniscient knowledge allowed her to search for anything just as he did, albeit with a higher penalty of 100-fold. Pleased with his wife's progress, Maximus continued to grind. Another 400 years later, he reached 80% mastery. This time, he didn't receive any new innate skill, only his enhanced comprehension increased to 15 times, with the omniscient search penalty reduced to 750 times. Continue. Sighing at his progress, Maximus continued his endless pursuit of knowledge. Chapter 525, 99% mastery. 6,300 years later. Maximus slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his status panel. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, physique, dimensional source, rank 11, progress 3,950 billion out of 10 trillion, river of knowledge, 99%, innate skills, enhanced comprehension, omniscient search, omniscient simulation, Calamity points, 0, Calamity points, corrupted, 18 trillion, 340 billion. 99% mastery is the limit. Maximus sighed. Facing the barrier from 99% to 100% mastery, Maximus finally understood why the river of knowledge was called one of the forbidden path. It had been over 3,000 years since he reached 99% mastery. Yet, even after exhausting all his reserves of Calamity points, he was still stuck. It seemed there was an insurmountable wall in front of him that he couldn't cross, no matter what he did. Should I take a break and gather a few more strands of casualty? No, it's too early to give up. Maximus cheered himself on. He felt that if he stopped, he might never break through this barrier. Turning his attention to his innate skills, he couldn't help but fall into thought. Reaching 99% mastery, his innate skill, enhanced comprehension had now increased 100-fold. With 100 times the comprehension speed and the addition of his system, he felt that he could become omniscient even without the river of knowledge. There was also his omniscient search skill, with its penalty now reduced to only 100 times. Finally, there was the innate skill he acquired upon reaching 90% mastery, omniscient simulation, allowing him to simulate anyone and anything. With all the knowledge and information flowing through the Eon plane, omniscient simulation could simulate everything. When he first obtained it, Maximus tried simulating fights with various primordial candidates for fun. Facing these top geniuses was an eye-opener. Skill after skill, treasure after treasure, these primordial candidates had what it took. Battling those ranked from 4 to 12 felt like fighting a master of the river of law. Despite his higher magnitude of power, Maximus couldn't defeat them without using his origin explosion. They had too many tricks and treasure he hadn't even heard of. If not for his overwhelming power, maybe he would even be defeated. As for the top 3 from the Overlord forces, all he could say was that they were formidable. Their strength was greater than that of Chaos, the master of the River of Soul Light, whom he had fought in the Silent Void Expanse. Especially the number 1, Paragon. Unless he unleashes a millionfold magnitude of power, he couldn't defeat him. This monstrous existence probably wielded the power of a master of the Ocean of Law. With 3 Tier 12 ultimate treasures, an ultimate manual reaching Tier 11, and a physique beyond comprehension, Paragon even had the ability to channel the power of the Eon Plane itself. If Maximus didn't know better, he might have thought Paragon was an incarnation of the Eon Plane itself. Shaking off thoughts of such terrifying battles, he focused on how he could break through his current impasse. With no strands of Calamity left, Maximus could only rely on pure power to force his way forward. There's also my physique. He suddenly thought. If he couldn't break the barrier, he only needed to grow stronger. With his mastery of the River of Law, he should be able to absorb about 10,000 Calamity points every minute. Testing the idea, he absorbed 9,999 corrupted Calamity points without any issue. It worked. Physique, Dimensional Source, Rank 11, 3.95 trillion out of 10 trillion, only about 1,170 years to go. Maximus quickly calculated. With 9,999 corrupted Calamity points every minute, over 5 billion every year, it would take him about 1,170 years to upgrade his physique to rank 12. With his next course of action decided, Maximus was back on track. This time, instead of focusing on knowledge, he relaxed, absorbing corrupted Calamity points every minute to enhance his physique. He also invited his wives to join him out of seclusion. They had long since reached 99% mastery of their respective streams of law. Now, they were nurturing these streams to grow into rivers. Not wanting them to exhaust themselves and desiring companions for his break, Maximus coaxed them out of seclusion. As they spent time together, the passage of time became clearer. After thousands of years immersed in the source of knowledge, they finally felt the flow of time again. Having spent most of their time in seclusion and meeting only a few months every 100 years, it felt as though only a few decades had passed. Now, with days filled with activity, time seemed to pass much faster. After 100 years out of seclusion, they even began to miss home. When do you think we'll return? Do you think our children will still recognize us? Hazel asked with a sigh. Hearing this, the others also turned emotional. They had been in the source of knowledge for nearly 10,000 years. Thinking about their family, they couldn't help but feel emotional. You don't have to worry, they're about to come here. Maximus smiled. Huh? What do you mean? You'll see. As promised, soon enough, their children, grandchildren, and in-laws arrived. Maximus had told them that once they reached a magnitude of over 100 billion in soul, spirit, will, and comprehension, they could join them in the source of knowledge for training. Knowing their father's plan, Liam and the others naturally prepared to come together. Unfortunately, due to some being busy, progressing slower, and the birth of a new generation, they had to wait until everyone was ready. You're late. Maximus muttered, feeling emotional at the sight of all his children. Not having seen them for nearly 10,000 years, he could barely hold back his emotions. Ha ha ha, sorry, Dad, Mom, there was a cat that happened to pass by. Max joked. Hearing his lame excuse, the others couldn't help but laugh. How is the Etherium realm, Liam? Did you get everything arranged? The 4 spirit goddesses of the Etherium realm are more than enough to manage it. As for dangers, I don't think there'll be any. The Etherium realm was under the watch of the Immortal Palace. Furthermore, everyone knew it was the home of the Shadowcrest family, so no one dared to cause trouble there. By now, the Shadowcrest family was already making waves in the Dimensional Alliance. From influence to wealth and power, many believed it was just a matter of time before they became one of the top families. Especially with Maximus holding the title of Supreme Primordial Candidate of the Dimensional Alliance, no sane individual or force dared to cause trouble for them. If anyone did, others would likely scramble to remove the trouble, eager to curry favor with the Shadowcrest family. Who's this little girl? Lux? Maximus asked, noticing a little girl hiding shyly behind Lux. This is Lexi, Lux said lovingly. Possessing the blood of a top race and born from the nourishment of the Origin Manual, Lexi's talent was unprecedentedly high. Lexi Shadowcrest, Physique, Tree Origin, Supreme Grade, Realm, Tier 10 River of Knowledge, 9%, a Supreme Grade Physique, Tree Origin. Worthy of being my granddaughter. Maximus praised, patting her head. With green lustrous eyes, green hair, elf-like ears, and a petite frame, Maximus couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Grandfather. Lexi beamed, looking at him with stars in her eyes. After some celebrating and reminiscing, they quickly returned to their training, each of them focused on separating their own streams of law, comprehending knowledge, and cultivating to catch up to them. Meanwhile, Maximus continued absorbing corrupted Calamity points while enjoying his time with his wives. With the whole family gathered, life became as lively as it once was. Watching his family engaged in their respective paths, time passed quickly. 1,000 years later. A little more, he murmured. Physique, Dimensional Source, Rank 11, 9.99 trillion out of 10 trillion. A few days later, Maximus felt his origin breaking out of its cocoon. As it reshaped, his connection with the world became clearer. The origin of laws seemed to open their valves, pouring endlessly into his body. Feeling a part of himself connected to the eon plane, his heart couldn't help but throb. Twirling his fingers, he condensed the origin energy into crystal fragments. This energy was different from the origin energy produced by an individual. It was directly generated by the world in unrefined, top-notch energy possessing the purest form of origin power. With his physique reaching rank 12, the origin energy within the eon plane seemed to fall under his control. Feeling his overwhelming power, he even forgot his initial plan. Suddenly, like a starving man discovering an oasis, his system and the river of knowledge began absorbing the energy in his body. Stop! Maximus forcefully halted the actions of his system and the river of knowledge. He had already mastered 99% of his system. All that remained was the seal of its creator. Without fully knowing and breaking this seal, Maximus didn't dare to trust it with an endless supply of energy. Having virtually unlimited energy at his disposal, he was worried the system might revive or activate a protocol he wasn't aware of. Turning his attention to the river of knowledge, curiosity gleamed in his eyes. It has an instinct too, huh? Maximus muttered, twirling his finger and enticing it with origin energy. Chapter 526, The Pioneer of Knowledge. As Maximus tempted the river of knowledge with pure origin energy, its illusory form began to morph around him, eager to absorb the energy. However, when it tried, it met a barrier Maximus had set up. Why do you need such energy? Maximus pondered. Fortunately, although the river of knowledge only had an instinct, it quickly provided insight into why it needed such energy. Pure origin was second only to the power of casualty. Containing all the origin of laws and the most primitive energy of the eon plane, everything that sought to evolve desired a piece of it. Such a pure origin energy was like water for everything to function and grow. So this is why the powerhouses were scrambling for the dimensional source physique, he thought. It wasn't just about having an endless supply of energy but about controlling a unique, untainted source. Like the holder of the last pure water in a polluted world, no power could resist the urge to possess him. As insights about pure origin reached his mind, an advancement path for the river of knowledge appeared beside it. I see energy. If I can't rely on my knowledge, I could use the brute force of energy. To master anything in this world, one needed either skill and talent or an overwhelming amount of energy to try again and again. Feeling endless energy flow into him, Maximus let go, allowing the river of knowledge to absorb it to its heart's content. As it flowed, though his knowledge remained blank, the river of knowledge began to sublimate, aligning closer to his energy frequency. Soon, as hundreds and thousands of years passed, those who walked the path of knowledge began to notice some subtle differences. The river of knowledge is transforming. Though they couldn't yet pinpoint the change, the river of knowledge seemed to be evolving. Suddenly, as if struck by revelation, their eyes widened with delight. A being is about to master the path of knowledge. Instead of jealousy or gloom at the prospect of someone surpassing them, they felt unprecedented joy. The forbidden path of knowledge was one with no end in sight. Despite this, as scholars and seekers who long to pry into the secrets of the eon plane, they remain stubborn and still proceed to such a path. Even if they became mediocre or got stuck in place, they refused to back down. Yet, seeing their friends become masters of the river of law, ruled dimensions, flaunt their power, and live as they pleased, even their iron resolve began to waver. Their thirst for knowledge began to wane, yearning for an exit. Instead of knowledge, they began to desire a life of debauchery filled with freedom and life. Lost in hope and misery, they finally saw a savior emerge. Feeling the river of knowledge transformed into a complete path, they hastily severed their connection to it, attempting to create their streams of law. Although their paths would be narrow, as long as they could move forward, it was worth it. Yet, as they tried to separate the streams of alchemy, arrays, arcane, and other common path, they felt stuck, as though someone had already claimed ownership of them. This is impossible. Without 100% mastery, exclusive claims shouldn't have been possible. With a sigh, they stopped dwelling on it and quickly carved out their streams of law. Wanting to catch the wave of the river of knowledge's transformation, they no longer cared if they chose more archaic paths or smaller streams of law. 30,000 years passed in a flash. The river of knowledge finally reached a breaking point and began to transform. A pioneer is born. The pioneer of knowledge is born. We, the scholars of knowledge, finally have the power to revolutionize the world. The ocean of order, the ocean of virtuality, the ocean of time and space, the ocean of killing, the ocean of immortality. With the endless potential of knowledge, it's only a matter of time before we reach such heights. Tearing up with joy, they couldn't help but bow in gratitude and salutations to the pioneer who would lead them on the path to omniscience. Soon, they felt their mastery of their streams of law begin to ascend. From 99% to 100%, their realms finally sublimated, and they could advance once more. We are no longer mere scholars but the bearers of knowledge that spans all beings. While the seekers of knowledge celebrated their newfound power elsewhere in the Aeon plane, powerful forces sensed the change in the river of knowledge. The river of knowledge has finally been conquered. A change is about to sweep across the Aeon plane. The only question is whether it's a devourer or a member of the Dimensional Alliance who has conquered this forbidden path. We'll wait for the Overlord's confirmation. They're sure to be watching this commotion. A forbidden path is not only forbidden because of its difficulty but also for the power and potential it holds. The river of knowledge contains all the world's knowledge and information. With the absolute power of omniscience, the river of knowledge is one of the most powerful rivers of law. In the virtual realm, the three overlords of the Dimensional Alliance quickly gathered. At a time of crisis, such a commotion immediately drew their attention. Did that brat finally become the master of the river of knowledge? Aslan, the overlord of the Interdimensional Council, asked. That's right. As expected of the supreme primordial candidate. Even that paragon of yours was no match. Elvian, the overlord of the virtual realm, jeered. Hearing this, Aslan's joy turned to gloom. His prodigy, nurtured painstakingly over eons, had lost to some wildling. How could his expression be anything but dark? Don't be too downcast. As long as they function as their potential, it doesn't matter where they come from, Fur, the overlord of the Time-Space Bureau, said. To Fur, it didn't matter whether this genius was from the Dimensional Alliance or even the Devourer faction. As long as they could aid in the impending crisis of the Aeon plane, nothing else mattered. Furthermore, Maximus was not just a simple prodigy but the possessor of the dimensional source. While it might not directly benefit them, having access to the Aeon plane's unlimited energy was still essential. Maybe they could even produce a few more overlords before the crisis. Calming down, they began to discuss their follow-up plan. Though the crisis of the Aeon plane wouldn't arrive for the coming 1,000 epochs, for beings of their power level, it was still a short time. Shall we accelerate the plan? It's indeed the time. Inform those three it's time to accelerate the development of the Aeon plane. Even if it exhausts the Aeon plane's potential, it's better than perishing. Meanwhile, the Lord of Truth, hidden in the void, trembled as he felt the change in the river of knowledge. How is this possible? The river of knowledge has been conquered? The ocean of truth was merely a stream of knowledge he had separated from the source trillions of epochs ago. With talent and countless sacrifices, he nurtured this stream to form its origin and grow into an ocean. Countless dimensions, creatures, and powerful beings had to fall for him to achieve his current position, ultimately making him the most wanted devourer in existence. Even the overlords occasionally hunted him because of this. Fortunately, despite the grueling and time-consuming process, it succeeded. Thinking of the one who had conquered what he could not, he couldn't help but feel both jealousy and admiration. He could only imagine the talent and potential of the individual who had overcome this forbidden path. I wonder who it is. The Lord of Truth muttered, attempting to deduce an answer using his ocean of truth. Unfortunately, Maximus was protected by the river of knowledge, blocking all information breaches. The only reason the three overlords knew it was him was because they knew that Maximus was treading the path of the river of knowledge. With an origin-grade ultimate physique, the dimensional source, it was only a matter of time before Maximus conquered this forbidden path. Receiving no answer, the Lord of Truth frowned. After all, it was only a stream. Even if it became an ocean, its power remains inferior to the source. The river of knowledge possessed the power of omniscience, while he held only the power of truth. Should I? Just as the Lord of Truth considered devouring the river of knowledge, his instincts suddenly warned him. No. Dangerous. The Lord of Truth possessed an origin-grade ultimate physique, primordial intuition. This physique allowed him to sense any danger threatening him. Although it had no offensive capabilities, it had saved him countless times. From perilous experiments to hunts by the Dimensional Alliance and ambushes by the Overlords, he had become an unkillable cockroach, surviving even the most powerful opponents. Realizing he couldn't afford to challenge the new master of the River of Knowledge, he diverted his thinking. If force isn't an option, then what about cooperation? Chapter 527, Omniscient State in the Source of Knowledge. As the all-encompassing form of knowledge revolved around Maximus, he slowly opened his eyes. The power of omniscience. The Aeon plane seemed to fall into the palm of his hand. No matter who or what, as long as he thought of something, an answer would appear in his mind. No matter the problem, a solution would quickly materialize in his mind. As he marveled at his state, his view suddenly shifted to horror. In the infinite space of the Aeon plane, surrounded by layers of rules and casualty, dark energy crept around, attempting to consume the plane. Is this the danger? The Armageddon. The invasion of dark creatures outside the Aeon Plane. As he contemplated on the matter, information about the dark creatures surfaced in his mind. Dark creatures were the bane of all planes, a natural disaster that destroyed anything and everything. Their strength varies, from a Tier 1 creature to an unknown strength vastly exceeding the Aeon Plane. Roaming in the chaotic space without the protection of a plane, even the weakest, could cause devastating damage. The Tier 12 overlords, the strongest in the Aeon Plane, could only do so much to keep them at bay. Their infinite numbers couldn't be stopped by any single force. There was always a breaking point where these dark creatures would find an opening and invade the Aeon Plane. An example of this was the massive invasion trillions of epochs ago. The devastating war spared no one. The Dimensional Alliance, the Devourer faction, the dimensions, even the empty void were corrupted and erased. In this war, many Tier 11 Supreme Masters had fallen, top forces faded into existence, and countless dimensions were destroyed. According to the information in his mind, Malgren, one of the Supreme Masters of the Ashura sect, also fell because of this war. If not for the timely action of the overlords, perhaps the Aeon Plane would have ceased to exist. Aware of the danger, the joy he felt from becoming a master of the River of Law began to fade, replaced by a sense of urgency. In hundreds of thousands or a million epochs, these dark creatures would reach the breaking point again and invade the Aeon Plane. This time, it would not be as simple as the last. If the last invasion was due to accident and carelessness, this time, it was because the overlords couldn't hold on much longer. In such a war, nothing would matter but power. Feeling an unprecedented will to become stronger, his mind begins to flood with ideas on what to do. The completion of the Origin Manual, nurturing the River of Knowledge into an ocean, utilizing his rank 12 dimensional physique, and more. There were also unconventional ideas, like merging dimensions to form a dimensional barricade, creating a plane weapon from a combination of different Tier 12 ultimate treasures, mass-producing Supreme Masters, creating a race of super warriors, etc. Among these ideas, what struck Maximus the most was the notion of merging his system with the River of Knowledge. Is this also possible? By merging the system with the River of Knowledge, his control would reach an unprecedented level beyond imagination. Returning to his normal state, Maximus opened the system to check his current status. Although omniscience granted him everything he needed to know, it also rendered him emotionless, incapable of any other thoughts. It was like watching a character in a game. No matter how powerful, he couldn't relate with the character he was controlling. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, physique, dimensional source, rank 12, progress 0 out of 100 quintillion, River of Knowledge transformation, 90%, innate skills, enhanced comprehension, omniscient search, omniscient simulation, knowledge creation, true mastery, immortal mind, Calamity points, 0, Calamity points, corrupted, 12 trillion, 290 billion, River of Knowledge transformation, 90%. He had just become a master of the River of Law, yet it was about to transform into an ocean of law. Is this the potential of a forbidden path? A forbidden path was a prison of many talented and powerful individuals. Becoming a master of this River of Law opened the floodgate, letting these talents escape and create a surge of storms. Feeling the River of Knowledge, he sensed tens of thousands of individuals becoming masters of the streams of knowledge. These streams, connecting to him, began to feed back into the source of knowledge, making it stronger and broader. With such streams nourishing the River of Knowledge, even if Maximus did nothing, it was only a matter of time before it grew into an ocean of law. What an advantage! Turning his attention to his innate skills, he wasn't too surprised. These skills were only abbreviations when he was out of the omniscient state, allowing him to use it individually. First is enhanced comprehension, which could now amplify his understanding 1,000-fold. There was also omniscient search. As the master of the River of Knowledge, he no longer faced any penalty and could search for anything with just a bit of energy. From Tier 0 to Tier 12, Maximus could search for whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, information on the overlords remained costly, requiring trillions of strands of casualty. As for Tier 12 ultimate treasures, merely locating them only costs a few million strands of casualty. Omniscient simulation still functioned the same, though it required less energy to run simulations. Knowledge creation was an ability that allowed him to deduce anything he wanted to create. From potions, treasures, skills, techniques, anything. The only drawback was that the more complex the knowledge, the longer it took to create. Then there was true mastery. Any knowledge, technique, skill, blueprint, or idea, he could instantly master anything to transcendence. Finally, there was the immortal mind, protecting him from the vast knowledge he absorbed. No matter how vulnerable or weak he might be, his mind could contain the knowledge without breaking down. For Maximus, this was the most crucial ability the River of Knowledge granted. Without it, no matter the strength of his soul, spirit, and will, The sheer weight of this plane's knowledge could disintegrate him. Examining the panel, his eyes turned to the seal embedded within it. This seal, a mark from its creator, was the one preventing him from fully mastering the system. To merge the system with the river of law, this would be the first obstacle he had to overcome. Reactivating his omniscient state, his comprehension skyrocketed 1,000-fold as the knowledge of the entire Aeon plane unfolded in his mind. Focusing on deducing the seal, Maximus couldn't help but frown. This is too complex. Even with the river of knowledge assisting, he estimated it would take him thousands of years to fully understand it. Considering a solution, he suddenly thought of using strands of casualty. Arise. Condensing origin energy, he began using the river of knowledge to forge it into strands of casualty. Every second, he could condense millions of origin crystals, which he converted into strands of casualty. As days, months, and years passed, producing tens of millions of strands of casualty every year, Maximus didn't cease his work on deducing the seal embedded in the system. In his omniscient state, he could split his mind into countless sections, allowing him to comprehend multiple things simultaneously. Condensing origin crystals, forging strands of casualty, deducing the system's seal, creating the Tier 11 origin manual, mastering various techniques, digesting information on current affairs, setting a plan to transform the river of knowledge into an ocean. Maximus's mind was so occupied that he didn't even notice his family had emerged from seclusion. After 30,000 years and the sublimation of the river of knowledge, they successfully became masters of the streams of knowledge. Observing where Maximus remained secluded, they saw a cyclone of energy and knowledge swirling around him. Understanding that Maximus was at a critical juncture, they didn't dare disturb him and return to their seclusion. Spending tens of thousands of years together under such strict discipline of comprehending knowledge, they finally began to feel the true relevance of time. Where once hundreds or thousands of years felt long, now it seemed like merely opening and closing their eyes after seclusion. 100 years later, Maximus slowly emerged from his omniscient state. So that's how it is. The seal on the system was a last resort created by its maker to control it in an emergency. It was designed to close breaches in the Aeon plane if dark creatures ever invaded. Although the creator of the system meant no harm, the idea of someone having control over his life and death was unsettling. Looking at the resources the system had absorbed without his knowledge, he couldn't help but smile. 1.5 billion Calamity points and 23 billion corrupted Calamity points. Though it was a small cost compared to the benefits it provided, he still felt a lingering fear of what it could do. Removing the seal, Maximus felt a heavy weight lifted from his chest. Remembering the time when he first transmigrated to the present, he realized that all of it was the result of this system, which helped him realize his vision. With such monumental merit, Maximus could only feel grateful to its creator. Thank you for this ultimate gift. But from now on, it's mine. Chapter 528, Systemize River of Knowledge. Meanwhile, in the overlapping space within the void, the overlord of time and space suddenly noticed one of the strings he had laid out had been severed. Someone erased my seal? The Time-Space Bureau was an absolutely neutral force in the Aeon plane. Whether it was the Dimensional Alliance or the Devourers, they could cooperate or kill anyone as long as it served the interests of the Aeon plane. The system, a special treasure Fur created, was one of the primary pieces he used to maintain balance in the Aeon plane. Noticing one of his seals was erased, Fur's expression turned solemn. Could it be the Dark Force? However, after mobilizing his power, he detected no trace of dark energy within the Aeon plane. A powerhouse. Interesting. Since it wasn't the Dark Force, it could only mean a powerhouse had discovered one of his toys and erased his seal. But who could it be? Given the countless Tier 12 treasures he had systemized, Fur couldn't guess who might have broken his seal. It never even crossed his mind that it was Maximus, the supreme primordial candidate they had just discussed years ago. Because the family and power system was a failed treasure, it wasn't on his watch list like the 7 ultimate systemized treasures he created. As for the virtual overlord, Elvian informing him of Maximus's possession of one of his systemized treasures, it was far-fetched. Although the virtual realm could simulate nearly everything, even the most secretive skills and treasures, Elvian prohibited himself from looking into it unless necessary. Secrecy and privacy were the core principles of the virtual realm. If Elvian wanted it to become a platform for all sentient beings, he needed to establish some rules. Otherwise, chaos would erupt even before the dark forces appeared. As for various leaks, it was just some loophole he left for the interest of the Dimensional Alliance. All in all, the virtual realm was a stable platform where even the Devourer could trade and relax. Finding nothing worthy of his attention, Fur returned to his work. A mere Tier 12 systemized treasure wasn't worth his time. Fur was merely interested in the one who had broken his seal, hoping to recruit such a talent. Perhaps they could even aid in the creation of other systemized treasures. In the source of knowledge, after removing the system seal and fully mastering it, Maximus quickly began to merge it with the river of knowledge. Combining the two, Maximus entered the omniscient mode, integrating the system and the river of knowledge in the most optimal way. Using the system as the main control center, he wrapped the river of knowledge around it, transforming it into a storage and calculation cloud wave of his massive masterpiece. 1,000 years later, in the source of knowledge, a crystal quietly condensed, forming the core of knowledge. This crystallization of knowledge contained all the power and abilities of a master of river of law. Successfully condensing the core of knowledge, Maximus embedded it into the core of his origin. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he opened his system panel. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, physique, dimensional source, rank 12, progress 0 out of 100 quintillion, river of knowledge transformation, 90%, innate skills, enhanced comprehension, omniscient search, omniscient simulation, knowledge creation, true mastery, immortal mind, Calamity points, 1,500,000,000, Calamity points, corrupted, 12,500,000,000,000, no change. Although the system and the river of knowledge were merged, there was no apparent change. However, deep inside, the fusion of the two created an underlying potential waiting to be dug out. With the system's addition, the river of knowledge opened to infinite possibilities. Instead of being bound to a singular law, it could now incorporate various treasures, materials, and even other rivers of law. This meant the river of knowledge could now be modularized according to his will. Containing his excitement, Maximus decided to end his seclusion. Upon exiting, he noticed all his family members were still in the process of solidifying their streams of law. Like a surging river, their little streams resembled thatch boats sailing against the current. To ride the wave of advancement from the river of knowledge, they had to concentrate and nurture their streams of law continually. Let me help you. Inputting an order through the system, the raging current around them calmed as massive energy began nurturing their streams of law. Not bad. Maximus simply needed to input a command, and the system would execute it indefinitely. Before, he had to control the river of knowledge manually, putting in conscious effort at all times. This feature alone allowed him to manage multiple tasks simultaneously. Although entering an omniscient state could achieve the same, Maximus lacked the drive to work that intensely. Feeling the changes in their streams of law, each of them opened their eyes, looking confused. What happened? Noticing their streams of law growing automatically, they were shocked. Suddenly hearing a call from Maximus, they quickly understood the cause and effect. As the master of the river of knowledge, nurturing their streams of law was a simple task for him. Leaving their rooms, they greeted him with smiles, asking various questions about his insights into the river of knowledge. Let's put cultivation aside. How about we celebrate first? Maximus suggested. Hearing this, they couldn't be more happier, quickly arranging everything for the banquet. With his help, they no longer had to nurture their streams of law and could focus on cultivating their skills and experiencing the world. Although cultivation was another kind of joy, doing it for tens of thousands of years was torturous. They couldn't understand how those powerhouses could train for hundreds or thousands of epochs at a time. Were they still alive or just a floating blob of consciousness? Having a blast at the banquet, they couldn't help but ask when they would return to the Etherium realm. We can return at any time now. You're already masters of the streams of law, so what are we still doing here? Really, we can return? Lila muttered in shock. The other also bloomed into a smile, reminiscing their time in Etherium realm. Thinking of every grass and trees, the landmarks they grew to, the people they met, and the memories they made, they couldn't wait to return immediately. I wonder what the current state of the Etherium realm is. Don't worry, Father. With the foundation we laid down, the Etherium realm could last thousands of epochs, much less tens of thousands of years, Lance reassured him. No, I was just wondering if the Etherium realm had advanced to a tier 11 dimension. Impossible. Unless the Etherium realm conducted a war every 1,000 years, it would be impossible. A dimensional war had a cooldown of 1,000 years, plus the process of war itself. It would take at least 3,000 years to swallow a single dimension. Who knows? Hearing their conversation, Etheria just smiled. Although she was away from the Etherium realm, as a dimensional will, she could still roughly sense what was happening there. She wondered how shocked they would be when they returned. Father, what about the Tier 11 Origin Manual? When will it be finished? Max asked casually. They were already at the peak of the Tier 10 realm. The only thing left was the Origin Manual needed to condense their divine position. Unlike Tiers 1-10, where they could change manuals as they wished, Tier 11 was a threshold. There would be no going back once they condensed their divine position. The divine position serves as a core, a container for the river of law. The stronger, more solid, and higher quality it is, the easier it would be for them to nurture their river into an ocean. In the future, it could even serve as their foundation to reach the Overlord realm. Not wanting to settle for less, they waited for the Tier 11 origin manual. Meanwhile, hearing his question, Maximus looked at his creation panel. Knowledge creation, Origin Crystal Ether Forge, 15 years, Origin Crystal Ether Refiner, 50 years, Dimensional Origin Library Reconstruction, 300 years, River of Knowledge Advancement Analysis, 1025 years, Ethereum Realm Reinforcement, 25,000 years, Tier 11 Origin Manual, 240,000 years, Seal of Truth Merging Analysis, 2 million years, Amalgamation of Will Advancement Path, 7 million years, World Tree Advancement Path, 80 million years. The creation panel was derived from the innate ability of the River of Knowledge. Instead of deducing the knowledge himself, the system would process it autonomously using the vast information within the River of Knowledge. At maximum, the creation panel could handle 9 tasks without any loss in speed. Looking at the time remaining before the Tier 11 origin manual could be deduced, he couldn't help but frown. Because the system lacked a mind of its own and couldn't make the most logical and forward-thinking choices, it was somewhat slow. Instead of finding the answer through a formula, it would sift through all related answers and confirm which one was correct. This was why Maximus eagerly wanted to merge the Seal of Truth with the system. Merging the two would give the system its wings, a logical operator that could distinguish true from false. Instead of confirming every possible answer, it could eliminate incorrect ones until only the correct answer remained. Unfortunately, at the current rate of deduction, it would still take a few million years before that happened. It seems I can only use strands of Calamity to speed things up. Chapter 529, Money Printer. After informing them that the Tier 11 origin manual would be finished soon, Maximus tried using Calamity points to speed up its deduction progress. Tier 11 origin manual, 240,000 years minus 1 minute, using 1 Calamity point reduced the manual's progress time by 1 minute. 1 Calamity point is equal to 1 minute? After testing it a few more times, Maximus confirmed that 1 Calamity point could indeed decrease the time needed by 1 minute. Calculating the Calamity points required, he couldn't help but frown. The Tier 11 origin manual needed 240,000 years to deduce, which equates to roughly 125 billion minutes, or 125 billion Calamity points. Maximus could condense about 1 million origin fragments every second, which he would then refine into strands of casualty. In total, Maximus could accumulate around 100,000 Calamity points per day. It seems I need to deduce the Origin Crystal Ether Forge and Ether Refiner first. Origin Crystal Ether Forge, 15 years. Origin Crystal Ether Refiner, 50 years. Since he had already created many versions of the Ether Forge, creating a specialized one for origin fragments wouldn't take long. As for the refinery that could convert origin fragments into strands of casualty, it would take longer. 65 years translates to 33 million minutes, or 33 million Calamity points. This is feasible. With 1.5 billion Calamity points, Maximus quickly worked on completing the deduction for the two devices. Unfortunately, after investing 30 million Calamity points, no matter how many more he added, there was no further progress. There's a limit. Sensing the River of Knowledge in a state of fullness, he had to stop. This shortcut seemed to have its boundaries. From his observations, 30 million strands of Calamity appeared to be the daily limit the River of Knowledge could digest. Any additional input would dissipate, wasting precious energy. It's enough. Maximus sighed in disappointment. If he could add points without limit, he could create anything he wanted instantly. Although he currently had no strands of casualty, given his unique physique, he could acquire as many as he needed. With nothing more to do, he returned to join his family at the feast. The next day, after adding the final 3 million Calamity points, the Origin Crystal Ether Forge and Refiner were fully deduced. Accessing the system's knowledge, he felt the information flow smoothly and quickly digested by his mind. Looking at the blueprint, his lips couldn't help but twitch. This is too expensive. Maximus muttered in frustration. An Origin Crystal Ether Forge costs around 25 billion Origin coins just for materials, with each device capable of condensing 1 million Origin fragments every second. On the other hand, the Origin Crystal Ether Refiner had an astronomical price of 1 trillion Origin coins, capable of refining up to 10 strands of Calamity per day. To maximize the River of Knowledge's capacity, he would need 300 million Ether Forges and 3 million Ether Refiners, totaling over 10 quintillion Origin coins. Damn. Maximus couldn't help but curse at the daunting cost. 10 quintillion. Even the top families didn't have such reserves of Origin fragments. Working day and night, it would take him millions of epochs to condense such an amount. Unfortunately, for the sake of the future, Maximus gritted his teeth and tried to ignore the cost. This was a one-time purchase. Once acquired, these devices would generate indefinite returns. Besides, as he created more of them, he'd earn enough to buy more and more materials. He even deduced that the materials hoarded by the Dimensional Alliance wouldn't be sufficient, requiring him to mine additional resources himself. However, lacking the time and manpower for mining, Maximus preferred to sit back and let the machines print money. Furthermore, as he grew stronger, these ether devices could produce money faster and more efficiently. Currently, his body could release energy equivalent to 1 million origin fragments per second, while the River of Knowledge could only allow each device to refine 10 strands of Calamity daily. In the future, as his strength grew, he'd simply need to upgrade these ether devices for even greater profits. Taking a deep breath, Maximus calmed his nerves. Although access to unlimited energy was advantageous, it also demanded more work. Preparing to return to the Etherium realm, Maximus and his family quickly packed up. They didn't need to take everything, as they'd return here to work further with the River of Knowledge and their streams of law. A few days later, they boarded Shadow. Although others had dimensional ships of their own, none matched the capabilities of Shadow. Once out of range of the River of Knowledge, the Shadow performed a void leap straight to the Etherium realm. Is this the Etherium realm? Looking out the window, they immediately noticed the differences in the Etherium realm. Not only was it thousands of times larger, but the pressure it radiated also reached Tier 11 dimension. A Tier 11 dimension. In just over 30,000 years, the Etherium realm had advanced to a Tier 11 dimension. How is this possible? Lance asked in disbelief. Earlier, he had argued with his father, dismissing his claims about the Etherium realm's rapid progress. Now, seeing it before him, he felt as if he was witnessing a miracle. It seems my hunch was correct. Liam smiled, patting Lance smugly as if to remind him, your father is still your father, no matter how talented or successful you are. How did you guess it, father? Lance asked reluctantly. It has something to do with your grandfather, Liam murmured, glancing at his father, Maximus. Reflecting on this, Maximus nodded. It's the origin fragments. Before leaving the Etherium realm, he had deposited a quadrillion origin fragments at the core of the Etherium realm. Over 30,000 years, it seemed to have absorbed more than 300 trillion of these fragments. Coupled with its victory in the dimensional war, it was only natural for the Etherium realm to advance. Hearing his explanation, everyone on board was enlightened. Given the immense wealth their father possessed, it would be surprising if the Etherium realm hadn't advanced. While they admired the view of the Etherium realm, Etheria suddenly felt a tugging sensation in her core. Master, Go, you can join us later, Maximus said with understanding. With his permission, Etheria left the ship and merged with the Etherium realm. Upon merging with a Tier 11 dimension, Etheria's power began to advance. Unlike others, Etheria couldn't progress by absorbing free energy from the void. Consequently, despite the passage of tens of thousands of years, her realm hadn't advanced an inch. In just a few hours, Etheria went from entry level to the peak of the Tier 10 realm. However, just as she was about to break through to Tier 11, she forcefully stopped her progress, storing the feedback energy temporarily within the dimension. It's not the time yet. Etheria murmured. She hadn't yet received the Tier 11 origin manual from Maximus, and advancing prematurely would cut off her future potential. As Etheria stabilized the Etherium realm after the sudden halt, she noticed her stream of dimensionality suddenly manifested around her, encircling the Etherium realm. As she pondered this, a stream of information appeared in her mind. Unlike other laws, her stream of dimensionality didn't need to be nurtured by her alone. Instinctively sensing it was beneficial, she wrapped her stream of dimensionality around the Etherium realm, treating it as another clone of herself. Nourished by the Etherium realm, her stream of dimensionality began to proliferate, doubling in size within a few months. Estimating its growth, Etheria guessed that in a few hundreds of years, her dimensional stream would reach the river level. Once stable, Etheria turned her attention to Maximus. Her beloved master, the one who had given her freedom and emotions of her own. Master. Etheria greeted. You're here. It seems the benefits of the Etherium realm aren't small, Maximus observed. It's all thanks to your investment, Master. Without the hundreds of trillions of origin fragments he had invested, Etheria wouldn't have advanced even in billions of years. Don't say that, we're family. Isn't it only natural for me to give you everything you need? Maximus replied, patting her head. Etheria murmured, a blush coloring her cheeks as she felt warmth in her heart. All right, let's go. We were just waiting for you. A few months earlier, his children had already gone to explore the Etherium realm. Although they could observe everything with a sweep of their consciousness, experiencing it in person was more enjoyable. As the saying goes, it's better to experience things firsthand than just to know of them. With Etheria arriving, Maximus planned a relaxing tour with his wives. He even refrained from using his dimensional authority to give himself a surprise. Wanting to see the Ethereum realm's improvements from a fresh perspective, Maximus couldn't help but feel excited. He wondered what kind of progress tens of thousands of years had brought to the rising Ethereum realm. Let's go and see. Chapter 530, Touring the Ethereum realm. After disguising themselves, Maximus and his wives began touring around the Shadow City, the capital of the Moonlight Empire. It hasn't changed much, Hazel reminisced. As it should be. This is the ancestral land of our family, and I will ensure it's preserved to the highest degree, Maximus replied. They strolled leisurely around the city, blending in as tourists from another place. Eating food they ate in the past, their tense body slowly relaxed. There are far more beings from different dimensions now, Lilith observed, her eyes lighting up. Humans, beast folk, celestials, fairies, elves, dwarves, giants, imps, sylphs, and more filled the city, making it far livelier than the last time they visited. It seems the Ethereum realm still follows my will, Maximus nodded with satisfaction. The will he left behind instructed that victories were to be won by strength, but everything after should be treated with gentleness. Any defeated beings from other dimensions, whether fighters, common people, or even criminals, would be judged fairly by the laws of the Ethereum realm. As long as they followed and abided by these laws, they would enjoy equal rights with all other beings within it. Thus, regardless of power, race, or status, all beings in the Ethereum realm were treated equally under the law. As for the authorities abusing their power and corrupting the paradise he built, Maximus had no reason to worry. The four spirit goddesses, guardians of the four administrative continents, would act solely according to their orders. Observing the people's expressions, Maximus felt that everything was progressing smoothly. Furthermore, sensing their attachment and admiration toward him, he couldn't help but smile. "Are you new here?" a guide suddenly asked, noticing they seemed unfamiliar. "No, we've been here before." "I see. Then, you should be more respectful. This is the ancestral land of the Supreme Emperor Shadow Crest, and you wouldn't want those die-hard fanatics catching you treating it too casually," the guide warned. "Oh? Could they still take action here?" "No, of course not. As long as you don't break the law, no one can harm you in an administrative continent." "Then why should I be careful?" "Those guys are persistent. Though they can't harm you, they're like pests you can't shake off once they latch onto you." "Do you hate the Supreme Emperor, then?" Maximus teased. "No. You must be joking. The Supreme Emperor is the true ruler of the Ethereum realm," the guide replied firmly. "Everything we have from food and homes to our very lives is thanks to him. While I'm not a fanatic, don't say anything like that in front of me." With that, the guide left in a huff. Initially, he intended to warn Maximus and his companions to show respect, but after hearing such irreverence, he lost his patience. "You didn't need to trick him." Freya nudged Maximus. "I was just curious to see how far my reputation has spread in this world," Maximus replied with a smirk. After tens of thousands of years, the belief in the Ethereum realm had unified into a single rope. There was only one true god, the Supreme Emperor Maximus. Feeling the crystallized will stored in the Ethereum realm's core, Maximus was touched by the heaviness of this belief. If he absorbed this will, it would easily be worth billions of strands of casualty. However, despite his need, he chose not to consume it. He had a better purpose for this collective will than simply using it as a consumable. Once everything settled down and he had some free time, this collection of a will might be a platform for the Ethereum realm to take a major leap. After enjoying the scenery in the Shadow City, they visited popular destinations across the Moonlight Empire. Though not as grand as places they had seen in the virtual realm or as exquisite as those in the Elfalm realm, the familiar imperfections of their homeland looked the most beautiful to them. A few years later, they moved to the next administrative continent, the Arcane Continent. The administrative continents governed all beings within the Ethereum realm's vast sky, overseeing and guiding the Star Islands and the Chaotic Continent. The Star Islands were now like stars within the Ethereum realm, just as he envisioned. As living expenses and opportunities on the administrative continents became scarcer, many set out across the vast sea, seeking lives as Star Lords, discovering the endless wonders of the Ethereum realm, and living freely beyond the constraints of strict laws. Beneath the floating administrative continents, individuals on other lands enjoyed a degree of freedom, especially on the Chaotic Continent, where no rules applied. Other than divisions by strength, anyone could act as they wished, from waging wars to claiming territories. Visiting the Arcane Continent, Maximus sought out Phelan. "You've become more unfathomable," Phelan sighed, looking at Maximus. He recalled the young Maximus who had attended his academy, kidnapped both his daughters and conquered the entire continent. Phelan could only marvel at the impermanence of the world. "It's nothing. Given time, you'll reach this height, too," Maximus replied. With Phelan's talent and his guidance, it was only a matter of time before he reached the same power. After reminiscing about old times, Maximus continued his journey with his wives. From the Arcane Continent, they traveled to the Beast and Divine continents as well. Visiting old friends one after another, Maximus eventually turned his attention to the Chaotic Continent. Ruthless and without rules, filled with top-notch treasures, countless opportunities, and individuals with boundless ambition, the Chaotic Continent was a true origin of chaos. Maximus even witnessed various apex sovereigns fighting tooth and nail over a tier 10 innate treasure born from the land. Once powerful apex sovereigns from the past now had become ruthless warriors, battling for every chance they could seize. The Ethereum realm was now filled with hundreds of tier 10 powerhouses. The top individual in the past, now numbered in millions, is like a common commodity in the world. To advance quickly, none of them could simply sit back and wait for miracles. After decades of roaming the Ethereum realm, Maximus felt satisfied with the improvements it had made in his absence. Once he had settled his wives, he looked up into the distance. "Iris, I wonder if you miss me?" he murmured with a smile before taking a void leap into the Immortal Palace realm. "Immortal Palace realm, Maximus? You've finally decided to visit me," Iris remarked. Though happy to see him, she was more annoyed that he hadn't come sooner. With the Ethereum realm under her radar, she had known Maximus was out of seclusion for some time. "Sorry, I'm late," Maximus replied, embracing her. "Humphrey. You can't coax me that easily," Iris retorted, flicking her fingers to send Maximus flying. Unfortunately for her, Maximus was no longer as he was before. Sensing her attack, his system activated omniscient mode, showing him every particle and path of the strike. Shifting slightly, Maximus avoided her attack as he pulled her into his embrace. "I missed you," he murmured. Feeling his warmth, Iris blushed. This junior brother of hers was indeed presumptuous. How dare he dodge her attack and just hug her so casually? Feeling a fury of emotion, Iris couldn't help but punch his chest, venting her feelings. "You! How could you leave me waiting for tens of thousands of years? After taking my money, you ran off like a thief. How dare you call yourself a man when you leave a girl waiting?" she continued, her voice tinged with frustration. "Don't worry, Sister Iris. Now, I can see you whenever I want," Maximus comforted. Feeling her soft presence in his arms, a mischievous smile spread across his face. "What are you thinking?" Iris asked, backing away nervously. "Nothing," Maximus replied with a grin, stretching his hands like a villain. "No." In a panic, Iris flicked her fingers again, sending Maximus flying. This time, her attack was faster and more focused, and even in omniscient mode, he couldn't fully evade it. Fortunately, he managed to defend himself and remained unharmed. "I'm just joking, Sister Iris. Relax." "Is that so?" Iris squinted her eyes, staring at him. While hugging and kissing was fine, she wasn't ready for anything beyond. She still had mixed feelings for this shameless man. Knowing he was involved with other women, she felt hesitant about fully committing to him. "Yes, I promise. I'll behave," Maximus vowed, saluting playfully. Calming down, Iris allowed herself to be pulled into his arms again. Holding Iris while they talked was an incomparable feeling, one that Maximus found himself growing addicted to. She seemed to enjoy it as well, gazing at him softly like a kitten. "Anyway, why are you here?" "I'm sure it's not only because you missed me," Iris asked, rolling her eyes. Whenever Maximus visited her, there was usually a reason. "You know me too well, Sister Iris," Maximus replied, pinching her cheek. "I'm here to fulfill my promise. Let's see how my physique can help Sister Iris advance." Chapter 531, Absolute of Law. "Oh, did your special physique advanced?" Iris asked in shock. Though she sensed that Maximus had become a master of the River of Law, the thought of his physique advancing still surprised her. She knew how difficult it was to promote one's physique from rank 11 to rank 12. For the primordial candidate of the Immortal Palace realm, it took them hundreds of trillion strands of Calamity and a few quintillion origin coins of resources to cultivate her special physique to rank 12. Even in her imagination, she didn't think Maximus would have that amount of resources. Iris even saved money to help Maximus with his special physique. "It's my adventure," Maximus carelessly reasoned. "Adventure?" Without answering, Maximus stretched his hands and began infusing pure origin energy to Iris. Huh. Feeling the pure origin energy flowing through her, Iris felt warmth, as though she was bathing in a hot spring. As the minutes passed, a hint of impatience appeared on his face, feeling dissatisfied with the energy transmission speed. Pulling Maximus, Iris greedily sucked his energy on her own accord. However, doing so didn't increase the flow of origin energy. "It's too weak." Iris broke from the flow. Given the rate of energy Maximus could provide, it would take billions of epochs before she could even have a chance to advance to the Tier 12 realm. Though it was already miraculous that she could even advance, She knew she couldn't monopolize Maximus for that long. Furthermore, the impending dark disaster still loomed over the Eon plane. I'm sorry, I'm only at the Tier 10 realm," Maximus muttered, embarrassed at her calling him weak. "It's understandable. If you were at Tier 11, the energy you could release might increase 1,000,000-fold," Iris comforted. "No need to wait that long, I've already thought of a solution." The Origin Crystal Ether Forge could not only condense an Origin fragment but also open another channel for pure Origin energy to flow through him. As long as there is enough Ether Forge, he can keep Iris filled with energy. Explaining his idea, Iris's eyes lit up. "That's ingenious. Creating a magical device that could mobilize your special physique? As expected of the Master of the River of Knowledge. The only problem is the cost." Maximus sighed, telling her the cost. "Isn't it only 25 billion for a device? The Immortal Palace sect is willing to invest in this endeavor." Maximus's business venture was a guaranteed profit. This was effectively printing money, an Origin fragment that would never depreciate. The more of it they had, the better. Even the overlords needed Origin fragments, what more for them Tier 11 weaklings? "Oh, how much are you willing to invest, sister?" Maximus asked excitedly. This is one of his purpose, to secure a first wave of investment. Though he still had hundreds of trillions of Origin coins left, it was simply not enough for his plan. Maximus didn't have time to slowly earn money. With Iris's backing, why should he toil on his own? Moreover, it's not like he would never pay it back. With the dimensional source physique, he could even accept high-yield interest loans. If not for worrying about being too conspicuous, he would even borrow money directly from the Dimensional Alliance. How about 100 quadrillion Origin coins? As one of the supreme leaders, this was all she could mobilize at one time. That's plenty enough. Maximus smiled widely. 100 quadrillion would be enough to create 4 million Ether Forge devices. With each device generating 1,000,000 Origin fragments per second, he'd net about 125 quintillion in just a year. When he shared his calculations, Iris's mouth dropped open. She now realized just how ridiculous his physique was. 125 quintillion in profit within a year? That was 1,250 times her investment. Then let's start quickly, let this sister of yours swim in an ocean of Origin coins. Iris imagined beautifully. There is still a problem with labor. Each Ether Forge device would take him a few years to make. Creating 1,000,000 devices would take millions of years. Can't others create the device? It's possible, but they'd need to be peak-level Tier 11 mechanics, alchemists, array masters and, more importantly, they'd need to be at least a master of the stream of knowledge. The first 3 requirements were basic for device creation, while the last was essential for each Ether Forge device to connect to the river of knowledge. His body couldn't handle being connected to millions, or even billions, of devices. Thus, Maximus designed each Ether Forge device to connect to the river of knowledge and access his physique. This is indeed a problem. The Immortal Palace sect had tens of thousands of peak professionals that could be disposed of at will. However, a professional on the path of knowledge? There might not even be one. Do you have a solution? Since Maximus brought it up, he should have already thought of a solution. The Dimensional Origin Library. The Dimensional Origin Library? So, you own that thing? The Dimensional Origin Library had already built quite a reputation. Selling monopolized Tier 10 knowledge even caused quite a commotion back then. If it weren't located in the Void Domain, the lawless land of the virtual realm, it might have already been taken down. As she thought of this, Iris quickly pieced together Maximus's plan. You want to nurture more individuals in the path of knowledge. That's right. With the help of the virtual realm and a bit of investment, I could quickly form an army of workers. Connecting the river of knowledge to the virtual realm had long been part of his plan. Doing it on his own was too slow and inefficient. Using the number 1 platform of the Eon plane to leverage his river of law was a plan he had long thought of. I see. Many masters of law tread this path as well. Even some of the supreme masters of the sects have connected their ocean of law to the virtual realm. Using the virtual realm, not only could a river of law have more exposure, but it could also stimulate its power facing an absolute of law. After discussing his plan in more detail, Maximus quickly proceeded to work. At the same time, Iris mobilized the Immortal Palace sect to gather materials to create the Ether Forge and the Ether Refiner. When Iris heard that the Ether Refiner could automatically refine strands of casualty, she was even more excited about it than the Ether Forge. She was getting weary of refining strands of Calamity manually. If there was a device that could simplify the process, she couldn't be more thrilled. In the Ethereum domain, virtual realm, Maximus contacted Zero. What do you need, Mr. Shadowcrest? Zero asked respectfully. I plan to merge the river of knowledge with the absolute of virtuality. Are you familiar with the terms? Merging with the river of knowledge wasn't simple. It would be like creating an independent server using the power of virtuality. Not only would it cost the virtual realm more energy, but their control over the independent virtual domain would also weaken. To benefit from this, various rules and agreements were necessary. I understand. I'm willing to bear the price, Maximus replied confidently. All the rules and agreements essentially boiled down to one thing: profit. Whether in money or other value, those who wanted to connect to the absolute of virtuality must pay. In the case of the River of Knowledge, Maximus estimated he'd need to pay a few billion origin coins per year as a service fee. Then, let's begin. Using the power of the virtual realm, Zero brought Maximus to the core of virtuality. The absolute of virtuality. Maximus widened his eyes in amazement. From river to ocean, to the absolute of law. The absolute of law was the highest state a law could achieve in a plane. In the past, Maximus had thought the ocean of law was the pinnacle one could reach in the Tier 11 realm. However, after becoming a master of the River of Knowledge, his understanding of the world's strength deepened. Reaching the absolute of law was one of the prerequisites to surpassing the rules of the Aeon plane and reaching the Tier 12 Overlord realm. According to the River of Knowledge, fewer than 30 individuals had reached this state. One from each sect, a few from the Overlord forces, the members of the ruling parliament of the Dimensional Alliance, and some among the scattered forces of the Devourers. Given the right opportunities, these few could ascend to the Overlord realm, becoming pillars dominating parts of the Aeon plane. Understanding the strength at which he now stood, Maximus felt invigorated rather than solemn, eager to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Arriving at the core of virtuality, Zero imparted to him the sequential method to connect to the absolute of virtuality. Are you ready, Mr. Shadowcrest? Let's do this. Chapter 532, Tower of Knowledge. Connecting with the River of Knowledge, Maximus carefully guided it toward the absolute of virtuality. A river of law is a combination of different origin energy born within the Aeon plane, thus, as long as energy was present, it could appear anywhere. Feeling the River of Knowledge wrap around his body, Maximus activated Omniscient mode. This task was crucial. Maximus didn't want to risk trouble due to a careless mistake. Upon entering Omniscient mode, Maximus quickly mastered the merging sequence Zero had given him. These methods functioned like a password, granting temporary access to the absolute of virtuality to connect his River of Knowledge. As he connected to the absolute of virtuality, even with his immortal mind, Maximus felt his head throb, overwhelmed by an enormous flow of information. Reaching the absolute meant that a law would no longer be bound to a plane. Because of this, the River of Knowledge couldn't search, access, or simulate it freely. Feeling as though his mind was about to burst, Maximus hurriedly merged the River of Knowledge with the absolute of virtuality. In the final moments, he made sure to add gaps and nodes as contingencies for any unforeseen events. Although the virtual overlord seemed trustworthy, he didn't want to put his life in someone else's hands. As he connected the River of Knowledge, the absolute of virtuality trembled as if savoring a delicious meal. It's absorbing the information from my River of Law? Maximus frowned, feeling the flow of data being scanned from his River of Knowledge. This is standard protocol, Mr. Shadowcrest. To better simulate your River of Law, the absolute of virtuality must know its inner workings. As for data breaches, there's no need to worry, we take privacy very seriously. Hearing this, Maximus nearly rolled his eyes. Yes, indeed there was no need to worry about others knowing his information. Except for the virtual overlord. This is just another price to pay. Maximus can only sigh. If he wanted to cultivate an army of individuals on his path of knowledge, he'd need to make some sacrifices. Fortunately, Maximus blocked most of the critical information he wanted to keep private before merging. Besides various knowledge spanning the present to the future, he secured all other sensitive data. Being the holder of knowledge, the information he holds is enough to cause chaos if known to others. As the master on the path of knowledge, he can only do his best to keep it protected away from harm. As the River of Knowledge finished merging with the absolute of virtuality, Zero teleported Maximus back to the virtual realm. Virtual realm, here is the contract, along with the protocols and payments you'll need to follow, Zero started. Glancing over the documents, Maximus nodded without hesitation. It was a standard contract he had seen before. The main difference was the price. He needed to pay 9 billion origin coins every year to maintain his River of Knowledge's connection. Furthermore, as it grew stronger, the price would increase accordingly. After signing and paying for his first year, Maximus received the virtual permission to build his virtual domain. In this domain, his authority was second only to the virtual overlord. All rules could be set by him, and various specialized modules available within the virtual realm were accessible. More importantly, the functions of the River of Knowledge could directly take effect here. Thank you for trusting the services of the virtual realm, Zero said after processing a series of agreements. After merging the River of Knowledge into the virtual realm, Maximus promptly began his work. Returning to the Ethereum virtual domain, he assigned it as a virtual link to the River of Knowledge. There was no need to create another virtual domain, which would only take more time. Maximus no longer needed to hide his identity as the owner of the Dimensional Origin Library. He already had enough strength and influence to protect his property. Furthermore, with the Dimensional Origin Library established, this once desolate space previously only visited by those in the Ethereum realm would become livelier. Expanding and rearranging the area, Maximus created a vast clearing in the center. The Tower of Knowledge. Thanks to the system's deductions, the blueprint for the brand new Dimensional Origin Library had long been clear in his mind. Entering omniscient mode, Maximus began to envision the Tower of Knowledge in his mind. From intricate inscriptions, runes, materials, structure, design, arrays, and countless other details, Maximus was meticulous, determined to create the most majestic and perfect tower in the virtual realm. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. Fourth floor. Fifth floor. Each floor took him a minute to complete, ensuring everything was perfect. After a few months, as he reached the 100,000 first floor, the time required for each floor grew longer and longer. 100,000 second floor. 100,000 third floor. 100,000 fourth floor. What started as a minute per floor stretched to 10 minutes, then half an hour, and eventually a few hours. By the time he reached the 160,000 first floor, each floor took days to construct. Finally, after years of intense concentration, the Tower of Knowledge, a flawless architectural marvel he had envisioned, appeared before him. Exiting omniscient mode, fatigue began to take over his mind. Too much work. He didn't even have a chance to admire his masterpiece as his mind throbbed painfully from overstimulation. It seems I'm still too weak to bear the burden of the river of law. With this final thought, Maximus closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. A few months later, after the system had reorganized his mind, Maximus slowly regained consciousness. Revive. Feeling refreshed, Maximus couldn't help but smile. However, recalling his recklessness, he began to reflect on his actions. Creating the Tower of Knowledge in a single sitting and remaining in omniscient mode for years was too reckless. Maximus could only be grateful that his immortal mind had done its job, preventing him from being overwhelmed by the River of Knowledge. Reminding himself to be more cautious in the future, Maximus quickly returned to the Ethereum virtual domain to behold his creation. Ethereum virtual domain, blocked by a barrier of light, the people had no idea a majestic building had been constructed at the center of the Ethereum virtual domain. If they hadn't been informed, the people of the Ethereum realm might have even thought their virtual domain was under attack. Fortunately, with reassurance from their Supreme Emperor, excitement gleamed in their eyes. After returning to the virtual realm, Maximus gazed at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. What a majestic Tower of Knowledge! If this existed in the real world, it might become one of the top 100 architectural wonders in the Dimensional Alliance. Unfortunately, to recreate the Tower of Knowledge, Maximus would need an enormous amount of money, rare materials, extensive manpower, and a special environment with sufficiently stable space. Such a rare marvel would be harder to construct than promoting a dimension to a Tier 12 realm. Fortunately, he was in the virtual realm and held a high creation authority. He only needed to move his mind, and all things would generate automatically. Otherwise, even if he had all the materials, manpower, and a place to build the Tower of Knowledge, it would still take millions of years. Entering the first floor, Maximus felt like he'd entered another world. Each floor of the Tower of Knowledge had a Tier 12 dimensional size space, filled with an illusory flowing river of books containing all the knowledge, techniques, skills, and manuals from across the Eon plane. From ancient to the present, the library stored lost knowledge of antiquity, secret manuals of the most powerful forces, and forbidden techniques of the Devourers. With a simple thought, a group of books relevant to his mental query appeared before him. Convenient, the library wasn't cluttered with shelves of books requiring a long search. Here, all he needed to do was think or utter what he sought, and it would materialize. From tiers 0 to 12, anyone on any floor could access the information they desired. The omniscient search is working perfectly, Maximus praised after testing it a few times. However, considering the potential trouble, Maximus set limitations on the library's search range. For tiers 0 to 10, anyone could access the books as long as they could afford it. For tier 11 knowledge, only tier 11 individuals could search for it. As for tier 12 knowledge, access was restricted solely to masters of the River of Law. Maximus also blocked various secret techniques of the Overlord's forces, top sects, and families. Being only in the tier 10 realm, he knew allowing such secrets to go public would make him a target, even as a primordial candidate. After establishing various restrictions on the omniscient search, Maximus tried to comprehend a book before him, relying solely on his innate comprehension ability. It's so slow. There wasn't much difference between the first floor and the 160,000th floor, except for the intensity of the quality of enlightenment. Derived from the system and amplified by the river of knowledge, the entire library was saturated with pure quality of enlightenment, distilled from purified origin fragments. From the first to the 100,000th floor, there would be an increment of 100-fold comprehension rate every 25,000th floor. From the 100,000th floor to the 160,000th floor, there would be an increment of 100-fold comprehension rate every 10,000th floor. As for the final 1,803 floors, these were private floors reserved exclusively for masters of the ocean of law. These floors allowed direct access to strands of casualty, enabling swift comprehension of any desired knowledge. They were also filled with an unlimited flow of pure origin energy, which could assist in promotion to the Overlord realm. This was his preparation for the future. As he developed more ether forges and ether refiners to produce unlimited origin energy and strands of casualty, these facilities would be essential. Although Maximus was a bit selfish, he understood that the invasion of the dark creatures was not a battle he could face alone. Chapter 533 Tower of Knowledge 2. After checking each and every floor to confirm there were no imperfections or vulnerabilities, Maximus tried another feature of the Tower of Knowledge. Selecting a random individual in the Etherium realm as a subject, Maximus summoned the Spirit of Knowledge. The Spirit of Knowledge is an autonomous entity derived from the innate skill of knowledge creation, combined with the independent analytical ability of his system. Create a suitable Tier 10 skill for this individual, focusing on speed without concern for damage and potential. Estimating deduction time. 30 minutes, cost 3,000 origin coins, proceed, Maximus said, paying the fee. 30 minutes later, a fully customized Tier 10 skill appeared before him. Awesome. Even he was a bit surprised as he reviewed the skill. Although there were many disadvantages because of the way he prompted it, the skill was still a top quality. Of course, this was also because it was based on a skill of the same or even higher rank. The Spirit of Knowledge merely adjusted the skill to suit the physique of the subject he chose. Still unsatisfied, Maximus tested it a few more times, instructing the Spirit of Knowledge to create various potions, mechanical devices, array plates, alchemical items, and more. The Spirit of Knowledge perfectly created everything according to his specifications. Furthermore, this function didn't draw on the working capacity of the River of Knowledge. The 9 streams of knowledge he deduced did not slow down, even with the Spirit of Knowledge handling thousands of tasks. This must be because I'm not deducing new knowledge, Maximus concluded. Everything he prompted was already created and only required slight adjustments for his orders. Meanwhile, the knowledge he was deducing was not only high tier but also something that didn't exist within the River of Knowledge. However, this is enough. This basic deduction should suffice for most individuals who come to the Tower of Knowledge. For those who don't, Maximus adjusted it to prompt error unless it was something interesting that could also help him. Finally, after thoroughly testing the Spirit of Knowledge, Maximus turned his attention to the greatest attraction of the Tower of Knowledge, the knowledge simulation platform. Inside each floor of the library was like a dimension with complete flora and fauna, even various pavilions conducive to studying. But what's more attractive was the floating platforms of identical size and appearance scattered around the sky. Stepping onto one of the platforms, a prompt appeared before him. Welcome to Knowledge Simulation Platform number 515136. Please choose a mode, study mode or battle mode. Study mode. At his command, a long list appeared before him from different professions, environments, materials, etc. Choosing alchemy, the platform was changed into a laboratory suitable for various alchemical experiments. The knowledge simulation platform was derived from the innate ability of the River of Knowledge, omniscient simulation. No matter what he had in mind, the knowledge simulation platform could perfectly simulate according to the rules of the Eon plane. After playing with it for a few hours, Maximus got bored. It's not as smooth as the virtual realm. If it's only about simulation, the absolute virtuality had him beaten up. It could calculate much faster without even needing logic, various parameters, and such. He could even create an ultimate treasure with any function he wanted. Fortunately, the knowledge simulation platform still had some advantages in detail. The simulator could easily see the back end of their simulation, from how each material reacted to how the law interfered in the process. Satisfied with the function, Maximus returned to the menu, turning the battle mode. Please select the privacy status, personal or public, private. At his command, the platform was quickly surrounded by a barrier of light. Please think of an opponent, the Master of the River of Swords, the Sword Immortal Master, Vos, Maximus said after a pause. Vos, the Sword Immortal Master, was the ruler of the Sword Immortal Realm, a Tier 12 dimension closest to the Etherium realm. Eager to test his neighbor's strength, Maximus felt a little interested. Select the environment, random. Generating battlefield. Soon, The platform expanded and transformed into a forest, creating a serene battleground. On the other side, Voss, the Sword Immortal Master, materialized. Fight. As the signal rang, Voss swiftly brandished his sword, slicing through the void. Under pressure from the attack, Maximus felt trapped. No matter how he turned, the sword energy locked onto him. Entering his omniscient mode, Maximus finally notices the sword will trailing him like a shadow. In a split second since Voss's attack, Maximus managed to turn aside and dodge. Strong. This Sword Immortal Master seemed stronger than Cares, the master of the River of Soul Light. Using a 10,000-fold origin explosion, Maximus continued to dodge, studying Voss's moves. Watching closely, Maximus was filled with admiration. Each of Voss's attacks reached a transcendent level. Furthermore, as Maximus escalated his power, Voss remained calm, steadily matching his strength. Even in omniscient mode, with insight into Voss's every move, thought, and intent, Maximus couldn't gain an advantage. Voss's attacks were direct slashes, swipes, parries, stabs, but each simple move was executed with flawless precision, leaving no exploitable weaknesses. Facing such a master, Maximus grinned and fought using his skills. Eventually, at 100,000-fold magnitude of power, and with his body beginning to crack, Maximus defeated Voss fairly. Close. Exiting the battle simulation mode, Maximus took a deep breath, savoring the thrill of battle. This Voss seemed a bit too powerful for his realm. Even most of the primordial candidates he had fought weren't as strong as he was. Furthermore, Voss didn't rely on any treasures besides his Tier 12, ultimate-level sword. Voss fought him with pure skill, making Maximus feel like he was facing a true master. This battle simulation is quite enjoyable. Derived from the omniscient simulation and the projection abilities of the virtual realm, the battle felt more vivid and intense. Although he could also simulate battles in his mind, it didn't offer the same enjoyment. Closing his eyes, Maximus began to replay the battle, memorizing every move and skill Voss used. After a while, a smile appeared on his lips. It's quite impressive. Besides the River of Law-specific skill, Maximus copied all of Voss's sword techniques to the level of transcendence. Though the River of Knowledge didn't provide offensive power, it gave him the ability to master anything. Feeling satisfied with his harvest, Maximus selected another opponent, the master of the River of Killing Fists, Nero, one of Max's mentors from the Azura sect. Diving into another battle, Maximus anticipated another thrilling fight. However, shortly after, he lay in a daze, contemplating whether he had become too arrogant. I lost. That's right, he lost to a master of the River of Law he thought he could be unbeatable against. This master of the River of Killing Fists, Nero, was a beast. With the ultimate mastery of fist techniques, Nero beat him so thoroughly that Maximus began to doubt his abilities. Even at 100,000 times the magnitude of his power, Nero could still face him head-on. Going further, his body collapsed before he could defeat Nero. What an Azura sect! It truly deserves its place as the #1 sect in the Dimensional Alliance. Maximus had heard from Max that Nero could even contend with a master of the Ocean of Law using only his body and fist. Initially, he thought it was only a rumor, but after experiencing it firsthand, Maximus could only conclude that Nero was truly a beast. Testing more masters of the River of Law, Maximus began to rein in his growing arrogance, realizing he couldn't defeat everyone with his current power. Due to his lower tier and the fact that the River of Knowledge lacked offensive capability, Maximus only achieved a few narrow victories, often resulting in ties where both he and his opponent fell simultaneously. Others, like Nero, pummeled him to the ground, reminding him there are always higher mountains to climb. Feeling exhausted and bored, Maximus decided to simulate Iris as his opponent. As the creator of this virtual space, Maximus could control how the virtual projections acted. Even indecent acts if he willed it, nothing could prevent him. Amused by his clever idea, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Generating the battlefield, urban city, as he observed the calm scenery, Maximus's smile widened. However, as Iris's form was being generated, he suddenly felt a cold chill. With the simulated battlefield shaking and cracking, Maximus only felt a piercing gaze before he instantly died. In a daze, his heart started racing as though he encountered a nightmare. What was that? Just one gaze and he was dead. The fight hadn't even begun, Iris was still in the process of being generated. Could it be that I can't simulate masters of the Ocean of Law? Testing his theory, he simulated another master he knew, Akuji, the master of the Ocean of Souls. The moment the fight began, Maximus quickly paused the simulation. Staring at the frozen projection before him, he saw he could perfectly simulate a master of the Ocean of Law. After a few more tests, Maximus reached a conclusion. Although he could simulate a master of the Ocean of Law, there were limits. Those close to breaking through the absolute laws seemed to evade his gaze and could kill him before their forms were fully generated. From Iris to the hidden masters of the top sects and even the devourers, he was torn to pieces before he could react. Remembering the pain, Maximus felt a shiver down his spine. The strands of Calamity were drained as well. The strands of Calamity he had invested in the Tower of Knowledge were depleted after just a few simulations. It seems I can't simulate a master of the Ocean of Law carelessly. Hundreds of millions of strands of Calamity were drained in just a few simulations. Rising to his feet, Maximus took one last look around the Tower of Knowledge, calibrating subtle details before the opening. Chapter 534, Spirit of Knowledge in the Void Domain. The famous Dimensional Origin Library was closing. Outside, various individuals who saw the announcement were shocked. What happened? Why is the library closing? Did the library finally succumb to those forces? Damn, and here I was, thinking I could finally access Tier 10 knowledge without those stringent clauses. Sad and devastated, the group of individuals almost rioted upon hearing the library was about to close. Although the Dimensional Origin Library cost much more than most libraries, it had a complete array of knowledge, filled with transcendent insights and high-tier techniques that were monopolized. The ones angry the most about the Dimensional Origin Library closing were the Devourer, the wanted convicts of the Dimensional Alliance. The Dimensional Origin Library was like their holy place. No matter their identity or status, the library treated them fairly. As quoted by the owner, Magnus, before knowledge, everything is insignificant. More importantly, those enlightenment rooms. These rooms were like a panacea that could help them master the river of laws. Although super expensive, they provided a clear path to their future. Just when the crowd was about to explode from anger, an Arcanum scholar, a staff member of the library, came out. Please calm down, gentlemen. We are not closing but merely relocating. Huh? Is that it? You should have said so earlier. What a waste of my feelings. Damn, there better be a discount for the inconvenience. Because the Dimensional Origin Library closed without any announcement, they thought it was over. It seemed they were just overthinking. Where is it? Can we still get in? A devourer asked. Due to their wanted status, they couldn't access most of the virtual domains in the virtual realm. Don't worry, folks. The Dimensional Origin Library will open in a private domain of our master, with no restrictions on entry regardless of strength or status. Then where is it? Where will it be? In the Ethereum virtual domain. It will open a month later. A month later, in the Ethereum virtual domain, Gustavo, a Tier 10 potioneering alchemist, looked around the place, confirming if this was where the Dimensional Origin Library was. Seeing a tower piercing the sky, he confirmed he was in the right place. In the month since the library's closure, an earthquake no less than a major war between two Tier 12 dimensions had occurred. The Dimensional Origin Library had relocated to a private virtual domain. For most individuals, this move didn't mean much besides teleporting to another virtual domain, wasting some time and money. However, for most forces, opening in a private domain was akin to declaring a public identity. Especially the Dimensional Origin Library, whose ownership had long been a mystery. From breaching various patents and copyrights, selling monopolized knowledge, to becoming one of the top knowledge hotspots in the virtual realm, many were curious about who or what force controlled the library. A month ago, hearing that the Dimensional Origin Library had relocated to the Ethereum virtual domain caused a wave of shock. The Shadow Crest family, a rising family said to be one among the top in the future, was revealed to be behind the Dimensional Origin Library. Although many expected they would rise sooner or later, they didn't expect it to be this early. Forget about the Dimensional Origin Library, which was causing a commotion, they were more shocked that Maximus was already a master of the River of Law. A private server is different from a dimensional server. A dimensional server could be opened as long as one was a dimensional master. However, to open a private server, one needed to become a master of law. Using their various sources, they discovered that the primordial candidate Maximus Shadowcrest had become a master of the River of Knowledge at just the Tier 10 realm. This was more shocking than learning that he was behind the Dimensional Origin Library. Becoming a master of the River of Law at such an early Tier 10 realm was unprecedented in the history of the Dimensional Alliance. Even Paragon, hailed as the #1 prodigy before Maximus, was still struggling on the edge of the River of Law. Such monstrous talent and potential made them temporarily forget the atrocities of the Dimensional Origin Library for its rampant piracy. As Gustavo navigated the Ethereum virtual domain, he finally arrived at the Dimensional Origin Library. Seeing the massive crowd entering and curious about the building, Gustavo quickly made his way inside. Welcome to the Tower of Knowledge. Which floor would you like to go to? Floor? What's the price for different floors? What level of knowledge can I access? Gustavo asked with interest. The tower has 161,803 floors. Each floor offers a corresponding amplification to comprehension. The access to knowledge is the same on each floor. Prices can be browsed through the catalog. First floor, 100 dimensional coins per day 2nd floor, 200 dimensional coins per day 3rd floor, 300 dimensional coins per day, take me to the 100,000 1st floor, Gustavo said, paying 100 origin coins. Being a regular customer of the Dimensional Origin Library, he knew its usual tricks. The more money you spent, the more conducive it was to learning. As soon as Gustavo was teleported to the floor, he felt his mind become unprecedentedly clear, like a god who knew everything in the world. This amazing. Gustavo felt his comprehension suddenly shoot up 100-fold. All haziness and confusion in his mind seemed to dissolve, with answers coming one after another. Engulfed in the feeling, he couldn't help but sit down and sort through his thoughts. A day later, a notification broke his concentration. Your stay in the library will end in 1 minute. Please pay before the due date or leave the premises. A day has already passed. He felt like only a few minutes had gone by. However, feeling the knowledge in his mind almost sorted, he knew the time had indeed passed. Paying 1,000 origin coins to extend his stay for 10 days, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. 1,000 origin coins. For a tier 10 weakling like him, this was already an enormous wealth spanning a few generations. Spending it all at once made him quickly regret his impulsive decision. However, it's worth it. Just staying here is worth the investment, he hypnotized himself to avoid regretting his action. 100-fold comprehension rate didn't just make his understanding 100 times faster but also 100 times clearer and more logical. A bottleneck he had been struggling, an incomprehensible piece of knowledge, a problem he had been pondering could all be solved in a few minutes. Staying in such a place would be like having the wisdom of God knowing anything and everything. As expected of the river of knowledge. Is this what it feels like to be on the path of knowledge? No, the path of knowledge is not suitable for me. He hurriedly shook his head. The path of knowledge didn't offer any combat ability. To save his dimension from oppression, he needed to develop powerful combat abilities. Remembering what he came here for, Gustavo looked around, searching for books. Huh? Where do I find them? Around him was a vast, empty space. Because he was on a higher floor and the library had just opened, no one was in sight. There was also no librarian he could ask about finding the book he wanted. Mr. Gustavo, you need not worry. Simply call out the name of the knowledge you seek, and it will appear before you. Who are you? How do you know my name? Gustavo frowned. In the virtual realm, his name was Gust, a lone potion-making alchemist. To hide from his enemies, Gustavo didn't dare to use his real name. I am the spirit of knowledge, the guiding spirit of this library. I am the embodiment of knowledge itself. Knowing your name is only natural, is that so? Gustavo squinted, staying alert. After a few moments of silence, contemplating his situation, Gustavo could only sigh. What could he do? He had already paid, and even if he were allowed to leave, there was no way he would waste the 1,000 origin coins he had just spent. Since you can bring me anything I want, bring all the tier 10 awakening potion recipes. With his request, a sea of books flew around him. Is this all the tier 10 awakening potion recipes? Gustavo gulped. Even with 100-fold comprehension, reading all these books would take him thousands of years. Could you filter it? Yes, then. Soon, Gustavo racked his brain, trying to filter the tier 10 awakening potion recipes into a manageable selection. After several minutes of struggle, thinking of all the possible keywords to narrow the books, Gustavo finally slumped. Despite his hard work, millions of books were still floating around him. Please ask a more specific question. For example, what purpose does the potion serve? The spirit of knowledge suggested. A more specific question? Gustavo sighed. It wasn't that he couldn't, but he didn't dare. Although he didn't know how this spirit knew his name, he was wary of divulging more information. Gustavo, the dimensional master of the crystal blue dimension, affiliation, none, opposition, crystal gnome civilization, you. How do you know? I am the embodiment of the river of knowledge. Whether it be the past or the present, all information in the Eon plane can be known by me. Chapter 535, Potential Knowledge Seekers. Do you really know everything? Gustavo asked in dazed. Yes, however, the Dimensional Origin Library only divulges knowledge, not personal information. I see. The spirit of knowledge seemed to sense his thoughts and anticipate his actions. Knowing everything in the Eon plane, the path of knowledge was becoming more tempting. Since the spirit of knowledge knew everything about him, Gustavo no longer hid what he wanted. Give me a tier 10 awakening potion using mostly the local materials of the crystal blue realm. Soon, out of the millions of books before him, only 2 remained. Crystal awakening potion. Opening the book, he was prompted to pay 15 origin coins before he could browse its contents. This. Gritting his teeth, Gustavo reluctantly paid for the knowledge. A few hours later, after reading the recipe, he couldn't help but frown. Although most of the materials for the potion could indeed be found locally, there were still key ingredients that could only be bought from the Dimensional Alliance. Looking at the other book, which bore a title unrelated to his dimension, he knew it wouldn't be any better. "Don't you have any recipe that only uses the local materials of the Crystal Blue Realm?" Gustavo asked helplessly, not expecting an answer. "There is none." "Do you want to deduce it?" "What you can deduce knowledge?" "Yes, as the embodiment of knowledge, deduction is one of my capabilities." Hearing the response, Gustavo nearly cursed out loud. Since the spirit of knowledge had such a function, why didn't it say so from the start? Not only had he wasted 15 origin coins, but also precious time in the Tower of Knowledge. Then deduce one. Since you're so powerful, why not deduce something that could easily be made by a mortal using only the common materials of the Crystal Blue Realm, with a 100% probability of helping a Tier 9 individual advance? Gustavo asked absurdly. This would cost 122 trillion origin coins. Do you proceed? What? How much? Can you do it? Initially, he was only joking. He didn't expect the spirit of knowledge could actually do it. But looking at the price, it was equally absurd. 122 trillion? Why not just buy the Blue Crystal Realm? It should only cost a few trillion origin coins. Ahem, just create a normal Tier 10 awakening potion using Crystal Blue Realm local materials. Gustavo relented. He didn't have much money left, he couldn't be picky and add various prerequisites. This would cost 125 origin coins. Do you proceed? Proceed. Taking out his money, he looked at the 20-minute countdown before him. Meanwhile, in another part of the library, Henry, a Tier 10 master forger, was using the knowledge simulation platform to forge a top Tier 10 hammer. After a few hours of work, Henry looked at his creation with satisfaction. Perfect? This simulation is a one-to-one match with reality, Henry praised. Now for the good part. Instructing the spirit of knowledge, he examined the back-end data of the hammer he had forged. From the changes influenced by the hammer and the pressure created by the materials to the influence of law, Henry was immersed in his work like a madman. Ha ha ha. So that's it. I've been using the wrong sequence of materials, my technique is too rigid, and the influence of law was missing. Hailed as the most talented forger in his dimension, Henry had hoped to make a splash in the Dimensional Alliance. However, as he began his journey, he encountered obstacle after obstacle, becoming mediocre like many others. Initially, he thought it was because he lacked talent. Now, seeing his mistakes and areas for improvement, his mind opened to a new world. He was not mediocre, he was simply poor and lacked access to exquisite materials and top-notch masters. If all forgers started on equal footing, Henry was confident he wouldn't be any worse than those at the top. This Tower of Knowledge. What a treasure. In another knowledge simulation platform, a fighting maniac was being beaten black and blue by his simulated enemy. No, I must persevere. With sheer will, the man, Atlas, fought several more rounds before being defeated. Still lost. Lying on the ground, Atlas couldn't help but sigh. Initially, Atlas was the lowest kind of cultivator wandering in the immortal realm. However, after finding the cultivation manual, Unrivaled Will, in the Dimensional Origin Library, Atlas's rise became unstoppable. Even with his incomprehensibly poor comprehension, he rose from nothing to a top devourer, wanted by the Dimensional Alliance. Wandering in the void, hiding from his enemies, and enduring torture beyond anyone can bear, the unranked manual he'd bought in the past had now reached the ultimate level. Grateful for his achievements and strength, Atlas saw the Dimensional Origin Library as his hope and refuge. Testing the battle mode of the knowledge simulation platform, Atlas was amazed. The realism was incomparable to any virtual simulation he'd experienced before. From thoughts, intentions, will, even moves and techniques he didn't know his enemy possessed appeared one after another. Although he died hundreds of times and spent thousands of origin coins on the simulations, he felt that if he faced his pursuer again, he would have a high chance of victory. Looking at his pockets filled with millions of origin coins from his exploits, Atlas continued simulating his hated enemy. Soon, it will be my turn to hunt you. Meanwhile, on the 160,000th floor, Valentine was growing irritated as she watched the long countdown presented by the Spirit of Knowledge. Hey, can this go any faster? I can pay extra if needed. Sister, be patient. You're deducing a Tier 11 peak alchemy weapon, taking a few days is already fast enough, Nola, her older sister, advised. But why is yours only taking a few hours? I'm just deducing an alternative array, not a full-fledged alchemy weapon. Nola rolled her eyes. The two were the twin rising prodigies of the Fritz family, one of the top families in the Dimensional Alliance. Curious about the Shadowcrest family often touted by the elders, the two were sent to investigate the Tower of Knowledge. TSK, this library is so expensive yet so inefficient. The floor they occupied was the highest accessible one in the Tower of Knowledge, costing 1,000,000 origin coins per day. Spending several days to deduce knowledge was not only a waste of time but also money. Then you can go to the lower floors, it only costs a few dimensional coins. Go down? Humphrey. Staying with those lowlives would tarnish the name of the Fritz family, Valentine muttered in disgust. Valentine, you should fix your attitude. If someone from the Shadow Crest family saw that expression, the marriage alliance the elders were about to propose could fall apart. So what? We're one of the top families. Do we really need to stoop to a marriage alliance? Valentine snapped, looking at her sister in anger. We can't do anything about it. Although we're considered rising stars, for a top family, we're just another generation of perfect collateral. Nola sighed, shaking her head. The rise of the Shadow Crest family had been too sudden and powerful. With many forces eager to support them in their early stages, the Fritz family didn't hold back, presenting their finest treasures. Especially recently, as a massive turmoil was brewing in the Aeon Plane, the Fritz family knew that aligning with the Shadow Crest family would secure a powerful ally. Being one of the primordial candidates and the strongest of them all, having the Shadow Crests on their side would be a powerful pillar. Understanding the importance of the alliance, they had no choice but to follow orders. Anyway, I'd rather die than marry into that family. Valentine muttered rebelliously. Hey, it's not even certain the Shadow Crest family would agree to the marriage alliance. Don't be so dramatic. Not certain? Humphrey. They'd have to be blind to reject a beauty like me. Valentine said, despite her true feelings. We can only wait. On the highest floor of the Tower of Knowledge, Maximus looked at the multiple projections before him. You found 5 people suitable for the Path of Knowledge? Maximus murmured in surprise. Although anyone could embark on the Path of Knowledge, Maximus didn't want to select just anyone. First, they needed to have a supreme grade ultimate physique, second, a high affinity for the Path of Knowledge, and finally, an unwavering loyalty that could be nurtured. The first condition alone filtered out most people in the Aeon Plane. A supreme grade ultimate physique was second only to an origin grade physique. Heroic, mythic, supreme, and origin, having such talent virtually guaranteed mastery of the River of Law, with a high chance of progressing to the Ocean of Law. As for affinity for knowledge, they needed to be enterprising, always seeking a more logical and comprehensive understanding. Lastly, loyalty, a loyalty that would obey him, not a tiger waiting to bite off his fingers. Maximus planned to cultivate an army, not create enemies who would stab him in the back. Looking at the profiles of the 5 individuals, a wide smile appeared on his face. Huh? The Fritz family? These two. Chapter 536, Son of a Plane. Hearing the conversation between Valentine and Nora, an incomprehensible expression appeared on Maximus's face. The Fritz family. As far as he knew, the Fritz family was ranked bottom among the top families. Engaging in a marriage alliance should be a measure to strengthen their influence and bet on their rise to power. Even knowing their intention, Maximus was somewhat interested. Sam and Luke were the only ones of his sons who hadn't married yet. If he left it alone and let nature take its course, they might remain single for eternity. Looking at Nora and Valentine, Maximus also approved of their talent. With a natural affinity for the Path of Knowledge and supreme grade physiques, these two were more talented than his children. As for Valentine's arrogant attitude, it wasn't too bad, considering where she grew up. Could this be the reason these two passed the criteria I've set? Loyalty was the most challenging condition he had required. Though it was easy to find loyalty in those with weaker strength and willpower, the first 2 conditions he set were like iron walls. The first was an affinity for the Path of Knowledge. With minds constantly seeking the most logical and reasonable paths, how could they easily follow orders? The second was potential, regardless of status or standing. Those with such high talent tended to see themselves as supreme, beneath no one. Being chosen by the Spirit of Knowledge proved that these 2 sisters had a high chance of getting into their family and, thus, loyal to him. Interesting. Maximus decided that if his sons didn't directly disagree, he could proceed with this marriage alliance. Furthermore, although the Fritz family ranked lower among the top families, they were still one of them. Possessing most of the mining rights in the Aeon Plane, they were veritable giants in raw materials, which he just needed to create the ether devices. Next, Maximus turned his attention to the other 3 individuals the Spirit of Knowledge chose. Gustavo. Not bad. Looking at Gustavo's talent and loyalty to his people, Maximus couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Having such an intelligent and loyal subordinate, Maximus couldn't ask for more. As for the other one, Henry, Maximus also had no complaints. Although Henry possessed an innate arrogance that couldn't be erased, he was very talented in the art of forging and had a high affinity to the Path of Knowledge. For arrogant individuals like this, loyalty could easily be achieved by either being stronger than them or providing enough benefits. Finally, Turning his attention to Atlas, his eyes widened in shock. Origin grade physique? That's right, Atlas, an unknown wanderer wanted by the Dimensional Alliance, possessed an origin grade physique like him. I didn't expect there would be more of us. Because the quality of the Eon plane protected all those with origin grade physiques, he couldn't use omniscient search to locate them specifically. Though shocked, he couldn't help but frown, wondering how such a talented individual could have the potential to be loyal to him. The unrivaled will? What a masochistic maniac. As the creator of the manual, Maximus quickly recognized its signature even without the help of the River of Knowledge. Did it advance to an ultimate manual? It seemed this broken skill he had developed in the past had undergone massive changes, radiating the aura of an ultimate level manual. Maximus couldn't imagine the pain one had to endure to achieve such a feat. The advancement path of the manual he had created followed a simple rule: the more pain, the more gain. This upward progression had no limit. As long as one could endure, they could theoretically reach the Tier 12 realm in a single day. Of course, achieving such a feat was impossible. The pain radiated by this manual was not only physical. A mortal would die before they could even reach the next realm. Furthermore, this pain couldn't be blocked by any external means. Whether through skills, treasures, or special physiques, as long as the pain lessened, the effect would do the same. Thinking in disbelief, he wondered again why the Spirit of Knowledge chose Atlas as one of the potential knowledge seekers. If even the insurmountable pain was useless, nothing could bind an individual of such will. As for the sense of admiration and gratitude for the manual he created, it was nothing but superficial. When it came to life or self-interest, Maximus was sure anyone would yield to reality. Then why? Suddenly, he thought about the situation with Valentine and Nora. With that thought, a dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. Should I end this one? Before he could make a decision, the River of Knowledge suddenly throbbed as a flow of information appeared in his mind. The son of the plane? Is the Eon plane becoming desperate? A son of a plane was akin to a son of luck or an incarnation of the plane. Born from the embodiment of the plane's power and laws, they were the perfect beings, a warrior that represented the face of the plane. However, to conceive such a warrior, the Eon plane needs to consume enormous energy that could make a plane progress stagnant in the coming trillions of epochs. Going to such a measure means the Eon plane would rather stunt its growth than face demise. TSK, I'll let you live a little longer. Maximus wasn't holding back out of concern for the Eon plane or fear of backlash. It was because the River of Knowledge reminded him that Atlas held a key that could help him break free from the Eon plane. Though the ultimate manual could eventually allow him to reach such heights, the challenges and time were something he would rather not face. Calming himself, he instructed the Spirit of Knowledge to keep a close watch on these potential seekers of knowledge. Maximus had more pressing matters to attend to before he could use these individuals. Opening his panel, he considered his next course of action. Family and Power System, Host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Physique, Dimensional Source, Rank 12, 3 trillion, 600 billion out of 100 quintillion, Quality Points, 990 billion, Quality Points, Corrupted, 8 trillion, 900 billion, Knowledge Creation River of Knowledge Advancement Analysis, 905 years Ethereum Realm Reinforcement, 24,910 years Tier 11 Origin Manual, 239,930 years The Rune of Maxim Security Measure, 950,000 years Seal of Truth Merging Analysis, 1.9 million years Amalgamation of Will Advancement Path, 6.9 million years System Creation Technology, 10.25 million years World Tree Advancement Path, 79.9 million years Dimensional Merging Analysis, 107 million years. It's time to create the Tier 11 Origin Manual. Thanks to Iris sponsoring a trillion strands of casualty, Maximus was no longer short on energy. With 240,000 years of countdown on the panel, it would only take Maximus about 130 billion quality points and just over 11 years to create the manual. There's also the virtual tower, Maximus suddenly remembered. Aside from their physiques, all his family members had already reached the peak of their current realm. Taking the Tier 10 virtual trial should yield decent rewards. Even Maximus was eager to attempt the trial. Perhaps he could obtain 2 to 3 more ultimate treasures this time or other rewards that would aid his development. With this in mind, Maximus informed his family to prepare to sweep the wealth of the Dimensional Alliance. Since they had the strength, why hold back? As for being too conspicuous, Maximus didn't have much worry. He was no longer who he once was. Although he couldn't yet defeat the powerful masters of the River of Law, let alone the Master of the Ocean of Law, Masters of the Absolute Law, or the Overlords, he still had the ability to protect himself from harm. From his status as one of the primordial candidates, alliances with top sects and families, and unique physique, no one would dare to directly attack him in the territory of the Dimensional Alliance. Especially as the bearer of the dimensional source, his importance surpasses that of Atlas, the son of the plane. If Atlas was the key beyond the plane, then Maximus was the key to its treasure trove. Perhaps those overlords would be more cautious than he was, discreetly protecting him from the shadows. Proceeding with his plan, Maximus first accelerated the deduction of River of Knowledge advancement analysis. Meanwhile, the Tower of Knowledge continued to cause an uproar. After the initial shock, the top forces began investigating the Tower of Knowledge. From its profits, utilization, and significance to its advantages and disadvantages. Reviewing the data, a look of horror crossed their faces. How can this be possible? 1,000-fold comprehension enhancement ability? How could a mere River of Law have such a large-scale ability? Usually, only the master of the River of Law could benefit from such enhancement, yet the Tower of Knowledge defied this logic. As long as one had the funds, anyone could enjoy this comprehension boost on the 160,000th floor of the Tower of Knowledge. That's not the worst of it. Look at this. Isn't this book your precious secret cultivation manual? It's only 12,000 origin here. What? How dare the Shadow Crest family? This is a family heirloom. How can it be sold publicly? Seeing their secret skills, techniques, and manuals exposed to the world, the investigators from the top families were furious. Turning to check if any secret depository from the top sects were leaked, they couldn't hide their disappointment. Why isn't there a single secret technique from the top sects? What a massive coward. Hey, I'd call that responsible. Chapter 537, The Convergence of the Supremes. Soon after trying the repertoire of books, they explored the other features of the Tower of Knowledge. From the Spirit of Knowledge, which could deduce tailored techniques, to the Knowledge Simulator, capable of simulating everything in the Eon plane, and the Battle Mode Simulation, which could simulate any figure they had in mind. Trying each ability one by one, the anger they initially felt stemming from the tower ripping off their family's secret manual soon turned to astonishment and thoughts of endless possibilities. Just the benefit of having the perfect cultivation manual, tailored specifically for them, sparked endless reverie. Then, there was the 1,000-fold comprehension enhancement. This ability could potentially mass-produce masters of the River of Law, like a factory. Finally, they experienced the true horror of the knowledge simulation platform battle mode. Being able to perfectly simulate an individual's abilities and skills without limits was a nightmare. The top-tier virtual simulations in the virtual realm only dared simulate publicly available knowledge, and only with the consent of the individual. Yet this knowledge simulation platform seemed unafraid of anything, simulating anyone it wished. Although it was currently limited to Tier 11 individuals without the power of the River of Law, they knew its capabilities goes far beyond. Forget about the theft of their secret manuals. If this simulation platform could even simulate themselves, it would cause a devastating war. Enemies from the past, gauging each other's strengths, might directly clash. The fake fronts others put up would be directly exposed. The rankings of the top families, based on various parameters, would be reshuffled. Forces who had enough strength could directly attack their enemies knowing they could win. Such an apocalypse was not something they wanted to happen at a time like this. We must reach cooperation with the Shadow Crest family. Having gathered all the information they sought, they hurried back to their respective territories to report to their superiors. Meanwhile, atop the Tower of Knowledge, Maximus finished deducing the River of Knowledge advancement analysis. So, that's it. To accelerate the advancement of the River of Knowledge, it all came down to one thing: energy. Whether it was origin energy, strands of casualty, or the energy provided by the Seekers of Knowledge, all of it could be used to promote the River of Knowledge. Among the three, the fastest source of energy for promoting the River of Knowledge was the energy provided by the Seekers of Knowledge. Origin energy and strands of casualty would still need to be processed, which would take longer and result in greater energy loss. On the other hand, the energy provided by the Seekers of Knowledge acted like fertilizer, directly stimulating the growth of the River of Knowledge. Based on the analysis deduced by his innate ability, knowledge creation, a method was presented to harness this energy without anyone needing to tread the path of knowledge. The combination of the Tower of Knowledge and the system. Usually, only those who had mastered at least 10% of the path of knowledge could provide tangible energy. However, because of the system, Maximus could utilize even the smallest amount of energy emitted by those studying. The system allowed him to micro-control these tiny pulses of energy, gather them together into a tangible enough size, and feed them back to the River of Knowledge. Unfortunately, due to the system's range, he could only gather energy from a limited radius. This is enough. Maximus was not overly concerned and felt satisfied. With the amplification of the virtual realm, the entire Ethereum virtual domain now fell within his range. With everyone studying in the Tower of Knowledge, the River of Knowledge might advance to the ocean level before Maximus even reached the Tier 11 realm. Although it might seem like the River of Knowledge was only 10% away from becoming an ocean of law, it wasn't that simple. The 90% progress of the River of Knowledge was the accumulation of trillions of epochs and the contribution of countless other seekers of knowledge. Maximus had only gotten a bargain, finding it already on the verge of promotion. Knowing how to speed up the promotion of the River of Knowledge, Maximus began configuring a program within his system. Having mastered 100% of the system, although he couldn't create one yet, configuring a specific program within its ability was easy. While doing so, Maximus didn't forget to use Calamity points to accelerate the deduction of the Tier 11 Origin Manual. A few months later, as Maximus was configuring a system program, he suddenly received a notification. "The supreme leaders of the Trop families and sects want to see me?" Maximus muttered in shock. Sensing the oppressive force subtly lingering in the atmosphere, Maximus's expression grew solemn. More than 20 masters of the Ocean of Law had gathered in one place. If they hadn't restrained their auras, this virtual domain would have been reduced to shambles. Take them to the lounge area at the top of the Tower of Knowledge. Make sure to diffuse the unlimited supply of origin energy, Maximus hurriedly ordered the Spirit of Knowledge. Maximus had long anticipated this day before he opened the Tower of Knowledge. What he hadn't expected was that the current leaders of these top forces would come to him directly. Meditating for a while, Maximus entered omniscient mode, preparing for the coming discussion. Is this the highest floor? How come it's no different from the 160,000th floor? Lucas, the current head of the Montgomery family, muttered. The others also scrutinized the area, searching for differences. However, besides being more private and having stronger spatial barriers, there wasn't much else different. The functions of this floor seemed to be disabled, Noyamr, the supreme leader of the Eternal Sect, concluded. Interesting. What abilities do you think this floor has? Umr, the supreme leader of the Alchemy Alliance, muttered, intrigued. As they speculated about the hidden features of the floor, Maximus arrived. Maximus Shadow Crest, one of the supreme powerhouses called as all eyes in the room turned toward him. Feeling their scrutinizing gazes, Maximus remained calm, meeting their looks steadily. As he glanced around, he recognized a few familiar faces and felt a bit surprised. Otto, alongside his mother, also looked at Maximus with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that his friend, Magnus, was the famous supreme primordial candidate, Maximus. Otto had suspected it might be the case when he sensed a familiar aura during a meeting tens of thousands of years ago, but he'd thought it was merely his imagination. Looking at Maximus, Otto could only smile, nodding at him. Seeing this, Maximus wasn't pretentious and nodded back. The help of Otto and the Sterling family had been irreplaceable. No matter what his status might be, he would always be grateful. The first Supreme Witch, Silvara, also gave him a smile filled with amazement and pride. Since forming a marriage alliance with the Shadow Crest family, the Elfhound family has experienced a resurgence. Sharing in the glory of a primordial candidate, they began to leverage their status to gain more benefits and cooperation. Especially with the top sex, the Elfhound family had secured more business cooperation and exchanges, enjoying a prosperous time. Seeing Maximus's strength increase again after only tens of thousands of years, she couldn't help but feel excited for the future. After greeting Otto and Silvara, Maximus was met by Malgren, who pulled him into a hug. Long time no see, Maximus. As expected of you. In just tens of thousands of years, you've become the strongest Tier 10 individual in the Eon Plane. Malgren laughed, happy to meet his old friend. Although Malgren had already regained his identity and strength, his memories of the Etherium realm remained the clearest. If he hadn't been busy with other matters, he might have already visited the Etherium realm himself. You're not bad either, you're still stronger than me. Maximus muttered with a sigh. Malgren's strength had already reached the Tier 11 realm, mastering the River of Killing. The path of killing, the symbolic path of the Ashura sect, was owned by none other than Malgren. In the Plane War trillions of epochs ago, Malgren was even known as the Little Ashura, the god of killing. As for the true Ashura, that title belonged to the Ashura sect's founder, who was the master of the Absolute of Chaos. I still haven't regained my full strength, but I'm sure we could still have a hearty battle, Malgren said in excitement. Later, Maximus excused himself. In truth, Maximus had already tried fighting Malgren in the simulation platform, only to be swatted away like a fly. Malgren was already a master of the Ocean of Law, just in the process of regaining his control, thus, his power currently operated at the level of the River of Law. Then I'll wait, Malgren laughed, settling back into his seat. Reminiscing with his old friend, Maximus consciously walked over to stand beside Iris. In this small conference room, filled with masters of the Ocean of Law, he could only feel safe at her side. Perhaps sensing his worry, Iris took his hand. Don't worry, I'm here. Chapter 538, Three Little Overlords. Seeing Iris, the most beautiful and one of the strongest women in the Eon Plane, boldly hold Maximus's hand, they were shocked. Although they knew the Immortal Palace sect and the Shadow Crest family had a close connection, they didn't expect such a relationship to be involved. Thinking of the silent acknowledgement of the Sterling family and Elfaun family toward Maximus, along with Malgren's frankness and joviality, the top leaders of the families and sects became solemn. They had thought they would have an easy discussion, easily obtaining Maximus's cooperation without much cost. However, seeing his influence, they knew things wouldn't be so simple. Seeing the leaders become more serious, Maximus couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed he would get more from this deal than he initially thought. "I'm sure you know my name, but please let me reintroduce myself. I'm Maximus Shadowcrest, one of the primordial candidates, the master of the River of Knowledge, and the owner of this tower." Following Maximus's example, the others began to introduce themselves one by one. From each of the top sects, the Ashura sect, Immortal Palace sect, Eternal sect, Divine sect, Mercenary Alliance, Primordial Beast Alliance, Celestial God Alliance, Alchemy Alliance, and Mechanical Alliance. From each of the top families, the Sterling, Montgomery, Elfaun, Midger, Fritz, Eldver, Farnir, Aurelian, Alfara, Nexus, Dawnmarch, and Unfer families. Since the introductions are done, let's cut to the chase. How much do you want for exclusive use of the Tower of Knowledge? Noyamr, the supreme leader of the Eternal sect, muttered lazily. The others also nodded, waiting for Maximus's answer. Monopolizing the Tower of Knowledge was their primary goal. Beyond the overwhelming features of the Tower of Knowledge, they were more eager to suppress it. They didn't want other powers and factions to rise because of an uncontrollable factor like the Tower of Knowledge. Are you still asleep? Exclusive use? Why don't you just put a collar on my friend and drag him like a dog? Malgren clicked his tongue. Why not? It's not like we wouldn't pay. With our combined resources and people, I'm sure Mr. Maximus could earn more, Lucas, the head of the Montgomery family, reasoned. That's right, we could even triple the amount we would pay to ensure that it's exclusive to us, Aurelius, the Emperor of the Aurelian Empire, the largest empire spanning trillions of dimensions, agreed. How about it, little friend? You can name the price, Umr, the leader of the Alchemy Alliance, finalized. Although not as wealthy as the Sterling family, who could generate resources from nothing, the Alchemy Alliance was still one of the richest. Seeing he was outnumbered, Malgren stayed silent, giving Maximus a look that he still had his backing. The Sterling and Elfaun families also remained seated, simply nodding at Maximus. Especially Iris, who sat beside him, silently playing with his hand as if nothing else mattered. Thankful for their support, Maximus smiled. I'm afraid I can't agree to your offer. No matter the amount, I can't allow my Tower of Knowledge to be monopolized. What a joke if he only allowed these forces to use his Tower of Knowledge, why bother creating it? He hadn't created this tower for mere money but to nurture loyal followers and strengthen the overall power of the Aeon Plane. What? You disagree? They frowned, exerting imperceptible pressure on him. Even with Maximus's status and influence with some of the top forces in the Dimensional Alliance, it wasn't enough. If even the three Overlord forces couldn't make them yield, then how could Maximus? Perhaps you didn't know the features of this tower. Besides the maximum of 1,000-fold comprehension enhancement and deduction of knowledge, it also has simulation capabilities. Like this. Waving his hand, he simulated various masters of the River of Law from each of their forces. Looking at the perfectly simulated individuals performing all kinds of secret techniques, they felt a throbbing in their hearts. Threat. This Maximus was openly threatening them. If Maximus could simulate a master of the River of Law, then what was stopping him from simulating them once he became stronger? With the cooperation of the Ashura sect, Immortal Palace sect, Sterling family, and Elfaun family, he could simulate each of their skills and abilities, training to wipe them out without a casualty. Facing such horror, they couldn't help but look at Maximus with greater respect. The strongest primordial candidate, the first to become a master of the River of Law at the Tier 10 realm, the conqueror of a forbidden path, Maximus seemed stronger than they had thought. Simulating a master of the River of Law meant incorporating another's river into his own River of Law. Such a feat that should have been impossible was now made possible before them. Once the River of Knowledge advanced to the Ocean of Law, did that mean he could also simulate them? How about it? Does the Tower of Knowledge interest you? Maximus smiled, watching their reaction. If they knew he could also simulate weaker masters of the Ocean of Law, they might even kill him regardless of anything. Such a monster, able to threaten them at the Tier 10 realm, might even be capable of wiping them out at Tier 11. It's really interesting, simulating power of the same magnitude. Why don't we join the party? Suddenly, 3 individuals appeared in the room. The 3 little overlords. The 3 current leaders of the Overlord organization, Luck, Regulus, and Pandora. We greet the 3 Almighty. All the leaders, except Malgren, Iris, and Maximus, quickly bowed. These three little overlords were among the masters of the absolute of law. Their meager strength couldn't withstand the dissatisfaction of these masters. Seeing three people continue to look at them without flinching, an interest appears in their eyes. Little Malgren, you're still as arrogant as ever. How is your reintegration of strength? Luck, from the Virtual Alliance, said lightheartedly. I'm alright, I just didn't expect you'd reach the absolute realm while I was asleep. What a shit luck. In the same generation as the three, if Malgren hadn't died, he would already be racing to reach the Overlord realm. Now, be careful with your words, little Malgren. My name is also Luck, you know. So what? Why don't you squish me to death? Even when facing someone stronger, Malgren was not the least bit scared. Having faced a Tier 13 dark creature while only at the Tier 11 realm, how could he be scared of someone at the same rank? Although he died, Malgren could proudly say he survived for a moment before the inevitable. You're still as mouthy as ever, little Malgren. Luck still smiled, though anger was erupting in his heart. If he wasn't wary of Malgren's master, he would have wanted to give this arrogant bastard a beating. The master of the absolute of chaos, the strongest before the overlords. Even if Luck had the backing of Master Elvian, he didn't dare cause trouble. While Luck was having an internal battle with Malgren, Pandora from the Space and Time Bureau slowly walked toward Iris. Seeing her beloved's hand intertwined with another's, Pandora's eyes went cold. Who is this man, Iris? Huh? My friend. Iris muttered with a blush. Just a friend? Then, take away that hand. You belong only to me. Pandora jumped, dangling from Iris's neck. You, Maximus Shadowcrest, should stay away from my beloved, or I will kill you. Looking at the emotionless little girl dangling from Iris, Maximus couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I'm sorry, but I can't leave Iris. Maximus said firmly, holding Iris's hand tightly. Then die. Pandora, that's enough. Iris stopped her, taking Pandora onto her lap. Since my beloved says so, Pandora said obediently, still watching Maximus warily. These immature kids, Regulus sighed, looking at the two. Anyway, I'm sorry for the intrusion, but we would like to join your discussion. Don't worry, everyone is welcome, Maximus smiled. Although he had conflicts with the Interdimensional Council, it was only with the Master of the Ocean of Soul. Not minding Maximus's lack of formalities, Regulus found his seat, looking like an observer. As the atmosphere calmed down, with the leaders restraining themselves, Maximus restarted their discussion. I hope you now know the capabilities of the Tower of Knowledge. Enough of that. Just tell us what you want, Orlus muttered impatiently. Staying with the three little overlords, he wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. Especially Regulus, who was eyeing him intently. As the emperor with the largest territory and population even among the top sex, the Interdimensional Council had long wanted him to submit to their rule. But how could he, who was treading the path of an emperor, kneel? He would rather die and see everything destroyed than tarnish the dignity and pride of his people bearing on his shoulder. Then I won't mince my words. I want 10 sets of ultimate treasures from all the 161,803 laws from Tier 1 to Tier 11 from each and every one of the forces here. Or, if that's too hard, a single Tier 12 ultimate treasure will be enough. Chapter 539, Signing a Treaty. 10 sets of ultimate treasures from all laws, spanning from Tier 1 to Tier 11? Are you still sane? An ultimate treasure was not an everyday item, even for the top forces. A Tier 1-9 ultimate treasure could be artificially created, or even Tier 10, if one was willing to pay a high enough price. But a Tier 11-12 treasure? That was the true innate treasures of the Aeon Plane, a miracle created by incomprehensible phenomenons. Such treasures could never be bought on the market. Even the renowned Void Auction had only ever sold a Tier 11 dimensional treasure at its peak. This is my offer and nothing else, Maximus stated firmly, refusing to budge. He didn't need money, materials, or any high-tier creations. Money could be generated with his unlimited origin energy, materials could be mined after deducing their location. And as for creations made by others, why couldn't he create them himself? On the other hand, ultimate treasures were the foundation of his ultimate manual and path. His family still hadn't absorbed Tier 10 ultimate treasures to solidify their foundation. If he relied on himself to provide all these ultimate treasures, it was unknown when they could advance to the Tier 11 realm. Especially the Tier 11 ultimate treasures. Even with the omniscient search and all the money he could generate, gathering a complete set for each of his family members would take a long time. What do we gain from this? Since Maximus wouldn't lower his price, they could only try to bargain for more benefits or reduce the number of sets required. All knowledge within the Tower of Knowledge would be free for all direct members bearing your surname or insignia. The first floor through the 100,000th floor would also be free of charge. Finally, I could cooperate on some additional matters. Hearing Maximus's offer, their faces darkened with anger. paying millions upon millions of ultimate treasures only to receive such an insignificant benefit? Was he treating them as beggars? What about the free unlimited deduction of knowledge? Free simulations? Or the top floor with 1,000-fold comprehension enhancement? We agree to it, said Stella, Otto's mother, raising her hand. As one of the wealthiest forces in the Dimensional Alliance, who treated ultimate treasures as raw materials, the Sterling family had no problem paying. Furthermore, as her son's friend, Stella also wanted to help Maximus secure the deal. With her signal, Silvara, Malgren, and Iris raised their hands. Do you understand how massive this loss will be? Another shouted. They weren't dealing with scraps but with precious ultimate treasures. Even with a foundation built over billions and even trillions of epochs, they only possessed a few sets of such treasures. Hey, if you can't pay, just shut up and leave. What's a beggar even doing here? Malgren mocked, smirking as he watched their reactions over what he considered worthless resources. To him, ultimate treasures were just that. Besides his power, he trusted nothing else. We agree as well, said Franz, the head of the Fritz family, mustering his courage. He sought to form a marriage alliance with the Shadowcrest family, so what harm was there in investing a few treasures? Finally, the three little overlords, Luck, Regulus, and Pandora, also agreed. As overlord organizations, ultimate treasures were insignificant to them. Seeing this, the remaining leaders gave in. We also agree. However, we want additional benefits. Besides the first through the 100,000th floors being free, we also want a discount on the following floors, as well as on the use of knowledge deduction and simulation, Noyam renegotiated. As the leader of the strongest sect not yet allied with the Shadowcrest family, he was compelled to stand up. Sure, that can be arranged, Maximus agreed readily. A discount. After he created the ether devices, he would have more money than he could ever spend. What about our family's secret manuals? Lucas added hastily. Seeing their proud inheritances treated like items that could be cheaply bought was a humiliation. I'll remove them, Maximus nodded. Since he had already achieved his goal, there was no reason to irritate these top families further. Revealing their secret manuals had little merit beyond showcasing the Tower of Knowledge's power. The Spirit of Knowledge could create manuals that are far more comprehensive and tailored for each individual. With sufficient wealth, one could even obtain manuals containing 161,802 laws just one step away from ultimate. I also suggest you follow the virtual realm's restrictions on simulating individuals, Luck added casually. I know my limits. Unless agreed upon, I'll never share this ability with anyone outside my family. Simulating a Tier 11 individual was the highest he could manage. If he simulated a Master of the River of Law or higher and made it public, the backlash could be more than he could handle. Even the virtual realm, with its overlord-level beings, didn't dare to be too audacious, much less he who was only at Tier 10 realm. As for using it privately for himself and his family's training, Maximus wouldn't limit his abilities out of worry. Finally, after detailing and refining the clauses and prerequisites of the agreement, they began to sign a treaty through a Tier 12 contract bound directly to the rules of the Aeon Plane. This kind of contract could even bind a Tier 12 overlord, ensuring everyone couldn't break it. Afterward, the leaders departed one by one, each promising to pay their ultimate treasure quota within a 100-year timeframe. Soon, the large hall began to empty, leaving only Iris, Malgren, Silvara, Otto, Stella, Franz, and Pandora with Maximus. Would anyone like some snacks? Maximus smiled. It seemed they still had things to discuss. Nodding in agreement, the group followed him to another room, where they enjoyed tea and desserts. Maximus, when will you be free? Should we spar now? Malgren asked eagerly. I really don't have the time. Really? That's a shame. How about just one round? Please, just one round. Can you calm down? Maximus said he doesn't want to. If you're so eager for a fight, I'll take you on, Iris said coldly. Though Malgren was a friend, seeing him so close to Maximus left her slightly irritated. Really? Fantastic. Shall we start? Malgren stood up, excited for a match. Shut up. With a wave of her hand, Pandora crushed Malgren out of the virtual world. With the noise gone, she settled back onto Iris's lap as though nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the others sat in silence. A master of absolute law. Such strength and power filled them with a mix of awe and fear, but even more, a yearning to achieve such power themselves. How are you, Maximus? Do you still remember me? Otto asked, hoping to break the silence. How could I forget? Otto, Mrs. Stella, it's all thanks to your help that I am here today. It's nothing. As your friend, it's only natural that I help, Otto muttered, feeling a surge of happiness that Maximus still regarded him in the same way. Meanwhile, Stella continued to observe Maximus with curiosity. She hadn't expected Otto's friend to be the supreme primordial candidate, causing such a stir. Looking at his handsome face, which had even captivated Iris, she thought about introducing some of her nieces to him. "Mom. You're staring too much," Otto said in embarrassment. Sensing Iris's cold aura spreading behind him, he quickly stopped his mother before things got out of hand. "Oh, my apologies for being so discourteous. I see we've overstayed our welcome. Please excuse us," Stella said, pulling Otto away. Stella herself felt uneasy under Iris's cold gaze. Coupled with Pandora, who looked ready to intervene, she quickly decided to make an exit. Although she wouldn't die in the virtual world, it would still be an uncomfortable experience. Seeing them leave, Silvara also took her leave. Who knew if this zealous witch, Iris, might turn her attention to her next. She'd meet with Maximus later to discuss some matters. Now left alone, France couldn't help but start sweating. I'm sure you already know, but I wanted to propose a marriage alliance." Suddenly, the air grew tense as he felt his life hanging by a thread. "Iris." Maximus held Iris back before she caused another incident. "France was talking about a marriage alliance with my sons." "Oh," Iris replied, settling back and quietly sipping her drink. Watching her calm down, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. It seemed it would still be some time before he could take Iris home peacefully. "You mean Valentine and Nora, right? I saw them earlier, they seemed quite promising." Maximus steered the conversation back, easing France's nerves. "Then, what do you think? They may be promising, but I don't care about marriage alliances or any of that. I just want my children to be happy." Hearing this, France felt a hint of disappointment. "What I mean is, if you can convince my sons to marry, then I have no objections." "What? All I have to do is convince your sons?" If it was just about charming some young heirs, he felt confident in the appeal of the Fritz family's twin stars. "Yes, they could even be married tomorrow," Maximus joked. "As for any alliance that could follow afterward." Chapter 540, The Difference in Power. A few months after the top forces in the Dimensional Alliance signed the treaty, the Tower of Knowledge became immensely popular. Members of the top families, elite sex disciples, and the Overlord's organization members flocked to experience the features of the Tower of Knowledge. Thanks to the contract, they could access the first 100,000 floors and browse all the books for free. Ingrid, one of the primordial candidates from the Mage family, grew curious and decided to visit the library. Upon reaching the 100,000th floor, he felt his comprehension skyrocket nearly 100-fold. Slightly impressed, he sat down and browsed through books of interest, from history to forbidden techniques. A few hours later, Ingrid felt bored. Although it was interesting, reading books wasn't really his thing. Is that it? Feeling that his family had overpaid for nothing, he couldn't help but complain. If the only benefit was enhanced comprehension, the Mage family had better treasures and potions with similar effects. As for knowledge, although not as comprehensive, they still held a vast collection as one of the top families. Suddenly, Ingrid overheard a clansman muttering something. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I'm asking the Spirit of Knowledge to deduce a tailored cultivation manual for me." This tower can also deduce knowledge? Focused on training, Ingrid didn't know much about the Tower of Knowledge. If not for his father's insistence, he wouldn't have known the so-called Supreme Primordial Candidate ran a business as dull as a library. Learning this from his clanmate, Ingrid summoned the Spirit of Knowledge. "Can you really deduce anything?" "Yes. However, according to the contract, you would only receive a discount for the deduction." "I know." "Then, deduce my chances of defeating Paragon," Ingrid asked in curiosity. Although Maximus was called the Supreme Primordial Candidate and the first among them to master a path of law, Ingrid still revered Paragon and believed he was the strongest. This deduction would cost 10,000 origin coins. "Do you wish to proceed?" "Just 10,000? Proceed." Deducing, Ingrid Midger, Tier 10 Realm, 630 million power magnitude, 67% mastery of the River of Divine Law. Paragon, Tier 10 Realm, 3.8 trillion power magnitude, 99.99% mastery of the River of Boundless. Probability of defeating Paragon, 0.000001%. What? I only have a millionth of a chance against Paragon? Is he that strong? This deduction does not account for interference by the Master of Absolutes or Overlords. I see. Ingrid sighed, feeling helpless. Paragon really was out of his reach. What about Maximus? What are my chances of defeating him? This deduction would cost 100,000 origin coins. Do you wish to proceed? 100,000? Why is it 10 times more expensive? And isn't there a discount? Higher tier deductions cost more, the discount has been applied. According to the agreement, deductions under 10 million origin coins are discounted 90%. Is Maximus truly stronger than Paragon? Deduce it, I want to know the difference. Deducing, Maximus, Tier 10 Realm 10.5 trillion magnitude of power. Master of River of Knowledge, probability of defeating Maximus, 0.0000001%, a 10 millionth chance? Is he that incredible? Ingrid muttered, wondering if the Spirit of Knowledge was merely protecting its creator's reputation. However, seeing the 10.5 trillion magnitudes of power, he couldn't be more shocked. Over 10 trillion magnitude of power? Is he still in the Tier 10 realm? Although mastery of a river of law could increase the amplitude of power, it shouldn't surpass 10 trillion. If not for the limitless ability of the origin of law to bear power, Ingrid would have even thought Maximus was a dark creature in disguise. What would I need to do to catch up to them? Ingrid asks expectantly. Seeing trillions and trillions of magnitude of power compared to his mere hundreds of millions, he felt he was unworthy of standing on the same stage as them. This would cost 30 million origin coins to deduce. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. It was only money, after all. As a primordial candidate, he still had hundreds of trillions in his pocket. Deducing, to catch up, you need to change to an ultimate cultivation manual. 2. Master the path of divine law to the ocean level. 3. Acquire a complete set of ultimate treasures. 4. Become a dimensional master of a Tier 12 dimension. 5. Master alchemy to the Tier 12 realm. 6. Master all runic languages. 7. Seeing the endless list of requirements, Ingrid grew solemn. How could I possibly do all this? Isn't this an empty deduction? What a waste of money. He complained. Although some tasks seemed useful, he lacked the time and loathed the boredom they entailed. To achieve the impossible, you must also attempt the impossible. What? Are you mocking me? Ingrid muttered angrily, yet the line resonated with him. If he truly dreamed of surpassing those at the top,